In the prestigious Alfonso family of Crystal City, Jack Alfonso was nothing but an unwanted shadow. Born as the seventh child of the youngest generation, his fate had been sealed the moment his mother died when he was only 15. From then on, the torment of his older half-siblings turned his life into a nightmare. At 19, abandoned and ridiculed, Jack finally chose to sever ties with the Alfonso family. With the meager savings he had gathered since the age of 13, he left the glittering Crystal City, dominated by the Alfonso name, and headed for the backward inchoate city. There, he started a small business with nothing but grit and hope. But fate had other plans. Ding! Congratulations on activating the 100 times income multiplier. Ding! First income detected, $300 earned. After multiplier, $30,000 rewarded. Ding! First income reward, Suzuki GSX-R 1000, Custom Bugatti Veyron, Eurocopter EC135. Ding! First month reward, Glaze Hotel ownership unlocked. Along with unimaginable wealth, the mysterious system bestowed him skills, tasks, and dangers. Every mission he accepted carried both opportunity and punishment. From a neglected outcast, Jack Alfonso's path to supremacy began. Now, his ambition was no longer survival, it was domination. He would rise higher, richer, and stronger than the Alfonso family ever dreamed. And when the truth behind his mother's death surfaced, his path of revenge was set in stone. From today onward, the abandoned son will become the nightmare of the Alfonso family. Jack arrived before the store. It was named Alfix Grocery Store. This was the store that he'd just bought over to start his life here in the city. He had spent more than half of his years of savings to buy it alongside the groceries inside. He wasn't going to change the name, as the store that he was opening was only temporary. If things go well, he would absolutely find a better location. He could see that it was a decent one. Furthermore, the location of the store wasn't bad too, as he could see that it wasn't hidden in some corner. Around the store, there were some other stores that were already open as it was already afternoon. But, the business at this time wasn't that good as the traffic was mainly in the morning and evening. Jack took out the keys that he'd received from the agency and opened the grocery store. As he entered, he found that the store was tidy. There was a counter where he would be operating the store closer to the door. It was located at the right side of the door. Then, he could see that there were rows of shelves and fridges that were holding the stock that he was supposed to sell. After confirming that everything was okay, he sat at the counter. He wanted to start working immediately. After all, he couldn't afford lazing around when there were some people who thought so lowly of him. Since it was still afternoon, there were no customers at all. Furthermore, Jack decided not to add stock at all and retained everything that was present there. He would see the way that the business goes before he can add more stock. Currently, most of the things that he was selling were those that didn't need to be fresh. They were things like packed milk, noodles, and so on. These things had a shelf life, and Jack had confirmed that they had not expired. As for the prices, there was no need for him to worry at all. The prices were written on the shelves. Furthermore, this store could be considered a mini-mart. If he wanted to efficiently operate it, he would need to have at least 2 people to assist him. But, that would have to wait for later. Currently, he was reading the logbook of the store. It seems that the previous owner of the store was in such a hurry that he left the records of the sales. From how he was seeing, the business wasn't that bad at all. So, he read the records as he familiarized himself with the store sales and purchases. It was around 5 in the evening that the first customer came in. It was a man who seemed to be in his mid-30s. It was rare to find men going to a grocery store, but Jack didn't find it bizarre as he was a man and was operating it. He stood up and welcomed the man. "Hello, how may I help you, I'd like some groceries. I'm going to work and I can't be coming to the grocery every day. So, I want those that can last a good period of time." The man replied. Jack showed him into the store and the man began picking some groceries. He picked rice, flour, sugar, and several other things. Of course, the purchase wasn't in bulk, but for a person living alone, they could last him at least a week. Why don't you have vegetables? The man frowned after seeing that there were no vegetables in the store. Jack knew that this was going to happen. So, he calmly explained, the store was closed for 2 days and if they would have brought the vegetables, they wouldn't have been fresh. So, the vegetables would be coming in tomorrow. The man nodded as he found this reasonable. Nobody wanted groceries that weren't fresh if there was another place that they could get those that were fresh. The man came to the counter to pay. After calculating, he found that the bill was $300. This wasn't that much due to the low quality of the products that could be found in this kind of street. After all, one had to know that this was the poorest street in the entire city. So, it was obvious that the products being sold here would match the residents in terms of price. If he brought things that cost thousands per kg, then it was obvious that people wouldn't buy them or those who would be buying them would be counted by a single hand. After all, the depths of the pockets talked about what a person would eat. The man touched his pockets but after a while, he found that there was no wallet there. So, he looked at Jack with a sorry expression as he said, "It seems that I was in so much hurry that I forgot my wallet. Can I do transfer, Jack nodded. There was no problem at all as long as the payment was done. So, he gave his account number and the man sent the money before leaving immediately. It seemed that he was in a hurry to do something. As soon as the bank confirmation message arrived, Jack heard a robotic voice in his head. Ding! Congratulations on activating the 100 times income multiplier, Ding! You've earned $300. Multiplier applied. You've received $30,000, Ding! First income. As a reward, you gain a Suzuki GSX-R 1000, The voice rang 3 times in that it made Jack feel like he was hallucinating. But the fact was that he has never taken any drug, so, he felt that there was no way that he could be hallucinating. 100 times income multiplier? What's this? Jack asked himself. Before he could think further, the phone in his hand vibrated. Upon looking at the screen, Jack was dumbfounded. Flyer's bank account received $30,000. New balance is $278,861, That message confirmed the second message about his income being multiplied by 100 times. Now, what was all this about? Ding! You are the lucky host of the Blue Planet. You've been selected by the 100 times income multiplier system. With this system, as long as you earn any income by the rightful means, then it will be multiplied by 100 times, Ding! There are things that will be multiplied by 100 in terms of quality and others would be multiplied in terms of quantity, The robotic voice echoed in his head as the explanation about what was happening immediately got explained to him. Jack wasn't sure if he was dreaming or hallucinating, maybe both, He pinched his arm and felt the pain. This meant that all of this was real. Furthermore, the bank message confirmed that he had indeed received $30,000 in his account after the transaction was done. After taking a moment to cool himself down, Jack sat on the chair behind the counter and asked in his mind, "Can you tell me more about the system, Ding! I am your guide, Angel. I will help you with matters concerning the system. So, for the question that you've just asked, the system is something supernatural that's out of the Blue Planet. Of course, you're not qualified to know about the origins of the system, Ding! The system's main function is to make sure that people don't get lazy. You will be an example. By working hard, your rewards will be great. So, the system will reward you for your hard work by multiplying the income that you receive from working hard, by 100 times, Ding! Of course, there's a limitation. Anything that's not earned by working cannot be multiplied. So, don't you think of cheating, Jack thought for a moment and couldn't help but get excited. This was beyond his imaginations. But, he could only thank his lucky stars in that, among the billions of people in the Blue Planet, the system had chosen him. Then, he thought of something. Is there any other person in the planet that has a system, Ding. Negative. There's nobody else with a system in the blue planet as it is a unique. There are no copies. Jack, for some reason, let out a sigh of relief. Then, he couldn't help but get excited. As long as he could work hard and expand his business, then he would really get something bigger. This was something that he was really looking forward to. Ding. There's another program. The rewards system. Your first income in each and every business branch will make you receive a reward from the system. Ding. There's another reward, that is, monthly reward, semi-annual reward, yearly reward, decade reward, century reward, millennium reward, and so on. Jack's mouth was forced to stay wide open after hearing the system's words. He could understand the first reward, monthly, and even a decade reward. But what the hell with this century and millennium rewards? Did the system want him to work hard for a whole century? No, scratch that. A millennium? That's 1,000 years we're talking about here. Not talking about a person who's dedicated for 100 years of working. It was a question whether that person would be able to live that long. And what's more, according to the current calendar, it had only been 2 millenniums since the first time that they started counting. Now, just how many generations had gone by in the 2 millenniums? Jack calmed himself down and asked, how on earth am I supposed to live for a millennium? Ding. With the system, as long as the host works hard, nothing is impossible. You mean that I can become an immortal? Be able to fly? He couldn't help but start imagining. Ding. That's right, And the system confirmed this. Jack wanted to jump off his seat and run around shouting about his luck. But, he still managed to calm himself down. By the way, where's my reward for the first income? Jack asked. Ding. The key is inside the drawer of the counter. The motorcycle is parked outside the store. Jack opened the drawer and found the key. It seemed that the system was right. But, how on earth did the key get inside the drawer? Well, not like it matters. He'll just receive the reward. He was just about to go out of the store and take a look at the motorcycle when a person entered the store. It was a lady in her early 20s. Hello, I need some groceries, she said as soon as she saw Jack behind the counter. Since he was having a customer, then he would surely make sure to operate the store first before checking out the bike. How it all began. /N, you can skip this chapter if you don't like flashbacks and jump directly to chapter 5. The following 3 chapters are mainly about how Jack became the way he was now. That morning, Jack walked slowly across the pathway. Although he was there, his mind was wandering around. He was completely ignoring the wonderful scenic view of flowers that were planted along the pathway that he was following. There were several colors that made this place look like the most decorated garden, but surprisingly it wasn't. On the sides, apart from the flowers of different colors and species, there were some of the rare trees that were planted there. There were several servants on the side either doing cleaning or maybe going somewhere to carry out the errands that they had been assigned to. After a few more moments, he arrived in front of a majestic mansion that stood tall and proud. This mansion was exuding both beauty and majesty at the same time. It was so huge not only in terms of length and width, but it had 7 floors. The mansion was painted turquoise. There were some areas that were painted white as well, but the turquoise color dominated the mansion. As he got at the door, those servants at the door didn't even bother to open the door for him. Without bothering that much, he pushed the double doors open by himself as he entered the mansion. Humph, that useless boy is here again. He knows that they don't love him, but he keeps on trying his luck. It's not like he can do anything anyway. He has never been given a company to manage. What company can he manage? He's never going to get a chance in this family. Well, you're right, his mother is gone. Now, there's nobody in the family that cares about him because of his behavior. As soon as he entered, he could clearly hear the 2 servants at the entrance of the mansion talking about him with voices filled with contempt. Oh, look at who's back. I thought that you wouldn't dare to. Come back here. As he was ignoring those that were speaking of him, he heard an arrogant voice coming from his front. He raised his lowered head and directly stared into the eyes of the young man in front of him. The person could be said to be handsome but not by a great deal. He had short blonde hair that was well kempt. His green eyes filled with both arrogance and contempt as they stared at him. He was currently wearing a green shirt with a black blazer on top of it. As for pants, he was wearing a black trouser. Since they were inside the mansion, he was wearing his sandals. You mean that Jack is back? I also thought that he wouldn't come back at all. Before he could say a single word in reply, a female voice sounded from the living room. Then, followed by the sounds of footsteps, a girl of height of 1.7 m approached them. Just like the blonde before him, she had blonde hair, a beautiful face with a rating of at least 85. Her eyes were green as well. Currently, she was wearing a knee-length beige dress that outlined her features. Unlike his eyes filled with arrogance, her eyes were filled with slyness like that of a fox. Although she looked cute, Jack clearly knew that she was anything but cute. Amongst the two, she could be said to be the worst. I thought that you said that you were going to look for a way to fend for yourself. Why are you back now? She asked as soon as she arrived before the two. Jack looked at her before he looked at her brother, whose name was Steve. He simply shook his head without saying a word and went past them via the side. Seeing that he was ignoring them, the two of them didn't like it at all. So, Steve immediately blocked Jack's path once again. Jack frowned but still tried getting past him via another side. He had just gotten past Steve only to find that Brenda was blocking his path. Although the corridor that led to the living room was big, with the two siblings moving from side to side, Jack couldn't get past them. He had no choice but to stop and stare at them with frustration. And for the first time, he spoke, "What do you want?" His voice wasn't loud and neither was it low, but it contained a kind of male charm. You know what we want from you. Just tell us, why are you back? Didn't you boldly say that you would go and fend for yourself? Steve asked with a mocking smile on his face. Jack was the fourth son of the Alfonso family. There were 4 sons in the family. The firstborn son was Arnold, followed by Steve, then David followed, and finally there was Jack. As for the daughters of the Alfonso family, there was Cindy, who was the firstborn daughter in the family, then following behind her was Diana, and finally, there was Brenda. Jack's father had 2 wives and a single mistress. The first wife was called Marion. She was the mother to Arnold, Steve, and Brenda. The second wife was called Lucy. She was the mother to Cindy and David and Diana, who were twins. As for Jack, his mother was the mistress. Unluckily, or maybe luckily, he was the only child of the mistress, and in terms of age, Arnold took the lead. He was 28 years old. Following closely behind was Cindy, who was 27. After that, was Steve, who was currently 24. David and Diana came next. They were both 23. Following them was Brenda, who was 21. Then, Jack came last. He was 19 this year. Apart from having to show respect to all his siblings who were older than him, he still had to go through a lot in the hands of their scheming mothers. Jack had always been mistreated, especially since his mother's demise 4 years ago. At that time, his life had become increasingly hard as there was nobody that loved him in the family. Although his father would sometimes help him, his help was just superficial as it solved nothing for him. As for his grandfather, he and his grandmother hated him. According to what he heard, they didn't like the fact that his father was keeping a mistress. They said that this was tarnishing the reputation of the family. So, they never loved her offspring, as well as he was a sign of that black spot on the clean family reputation. As for his uncles and aunts, there were some that were like his siblings or his grandparents. Of course, there were those that didn't care about what was happening at all. There were cousins too. But, just like his half-siblings, there were many of them that didn't like him at all. After all, Alfonso family wasn't a small family. Alfonso family was one that had assets that were worth at least $700 million. They were the biggest family that was the Overlord of Crystal City. Here in Crystal City, they were monopolizing almost every industry. They had spread their influence to another city called Volant City. But, their influence there wasn't as great as it was in Crystal City. Jack had tried so much to endure all the things that they were putting him through. But the end result was that he couldn't take it anymore after his mother passed away. He had began saving whatever little money he was receiving from the family. He had been doing so since his mother was alive. At that time, he was still 13. In other words, he had been saving money for at least 6 years now. And since he couldn't take this anymore, he decided that it was time for him to move on and try his luck and see if he could do something with the education level that he had. The previous day, he had left the mansion claiming that he was going to get independent. He had gone around Crystal City to look for an opportunity and see if there was a chance for him to start his life. But, after going around the place, he found that the influence of the Alfonso family was too great. There was nowhere in Crystal City that they didn't have a hand in. Since his half-siblings didn't like him, he was sure that once he started anything here in Crystal City, they would make sure that he failed. So, the only solution that he came up with was to leave Crystal City and go to another city that had no influence of Alfonso family. And so, he had slept in a hotel room the previous night. Today, he was here so that he could take his belongings before leaving. I am leaving today, so you don't have to worry about me, Jack said to the two who were blocking his path. Oh, I see. So, where are you planning on going to? Steve raised his brows and asked. It's not like you have to know that, Jack replied. At this time, Brenda pulled Steve to the side, opening a path for him. Although Steve didn't like the fact that Jack didn't reply to his inquiry, he decided to go alongside Brenda. He knew that although she was younger than him, she wasn't someone that he could mess with. So, she indeed had to have a plan. She then said, "Oh, no problem at all. We can help you packing." "No need, I can handle it," Jack said as he left and headed to his room that was located on the 3rd floor. Steve looked at Jack's back as it disappeared from the corridor. He then looked at Brenda for answers. Seeing his gaze, Brenda gave him a sly smile as she said, "No need to worry about where he's going to. This is Crystal City, there's nowhere he can hide. As for if he wants to get out of the city, reaching this point, Brenda gave a shallow laugh that gave Steve chills on his back. After Jack got into his room, he immediately took his luggage that he had already packed the previous day before he left. He then looked at the room that was painted white. The color of almost everything inside the room was either white or silver. This was the color that he had chosen in memory of his mother Anne. As he can remember till this time, his mother had silver hair and blue eyes. She was a beauty, and one thing was for sure, she was more beautiful than the 2 wives that his father had married. He had inherited his mother's features. If there was a part that resembled his father, that would be the way that his jaw was shaped. All the other features were like his mother's. This is what made Jack a handsome young man. With his rare features, he was a dream guy for most of the girls in Crystal City. Of course, as soon as they met Jack's siblings or cousins, they would immediately give up on him. After all, they didn't want to get on the bad sides of these nouveau riche kids. He looked around the room for a little while before he let out a sigh. He then murmured, "Mother, I'm not sure whether you would have wanted me to leave this place or not. But, I'm going to go out and prove myself. Although I won't be proving to them, at least, I would like them to know that your son wasn't useless at all." With that, he stepped out of his room and headed to the room that his mother had been using previously before she died. He entered the room that could be said to be a match to his in terms of colors. He stared around for a while. Then, he took a step forward and looked at the bedside cabinet. He opened it and took a big envelope. This was something that his mother told him to take it with him as long as he was sure that he wouldn't be coming back to the room again. Since he was leaving, he had no intention of coming back to this place. Alfonso family had wealth but had no moral values at all. After all, he had the blood of the Alfonsos running in his veins, but he was still being mistreated. He put the envelope into his bag. He was carrying a backpack. He didn't have many things as he was mainly saving money and he had bought nothing luxurious over the years. In the bag, there were only the few documents that were important to him, a few pairs of clothes and the envelope that he'd just taken. Without looking back, Jack left the room and left the mansion. He didn't find any of his half-siblings on his way out, and he heaved a sigh of relief. Those siblings of his were a headache to him, and he wasn't ready to face them when he was about to leave. So, he could say that it seemed that Lady Luck was on his side this time. As he left through the main gate, he reached the road that led to the main road. This was an exclusive road for the Alfonso family that had been built for them by the governor of the city. This was his show of appreciation and, of course, to curry favor with the Alfonso family. It seemed that he had celebrated too early. As after he got out of the gate, he found that Steve and Brenda were waiting for him. They had even called a taxi for him. He shook his head as he thought to himself, "Seems that they can't wait to get rid of me." "Jack, here, we've called a taxi for you and we're even paying for you." "No need to thank us, we're family after all." At this time, Brenda strode towards him as she spoke. Her voice was laced with both slyness and mischief. Jack could tell that something was wrong, but he couldn't point it out. For Brenda to do something like this, it wouldn't be as simple as getting him to leave faster. She must be having another plan. But since he couldn't see through her and he wanted to leave faster, he decided to use the taxi that she had called for him. "Thanks," he said indifferently before he got into the cab. Then, the driver immediately started the vehicle and left for the main road. As they watched as the cab disappeared into the distance, Steve couldn't hold himself anymore and asked, "So, what are you planning this time? You didn't pay for him at all, but you told him that you did so." "Humph, why would I waste my money on someone like him? As for what I am planning, it's simple. I told the taxi driver to tell me where he's going to take Jack. From there, we can see what we're going to do. I am going to make sure that he comes back while begging on his knees to be taken back into the family," Brenda said with a cold smile. Steve felt a chill running down his spine as he looked at her smile. He couldn't help but think to himself, "What a demon. I better not get on her bad side or things wouldn't be so good." Inside the cab, the driver drove the taxi as he looked at Jack via the rearview mirror. He was wondering why this handsome young man was leaving the family mansion where all the riches were. He could see that this young man was wearing some simple clothing. This way, he could guess that this young man's life wasn't good in there. But still, he thought that he shouldn't have left the family. As soon as they got to the main road, he asked, "Where are we going to, sir?" "In Coat City," Jack replied calmly. He looked out of the window as he let his mind wander around. The driver nodded before taking the road that led out of the city. Before long, they had already left the city on their way to Incoat City. It would take at least 5 hours to get there. Seeing that Jack wasn't paying attention to him, he immediately took out his phone and sent a text message to Brenda. She had given him $5,000 so that he could give her the location that Jack was going. He saw no reason to refuse such easy money and thus accepted. Furthermore, he knew that if he didn't accept, he would surely have a hard time in the city. Why would he die for a person whom even his family didn't value at all? As soon as he sent the message, he received a reply. "Tell me the exact location that you'll be dropping him." He immediately agreed and put his mind back to driving. He was also thinking about the fact that, since he was having the contact of the young lady of the Alfonso family, maybe in the future he could use his connection with her to make his life in the city easier. Jack had no idea that where he was heading to had already exposed. He just sat on the back seat of the cab as he thought about what he was going to do once he reached Incoat City. He decided that he would open a small store with the money that he had been saving during the years. This way, he could have a source of income. Then, after the business expands, he would be able to get a footing in the city. Although he knew that he wouldn't be able to become a millionaire without getting an opportunity, he decided to be optimistic. Nobody knew what would occur in the future. He took his backpack and opened it. He then took the huge envelope that he had gotten from his mother's room. He had an urge to open and see what was inside it, but he forced down the urge. This envelope had been staying inside his mother's room throughout the years. He was the one that was making sure that his mother's room was tidy. Furthermore, those arrogant members of the Alfonso family thought that it was beneath them to enter a mistress's room. Thus, nobody had ever entered his mother's room since she died other than the servants that were doing the cleaning. Even though the servants knew that the mistress and her son weren't favored by the family, they didn't dare have a thought of stealing anything inside the room. If they were found to have stolen, their fates would be anything but good. Alfonso family had zero tolerance to thieves. So, although the cabinet that the envelope was placed in wasn't locked, nobody had taken it. Jack could clearly remember his mother's words about this envelope. It was simple: if you are thinking about marrying and starting your own family, you can open this envelope. Otherwise, don't do it. Remember, even before thinking about having a girlfriend, you'll have to open the envelope. He was 14 at that time. He didn't understand his mother's words, neither did he understand them even now. As long as he wanted to have a girlfriend, he would have to open the envelope first. But he would do as his mother wished him to do. He outbacked the envelope back into his backpack. He wasn't ready to get a girlfriend at this time. After all, a girl would mean that he would have to spend more, and he had yet to secure his source of income. Furthermore, although he was handsome, he was sure that as long as the girls knew that he wasn't rich, they would leave in disdain. There were some that had ever wanted to take him as a gigolo. Of course, Jack had never been tempted by such an offer. He wasn't that cheap. As Jack was still thinking, he forgot about time, and he didn't know that 5 hours had already gone past. It was already 12, and at this time, a visage of a city could be seen from afar. The taxi driver's voice reached Jack's ears at this time. "Sir, we're about 5 minutes from the city." "Where exactly are you going, and in what city are you going?" Jack looked at the city that was getting closer and closer as time moved. He sighed and said, "Take me to the Yellow Street." "Yes, sir," the driver replied as the car zoomed into the city. Incoet wasn't a big city. It could be said to be a low-tier city. Crystal City was a mid-tier city. In this case, one could easily see that Crystal City was bigger and prestigious than Incoet City. But still, Jack felt that this was the right place for him to start. Although Incoet City was smaller than Crystal City, Alfonso family hadn't extended their hands into the city yet. After all, although the family was rich, it wasn't to the extent that it could cover all the cities. Having its influence in 2 cities was the maximum that the Alfonso family could manage. After all, the more cities they influenced, the more opponents the family would be facing. And although they had no great influence in the city, that didn't mean that they didn't exist. There were people from this city and others that had a cooperation with the Alfonso family. That meant that they could do the Alfonso family a favor by blocking him. But still, Jack thought that since he was just a small person and he wasn't going around offending others, they wouldn't care about him at all. That's what he was hoping for. The taxi entered the city before heading towards the eastern part of it. Crystal City was north of Incoet City. Yellow Street that Jack wanted to go to was found in the eastern part of the city. Yellow Street wasn't that prestigious. It could also be said to be the poor side of the city. But that's where Jack could afford to start. The driver was wondering what a person from the great Alfonso family of Crystal City was going to do in the poor Yellow Street. But that was none of his concern. He simply took out his phone and texted Brenda on where he was taking Jack. On the other hand, Jack took out his phone. It wasn't a recent one, but one that was about to go out of fashion. It was a smartphone, but the version wasn't the latest one. It was an Infinix. He scrolled through and looked at the messages. He found that other than the promotional messages, there was no other message. It seemed that his father didn't care about him leaving the family after all. He sighed and checked his bank account balance. Since he began saving, he had never checked how much he had in his savings account. He always kept some cash aside that he could use. As for others, he saved all of it. Flyer's bank savings account balance is $432,753. He sighed as he saw this. It wasn't even $500,000. One had to know that Jack was saving this money since he was 13. In other words, this was a 6 years' worth of savings. It seemed that the money that he was receiving from the Alfonso family wasn't that much at all. After all, apart from his usual expenses, there was nothing else that Jack used the money that he had for apart from saving it. "We're here," the driver's voice brought him out of his thoughts. He then put back his phone into his backpack and got out of the taxi. He was just about to leave when the taxi driver shouted at him. "Hey, you haven't paid yet." Jack didn't bother to explain that Brenda had said that she had paid for him. After all, he knew that Brenda wasn't such a nice person that could pay for him something like that. Furthermore, she didn't know where he was heading to, so there was no way she could pay. "How much is it?" Jack asked. $1,180, the driver replied. Jack transferred $2,000 from his alternate account to the driver. "Then," he said, "keep the change." He wasn't ready to wait for change as he needed to get a place to stay and get lunch. The driver stared at Jack's departing figure and thought to himself, "He's such a generous young man. Too bad that those that are dealing with him are big potatoes that I can't dare to offend." And with that, he stepped on the accelerator and left the street. Crystal City, Alfonso Main Mansion. "So, you're telling me that Jack left the family and headed to Inchoate City?" A man's deep voice echoed inside the living room. "Yes, father. He said that he wanted to fend for himself. But I didn't think that he would go to such a backward place. What's more, he went to the poorest area, Yellow Street of Inchoate Street. If anyone knows that he's a member of Alfonso family, then I'm sure that our family's reputation would go down." Brenda replied as she sat opposite a blonde-haired man. This was the current head of the Alfonso family and Jack's father, Dalton Alfonso. He had short blonde hair, green hair, and well-trimmed beard. He was already edging towards his late 40s as he was 47 years old. His current expression wasn't looking good at all. After all, his son had just left the family without saying a word. What's more, he headed towards the poorest area of a small city. This was demeaning of his identity as the current CEO of Fonso Group. He was Jack's father and a CEO of a multi-million group. If even his son was living life of a beggar, his reputation in the circle would surely be diminished. What's more, there were brothers and cousins of his who were eyeing his position. He was sure that they were going to use this so as to give him a good blow. After thinking things through, he found a solution. He tightened his heart and gave a verdict. From this moment onwards, Jack is no longer a member of Alfonso family. His words shocked all those that were present in the living room. More so those that were planning on what to do during the general meeting of the family. They had never expected that Dalton would be so cruel as to disown his own son just so as to maintain his position as the CEO. In other words, the position was more important than the son. Jack had no idea that he had just been disowned by his own father. But even if he knew, he wouldn't care as his father never cared about him anyway. So, there was no difference at all. He was currently in a small apartment that he'd just rented. This apartment wasn't that much shabby although it was small. It had a living room and a bedroom. The living room was divided into two, where the small area of the two was the kitchen. There was water and electricity, so Jack wasn't worried about his life here. Although he was living in Yellow Street, he was living at the area that could be said where the rich of this street could be found. The apartment that he'd just rented had 3 floors. He was on the 2nd floor. Currently, he was eating some noodles for lunch. This was his frugal life. Although he had over $400,000 savings, he wouldn't use it for expenses. That was what he was going to use as capital. After his simple meal, he went to a shop's agent of the street. This was where if a person wanted to get a shop, either to rent or purchase, they would go there. The office was the only one in the entire street that had a rich man's vibe. It wasn't that big. It was a 4-story building that was painted blue and black. What a strange mixture. They called themselves Leviation Agencies. "Hello, sir, what would you like today? Renting or buying a shop?" The receptionist asked. "I would like to rent a shop in the upper areas of the street." "So, what's the price?" Jack asked. What kind of shop would you like to rent?" the receptionist lady asked politely. "Just a small shop that can be used for selling foodstuffs and other house necessities." Jack replied. He had already thought about what he was going to do. With a small shop to sell such things, he was sure that he wouldn't miss customers. We have a grocery store that has stock already. It was sold by the owner to our agency 2 days ago. But all the things that can expire have all been sold out and only those with a long shelf life are left. If you're interested, we can rent the store to you." After going through a list on the counter, the receptionist replied. Jack thought for a moment and felt that it wasn't bad. So, he decided to get it. Seeing that Jack had accepted, the receptionist revealed a smile and said, "The store is located closer to the end of the street, bordering Alpine Street. It has an area of 1,500 square meters. This area is open and the traffic is good too. So, the rental cost would be $7,000 a month." Seeing Jack nodding, she continued, "As for the stock that is in the store, according to the calculations that had been made yesterday, they are worth $174,892. Jack thought for a moment and accepted. He could boost the store if the business was going to do good. If not, he would have to change it. As such, Jack completed the payment of $183,892. The extra $2,000 was for the service fee. The store had a license already which was included in the stock. Currently, Jack was left with $248,861. With this, if the business failed, he could start another one. With that, Jack left the store with the documents that showed that he was the current tenant of the store. The store wasn't that far from the agency office, it was just a 5-minute walk and Jack was there. Author's note. Hello, just to say it in advance, although the currency used here is dollars, it ain't US dollars. So, don't be mistaken to relate it to the real-time currency. The conversion rate would be revealed in the next volume. Present time. He was just about to go out of the store and take a look at the motorcycle when a person entered the store. It was a lady in her early 20s. "Hello, I need some groceries," she said as soon as she saw Jack behind the counter. Since he was having a customer, then he would surely make sure to operate the store first before checking out the bike. Jack sold to the lady a few groceries. Just like the man that had just left, she asked for the vegetables. Of course, Jack replied that they would be available the following day. After all, after getting the system, he would make sure that the customers get satisfied with his services. The total this time was $175. The lady paid via cash. She had wanted the vegetables the most, but since they weren't available, she bought some spices and other small things. As soon as he kept the money inside the drawer of the counter, the system's robotic voice echoed, followed by the vibration of his phone. Ding! You've earned $175. Multiplier applied. You've received $17,500. He took out his phone and just as he had expected, the vibration was caused by the message from the bank. Flyer's bank account received $17,325. Current balance is $296,361. Jack could finally see that the system wasn't going to be cheated. After all, he was supposed to receive $17,500. But since he had received $175, then this amount was deducted from the total and the rest was sent into his bank account. Jack then thought to himself, "It seems that I can get back all the money that I spent as well as make a profit on my first day. This is going to be amazing." Just like that, Jack forgot about the motorcycle that he had just received as a reward from the system. The customers were coming into the store one after the other and the number was increasing as time went on. Most of them asked for vegetables, but since there were no vegetables, they had no choice but to try the other stores. What's more, there were some of them that began complaining and left without purchasing anything. If you don't have vegetables, then why did you open the store? Hey, I just wasted a lot of time to get here. Now you're telling me that there are no vegetables? Hey, if you don't want to run the store, just close it down. But since Jack was in good mood from the amount of money that was entering his account, he definitely ignored the angered voices of the customers. Of course, he would bring the vegetables on the following day. He knew that no matter how much he listened to them, there was no way that he was going to change the situation. After all, there were no vegetables in the store and nothing could change that for the time being. That would change the following day. After all, most of the people that came to the store mostly wanted vegetables. It was around 9:30 p.m. that Jack closed the store. The customers had stopped coming to the store at around 9:10 p.m. The earnings today could be said to be the most that he had gotten in his life. He had earned a total of $8,345. This was added to the fact that the vegetables were not there, or else he would have earned a lot more. Although this could be seen as much of one considered that the stock had to be maintained, the profit from this was only around $1,050. But this was good too, as if he multiplied by 30, this would be at least $30,000 a month. The monthly rent was only $7,000. So, he could be said to be earning about $23,000 per month. But that was on a normal situation. With the 100 times income multiplier, Jack's income of the day wasn't that small. He took his phone and checked the balance in his account. Flyer's bank savings account balance is $1,124,011. His bank account already had over $1 million. On this day, the customers had mostly paid in cash. The total cash amount that he was having was $7,025. This was the amount that was given to him after the purchases. Jack immediately made a decision. All the cash that he would be receiving was the one that he would be spending on himself. As for the ones that came into his account, he would use all of that in his business. But, in the future, if there would be more money, he surely would spend on himself. He was already a millionaire, but he knew that this wasn't enough. If the Alfonso family wanted to cause him problems, there was no way that he could resist. He would be forced to go to another city again. He took out the key to the motorcycle as he closed the store. The streets were slightly lit up by streetlights. There were some areas that were dark as the streetlights weren't working there. But, since he was closer to the richer area, the area in front of his store was fully lit. As soon as he got out, he found that in the small parking space of the store, there was a modern bike parked there. There were some people that were looking at it in admiration. They kept talking about it. Do you know what kind of bike this is? No, do you? Of course I do. This is a Suzuki GSX or 1000 Phantom Special Edition. It's worth at least $170,000. What? That expensive? Of course it is. This bike has a speed of 173 miles per hour. It's really cool. By the way, how do you know about all of that? Humph, I've been researching on the bikes recently. I will be buying one in the near future. Wow, it seems that you're rich. The Suzuki GSX or 1000 Phantom Special Edition was painted black. It could merge well with the dark as long as the headlights were not switched on. Jack got to the small crowd and took out the key. He then pushed open the reluctant crowd before sitting on the bike. He could feel that it was kind of comfortable sitting on it. After ignition, he sped away from the store as the crowd of youngsters made way. Do you know that person? I think he's the one that was in the store. So, he's the new owner of the store? Maybe. After all, with such a bike, how can he be a small-time employee? The youngsters discussed for some time before they dispersed. On the other hand, Jack enjoyed the thrill of riding the bike. This wasn't his first time riding one, as he knew how to drive even cars. This was something that all members of Alfonso family had to know. So, although he wasn't like there, he was still able to learn most of the things like his other siblings. With the headlights on, all the areas that were dark were lit up. Thus, in just a few minutes, Jack had arrived at his apartment. He wanted to go for a few more rounds but felt that things won't work out well as at nighttime. Furthermore, Yellow Street wasn't somewhere safe as there were some gangsters loitering around the street at such a time. He felt that he would have to get an assistant to help him with the store now that his source of income was assured. This apartment had a small parking space. Jack went forward and packed his bike. There were 2 Toyota Corolla cars that were packed there. Of course, they were old ones. But still, they were better than those that had to walk on foot while going to work. After locking the bike, he took the keys and the helmet which was on the bike but he didn't wear and headed back to his room. After a simple meal, he laid down on his bed and began thinking about what he was going to do the following day. First off, he would have to purchase the store. He found that the store was in a good place and he didn't lack customers. If not for the lack of vegetables in the store, then he was sure that he would have earned even more. After all, he had earned more than twice the amount that he had been saving for 6 years. The next thing was to find the source of stock. He would have to find a reliable source where he could get things to sell there in the store. For that, he would have to take a few trips around the city to find someone that he could come to an agreement with so that they can supply him with goods. Then, the assistant for the store. No, he would have to hand over the store to another person while he himself would deal with expanding the business or opening other businesses. There were some companies that had people that could do the job. These small companies were the ones that could offer the citizens the help in looking for jobs at a small monthly interest from their income. They were reliable. So, he wasn't going to get worried that the person that he would employ would run away with money. After all of their details were recorded in the company. Now, to expand the business, he would need to do more than just getting a store. If he wants to get a better source of income, he would have to go to a better street. But of course, he wouldn't close down the store here in Yellow Street. He might as well open branches for the store. After thinking it through, he found that it would be good if he could just open branches for Alfic's grocery store in the city. This way, he could at least have something to hold on to first. Then, after the stores are opened, he could place the headquarters in the center of the city. Then, from there, if things went well, he would influence other cities too. With the 100 times income multiplier, he wasn't worried about money. The only thing that he would have you deal with would be getting connections and suppliers. As long as he was assured of the supply, he wouldn't have to worry about anything. Buzz. At this time, his phone vibrated. He took it and looked at it. It was a message from the butler of Alfonso family. Jack is no longer a member of Alfonso family. But since he has the bloodline of the Alfonsos, he would be given a compensation of $500,000. It is expected that Jack would not dare to use the Alfonso family's influence in any way or he would be punished. Flyer's bank account received $500,000. Current balance is $1,624,011. Not long after that. Ding! You've earned $500,000. Multiplier applied. You've received $50 million. Flyer's bank account received $50 million. Current balance is $51,624,011. Oh, that works too? Jack asked out loud. Jack didn't know what to say about the system. The money that Alfonso family had given him was so that he could fend for himself without using the name Alfonso. But here, the system took it as an income. So, he had to know what's income and what's not. System, why is the compensation from the family being counted as income? Ding! It seems that you don't know the definition of income. I'll define it for you. Income is anything that comes in. If you earn money from stealing or robbing, that's income. If you go around being beaten up before being paid, that's income. Ding! In other words, as long as you do something and you get something else in return, that will be counted as income. Ding! Of course, the system limits what income will be multiplied. If you steal from a person, that will not be multiplied. If you receive bribes, that will not be multiplied. Ding! You have just received $500,000 from your family. That's as the income from defecting from Alfonso family. Since it's not counted as illegal as nobody is going to suffer, it has been multiplied. Jack was led in silence for a long period of time by the lengthy system explanation. He was trying to think of other sources of income that could be counted as legal by the system. Why is a bribe considered illegal? It doesn't hurt a person, does it? After thinking for a moment, he asked. Ding! Bribes are going to hurt a person. After all, if a person bribes you, it's either that the person has done a mistake and doesn't want to be punished, or he's incompetent and is trying to buy his way in. Ding! For the first one. If he did a mistake like hitting another person, that is considered hurting someone. Hey, that's too direct. I mean, there are other things, you know. Jack couldn't help but complain at the system's deduction of a mistake. Ding. Okay, he might have accidentally hit another person with a car, that's hurting others. Jack. Ding. He might have accidentally poured hot tea on another person's face, thus causing this person to be admitted in the hospital. This is considered hurting a person. You're helpless, Jack sighed. Ding. For the second one, if a person is incompetent and buys his way into a job, then he's definitely causing the competent but unemployed fellows out there to continue being unemployed. Jack. He seriously didn't know what to say about the system now. This system seriously had some issues. It definitely needed service. Leaving that aside, Jack focused in the issue of him no longer being a member of Alfonso family. Although he hadn't expected it, he wasn't surprised at all. After all, what was making him stay in the family mansion was his mother Anne. Now that she was dead for 4 years and Jack was an adult now, they could disown him. Although it was the butler that had sent the message, Jack knew that this was his father's decision. After all, he was the head of the family and the CEO of Fonso Group. He didn't care that much about being removed as a member of the family. It wasn't like he was depending on the family name to do anything anyway. Furthermore, he has a system now and he didn't think that there would be any problem. After all, the system would multiply his income by 100 but his losses would remain the same. In order to make sure that he was no longer counted as a member of Alfonso family in the future, he saved the message that he had received in the email. If they saw him succeeding in the future and come trying to pull him back into the family, he would show the message to them. He had saved who the sender was plus the contact number. After that, Jack looked at his account balance. Now that he was having 50 million, it wasn't bad if he could get a good villa or maybe a mansion to stay in. With the way that the system was rewarding him, who knew if tomorrow he would be rewarded by a helicopter or maybe some sport cars? If so, with the small parking space of the apartment, there was nowhere that he was going to pack them. Furthermore, this was a backward place. So, if an expensive vehicle appeared here, it was obvious that there would be people surrounding it and it won't be difficult for several livestream celebrities to claim that the cars belong to their boyfriend. So, all of that would have to wait for the following. Jack had a nice sleep and only woke up at 7 in the morning. He went to the shared bathroom of the apartment and took a shower before changing into a blue jeans and a yellow t-shirt. He wore casually, after all, he wasn't going to an office. He got out of the room and headed downstairs with the key and helmet. Just like the previous day, there were several people that were curiously eyeing his bike. After all, it looked out of place. You know, this is my bike. I bought it yesterday. Really? Then, can you give me so that I can go for a ride? What do you mean? Do you know how much it cost me to buy this bike? It was $80,000. If I give you and you get an accident with it, how are you going to repair it? Ah. Hey handsome, why don't we go for a ride together on your bike? Cough. Not now, I still have to do something else. Maybe later. Jack was left speechless after hearing the conversation. As he pushed through the crowd, he found a guy who seemed to be in his mid-20s leaning on his bike. See, this was what I was talking about. This was just a bike that cost about $170,000. Yet, here, there was someone already claiming to own it. He even said that it cost only $80,000? What a shameless guy. Furthermore, he even found an excuse to evade riding the bike. But, if you have somewhere to go, then why are you still leaning on the bike instead of hurrying on your way? Jack sighed before he approached the bike. As soon as the young man saw Jack approaching, he frowned and waved his hand impatiently. Hey buddy, you might not have heard but I own this bike. And, am about to go somewhere and am not lending it to anyone. Jack was left speechless once again. Who the hell said that he wanted to borrow the bike? That's my bike, alright? He simply shook his head as he took out the key and shook it in front of the guy's eyes. He then patted the helmet that he was holding in his left hand. Oh, you own your own bike? Hey, I'm not going for racing at all. I've got somewhere to go. The guy raised his brows slightly before waving Jack off. Jack? Is this person a retard? He wondered to himself. Ahem, I own the bike. Jack coughed slightly and pointed at the bike that the man was leaning on. The guy looked behind him before he looked at Jack with a face that was full of question marks. I don't see any bike behind me. Jack's twitched as he heard this. He sighed and said, I own the bike that you're leaning on. As he said this, he shook the key in front of the guy once again. The guy frowned for a moment before his face revealed as if he had just gotten an epiphany. He coughed embarrassedly and moved to the side. Jack just shook his head, got on the bike, put on his helmet before he accelerated away from the apartment area. It was only after he left that the crowd reacted. Wait a second, didn't that guy just now claim that the bike was his? Yeah, right. Where's this guy? He shamelessly claimed that he had bought it yesterday. He was so smug. It turns out that it wasn't even his. So, that's why he was just leaning there and didn't dare to give the bike to someone for a ride. I knew it. I didn't see a key on him. Shameless, you're also bragging. Wait a second, where's that guy? Hey, he was here a second ago. I swear I saw him standing next to him and I didn't see him leave. That guy sure is fast. The crowd was left speechless once again. It turned out that as they were still understanding the situation, the guy had already fled. What was surprising was that in the crowd of about 20 people, nobody saw him getting away. Jack knew nothing of this, but he was still reminding himself that he had to get a house on this very day. Otherwise, it won't be long before a person says that she was his girlfriend. Speaking of a girlfriend, he wondered what was contained in the envelope that his mother had left him. Still, he put that thought aside as he headed towards the company that had people that were looking for employment. With the bike speed, he got there in slightly over 30 minutes. It was located in another street that could be said to be better than Yellow Street. Not only was it cleaner, but the buildings here were also better. This was the Anson Street. It could be said to be where people came to look for job. Or, it could be said that this was the headquarters for those non-employed from several streets that were like Yellow Street. He arrived in front of Dan's Brokers. After parking his bike, he headed straight for the entrance of the building. It was bigger than the shop's agency back in Yellow Street. As he entered, he found that inside was crowded. Although it was crowded, he could see that it was organized well. After all, although the ground floor was an open space, there were plaques hanging in several areas showing the different divisions of professions. There were sales department where he wanted to go to, cleaning department, security department, delivery department and so on. As soon as they saw him entering, those that were in charge of several departments ran to him. Hello sir, what department would you like to visit? One of them, who was a beauty, asked with a charming smile. Jack was somehow startled when he saw them rushing towards him but calmed down after hearing the question. I mainly want the sales department, but I could use the cleaning and delivery department as well, he said after a moment contemplation. After hearing what Jack said, those from the other departments that Jack hadn't mentioned left while feeling dejected. Of course, they didn't forget to throw envious gazes at the three that had stayed behind. This place was competition. If people of your department were given a job, then your salary would increase. It's just like how commission was earned. If many people of your department get employed, then you would get much income from the interests that the company would be cutting from the income of those employed through the company. This way, sir. The lady showed Jack to her department. Since Jack had said that he wanted those from the sales department but he could also use those from the cleaning and delivery department, it meant that he was prioritizing the sales department. After taking a seat, the lady asked, "What kind of employee do you want? A charming girl? A mature lady? A youngster? An able-bodied man?" Jack was rendered speechless by this person on charge. It was as if the people here were clothes and she was talking about the clothing styles. Anyway, he still answered, "I want someone capable. I don't want a person that would be needing my supervision every moment." And it should be someone that can work in a grocery store. Hearing Jack's description of what he wanted, the lady nodded her head. Then, she turned towards the people who were looking for a job and called out, "Agnes, come over." A lady who could be said to be a beauty of 89 stood up from the crowd under the envious gazes of her fellows. She walked hurriedly towards the counter. According to what he saw, she had to be in her late 20s if not her early 30s. The way that she was walking was filled with both determination and confidence. Jack nodded as he saw this. It seemed that this wasn't a person that was going to be shy in front of customers. He just hoped that she was a person that could work under minimal or no supervision at all. As soon as she arrived at the counter, the lady who was in charge of the sales department did the introduction. "This is Agnes. She has worked in a grocery store for 3 years and the store was closed due to the owner of the store leaving the city. She hasn't been on duty for a week now, so her skills haven't gotten rusty yet." Jack nodded. This was what he was looking for. Since she had experience in running a grocery store, then she could advise him on what he would be needed to do in terms of stock and prices. One had to know that although Jack had studied, he wasn't proficient in running a store. Furthermore, a grocery store was different from a bakery. So, everything had their own way that needed to be followed for the profits to be maximized. He nodded his head to show his acceptance. As for the details and whatever, this broker's company could deal with it. If there were any problems that were going to occur, then he would be sure to come back to this company to demand for compensation. Well, with 50 million in his account, the store could be said not to be worth that much. But still, there was no harm in making sure that his first business didn't fail. So, after he was done with the sales department, he immediately headed to the delivery department. This was another area that needed trustworthy people. It wouldn't be good if the person that was supposed to deliver goods suddenly runs away with the goods. The one in charge here was a middle-aged man. Here, after giving the terms such as knowing the city well and that person must have done several grocery deliveries, knows how to drive and so on, he got a person. His name was George. Although he was only 23 years old, he had been working as a delivery person for 5 years and none of his previous employers had a complaint. Jack nodded. This was what he wanted. As for the cleaning department, there were not that many conditions other than being able to work with others in the store. After he was done selecting, it was time to discuss about payment and contract. Jack wanted long-term employees, not those that would work for 3 days and then disappear or quit. So, the sales department would be taking $3,000 a month, the delivery $2,500 and cleaning would be $2,000 a month. The term that they had signed was that they would be paid the first month in advance but the working period would be 6 months. After 6 months, if they wanted to continue working for him, they would sign another contract to extend their working period. As for the service fee, it was just $1,000 which Jack paid without much thought. In total, he had spent $8,500 on this trip. But even so, the amount in his account didn't even budge. With the issues done, Jack left the broker's company with 3 employees. Agnes the confident lady, George, the resolute young man and finally Charles a reserved young man. Since he didn't have a car that could carry the 3 of them, they had to take a taxi. But, they were not going to the store immediately. They were going to Delight Mall. The reason for that was simple, he had to get a pair uniform for his employees. After that, he would see if there were things that they needed to make their work efficient. Seeing that they had arrived in front of one of the most popular malls in the city, the 3 couldn't help but wonder if the grocery store was located here. Of course, this thought was fleeting as it was eliminated the next second. After all those that opened their business inside Delight Mall were super rich and wouldn't need a small company like Dan's Brokers to help them get employees. As long as they posted that there was vacancy, it was a sure bet that there would be a long line of graduates looking for an opportunity to be employed. The reason as to why they were here, Jack told them, "We have to get you some uniform for the store. The store is unique, so you'll get several pairs of uniform. We're here because the uniforms are going to be custom made." As soon as the trio heard this, they were aware. It seemed that the boss that had employed them this time was going to be generous. After entering the mall, they headed to the second floor where clothes stores and shops were located. Terran Designers. That's where. Jack took the trio. A saleslady immediately welcomed them with a smile. Hello, sirs and madam, what would you like today? I want you to design a uniform for these three. And, you can help me by making more of them, not just a few. Jack said. After hearing Jack's words, the lady nodded and said, This way, sir. I'll call the manager. Jack and the trio sat in the waiting area as the lady hurried into a small office to call the manager of the store. Although the three couldn't be said to be rich, they had visited such a mall either during their lines of work, shopping, or window shopping. Thus, they weren't looking around like village people coming to a city for the first time. After about a minute, a middle-aged man in a suit hurried over from the office while accompanied by the saleslady. Hello, sir, I am the manager of this branch, Calvin Dexton. I have been told that you would like us to design a uniform for you? He greeted Jack before asking. That's right. I want a good uniform. One that has been designed well by top designers. For men, a shirt, a trouser, shoes, and a blazer. As for women, it would be a blouse, a skirt, shoes, and a blazer. Jack went on to give the description of what he wanted. Of course, the shoes and things like a badge wouldn't need too much effort as shoes could be easily found in the store and the badge could be easily designed. He didn't want to go into different stores just to get this done. That was the reason as to why he wanted everything to be done by Terran Designers. They were a top clothing company in the country. Seeing that Jack was a big client, the manager treated him even better and with more respect. The name that Jack gave wasn't Alfix Grocery Store, this was another person's name. So, he simply gave the name of the store following his own name, Jackson Enterprise. For the badge, they would have to add a G.D, which stood for Grocery Department. He was going to start an enterprise and the grocery was just one of the businesses that he was going to run. The trio who were listening from the side were shocked after hearing that Jack was going to start an enterprise. They felt proud that they were going to be the first employees. After getting out of the mall, Jack looked at the three employees of his and said, Let's get some cars for the store. It wasn't long before they arrived in front of a Bentley Motors supply branch in Inchoate City. They were already in the center of the city and as a result, they got there in a little over 10 minutes. Jack wanted to buy several cars. One would be for delivery, another for his employees' transportation and finally, his own car. A bike was good but during harsh weather, it wasn't suitable at all. This Bentley store had several cars that he could purchase. So, without any hesitation, the four of them entered the shop. It was like a showroom as he could see that there were several cars that were put on display. He nodded to himself. As expected of this brand. There were several cool-looking cars here. As a young man, his blood obviously boiled as he looked at several sport cars that were present here. He kept the urge of going over there and buying all the sport cars in the shop as he looked at the salesperson that was heading his way. It was a man who was in his early 30s. He could be said to be handsome but not by much. Just like always, the store wasn't congested as cars were different from clothes and other things. Welcome to our shop, sir. We have different types of cars here. We have sport cars, SUVs, pickups, and so on. I'm sure you'll like them. As soon as the man arrived in front of Jack, he began introducing what was present in the shop. The other salespersons could only blame themselves for being slow to react when it came to receiving a customer. They were paid in terms of commission. After all, the one that sold the most expensive car would obviously receive a high commission. From the Jack's handsome looks, it was obvious that he wasn't a street boy that had just come to admire the cars. What's more, he was being followed by three people and they could easily that all three of them were older than him. Well, I want an SUV and a sports car. Jack was direct about what he wanted. There was no need for him to beat around the bush. He wanted a car and he wanted to buy it. Only then would he be able to do things faster as the store still needed to be opened. After hearing Jack's words, the salesperson's eyes immediately lit up. This was money. An SUV and a sports car. This was money falling directly onto his lap in form of commission. The other salespersons were even more dejected. They kept on scolding themselves for not acting faster. "This way, sir," the salesperson led the way as he showed Jack and the trio the cars that were available. After going a few rounds in the shop, Jack decided on a Bentley Bentayga. The salesperson immediately gave the introduction. A hybrid powertrain at the heart of the Bentayga Odyssean Edition delivers Bentley's hallmark combination of exhilarating power in tandem with an impossibly refined ride. Its pairing of an advanced E-motor with a 3.0-liter twin-turbocharged V6 petrol engine can deliver a combined 456 brake horsepower, 462 horsepower, and 516 pound-ft, 700 Nm, of torque. You can drive for at least 28 miles, 45 kilometers, on electric power only, WLTP, a significant increase compared to the previous model. The Bentayga Odyssean Edition, limited to just 70 cars globally, can be considered a new milestone on Bentley's sustainability journey. It has an intelligent navigation system as well as it is connected to Wi-Fi and online radio. When we talk about comfort, the front seat comfort specification is fitted as standard, offering ventilation in both front seats, plus a massage function and winged comfort headrests. The seats also gain adjustable cushion and backrest bolsters. Jack listened to the lengthy description of the SUV and nodded. This was just a good car for his employees just in case they would have to be moving around. After all, he was going to start an enterprise. How much for the car? Seeing that everything was good, he asked for the price. Well, it wasn't like it was going to matter about the price as he had enough money in his account. The thing that made him so happy was the fact that there were only 70 of such cars in the world. Thinking of this, he had an idea. How many of this car aren't sold yet? He wanted to buy all the cars that were remaining. The salesperson was just about to talk about the price when he was interrupted by Jack's question. He opened his mouth but he couldn't reply for a while. Seeing Jack's serious expression, he immediately said, "Ahem, there were about 38 the last time that I checked last week. As for the price, it would cost $650,399. Jack nodded. The price wasn't that high. So, he would pay. But after hearing that out of 70 there were only 38 left, and that was the previous week, he immediately got anxious and said, "Don't worry about the price. Look at how many of the cars are left and make sure that they're not going to sell them. I am going to buy them all." Those that heard him were left awed and speechless at the same time. "Did you hear? That guy wants to buy all the Bentley Bentaygas that are left in the world. This person sure is rich. I heard that there are 70 of the same design globally. It has been a while now. It's obvious that they have already sold some of them. Ha, I guess Philip is lucky to get such a customer today. He'll surely get much commission. Hey, if there are only 70 of such cars globally, then why is this one in a showroom of such a small city? This is the policy. They will rotate in different shops in different cities. Next week, this car would have been taken to another city if it wasn't going to be purchased." Oh, I get it. Even Agnes, Charles and George were surprised on seeing that Jack wanted to buy more. Then 10 cars that cost over $650,399. They then thought to themselves, our boss is rich for sure. Philip, the salesperson that was attending to Jack, immediately rushed to call the manager of the shop. In just about 2 minutes, the manager came rushing alongside Philip. At this time, a small crowd was already gathering around Jack. Even those that had come to the shop to window shop had already forgotten about it. "Hello sir, I am Evans Morris, the manager of Bentley Shop and Coat Branch. I've heard that you were asking about how many of the Bentaygas are left. According to the information that I've just checked, there are 24 of them left." As soon as he arrived, the manager greeted Jack respectfully before telling him about his inquiry. "Although only 20 are left, I want them all. Can you organize for them to be delivered? I'll come back tomorrow to give you the address for the delivery," Jack said. "That can be done, sir." As soon as he said that, he immediately charged back to his office to do the booking so as to make sure that none of the remaining cars were sold. After all, if he sold these cars in his shop, he might even get promoted. Jack looked at Philip and handed him the card. Philip received the card with trembling hands. He was just about to go and complete the procedures for the car that was currently available in the shop when Jack stopped him. We haven't seen the sports car yet. This immediately reminded Philip that Jack wasn't here for the SUV alone, but for a sports car and a pickup. Ho's eyes shone with even more splendor as he thought of the commission that he was going to receive at the end of the day. He immediately became enthusiastic as he led the way towards the sports car section. The crowd followed along as they wanted to see what this nouveau riche will buy next. He found a Bentley Continental that caught his eye, and Philip immediately gave the introduction of the car. This is a Continental GT. There is no more accomplished combination of high performance with the practicality you need to truly enjoy long journeys. Its twin-turbocharged 4.0-liter engine has the power to deliver exhilarating performance the moment you put your foot down, accompanied by the much-loved exhaust note that only a V8 engine can provide. With 4 driving modes ranging from comfort to sport, and the facility to configure your own settings, the Continental GT guarantees a gratifying drive. The power of the Continental GT is truly formidable: 542 brake horsepower, 550 horsepower 0 to 60 in 3.9 seconds, 0 to 100 km per hour in 4.0 seconds, and an incredible top speed of 198 miles per hour, 318 km per hour. Yet power is just one dimension of this car's driving experience. Connected services include online radio, over-the-air map updates for the sat-nav and traffic sign recognition. The My Bentley smartphone app adds features such as perimeter alert asterisk, informing you if your car leaves a predefined area, alongside the facility to preheat the cabin to an optimum temperature. There's also the intelligent navigation system, wireless charging, Wi-Fi and so on. The introduction was indeed detailed. Jack nodded and asked for the price. The price of this Continental GT is $7,399,999. Philip said with his eyes shining. It was obvious that after this, the amount of commission that he would receive would make his life have a qualitative leap. Okay, I'll get one. Now, for the pickup. Jack nodded as he made his decision before turning his attention to the pickup section. Author's note. Hello guys, thank you for supporting this book so far. I hope that we'll keep on doing so. Note, I'm not good when it comes to cars. So, I just googled the descriptions of the cars on Google, hope you won't mind. As for the prices, what I'm writing aren't the real market prices, so please, don't take them back to real life. Thanks. After looking at the pickups present in the shop, he found that they were mostly luxury pickups and not those that matched the work of carrying a groceries supplies. So, he decided to do the payment for what he was going to buy first. He was buying 24 Bentley Bentegas. The total price was $15,609,576. Plus, he was buying a sports car, a Continental GT whose price was $7,399,999. For the shipping fee, a number plate, insurance and so on, Jack paid $27,000. This was to make sure that it was going to be fast. Then, there came the issue of customization. He wanted 5 of the Bentley Bentegas to have the logo for his new enterprise. Of course, since the 5 vehicles would be in the grocery department, they would have a G.D added below the name Jackson Enterprise. As for the others, Jack decided that they should have the logo for his brand. Of course, the logo wasn't out yet and he was going to look for a designer for it. Then, it would be sent to the clothing shop and the Bentley shop. As for his sports car, there was nothing that needed to be added. He felt that it was okay the way that it was. For the customization, it cost him a total of $149,500. This was for all the 24 cars. Of course, since he was going to use the one that was present in the shop currently, the customization would be done after the others were delivered. It took more than an hour for all the procedures to be carried out. Immediately after that, Jack got out of the shop with the manager Evans Morris and the gleeful Philip under the envious and odd gazes of the other salespersons and those that were visiting the shop. Jack had just spent a total of $23,186,075. This brought his balance to $28,429,436. This was just enough to ensure that the store was fully supplied with stock. Now, his Jackson grocery department would only be left with the issue of getting the stock and expansion. Since there was no vehicle present in the shop that could be used for the grocery delivery, he changed his destination to the available trucks shop. It was a Freightliner shop. He decided to leave his sports car and the bike at the Bentley shop as they left on the SUV. Since George was a delivery person before, he drove while Jack sat on the passenger seat. Charles and Agnes both sat on the back seats. After getting inside this car, he felt that there was no exaggeration when they talked about comfort in this Bentayga. He nodded in appreciation. George's driving skills were good as he had gone to the driving school and he used to participate in racing before he became a deliveryman. Of course, it was only for a year and a half that he participated in racing. It didn't take them that long to reach the shop that had trucks. The trucks were displayed in the showroom for people to admire. He didn't want to wander around so much as it was already getting close to lunchtime. He had to complete things faster so that he could open the store on this very day. He found a Cascadia Freightliner. This truck was considered somehow big and at the same time not big. Well, it could be said to be the appropriate size for a city. It wasn't like those cargo trucks that moved very long distances. It had refrigeration system, just what was needed. With this, he wouldn't have to worry about grocery items going bad. He asked George if he could drive it and he said that there were only a few cars that he couldn't drive and a truck wasn't among them. So, with a total cost of $419,350, he left the shop claiming that the truck would be taken later on or it would be delivered to the address that he would give if there would be a need for it to. After they left the shop, Jack asked George for the place where they could get a supplier. George immediately drove the SUV to the outskirts of the city. Of course, the area that they headed towards wasn't like Yellow Street. Although this part of the city wasn't congested by office buildings, he could see that the area was clean. This was the industrial side of the city. It wasn't long before they arrived in front of a 7-story building that had a large base area. There were several trucks and pickups that were going to and fro here. After entering the gate, they were invited politely into the waiting area. After all, the Bentayga was a high-profile vehicle and as a result, they were treated with respect. Since George had been here before, he was familiar with the procedures. Before long, they met with the manager in charge of the sales department, Kevin. "Welcome, Mr. Jack." Since he was told not to use the Alfonso name, Jack decided not to use it at all. "I would like to have a cooperation with your company." Of course, the cooperation is for the supply of the grocery products. Jack went straight to the point. The amount of stock that you want is what will determine the cooperation." Kevin replied. "The amount of stock hasn't been fully determined, but what you can be sure of is that it cannot decrease but it will keep on increasing," Jack said. He hadn't thought of this point when he came. But still, he was going to expand the business further and there was no need for him to worry about the stock that he would be getting being excess. Now, that's a problem. You know, to sign a contract, we will need to get a figure on which we can both agree on. Kevin frowned after seeing that Jack hadn't even prepared anything. Well, this can be said to be the preparation. During this week, the stores that I am intending on starting will be opened. So, that's the reason as to why the stock isn't determined yet. Jack then went on to explain that he was opening grocery stores all over the city. After hearing this, Kevin's tensed brows slightly relaxed. He then asked, "So, what amount of stock would you like to start with?" "I want to start with $500,000, probably if there's any in your warehouse I can take it now. As for the others, I will inform you on when they're needed," Jack replied. After hearing that the initial amount of stock that Jack wanted was going to cost $500,000, and this was the initial stock, Kevin was relieved. It seems that he's not here to joke, he thought to himself. After they came to an agreement, the contract was drafted. The contract of supply was that the maximum stock that would be supplied would be worth $30 million in 3 months. This was the time that Jack was going to starting and could be said that it would be a testing period. Of course, Jack wasn't worried about losses at all. After all, with the 100 times income multiplier system, the income would definitely be higher than the losses. But he wasn't ready to run a business at a loss. After they were done with the contract, Jack brought them to the store that he'd purchased the previous day. The three raised their brows. They were wondering to themselves, this guy is so rich, why would he need to open a store in such a backward place? But they didn't dare to ask the question out loud. So, they followed Jack into the store. Although the store wasn't that big, it was decent in the street that they were in. Jack turned and looked at them. Then, he said, if you guys work well, then I might make you the leaders of the branches of the surrounding streets. This is the benefit of being my first employees. As for the salary, don't worry about it. The better you perform, the better your salary. So, don't worry about the figures that are written on the contracts. Jack ignored their astonished gazes and added fuel to the already burning flame. Thank you, boss. The three thanked him in unison. They clearly knew that their qualifications weren't that high. So, for them to be in charge of an entire street was something big, not to mention a few other streets. Jack nodded and said to George, the truck will be delivered here in about 30 minutes. You'll go to Pristine Agriculture Products, PIP, to get the stock that I just paid for. Yes, boss. George replied. His excitement couldn't be hidden at all. After all, he had just driven an SUV and he was going to drive a popular truck, Cascadia. He liked racing and thus was a car enthusiast. Jack then looked at Agnes and Charles and said, I guess you two know what to do? Yes, boss. The two nodded in reply. Jack then left them the 7,000 that he'd earned the previous day for them to get lunch as well as for change. He then left telling them that he would be back before the closing time of the store. He wasn't worried about the issue about the prices as the logbook was there. He had told the truck shop manager that George was the one that would receive the Cascadia Freightliner. Now, he was going to take his meal before going to the real estate agencies to get himself a good house. He left with the Bentayga. After all, his bike and the sports car were left at the Bentley shop. Jack ate in an ordinary street stall. Of course, the car attracted attention of the crowd, but Jack wasn't in the mood to discuss with them. Immediately after he was done with the meal, he immediately headed back towards the center of the city. The mansion that he wanted to buy wasn't found in the streets like Yellow Street. He had to find an estate that could accommodate his cars without causing discussions among those that would be seeing it. But there was a decision that he made: the house that he'd just rented, the apartment, he wouldn't leave it. He would be staying there in case he came to Yellow Street to supervise the stores. It didn't take more than 30 minutes before he arrived in front of a real estate agency. It was called Homescope Properties Limited. This was amongst the popular real estate agencies present in the city. After packing his car, he immediately headed towards the 5-story building. After entering, the service could be said to be good enough as he was welcomed by the enthusiastic salespersons. Hello, handsome, what would you like today? Buying a house? Renting? We offer all of these services at an affordable price. One of the sales ladies immediately introduced. The others that had rushed over immediately shook their heads as they left while feeling dejected. Currently, Jack was having $27,510,086 in his account. So, he wasn't worried about buying a house. So he went straight to the point: I want to buy a good mansion that has a good parking space. One that can accommodate at least 6 vehicles. Hearing what Jack just said, the lady's eyes widened as admiration immediately filled them. This was obviously a rich person. He wanted a mansion that had a parking space of at least 6 vehicles. This implied that he had at least 6 cars. So, she straightened her posture and made sure that her clothes were okay. By okay I mean that she made sure that the top was revealing a little skin. Obviously trying to honey trap Jack. But who was Jack? He had been a member of Alfonso family for 19 years of his life. It was obvious that he had experienced such situations before. After all, although he wasn't favored in the family, if the girl could get together with him, they could use him as a bridge to meet with his other brothers. He was experienced and this wasn't moved at all. He ignored this and asked, "Do you have a mansion that matches my taste?" "Yes, we do have it. It is in the most popular and suitable place for people with a high status. There are actually 2 mansions there and they're named Prince and Princess Palace or PPP. The location of these two mansions the north of the city, not too far from the center. The area is free from traffic and thus there would be no problems like noise. The security there is top-notch. What's more, the environment is relaxing. There's an artificial lake that is at the center of the two mansions separating them. They are connected by a bridge that is made by the most popular designer in the country. There's a garden where there are several rare and almost extinct species of trees are planted. It can be said to be the most luxurious place for a person to stay. As for the parking, there's a huge parking space that can accommodate at least 10 cars. Jack was impressed by the mansion. It seems that this was what he wanted. But he knew one thing for sure, the price of the mansion wasn't going to be low at all. The saleslady had mentioned these two mansions on purpose. If they're sold, not only would she get a higher commission, but she would get promoted. She made sure to give the description of the mansions well so that Jack could get the image of it. Just to make sure that Jack was convinced, she brought him to the highest floor where there were several models of the mansions and villas that they were selling. Jack looked at the model and felt that the lady's words were no exaggeration at all. This place was indeed a palace. What's more, it was surrounded by a high 15 meters perimeter wall. This in itself was a show of the security. After looking at it for a while, he looked at the lady and asked, "So, how much for this mansion?" The mansion is priced at $38 million. Of course, it was this price that has made it not to be sold for a while now. After all, Incoat City is a small city, but the designer of the mansion had the intention of attracting the big shots here. The lady was quite honest with her words. Even she knew that the price was high and most people would back down immediately after hearing the price. So, what is the payment plan? Jack had expected that the price would be high. He could see that the level of the Prince and Princess Palace was higher than the one that Alfonso family owned. You can pay 50% deposit and the rest have to be paid within a year. As for things like renovation, you'll not have to worry about them. The mansions are ready and one can move in immediately. The lady replied. Her eyes were already shining with the dollar sign. She could see that money was just getting closer. After thinking for a moment, his balance was only $27,510,086. That meant that he was still short of a little over $10.5 million. To get this, he would need a little while longer. Furthermore, he wanted to expand the grocery department. Thus, he still needed money. So, he couldn't spend all of the money in his account yet. 50% was $19 million. So, Jack decided that he would pay $20 million deposit. Then, he would pay the rest during the month. After making the decision, he looked at the lady and said, "I will pay $20 million deposit. The rest will be paid during the month. Do you think you can handle the procedures?" The lady immediately got excited. Jack didn't try bargaining about the price and immediately paid a deposit of $20 million. The remaining would be less than half, only $18 million that Jack had just said that would be paid within a month. So, she smiled brightly and said, "Of course, I can handle it. But it would still need the manager for the contract to be completed." Jack nodded and sat on a chair in the waiting area. In about 10 minutes, a lady rushed towards him with a few documents. She immediately introduced herself. "Hello esteemed guest, I am Sabrina Folk, the manager of Homescope Properties Limited in Incoat City branch." Jack returned the greeting politely as he introduced himself. There was no need for him to put on airs. So, he was a simple person, just like how he was back at home. "Mr. Jack, we can give you a 10% discount for the mansions. So, the price will be $34,200,000. So, after the $20 million down payment, you'll be left with $14.2 million. As for the duration of the payment of the balance, it's always supposed to be paid within a year. So, you can take your time. During this 1 year, you will have the certificates of ownership for the mansions. But if the 1-year period passes without the payment being completed, the certificate will be revoked and you'll be refunded with 85% of your payment. I don't know if you can agree with these terms?" Sabrina asked after she talked about the terms of the contract that had to be signed. Jack nodded. He was going to finish the payment within a month. He didn't like having debts hanging over his head. After the duo came to an agreement, Jack signed the contract and the procedures for handing over the ownership of the mansions was completed after half an hour. After Jack did the payment, he was left with $7,510,086. This was enough for the expansion of the grocery department. With more stores, he would be able to get more money and the income would be multiplied by 100. That way, his account wouldn't be left empty. Jack left the agency accompanied by the manager, Sabrina, to go and take a look at the mansions. It took them about 20 minutes to get there in Jack's Bentayga. Just as they had said, the area that the mansions were located was an area that was silent. He could see that there were several luxurious mansions that had been built in the area. This was obviously the rich's residential area. This residential area was known as Windhill Residential Area. This was where the leaders of the city and other bigwigs stayed when they visited the city. One thing that interested Jack the most was the fact that Prince and Princess Palace was located at the heart of the residential area. This meant that this was the most expensive mansion in the entire city. Jack was sure that if he went to another city, then there would surely be other mansions that would be worth more than this. He knew that there were several people that could afford to buy this palace. But who would waste so much money to buy a mansion in a small city? This was the thing that had made the palace remaining hanging for over 2 years since completion. Jack looked at the high perimeter wall and the majestic gate in front of him. Then, after Sabrina showed her ID, the guards immediately opened the gate, allowing Jack to drive his Bentayga. After the gate was opened, Jack was welcomed by a warm atmosphere. The environment here was indeed good, as it gave a different vibe from the one that he'd just experienced at the gate. In other words, after passing through the gate, it was like he had entered a different world. At the gate, he could feel the majestic and domineering vibe. But once he got inside, he found that the atmosphere was warm and elegant. Even while still at the gate, he could clearly see the lake in the distant few hundred meters. The lake itself had a diameter of about 1 kilometer. There were various plants that were in the lake that made it look beautiful, from the flowers that were floating there. He could see that their flowers like water lily. These lilies had been well arranged, as he could see that they were divided in terms of colors. Closer to the edge of the lake, he could see that there were red lilies. Then followed by purple, orange, and finally blue. This was at the side of the gate. The other sides of the lake had other flowers and plants that made the lake look like an artistic painting. There were several white swans that were swimming in the lake. Jack couldn't help but appreciate the beauty and elegance of this place. The Bentayga moved slowly at the side of the lake that had been tiled. Jack could see the 2 mansions that were on the opposite sides of the lake. They were at the shore of the lake, to be specific. So as to make sure that he wouldn't be missing anything, Jack immediately headed to the parking area. He was already familiar about the setting of this place through the model that he'd seen back at the real estate agency. Just like they had told him back then, he found that the parking lot was indeed big. It was as big as 3 basketball courts. The area was 35 by 36. The floor was tiled by the interlocking road tiles and was painted royal blue. There was a roof on top, but their walls there were kind of modern. They could rise and fall. If they rose, then the parking area would immediately become an enclosed space. Once they were taken down, it would be an open space with a roof. The walls were controlled by a remote. Furthermore, these walls were quite sturdy. After parking the car in the parking lot, Jack, who was accompanied by Sabrina, immediately began moving around. Sabrina did the introduction, as she had been here a few times before. This time, she wanted to take as much time as possible so that she could enjoy the place. After all, who doesn't like luxury? She took Jack around the place, showing him how big the place was. The garden was as big as 5 basketball courts. There were several swings and chairs where a person could relax. Jack nodded as he felt the cool and relaxing breeze in the garden that was accompanied by a sweet scent of flowers in the garden. He was tempted to stay there for a while, but he held back the urge. After all, it was already afternoon and the sun was really hot, thus the temperatures were high. After getting out of the garden, they headed towards the mansions. He found that the mansions looked majestic, just like one would expect of a palace. After all, these two mansions were called Prince and Princess Palace. So, they had to give the vibe of a palace. One was painted blue with golden dragon paintings added to the walls. They looked lively and added the domineering and majestic vibe to the mansion. This was the palace that Sabrina introduced as the Prince Palace. After entering the mansion, he found that everything inside was a work of art. Although he wasn't a person that followed artistic works so much, still, there were times that one had to appreciate good works if it was seen. The decoration of the whole mansion was really designed for royalty. The bedrooms had big beds. The kitchen was fully equipped. The only thing that made Jack feel was lacking was the fact that this place was so empty. If he stayed here alone, it surely would be lonely. But, what could he do as he didn't have a girlfriend yet? The Princess Mansion was the opposite of the Prince Mansion. Unlike the Prince Mansion that gave a majestic vibe, the Princess Mansion gave the gentle and warm vibe. It was painted green, complementing the garden that was just behind it. Even the decorations were kind of gentle ones. It was all about beauty of nature and other things within this mansion. Just like the Prince Mansion, this mansion was fully equipped. Water, electricity, furniture and other equipment that a person needed to survive were there. The only thing that he would need would be to get food and he would be able to stay. The bridge that was connecting the two mansions was an artistic work. The design was pleasing to the eye. Furthermore, the bridge was placed in a position that one could have a clear view of the lake below. The reason for this was because the floor of the bridge was made of glass. The glass was transparent but was sturdy enough that it could support a few hundred kilograms. Jack felt that the palace should have been worth more than just $38 million. After all, not only were the mansions big and luxurious, even the space that came with them was bigger. But he wouldn't complain about saving a few dollars. After seeing that everything was set, Jack immediately sent the address to the Bentley shop so that they could send his cars here. The area of the mansion was so big in that there would be no problem fitting 24 cars. Although not all the cars that he was planning on buying were going to fit in the parking lot, there was still a lot of space that was tiled. So, there was nothing to worry about the cars destroying the vegetation. During the time of departure from the mansion, all the security guards were called over. Then Jack was introduced as the new owner of the palace. The guards saluted him in respect while their eyes were filled with admiration. These guards were all members of a security company called Good Vision Security Limited. They were popular in the country and that was the reason as to why they were given the job of protecting the palace. While on their way towards Homescope Properties Limited, Jack asked for the information of the designer of the palace. He had liked the way that the place was designed. And he wanted the company that was in charge of it to help in designing his enterprise's logo and stores. After taking her back to the agency, Jack changed his destination to the municipal that was in charge of the stores in the city. He didn't want to buy things and start it over, he wanted to purchase the stores plus the stock and employees. If there were any changes that needed to be carried out, that would happen later. At least for now, the most important thing to do was to get more groceries. As he thought of this, he asked the system, "By the way, system, I don't want to believe that the grocery store hasn't yet earned $1. Why is it that till this time there's nothing about the income being multiplied?" Ding! The income will be multiplied immediately if you're present. But if others are going to take care of the work for you, then the multiplication will happen at the end of the day, week, month, year, or trading period. Jack nodded. He then asked the store, at what period would the multiplication happen? Ding! Since the store is still smaller than small, then the multiplication will happen at the end of the day as soon as the store is closed. If the stores that you're going to open get linked in that they share the same payment system, then things might change depending on circumstances. Jack was left speechless by the system once again. What was smaller than small again? After sighing, he decided to ignore that comment. Jack decided to wait for evening then. So, for now, he put his focus back to expanding his influence. He got to the municipal office that was in charge of business in the city and then inquired about acquiring the grocery stores. "You want to purchase the grocery stores?" The officer in charge of the purchase and sales of the stores in the city asked. They were inside the office. Yes, if there are people that want to sell their grocery stores, then I would buy them. Then if there are those that can be asked to sell, am willing to pay a reasonable price. Of course, am going to take the stock together with the employees. The changes will happen according to my taste. Jack explained. I get it. So, currently, in the entire city, there are about 14 grocery stores that are on sale. They still have stock but not that much. The employees are still there too. So, would you like to rent the stores and buy the stock, or would you like to buy everything? The man asked. I want everything to be transferred to my name. That means that the store, the stock, and the employees. The logbooks and the past dealings of the store should be left behind too, because I don't want the business to be influenced by the transfer. Jack replied. If that's the case, then it will take some time for us to complete the procedures. The man said. Is there any that can be completed today? If there's, then I'd like to prioritize them. Jack said after a moment of thought. Currently, those whose procedures can be completed on this day are 7. They are all located closer to the heart of the city but not the center. Their location is good for business and there isn't that much competition. After looking through some documents, the man said. So, how much would it cost to get the procedures done as fast as possible? Jack asked. He was willing to spend to earn. The total cost of the stores together with the current stock would be at least $5,700,000. We will need to do further calculations according to what they have now. The man said as he looked through the records on the computer. It doesn't matter, you help me complete the procedure with the amount that you've stated as the base price. Jack waved his hand. He had been moving around the whole day and he wanted to get a rest. So, he wanted to complete the procedures faster. Immediately, Mr. Jack. The man replied before he began making a few calls. Jack decided to stay there and wait for all the procedures to be carried out. This was a government office. So, the procedures that would have required a long time could be completed faster than if he went to private companies. After all, there were some processes that required an official's approval. Just like he had expected, the process only took slightly over an hour. During this hour, the only thing that Jack could do was to play with his phone. After all, he couldn't just stay idle for a whole hour. During this time, he had sent a text message to ask George about the delivery. He had said that the Cascadia Freightliner had arrived at the store and he was currently on his way to delivering the grocery products that Jack had paid for. Jack was now getting assured that in the evening today, he would get more than 10 million in terms of income. The previous day, he had gotten $1 million. That was considering the fact that there were no vegetables, which were the grocery's main specialty. That, together with the 7 that he was going to acquire at this time, there would be no issue in getting the 10 million. As he was still playing a game on his phone, he heard the sound of footsteps approaching. Before long, the door of the office was opened before Zach stepped inside. Zach was the one that was attending to Jack. Is it done? Jack asked. Yes, Mr. Jack. Everything is done. The only procedure that's required would be your signature. Zach replied as he handed to Jack 7 different documents. Jack received them. He found that they were the agreement of ownership. There were also ownership certificates of the shops that he had just purchased. He had already given his details and the bank account number. So, the income that would be received on this day forth would be transferred to his account. After seeing that there was nothing wrong with the contracts, he immediately signed his name. Then, he gave his bank card. Zach immediately swiped the card and Jack entered the PIN to complete the transaction. Jack didn't blink when he was paying. The yen price was a little lower than before as it seemed that the stock had reduced. The total cost was $5,580,000. This total was rounded up after a small 2% discount. Now, Jack's balance was $1,930,086. He then got up, ready to leave as he had already finished what had brought him here. Mr. Jack, if I may be presumptuous a little bit, may I ask if you're a member of Alfonso family of Crystal City? Zack asked when he saw that Jack was done. Jack was surprised by this question. But after a moment, he understood why that question had been asked. After all, although he was no longer a member of Alfonso family, he couldn't change some details on his birth certificate, driving license, nor in his ID. He could only continue using them as they were currently. So, on his ID, Zack had seen that Jack's full name was Jack Alfonso. During the introduction, Jack only said that Zack could call him Jack and he didn't mention his surname. That was why Zack decided to call him Mr. Jack, as a show of courtesy. According to what he knew, Jack was supposed to be called Mr. Alfonso. But, since Jack didn't seem to want to use the name, then Zack couldn't force it. Not really, Jack replied before exiting the office. Oh, I see, Zack said, more to himself than Jack. Since Jack said that he wasn't a member of Alfonso family from Crystal City, then it might be another Alfonso family. After getting out of the office, Jack wanted to visit the shops and see the changes that would need to happen. But upon seeing that it was already close to 5 in the evening, he decided that he would be visiting the stores the following morning. After all, when it reached 5 in the evening, that would be the business peak hours. He wasn't ready to disturb the business at all. So, the only change that had occurred in these 7 stores was the account number that would be receiving the income. As for the contracts like the supply contract or purchase contract, they would need to negotiate once again. After all, the terms of the previously signed contract was according to the previous owners, so he would have to state his own terms. As he was thinking of these things, he failed to pay attention to where he was going to for a moment and ran into someone. It seemed that this person was in some kind of a hurry as she was rushing towards the office while almost jogging. Just as she was going to fall, Jack stretched his hand and held her by her waist. Then, the gazes of the two met. It seemed that time had frozen at this moment. What a beautiful girl! Jack thought to himself as he stared at the emerald green eyes that were staring at him in both confusion and surprise. The face with a thin layer of makeup of the girl in his hands was like a well-carved sculpture. Big eyes, long eyelashes, small nose, thin red lips, an oval chin, long black hair that was shining in from the reflection of the lightning in the building. In terms of beauty rating, she would be rated at 98. This was a great beauty. For some strange reason, Jack's heart that had never been moved began beating in a strange rhythm. There was a kind of special feeling that was attracting him to this girl. And for some reason, he didn't hate the feeling but strangely wanted to embrace it. What a handsome man! The girl exclaimed in her mind. She was having something urgent to take care of in this government office. She was rushing in that she forgot that she wasn't the only person that could be moving in the building and ended up in a man's arms. After a moment of confusion, she focused her gaze at his blue eyes that were staring at her with some kind of emotion that she couldn't read. The handsome face, well-curved cheekbones, sharp eyebrows, the determined and stubborn aura, the special silver hair, this made the man that was holding her look like a handsome work of art. She was drowned in the eyes that were staring at her and that she forgot to get out of his hands. She could feel his strong hands wrapped around her waist. If this was another time, she would have definitely slapped him for touching her. But, this time, she was lost and had lost her composure. And to make it worse, for the first time since she could remember, she was feeling shy. This was exactly against what she was during a normal situation or when facing other men. Ahem! At this time, a gentle cough woke the two out of their daze. The two then separated from each other, but their eyes still stared into the other's eyes. Seeing that the two were still staring at each other, the lady that had just coughed spoke, "Madam, we're getting late." Oh! Only then did the lady snap out of it as she threw Jack a last glance and left with her personal assistant. Jack also got back to his senses at this times. He then stared as the lady left. Although there were 2 of them, for some reason, he could only see one. As she left, in her female official business suit, her bold and confident steps gave the vibe of a boss lady. Jack stared at her till she disappeared from his vision. It was only then that he came back to his thoughts of what he was supposed to do. As he walked out of the government building, he thought to himself, that's really strange. This strange feeling, I don't know why she gave me this somehow familiar feeling. But, I guess I can forget about it for now. If we meet in the future, I'll see what this is all about. He got into his Bentayga and drove towards one of the grocery stores. He wanted to purchase some foodstuffs so that he could get food in the mansion. He was going to spend the night there after all. In about 10 minutes, he arrived in front of a grocery store. It was called Comest Grocers. It was far bigger than Alfic's grocery store that Jack had bought the previous day. Jack didn't come here for business. He entered the store alongside the customers that had began increasing in number as it was time for people to get back from home. He picked rice, flour, eggs, sugar, salt, a kilogram of beef, garlic, pepper, tomatoes and other things. The good thing about this store was the fact that it was like a mini supermarket that dealt with grocery products. There were shopping baskets that Jack used to carry all the things that he'd chosen. He then went to the counter to make the payment. He could see that there were 3 counters where the payment could be done. This was truly a bigger scale as compared to Alfic's, so the income had to be higher. When it was his turn, Jack immediately paid for his products. None of the workers here knew that he was the boss, so they never gave him any special treatment. But overall, Jack could see that the service quality here was good enough. He paid via his card as he had no cash on him. It cost him $2,700. He had bought a good number of things here. They were packed in a bag. He was just about to leave the store when his phone rang. He found that it was a new number that he hadn't saved. So, he didn't know who the caller was. He received. Immediately after, a male voice came through. "Good evening, Mr. Alfonso. I am the manager of Comest Grocers, Daniel Urich. I've just gotten the information that you've purchased our store." The voice was filled with respect and uncertainty. "Oh, you can just call me Jack and not Alfonso," Jack corrected. Since he was supposed to stop using the family influence, then he wouldn't accept a person calling him with the name Alfonso. Daniel was at first surprised by the young voice followed by the words. Well, not that it mattered. He was at first uncertain whether Jack was a member of Alfonso family from Crystal City. But now that he was being corrected, maybe he wasn't. "Okay, Mr. Jack. I would like to ask if there are any instructions or changes that you would like to be made," Daniel asked. "I am currently at the grocery on Falcon Street," Jack replied. Comest Grocers had 2 branches and 1 main store. So, Jack was in one of the branches. "I do happen to be there too." "I'll be down in a minute," Daniel replied before Jack hung up the call. In about 2 minutes, a middle-aged man on a suit rushed down from the upper floor. He then rushed towards the exit of the store, ignoring the confused gazes of the customers and the workers. When he arrived, he called Jack. He heard a phone ringing closer. He then looked in that direction and saw that Jack was busy packing the things that he'd just bought from the grocery. Daniel immediately rushed over after hanging up. He then stretched his hand forward to greet Jack once again. "Hello, Mr. Jack, I am Daniel Urich." Jack shook his hand as he nodded. Then, he went straight to the point. "There's no need to worry about the changes. I've been in there and I can see that things are good enough. So, in case there are any changes in the staff members, that will have to wait." Daniel nodded in both appreciation and agreement. Changing the staff at such a time would definitely cause problems. Of course, this is about major changes and not 1 or 2 people in lower positions. As for the income, you can transfer it into the account that has been given to you, I presume? Jack asked. "Yes, I've received the account." Daniel nodded. Although Jack looked younger, he didn't behave like those second-generation kids who only knew how to spend money and not to earn. "Okay then, I'll be seeing the staff tomorrow. You can tell me at what time there are not that many customers so that I can come," Jack instructed. "I got it. At most, it's always around 10 in the morning. At that time, the number of customers is always the least," Daniel replied. "Then I'll leave everything to you," Jack said before getting into the Bentayga as he headed towards the newly bought Prince and Princess Palace. Daniel watched as Jack left before turning around and heading back to the store. He then called to the person that was in charge of this branch. The new boss will be here to see the working staff tomorrow. I hope that you'll be prepared by 10 in the morning. The person in charge, Wycliffe, replied. Okay, you can leave now. After Wycliffe left, Daniel immediately called the other branches in charge and told him the same thing before leaving to head to the main store. Not long after driving, Jack got to the mansion. The guards respectfully opened the gate for him. He found that the Bentley Continental GT had and the Suzuki had already been delivered by the Bentley store. He had previously left them there after taking the Bentayga. After parking the car at the parking lot, he immediately carried the things that he'd just bought from the grocery to the mansion. This time, he decided to stay inside the prince's palace. He liked the domineering and majestic vibe the most. After keeping those that needed to be kept fresh in the fridge, the rest like rice, sugar, and so on were stored in the kitchen cabinet. The kitchen of this mansion was designed for a large group of people, 7 in the least. After all, the kitchen was too big, just like how the cabinets were. After all the things that were bought by Jack were placed inside, they didn't even occupy 5% of the cabinet shelves. He immediately headed to the bedroom on the second floor via the elevator. That was where the master bedroom was located. The designing was so good. The bed was so huge in that it could fit more than 5 people. The material that was used in making the mattress was the best Jack had experienced, as it was so soft and comfortable. After taking shower and changing into a bathrobe, he put the clothes that he'd just worn into the cleaning machine. He left all of his clothes back at the rented apartment room. He then dried them using a blow dryer. Then after putting the clothes back on, he immediately fell asleep on the big and comfortable bed. He didn't wake up till it was 8:30. He got down so that he could prepare food. After all, he was hungry as he hadn't taken dinner after such a busy day. This time, he decided to make himself a decent meal. He took the meat that he'd just bought and cut it into smaller pieces. He was going to make beef fried rice. This was something that he'd learned from the internet while he was still at the Alfonso family mansion. The ingredients were cooking oil, shallots, minced garlic, sliced scallions, raisins. Cooked rice took him a few minutes to cook, soy sauce, fish sauce, ketchup, juice of 1 lime. Then, the cooking procedure followed. Heating the cooking oil in a wok or frying pan, he sautéed the shallots, garlic and scallions until aromatic. He then added the raisins and tossed around until heated through. Turning up the heat, he dumped in the rice and stirred to break up lumps. He seasoned the rice with soy sauce, fish sauce and ketchup before stir-frying until the rice was heated through. Finally, he drizzled in lime juice before stirring. He then tasted it as he adjusted the seasonings. Seeing that it was okay, he immediately served after it had cooled down a little bit. He made sure that the warmth of the food was just good enough for him to eat without worrying about burning his tongue. After the satisfactory meal, he went upstairs where the bedrooms were. Going back a little bit, I'll give the setting of the mansion. The one that occupied the largest space on the ground floor was the main hall, which would be the living room. There was a large LG 65-inch OLED Smart TV CS series. That was where, just in case there was a gathering, people could watch the news. The custom leather sofas occupied the most of the living room. There were twin throne chairs. These were obviously for the prince and the wife. The sofas and the throne chairs surrounded the big rectangular glass table. The table was just like the bridge at the artificial lake. It was well designed to portray the majesty of a ruler. On the right side, divided by a wall and allowing entry via double doors, there was a hall where a long rectangular mahogany table was surrounded by chairs. These chairs were comfortable to sit on during a long meeting. On the left was where the kitchen and the dining room was. The kitchen was well designed and so were the table and the chairs in the dining room. Then, there was the entertainment room that was located at the basement. It was separated by soundproof glass. Although it was divided into rooms, one could see that they were big enough to fit more than 10 people at the same time without squeezing. There were several types of entertainment, a place one could sing, karaoke. Then the place for pool and other indoor games that didn't take much space. There was a gym where one could work out. The first floor was full of big bedrooms. There were 8 big rooms occupying the entire floor. The second floor had a single bedroom. Then, there was an open space that faced the lake. There was a swimming pool that was located here as well as a balcony that had several potted flowers that made the scenery here change from the domineering one to that of warmth and gentleness. Jack got back to the master bedroom, the only room on the top floor of the mansion, and lied on his back on the big bed. Then, he tried thinking of what he would be doing the following day. First thing first, he would be looking for the designer for the logo. After that, he would continue with the purchase of the stores so that he could expand the business further. Then, there was the issue of the headquarters of Jackson Enterprise. This needed him to get a business building. There, he would transfer all the management of the grocery department. This would be the centralization of management but decentralization of the business. Now that he was only in Inchoate City, management wouldn't be a problem at all. The only thing that would be a problem would be the renovation of these stores. What he wanted the most from buying these grocery stores directly instead of opening another one was to use the already existing reputation of the store. Just as he was thinking, his phone rang. Upon receiving it, he found that it was George. He was asking where the Freightliner was supposed to be parked. Jack simply told him to bring it at PPP, that's how the Prince and Princess Palace was known in the city. After hanging up, Jack looked at the time, it was already 9. Then, the system, as if seeing through his impatience, began working. Ding! You've earned $113,650. Multiplier applied. You've received $11,365,000. Flyers bank account received $11,309,800. Current balance is $13,237,186. Ding! You've earned $113,650. Multiplier applied. You've received $11,365,000. Flyers bank account received $11,309,800. Ding! First income. As a reward, you gain a custom-made Bugatti Veyron. Jack was immediately surprised by the first income reward. After all, this wasn't the first time that he was starting a grocery and wasn't expecting that he would receive a reward. But even so, if he was getting rewarded, why was there only one reward instead of 7? Ding! The system can improve the quality of the reward. In the first-time grocery store income reward, it was decided that you'll be rewarded with a means of transport. Now that you've received 7 at the same time, it is decided that the quality of the reward would be improved instead of the quantity. After hearing this, Jack nodded somehow absent-mindedly. If it was true, then why was he being given a motorcycle and a Bugatti Veyron? After all, these cannot be used by the grocery store at all. Ding! That's not true at all. The income that you're receiving from the smaller than small groceries are nothing worth to mention. As a result, you're rewarded personally so that you can improve your influence and then gain a bigger grocery that would in turn reward you with something that can help you in the grocery. Jack shook his head helplessly. Then, he thought of something. Where's the Veyron parked? Jack was worried that the car would have been parked inside the compound. If so, then the guards would surely wonder how it got inside and they hadn't allowed such a vehicle inside. Ding! No need to worry. The car is going to be delivered by the company. So, there's no need to worry about people wondering how a car suddenly appeared. Jack couldn't help but chuckle a little. After all, just the previous day, the system had just made the motorcycle appear at the entrance of the store and the keys in the counter's drawer. Now, it was claiming that nobody would notice this? As if noticing what Jack was thinking, another prompt arrived accompanied by the system's mechanical voice. Ding! The system's power is beyond what you can imagine. I just made everyone present at the store blind and made the bike appear there. After all, those people were not going to stay there and were going to leave. So, there was no need for people to wonder how the motorcycle appeared there when they were at another place. Then why not do the same thing with the Bugatti Veyron? Jack asked curiously. Ding! The reason is obvious. Since you purchased 7 stores today, then it was obvious that there were going to be 7 rewards. Once merged, you were going to receive the Bugatti. So, the procedures were completed early and so was the delivery. By the time that the delivery service arrives, you would have received the first income reward prompt. Ain't the system too powerful? Jack nodded. Yes, the system is too powerful. He was somehow speechless about the system. Anyway, he decided not to pursue the issue. He was just about to check something when he received a call. This was the captain that was in charge of the mansion's security, Eric. After receiving the call, Jack found out that there was a freightliner that was claiming to be his and was supposed to be parked into the palace's parking lot. Jack immediately accepted and told him to allow the freightliner to enter. Furthermore, he instructed that there was a car that was going to be delivered not long from now, so they had to allow it to enter. After hanging up the call, Jack immediately got out of the bedroom and headed towards the parking lot. There, he found that George was just jumping down from the truck. "Boss," George greeted him as soon as he noticed Jack's presence. "No need to be nervous. So tell me, how was the work?" Jack waved his hand when he saw that George was nervous in his presence before asking about the store's business. George was nervous from the moment that Jack began buying cars. Then, the supply that he had just delivered on this day was worth $500,000. Then, when he was told to deliver the truck at the palace, he was immediately stunned. Who would have thought that Jack would have purchased the most expensive mansion in the entire city? The business was good. The grocery products were good too. But, the amount was too large, so the store was so small and the equipment there couldn't support all of them. Thus, Agnes decided to rent a warehouse where we stored all the products that needed certain conditions for them not to go bad. George responded to Jack's question. "Ha, look at me now, I forgot something important as a warehouse. But, don't worry. You can deliver all the excess stock to Comest grocers. This way, there would be nothing to worry about losses. As for a warehouse, I guess I have to get one." Jack slapped his forehead as he said this. He had forgotten that the grocery store was just a small one. As a result, there were things that couldn't fit in or there were no suitable equipment that could be used to ensure that they don't go bad. "Got it, boss," George replied happily. It seems that his boss had acquired another grocery. Although Comest grocers weren't that much popular to those big shots of the city, they were well known to those from lower streets. He knew that Alfik's grocery store was nothing on front of Comest. But who would have thought that the two of them would be under the same boss? Jack was just about to talk about the development of the store in Yellow Street when he saw a large security truck heading towards the parking lot. It arrived in front of them in a short period of time. Then, three bulky men wearing security uniform alighted from the truck. Then, a familiar person also alighted from the truck. When he saw Jack, he immediately hurried to where he was and said, "Nice to meet you again, Mr. Jack. Hey, I'm sorry that we're late in our delivery, so I hope that you don't mind." This was Evans Morris, the manager of the Bentley 4-Foot shop in Inchoate City. They had just met during the day when Jack was buying cars and one of the orders that he'd made was yet to be completed. Evans was at first excited and surprised when Jack decided to buy 25 cars at the same time. Furthermore, 24 out of them had to be repainted and so on. Then, when he was told to deliver a Bugatti Veyron to Jack, he couldn't help it. He kept on wondering, what the heck was Jack thinking? After all, he was buying so many cars. Was he going to start something with them or what? Normally, the cars are delivered during the day. But, the order to deliver the car on this day was given from the Bentley's headquarters in the country. So, he decided to deliver the car even if it was nighttime. The car that Jack had just purchased was a customized version and thus was the only one in the world. When he saw the receipts, even he was frightened. That was the reason as to why he brought over security with guns. The Bugatti Veyron was worth $73 million. This was a big amount to spend on the car. But, the features of the car were top-notch too. After all, the maximum speed of the Bugatti Veyron was 600 miles per hour. It was bulletproof. Then, there was a fact that it was luxurious. The number plate had Jack's name. As for comfort, although it was a sports car, they had made sure that whoever drives it was comfortable. "I don't mind at all. Jack replied while at the same time, he thought, system, you see, even the one delivering the car know that they're late. Ding. Business doesn't know about what time is. It only cares about the period that the business must be carried out. After all, if you're given 7 hours to complete a task, then you won't care if it's day or night, you'll have to complete it within the given time. Jack. Can we unload it? Evans asked. Just go ahead. I want to see how it looks. Jack nodded. George, who was behind Jack, was also curious about the vehicle that was delivered at night. After all, what he knew was that the delivery was always done during the day. If one ordered a car online at night, even if the store that he had ordered the car from was closer, the delivery would only happen the following day. The only solution to getting a car at night would be to go to the store that operates throughout. The truck doors were opened and soon, an exquisite car that was a definition of recherche. The car was painted a mix of blue, red and yellow. The colors were mixed in such a way that it was not a mess but a show of beauty. Jack nodded in satisfaction after seeing the outer appearance of the Bugatti. He could see that the number plate of the car was inch age 888. Then right above the plate number, there was a name written in capital letters. Jack. This word was a work of art too. Then, he immediately got into the car. The interior of the Bugatti Veyron was really something. It showed both luxury and comfort. Evans began introducing the car to Jack. Jack was also surprised by the properties of the car. He hadn't expected that the system knew his character so well. After the introduction, Evans then asked Alex to test the car out. But, there was only one problem: Jack wasn't that good when it came to driving sports cars. Although he could drive them, he wasn't at the level that he could handle the Bugatti well. This was unlike the Bentley Continental GT. After all, the Bugatti had many buttons like that of a plane. So, Jack wasn't sure about what to do. Ding. The system can assist you. You'll be rewarded with the professional driving skills. But, you'll have to complete a task given to you at the specified period of time. If the task isn't completed, then not only would you lose the skill, you'll also be punished by the system. Ding. The system can assist you. You'll be rewarded with the professional driving skills. But, you'll have to complete a task given to you at the specified period of time. If the task isn't completed, then not only would you lose the skill, you'll also be punished by the system. Jack wasn't expecting that there would be something like this. After all, when the introduction of the system was being made, he wasn't told that there was anything called missions. But, it seems that it exists. What is this mission thingy? Jack asked. Ding. This is an emergency mission program. In the situation where the host has no way out, the system can provide what is needed. But, it's like you're purchasing it and you'll pay later at a given period of time. The payment method would be for you to complete the task that the system will assign you. And, the task must be completed within the given period of time, otherwise, you'll be punished after the reward is taken away from you. Jack was left stunned for a while. Then he thought to himself, it seems that the system won't let me be embarrassed. After a moment of thought, he asked expectantly, what is the mission? Ding. The mission that you'll have to complete so that you can permanently have the skill is as follows. Task: earn money by participating in winning a race. Time limit: 3 days. Jack thought for a moment and felt that the mission wasn't that difficult. There were several rich second-generation kids racing at the mountains. All he needed to do was to get there and sign up for the competition. The time limit that he had been given by the system was 3 days. He can complete all the things that need his urgent attention within 2 days. Then, on the 3rd day, he would be able to complete the mission given to him by the system. Anyway, he was wondering why the system would give him a mission like, win a race to earn money, seriously? But, he decided not to pursue the issue as he could see that the people outside were giving him strange gazes. After all, he had gotten into the car for about 3 minutes but there was no activity yet. They were thinking to themselves, why isn't he driving already? Or he doesn't know how to drive it? If so, then why did he buy it? Of course, they wouldn't dare to say this out loud. The first reason was that they didn't know Jack's character, if he would be offended by that statement and retaliate or not. The second reason was because none of them knew of Jack's background. If the background was too big, then it was better to try to get on his good side than trying to anger him. At this time, Jack stretched his head out of the window and called George, "I know you like cars so much. Come in here and experience it. Maybe in the future, if you work well, I'll reward you with a sports car." George, who was still speculating the reason as to why Jack wasn't driving yet, immediately became flustered after hearing Jack's words. One had to know that this Bugatti Veyron was worth $73 million. He himself had never been in a sports car worth several $100,000, let alone one that cost several tens of millions. Of course, he was happy that his boss wanted him to try the car with him. After all, this was the first time that the boss was going to drive it. Then, what made him even happy was the promise that the boss had just made. He would receive a sports car of his own as long as he performed his duties well. But of course, he knew that the most important thing was loyalty. If he proved his loyalty, his boss would surely treat him better. Thinking of this, he immediately rushed to the car while ignoring Evans's envious gazes. After all, although Evans was selling the cars, that didn't mean that he could afford them even with his high salary. There were cars that were absolutely out of his league, and the Bugatti Veyron was one of them. After reaching the car, George immediately got in after Jack opened the door for him. After George got in, Jack immediately made a decision to accept the system mission. "I'll take it." Ding! Advance reward claimed. Professional driving skills acquired. Merging the skill with the host, 10%, 50%, 80%, 100%, merging completed. Task assigned, the host will have to complete it within 3 days or he would receive system punishment. As soon as he said that he accepted the task in exchange for the reward, he felt warmth washing over his body, more so his head. It took a single second for all of this to happen. As Jack regained his focus, George was done putting on the seatbelt. Jack, on the other hand, he felt that he was very familiar with the sports car. It was as if he had been handling the car since he was born. He immediately started the car, put on the safety belt before stepping on the accelerator. Vroom! Vroom! The roars of the Bugatti echoed in the silent night. Then, within one swift motion, the Bugatti immediately galloped towards the gate. The acceleration of the Bugatti was about 100 kilometers in 2.5 seconds. So, in no time, they had arrived at the gate. The guards had already gotten ready to open the gate as soon as they saw Jack getting in the car. So, they immediately pushed the gate open, letting Jack get out of the palace unhindered. As soon as he got on the road that led out of the residential area, the speed of the Bugatti Veyron immediately shot up. Considering the fact that the community here was where the rich stayed, the number of cars that could be found on the road were small. For this reason, Jack had no reservations at all. He wanted to test the speed of this Bugatti. After all, what was this issue of it having a maximum speed of about 350 miles per hour only for it to be driven at a speed of 60 miles per hour or less? George, who was sitting on the passenger seat, was immediately frightened by the way that Jack was driving. After all, the speed was just fast in that the vehicles that they were meeting or overtaking only noticed that a car had passed by a second after they had already gone past. This was the first time that George had seen a car move like this on such a road. After all, although they were racing back then, but the road that they were using was a mountainous one, that would have been cleared before the competition. At the corners, as long as he could see what was coming from the other side, Jack never reduced the speed and did the drift. He wasn't worried about the car flipping over. After all, with the professional driving skills, there was no way that he could get into an accident due to his driving. With drifts, Jack went around the residential area for 2 laps before heading back to the palace. To go around the residential area for 2 laps not only took Jack about half an hour. The guards immediately opened the gate after hearing the roaring of the Bugatti's engine. Although the car was moving at a high speed, Jack was able to stop the car right on time in the parking lot, just beside the Bentayga. George had previously parked the Freightliner on the further end of the parking lot. On the other hand, Jack was parking closet to the center. At this moment, the walls of the parking lot were down. After getting out of the car, George immediately let out a sigh of relief. After all, the Bugatti's speed and Jack's insane driving had frightened him to the extent that he wanted to immediately jump out of the car. But he knew that if he jumped out of the car, he would immediately die or have most of the bones in his body broken due to rough landing in the tarmac. The only comfort that he had was that he was putting on a seatbelt and the car was bulletproof. That implied that not even a bullet could pierce through it. So, normal collision or flipping accidents wouldn't be able to destroy the car. Jack got out of the car and looked at Evans before saying, "The car is good." Then, he took the receipts and the documents that showed that he'd received the car before signing them. With Jack's skill as a professional driver, he could immediately find out if there was a problem with the car. So, although he wouldn't be able to deal with most of the problems if there were, he could at least deal with the most simple ones. After sending Evans and his team off, Jack looked at George and asked, "Where do you live?" "I'll take you there." George was immediately flustered and scared. After all, with Jack's maniac driving, although he was a cars enthusiast, he couldn't enjoy the thrill of the sports car if Jack was going to be the driver. So, he immediately thought of refusing. After all, it was still 9, close to 10. So, he could still get a taxi to get him home. After thinking it through in a short moment, he replied, "Thank you, boss, but I wouldn't want to disturb you. I will just take a cab home. You know that it's rare to find a cab in this part of the city. After all, almost all of those living in this area have their own cars." As Jack said this, he headed towards the Bentley Continental GT. He hadn't tested the car yet. George couldn't argue back as what Jack had said was the truth. He would have to walk to the area where the taxis passed or wait here for a chance that there was a person coming to this residential area in a cab. For some reason, when he saw that Jack wasn't going to drive the Bugatti Veyron, he was relieved. After all, the speed of the Bugatti Veyron was far higher than that of the Bentley Continental GT. So, he immediately followed Jack and entered the Bentley Continental GT. It took Jack more than 30 minutes to arrive at George's residence. The area wasn't where the rich could be found. This was Yellow Street after all. After dropping him off, Jack went back to the rented apartment. Parking the Bentley Continental GT in the small parking lot, he immediately headed to his rented room. He decided to take a few clothes with him. After all, he had to change. Although he had an idea of buying new clothes, he didn't think that it was urgent. Since he wasn't going to abandon this apartment as he may need to stay in the Yellow Street sometimes if he was tired, he decided to leave a few sets of clothes. After that, he immediately headed back to the palace. He wanted to enjoy the king-size bed. After all, this would be his first night spending a night in a comfortable bed in a place that he could call home. He slept and only woke up when it was about 7:30 in the morning. He went towards the windows. They were floor-to-ceiling glass windows facing the east. As he pushed aside the curtains that had dragons and some other ferocious beasts' drawings aside, Jack could clearly feel the warmth of the rising sun landing on his skin. He somehow felt refreshed and energetic. He then observed the sun as it moved higher. Without noticing, he had been standing there for more than 30 minutes. When he got back to his senses, he immediately went to take a shower before preparing himself a simple and sumptuous breakfast. Looking at the time, it was already approaching 9. So, he immediately got out of the mansion and headed to the parking lot. Taking the Bentley Continental GT, he drove out of the palace grounds as he headed towards the city center. He was going to look for the designer for his logo. As long as it was completed faster, then the cars as well as the uniforms that he'd ordered would be completed earlier. He arrived at a 10-story building. This was where the designer company that Sabrina had talked about was located. He headed inside and took the elevator to the 7th floor where the designer office was located. These designers were known as Canvas Graphics Arts. They were popular within the country and were also known as an international brand. Here in Incoet, this was just a small branch. Jack had decided upon this designer company because he wanted his enterprise's logo to be something that he could be proud of. He didn't want it to be amateurish as it would surely embarrass him in the future when his enterprise's reputation is at the top. He arrived at the lobby. Although it was just 9 in the morning, he could see that the designers were busy. After waiting for about 15 minutes, he was invited into an office. Although it was simple, the elegance of the room was top-notch. After a simple exchange of greetings with the lady in charge of the office, Jack immediately went straight to the point. "I am going to start an enterprise. The enterprise isn't something that is going to be small, but one that can reach the international level. So, I would like your company to design a logo for me, one that I can use even if the enterprise has reached the international level." "Mate, that can happen. Since you're saying that it would soon be an international brand, then that means that we'll have to request the top designers of the company at the capital city." The lady, whose name was Maggie, replied. She was already in her late 30s and was currently wearing an official business suit. She had an authoritative aura around her. This shows that she had been in a high position for a good period of time. "I've got no problems about the price of designing the logo. The only thing that I would like would be that the process be sped up. After all, I've got somewhere that they're waiting for the logo so that the orders that I've placed can be completed," Jack said. "Oh, for the time, it would at most take a week as long as you take the VIP level service. The VIP level service is sold at $5 million. With this, the logo will be designed by one of the top designers in the headquarters." Maggie replied. "I don't want one of the best, what I want is the best." "I don't know if I can get the best designer of your company to do this work for me," Jack asked. "That might be a little problematic. After all, as the top designer, he's mostly busy, and for a person to see him, they would need to make an appointment first." Maggie frowned a while before shaking her head. "Look, it doesn't matter how much it costs, I would really like to get the logo done as soon as possible. If there's a way for that to happen, I'm willing to pay the price," Jack insisted. Maggie thought for a moment before looking at Jack and said, "Let me make a call and do an inquiry first." Jack nodded in response. Maggie took the phone on the desk before calling. After talking for more than 3 minutes, she finally hung up as she looked at Jack. "I guess that you're lucky. There was a person that had made an appointment with him tomorrow, but he's just withdrawn. So, if you want, you can acquire this spot at a cost of $10 million. Maggie said. Jack let out a sigh of relief after hearing what she had said. It seems that his luck was quite good. "There's no problem at all. I'll pay $5 million first before paying the rest tomorrow morning, is that okay?" Jack asked. He still had to spend money on other things today, and as a result, he wasn't quite willing to spend all the money that he was having. He still had to purchase a few more grocery stores today, and all of this required him to spend money. "There's no problem at all." Maggie was at first surprised that Jack didn't even bargaining. And what's more, he was going to make pay 50% of the cost on the spot and the rest would be paid the following day. But after thinking for a moment, she felt that it wasn't strange. After all, he had said that the enterprise that he was going to start was going to reach the international level. What's more, he had come to one of the top designer companies in the country. It was obvious that he was serious about what he was saying. But what made her curious was, what kind of enterprise he was going to start. She could have asked, but her behavior didn't allow her to do so. She simply accepted Jack's payment and the details of the enterprise. The details were like, the name, what the enterprise would be engaging in and so on. When Maggie heard that the enterprise that Jack was going to start had no majors and minors, she was surprised once again. What Jack meant was that, he would be in all the industries. The clothing, medicine, food, transport, and others. She then thought to herself, would this brand really reach the international level if it goes to all the areas at once? Maggie's thoughts weren't unfounded. After all, if a person wants to take a piece of every industry, then the capital that was needed was not only high, but the enterprise would surely have many enemies that would try to suppress it. Business was all about competition. There was no way a business would sit at the side while watching a rival rising to power. They would definitely try to look for ways to stop the rise. Of course, these thoughts were only there because she didn't know that Jack had the 100 times income multiplier system. No matter what, Jack could never suffer a loss. And why was that? He was sure that there was no way that the losses that the business would have incurred would reach 100 times the income that he'd earned. For example, if he was doing a business, during the process, he earned $1 million, he was sure that there was no way that the business would lose $100 million, right? With the system, the million would be multiplied to 100 million, which would be enough to cover for the losses that he would have suffered. After making sure that there was nothing wrong with the information that he'd submitted, Jack immediately drove to the Comest Grocer's branch that he'd been to the previous day. He was going to meet the staff on this day. He'd already left the guards the message that George was allowed to enter the palace to get the freightliner. So, he was sure that all the goods that were stored in the warehouse would be taken to the grocery stores. As soon as he arrived, he found that all the staff were ready to receive him. Daniel was present too, as he was the manager in charge of the stores. "Welcome, boss." As soon as they saw Jack getting out of the Bentley Continental GT, the working staff immediately shouted in unison. The faces of some of the younger female working staff were already getting red from agitation and admiration. Not only was Jack handsome, he was also rich. Just the car that he was driving had already attracted them. There were some of them that were already planning on how to get closer to him. They knew that the chances were low, but they were ready to try. "Good morning, everyone." As soon as Jack got in front of them, he immediately greeted them. His expression wasn't that cold, but his temperament was outspoken. Every of his steps and moves showed his dominating presence. This was a trait of all those that had been raised in a big family like Alfonso family. Jack hadn't engaged in the family business, but how he handled himself since young was still imprinted in his bones. After the greetings were out of the way, Daniel glanced at the slightly over 10 people and began the introduction. After the brief introduction, Jack got to know the names of his employees in this branch. Then, he thought for a moment and said, "You guys don't need to be stiff in my presence at all. All you need to do is work hard for the grocery store. As long as you guys work hard, there would be subsequent rewards for you." All of them immediately cheated after they heard that there would be rewards as long as they worked hard. As for the changes, for the time being, there will be no changes in the way that the business was operating. If there are any changes that I'd like to make, that'll take a little while longer, Jack said after the staffs calmed down. After that was done, he went with Daniel to the only office available. In case Daniel was at the headquarters of the grocery store, the one that would be using the office would be the person that was in charge of this branch, Wycliffe. Now that Jack was here, it was obvious that he would sit on the boss's chair. As soon as Daniel sat down, Jack spoke. "I've got several grocery stores in the city and am going to start a brand. So, I hope that you'll cooperate with others. I'll introduce them. As for now, there's one that's called George. He'll be delivering some products here later today." As Jack said this, he immediately gave Daniel George's contact information. "By the way, the supply of the stock and the methods of delivery, is there a problem?" Jack asked. "Currently, the contract that we had signed for the supplies is about to expire. So, there's a need for the renewal. Then, for the issue of deliveries, we always hire a vehicle with a freezer to do that," Daniel replied. "Okay, the issue of the contract, there's no need to worry about it. I've already signed a supply contract, so the stock wouldn't go down. Delivery, you can ask George. He's in charge of delivery. And if there's a problem of lack of enough vehicles, then you can just contact me and I'll get them." Jack nodded and replied. Daniel was surprised that there was an exclusive car that could he use to transport the grocery products. This would not only reduce the costs, it would also reduce the risks such as the driver running away with the goods or being careless and causing great losses. After he was done, Jack immediately got out of there together with Daniel as he visited the other branch and the main store. After that, he went and visited the other 4 stores that he'd just purchased. He left them with instructions before heading towards Yellow Street. He was thinking of buying a bigger shop so that he could transfer the current Alfix grocery store. This way, there would be no problems about the storage issues. After arriving at the store, he found both Agnes and Charles. Charles had thoroughly cleaned the store and it looked better. There were a few customers coming in and out of the store as Jack parked the Bentley Continental GT. Of course, this was a car that was worth millions. As a result, there was a sensation as soon as Jack parked the Bentley outside the store. Although this wasn't the first time that such an expensive vehicle was coming to Yellow Street, it was rare to see one, not to mention one that was worth millions. Wow, what a handsome guy. I wish I can get a boyfriend like him. Hey, stop dreaming. Do you think that you're worth a person like him? He does look handsome and is rich. Is he some kind of second generation in the city or from outside? Hey, are you an idiot? Can't you see that the registration number is for Inchoate? Now that you mention it, do you know what that car is? Yes, I saw it on the internet. This is a Bentley Continental GT. It's worth $7,399,999. That expensive? Do you think it is a joke? Anyway, what family do you think he's from? Never heard of him before. Anyway, what is he doing here in Yellow Street? And a grocery store at that. There are several big grocery stores at the center of the city. What do you know? Maybe he just wants to try how the products in this part of the city taste like. I thought that the things in the grocery are the same. It's just that the quality is low in the grocery at this part of the city. That's what I meant. Who are you fooling? How can a rich person decide to leave better food so that he can come and eat lower quality ones? Have you never seen a rich person eating in a stall by the road? Jack cared none of this as he greeted both Agnes and Charles. According to them, George had left about an hour ago. So, he should be closer to coming back. Jack nodded and then thought of something. Where you guys stay, is there a good parking space? He asked both Charles and Agnes. Both of them were stunned for a moment. What's the use of a parking lot if they had nothing to park there? As if noticing their questions, he said, the Bentley Bentayga Odyssean edition that I bought are for my employees. As long as it is work-related, the cars can be used. So, I was wondering whether there's a parking lot in your area that you can use the car in traveling. The two were immediately elated after hearing this. The boss treats his employees so well. They thought to themselves before bringing their minds back to the facts. Boss, where I live isn't suitable for the car of that price to be parked there. Not only is the space limited, but there are some people who can damage the car there. Dejected, Charles replied. The same here. Although the parking space is there, it's always full. The only place that we can use would be the government parking. Agnes replied. Jack had already been to George's place the previous night. He could see that there was no place for the car to be parked. That's the reason why he asked the two if they had a place that they could park the car. After thinking for a moment, he decided. Can you guys relocate? I can get you an apartment with better conditions so that you can use it as staff's dormitory. Why yes, boss. But won't that be too much? After all, the expenses and the income that we bring in don't match at all. In fact, the expenses are higher than the income. Agnes said after some hesitation. Don't worry about it. The business may be low now, but in the near future, maybe next month, you'll have to work harder. So, I am preparing you for a lot of work. Jack said. Upon hearing Jack's words, they remembered that he'd told them that he might put them in charge of groceries in 2 or 3 streets. That implied that he was going to expand the business. Furthermore, his action of buying many cars and at the same time having the employees getting the uniforms proved that he was rich and he wasn't going to run such a small store. After Jack left the store, he immediately headed towards leviation agencies. He wanted to look for a good shop that could be used in Yellow Street. He wanted to get ready for the enterprise. They were a private one and they could help him get an empty shop in the street. It didn't take long for him to get there. He headed to the familiar office. There, he found the familiar receptionist. Upon seeing Jack, the lady raised her brows in surprise but calmed down a little while later. Great to see you again. How may I help you? She asked as soon as Jack arrived in front of her and took his seat. I want to get another shop. A bigger one, more than 5 times bigger, and it should be located at a place with a parking space. It should also be located at a good place for business. Jack stated. I guess you'll have to talk with the manager. I can't deal with that operation. As the lady spoke, she immediately got from behind the counter and led Jack towards another office. There, he found that there was a middle-aged woman. She was busy with something on her computer as she didn't even raise her head when she asked the receptionist and Jack to enter. After about a minute, she raised her head and looked at Jack and the lady. Seeing that she was paying attention, the lady spoke, "Mr. Jack here wants to buy a shop in Yellow Street." The lady then went on to describe what Jack needed. After listening for a while, the woman looked at Jack in surprise as she spoke, "Oh, we do have that shop. It has been a little while since the last time that a person asked about it. After all, the price of the shop is higher, but the location of the shop is Yellow Street, which is a small place." Jack nodded. This was the truth. After all, who would dare to spend a lot of money to purchase a shop, and the spendings of the customers in the area wouldn't be able to bring back the money spent? Of course, only Jack would do that. So, after going through the price and the image of the shop, Jack immediately agreed and paid the price for the shop. It cost him a total of $832,579. He took the certificates and headed to the shop. Then, he immediately headed to the shop's location. The shop's position was good, the size was good as well. It was just a little bigger than Comest Grocers. Jack nodded in satisfaction. He decided that he was going to make this the main grocery store in the entire street. As for Alfix, since it was small, he would immediately shift to this new shop as soon as the logo and renovation was done. He then left the shop, heading towards the parking area that was a few hundred meters away. He was getting closer to the car when he heard a sarcastic voice coming from the side. "Isn't this Jack? It seems that you like sports cars but you can't afford them?" It was a male voice. Turning around, Jack was stunned upon seeing that the person who had just spoken was none other than Steve. And beside him, Brenda stood, looking at him with a sly smile. Jack had never expected that these two half-siblings would be able to find him even after he had left their mansion. Furthermore, he had made sure not to tell anyone where he was going to. But now, seeing that the two of them were here at the same time, then this was by no means a coincidence. They must have known where he was. Thinking things through, Jack immediately thought of the taxi that he'd used to get here. He remembered that it was Brenda that had called for it, and not he himself. That implied one thing: the driver had agreed to disclose his information. Although Jack was irritated, he still didn't blame that guy. After all, if he dared to go against Brenda, it was a sure bet that his life wouldn't end well. Jack simply took a deep breath and looked at the duo before asking, "What are you guys doing here?" Hee, Brenda chuckled as if Jack's question was funny. Then, she continued, "Of course, we're here to look out for our younger brother." "I don't need it. I'm okay. You can just go back, no need to worry about me." Jack was direct with his words. From childhood till this moment, he knew that flattering these half-siblings of his wouldn't do him good. So, he had always been cold and direct with them, not hiding his thoughts at all. "Bah, what's up with you, Jack? We've come all the way from Crystal City to pay you a visit and this is all that we get?" Brenda frowned as she asked, obviously pretending to be hurt. Jack bought none of her expression and said, "I don't remember inviting you to find me. I might as well pay for your transportation costs back to Crystal City." "Hey, chill it down, boy. You know, there's no need to hide things from you. You were banished from the family. Now, we're here to make sure that you're not using the family name. After all, you using the name would surely demean our family's reputation." Steve spoke at this moment. Jack stared at him with a blank expression on his face. Then, he said in a low voice, "You know that I've never used the family name even while I was back in Crystal City. Why would I want to use it now?" "Are you sure? Because I am sure that you've got no money on you. If you're using the family's name to get someone to host you, then you have to break it immediately. After all, if you dare to do that, then our family would surely sue you," Steve said after a moment of silence. "Jack, you on need of cash? HM? You can tell your sister here, she will surely give you some so that you don't live in streets." Brenda spoke with her signature sly smile.
I've already said that I don't need your concern. Alright, if there's nothing else, I'll be on my way now.
As Jack said these words, he completely ignored the two as he went to the Bentley Continental GT. Opening the door, he got in before driving off. The two siblings were left both wide-eyed and slack-jawed. They had never expected that Jack would be driving a car that was worth millions even after he had come from the family. From what they knew, Jack was a frugal person, wanting to save all that he could. Even back at the family mansion, he had never bought a car like his half-brothers or cousins. Although the clothes that he was wearing were pretty decent for a person from Alfonso family, it wasn't up to par. Now, he had left the family mansion and he'd bought a car worth millions? From what they knew, the total amount of money that would have saved wouldn't be enough to buy a Bentley Continental GT. Do you think this car is his? Steve asked. Although he was older, he knew that when it came to intelligence, he was far below Brenda. From the way it is, I can see that it's new. That means that the car has been recently bought. But Jack doesn't have money to buy the car. So, it means that he has found someone to support him, he has borrowed the car, or he had somehow gotten money from the family during his stay there. Brenda spoke with her eyes narrowed. For the first one, as far as I can remember, Jack has never left Crystal City. That means that he's got no connections here. The second one, since he has no connections here, there's no way that a person can give him a newly bought car. As for the third, I haven't gotten any information on money missing. And even if there was money missing, Jack was never given a responsibility, so it's impossible for him to get money. Brenda continued analyzing. As Steve heard all of this, he couldn't help but think to himself, what a frightening girl. The only thing that remains is that he has used the family influence to get someone to help him. And that person doesn't know that he's no longer a member of Alfonso family. Finally, Brenda came to a conclusion that she could accept. Steve remained silent all this while. He kept frowning while thinking, but there was nothing that he could think of that could match Brenda's thoughts. Brenda then glanced at the shop that Jack had just come from. She narrowed her eyes in suspicion. Then, her lips curled into a sly smile. She gazed towards the direction that Jack had left before saying, "Let's get going. We need to find where this brat is getting money from." With that, the duo left the site as they headed towards the center of the city. Currently, Jack had a balance of $7,404,607. He wanted to purchase a building that would be used as the headquarters of Jackson Enterprise. But this amount wasn't enough to purchase a building that could host the reputation of an international-level enterprise. So, he decided to discard that thought aside. He would have to collect enough cash before going for the purchase. He would have to buy the biggest office building in the city. As he thought of this, he immediately drove to the government office in charge of shops. He wanted to continue buying grocery stores so that he could earn more income. On his way, he thought of something important. Having many grocery shops was fine. But they needed management. So, he would have to get himself a manager that could do that. He then made a decision, he would try and see if he could recruit a manager that was good in the grocery business. This way, he wouldn't need to worry about the issue of poor management of the stores. In about half an hour or more, he arrived at the office. He then marched through the familiar corridor that led to the office that he'd been to previously. When he reached the place that he'd collided with the lady the previous day, he stopped for a moment. For some strange reasons, his originally cold expression somehow melted as he revealed a rare smile. This smile perfectly matched his handsome face, making him show the charm that he was hiding. The blue eyes showed some kind of strange emotion that they hadn't shown since he was 15 years old. After a moment of remembering what had happened the previous day, as well as the beautiful face that matched her extraordinary temperament, Jack finally headed to the office. "Welcome, Mr. Jack," the man, whom had attended to Jack the previous day, immediately welcomed him. Jack nodded in response. After taking a seat, the man spoke, "Mr. Jack, since you told me that you wanted the grocery stores, I made sure to make enough preparations for you." Unlike the previous day, his attitude this time was flattering. After all, as long as Jack bought more shops under him, then the amount of money that he would receive at the end of the deal would be big enough for him to go on a vacation. So, since the previous day that Jack had wanted to purchase the shops, he made sure to get more shops that could be sold. He went as far as persuading some owners to sell their stores. He offered good prices for the stores, which some of the owners felt that there was no harm in gaining some profit. But of course, there were some that wouldn't agree to sell their stores, no matter what. For this reason, the man decided that he would look for the most expensive stores that could be sold. In this way, although the number of stores that would be sold would be low, but the amount of money that would be brought in would be enough. Jack went through the folder that he had been given. He was slightly surprised upon seeing that in less than 24 hours, the man had already gotten more than 15 stores ready to sell them. The thing that made Jack's eyes shine was the fact that all of these stores were big, the size of Comest or bigger. Although they were good, Jack immediately knew that the price of these stores would surely be higher. "What's the collective cost?" Jack asked after closing the folder and returning to the man. The man immediately smiled. "The total price of those 15 stores plus the stock and the employee's salary is $14,653,000. As he said the price, his smile grew wider. Jack thought for a moment. Although the price was high, he could see that the conditions of the stores were good. They were making profits, and good ones at that. Furthermore, they were located in different places of the city. That meant that Jack's influence was already around the city. If they were located in the same place, he would obviously buy one and ignore the other one. How could he make his two stores compete instead of using the money to buy another store dealing in another area? "I'll give you $5 million now. Tomorrow at around 10 in the morning, I'll send the remaining balance. I don't know if that's okay with you?" Jack made his decision. One thing that he wanted to make sure of was that his card would never be empty. He wanted to have money, just in case there was an emergency. "Of course, Mr. Jack, I'll immediately do that," the man said while laughing happily. In just 2 days, he had sold shops worth over 10 million. And what's more, there was tomorrow. By the way, continue preparing the shops. As long as you make sure that the size is good and they're not competing with each other, then I'll buy them all," Jack stated. "Ha ha ha, sure, Mr. Jack," the man replied as he completely lost the etiquette of a government official. Author's note. Hello guys, thanks for the support so far. Let's hope that we'll keep on with this pace. And by the way, there will be many characters in the book. As a result, I've decided that there will be some that I wouldn't be giving them names as they would only play a small role in the book during the beginning chapters. A good example will be the person in charge of the office, where Jack is buying the shops. As long as Jack has bought enough grocery stores, he would stop meeting with him and that will be the end of his role. Anyway, I'm going to use the names like Mr. Man and others in their reference, hope you won't mind. It has been 3 days since Jack met with his 2 half-siblings. During these past 2 days, he had already completed the payment for the logo design, then, he handed it to the clothes and cars shop. This way, all of his orders would begin to be processed. At the same time, he didn't stop purchasing grocery stores. And since there were several of them and were at different parts of the city, Jack had no choice but to get a manager. Well, he got more than one manager, to be precise. It was just that, there was a single one that had authority over the other 7. Jack had decided that the groceries would be divided into zones depending on their location in the city. He had decided on the 8 compass directions: north, east, west, south, northeast, northwest, southeast and finally southwest. Each direction matched the city in that, the northern zone was found in the northern part of the city. But of course, there was another zone that he hadn't selected a manager yet. He had promised Agnes, George and Charles that he may make them the leaders of the grocery stores in 2 or 3 streets. He was going to fulfill that. But that would have to wait to the time that they were going to move to the new shop that he'd bought in Yellow Street. Not only was it spacious, it had a good parking space too. They had yet to move in and it would need 2 more days before the renovation would be completed. He was doing the same with the other stores that he'd bought around the city. Of course, the renovation that he was doing on the other stores that had business running was just painting and adding the logo that had been designed by the best designer of canvas graphics arts designers. They had completed and sent him the logo via his email this morning. Immediately after that, he had sent this to the managers of each region to get someone, a professional in painting of course, to insert the logo during the time that the business was low. All the groceries under him were now painted, being painted or would be painted lime green. This was going to be the color of his grocery department. During these past days, the income coming from the grocery department had been increasing and so was the amount that he was spending. But all the same, he was making sure to clear all the debts. Currently, the only debt on him was the one for the Prince and Princess Palace. He still had a debt of over 10 million, that would be repaid soon as the projects that had been consuming money were at their final periods. As for the supply contract that he'd signed, the condition that was decided on was one of COD. With every delivery, Jack would have to make the payments within a day. This would go on until the $30 million order was completed. As for the staff uniforms, some had already been completed. A lime green top with a matching blazer, black bottoms. The logo of Jackson Enterprise was also printed on the left chest. And since this was the grocery department, there was a G.D added below the logo. Now, the only thing that he needed to do was ask a manager to go and collect them. The clothes were ready before, only needing the logo. Now that Jack had sent them the logo in the morning, they had printed them on a few of them. On the first night, he received $301,458. On the second night, he received $789,532. And on this night, Jack wasn't sure how much he was going to receive as he had made further purchases of the stores. Now, if these two were multiplied by 100 times, it would bring a total of $109,089,000. With this amount of money, Jack had no problem in paying for the stores that he purchased the previous day and today. Then, there was the issue about the first income reward. Jack had been told by the system that he could save them and receive all of them at the same time in the form of a higher quality reward. As a result, since Jack didn't want so many sports cars or motorcycles, he agreed to this. Currently, there were a total of 47 stores that Jack owned. He was going to make the final purchase the following day and he would be closing the chapter about purchasing grocery stores in Inchoate City. The total expenses till this moment was approximately $72 million. This included the payment for the uniform, buying 8 more Freightliners, paying for renovation of the stores, buying an apartment for Agnes, Charles and George, buying a few pairs of clothes and paying for the stock purchase. He had also bought a total of 8 Freightliners. All of them were still undergoing repainting at this time before they get delivered so that the stores in the 8 zones can start using them. As for the one that he'd bought before, that would be used by the Central Zone, located at the center of the city. Of course, there were no stores that he'd purchased there just yet. He would do so after buying an office building for Jackson Enterprise. Currently, there was no store under his name that lacked stock. The only things that would need refreshing would be those that were needed fresh. But for those that had a long shelf life, there were enough for a month or two. Flyer's bank account balance is $29,840,607. Jack was currently standing on the bridge while looking at the setting sun. The horizon was already painted orange as the sun had already sunk, but its hue was still being displayed. As the orange color of the horizon reflected on his blue eyes, a complicated feeling was rising with his heart and flooding to his eyes. For some reason, every night, he would either think of her before sleeping or he would dream about her. This was the first time that a stranger had occupied his mind in such a manner. He didn't know what to do about the strange feelings. He was getting an urge to go out and meet her, to at least see her face again so that his heart that had began beating out of rhythm could calm down. He let out a slightly frustrated sigh. He was wondering what was going on with him. He knew well that the city was big and there was no way that he could find her unless he had connections. But still, the connections that he'd built too far were just smaller ones and couldn't do much. He took a look at his newly bought watch and saw that it was already 10 minutes past 5 in the evening. This was the last day of the time that the system had given him to complete the task. Since today was July 17th, the temperatures were already at 19 degrees Celsius.
It was summer after all. He had previously asked George where there could be some rich young masters of Inchoate City that liked racing. George had told him that most nighttime car racing occurred at a mountainous called Mount Bright. This mountain was mainly made of bare rocks and had little vegetation on it. But still, the roads that were made below the mountain or on some of the lower parts of the mountain were good. After looking at it in Google, Jack had seen that it was true. Furthermore, it seemed that the person who had planned the construction of the roads there had the intention of creating a place for racing. After all, the roads in the area around the mountain were rarely used, and what's more, they were in such a way that a person might think that they were racetracks due to the bends. Furthermore, they were in such a way that one could go several laps as long as she doesn't take the road that led back to the city. The special feature of this mountain was that it had a low altitude and didn't have snow. So, it didn't affect the temperatures around the city that much during winter, but the effects could be seen during summer. The temperatures at night were high on the western part of the city, closer to the mountain. Maybe that's why they called it Mount Bright? Jack wasn't sure about it. Jack went back to the prince's palace mansion. After taking his early supper, he got prepared for the race. He wore a white t-shirt, a pair of black jeans and white sneakers. This outfit immediately outlined his well-sculpted body. With a matching handsome face, he really looked dashing. He got out of the mansion and headed for the parking lot. There, he found George waiting for him. Since it was going to be Jack's first time there, he needed a person to introduce him. George had been going there before. That was when he was still racing, before he began delivery work. "Good evening, boss." As soon as George, who was adorned in a pair of casual blue jeans, a black t-shirt and a pair of polo shoes, saw Jack, he immediately greeted him enthusiastically. Since he was hired by Jack, the quality of his life had drastically improved, and it wasn't a week yet. Jack had gotten them an apartment where they stayed. Of course, this was the privilege that only the three of them enjoyed. Even in terms of transportation, they were using the Bentley Bentayga in case they were going to and from the store and the apartment. "Let's get going." "You said that racing begins at 7? Jack asked as he entered the Bentley Continental GT. George got into the Bentley with a slight hint of hesitation on his face, remembering Jack's crazy driving, and replied, "Yes, boss. The racing will begin at 7 and registration will end at 6:45 p.m. "Okay, put on that seatbelt. We're going." Currently, it's 45 minutes past 5. To get there, we'll need at least 30 minutes. So, sit tight. As Jack said this, he immediately began driving out of the palace before speeding towards Mount Bright. George, who was already shaking within, couldn't help but let out a slight smile while thinking to himself, "You guys think that you're professional drivers? Here comes a real pro in driving, he. Jack drove the Bentley on the road. He had made sure to choose the roads that were free of traffic. In this way, although he was driving at an incredible speed, George began overcoming his fear and feeling the thrill going crazy while driving. Although he wasn't the one that was driving the car, at least he could enjoy the thrill of being in the passenger seat while seeing how things blurred as they passed them. Even as George enjoyed how Jack drove the car, and how fast as a Bentley Continental GT was, he didn't forget to think about the cause of his drop out of racing. Who clenched his fists as he thought to himself, "Although I'm not the one going to compete with you, there's someone who's even crazier than I am when it comes to driving. Let me see how you're going to deal with this now." Even he thought of this, who shifted his attention to Jack, who was driving the car like it was something simple. One had to know that a Bentley Continental GT was a sports car. It can't be driven like all the other normal cars. In other terms, one had to be very experienced in driving so that he or she could drive the car at such a high speed on the highways. Jack don't drink too much of his driving skills, as he was now going to complete the task that he was assigned to buy the system so that he could get the professional driving skill fully. True to Jack's estimation, they arrived at Mount Bright after 30 minutes of driving. In other words, they had arrived at the scene when it was already 6:15 p.m. George showed Jack the way to the parking area of those who were going to participate in the racing competition. After all, not all those that came to Mount Bright were going to participate in the competition. They were those who came just for fun, or those who came for betting. There was another group of people who came to support their favorite drivers. And not to forget the group of people who came here with the aim of making connections with the rich second generation that come here race. Upon seeing the Bentley Continental GT, the people in the crowd began making the wild guesses of who the owner of the car was. According to what they knew, all the rich second generation of Inchoate City had already arrived at the scene. Do you think you can guess who the owner of that car is? Why don't you go ahead and do the guessing? Am I supposed to guess who the owner is when I can clearly see that this car is newly bought and it hasn't been a week since it was purchased? Furthermore, from my location there's no way that I can see who the driver is. I'm sitting right next to you, then how do you expect me to guess who the person driving the car is when I can't see him either? Haha, I can already guess that there's a new person in our city. Maybe he's from another city and he has come here to have fun. Hey, don't make wild guesses yet. You may not know who will be coming out of the car after it stops. It may be an old geezer who is here to cause trouble. Perhaps that's your dad and that's why you are so sure about it. Can you guys be serious? Since when did old men start to fancy sports cars? Hee, you're right. As the fans and the betting maniacs began making their own speculations about who the new owner of the car was, the well-known rich second generation began making their way towards the parking lot. They were obviously curious about this newcomer. After Jack parked the car, he dismounted it alongside George. George was already familiar with this place and so, he began introducing Jack to what was supposed to be done or where he had to go if he needed something. The handsome appearance Jack immediately caught the eyes of the young ladies who had come here with their own aims. Wow! What a handsome guy! Do you think he can accept me to be his girlfriend? Look at yourself in the mirror before asking such a question. Yeah, that's right. Furthermore, do you even know if he has a girlfriend? It doesn't matter, I can be his side chick. Bah, you're not qualified to compete with me. Only I can be his side chick. Get lost, if not for your thick makeup, I'm sure that you wouldn't dare to be so thick-skinned. Mike, me and you, we're done. I am going to look for that Mr. Handsome to marry me. Faith, aren't we already engaged? You and who? I didn't accept the engagement. Here's your ring. But you accepted my proposal back then. I was muddle-headed back then. Mike, you've just been dumped by your girlfriend for a man that she's never seen before. Look at my girlfriend here, she didn't do something like ... Hey Sam, from this moment on, just like she did, I'm dumping you as well. Are you serious? Ha. The crowd of young ladies had already began discussing who will be married by Jack. This immediately attracted the envious gazes of their admirers and dark faces of their boyfriends. Jack, who was just meeting the second generation of Inchoate City, didn't know that he had just caused the hearts of many boys to be broken or that he had just attracted the hatred of most of the boys. Look who it is, isn't this George? I didn't know that you'd be rich after leaving. A sarcastic voice echoed from the small crowd of the rich second generation youths. Jack looked at the group of young ladies and young men in front of him. They were draped in the recent fashion-branded clothing and accessories. Since it was summer, there were some that had left parts of their skins exposed, mostly girls. Most of these youths were at the age of 17 to 25. And 25 was the highest that the group would accept, but even so, the younger ones mostly interacted amongst themselves. Young Master Ismail, long time no see. George replied. Although he tried to keep calm, Jack could see that George was angry. He wondered what was going on. But he could still link all of this to George's retirement from racing. Humph, I thought that you won't be participating in racing again. As he spoke, he got to the front from behind the small crowd. He had short hair that was dyed yellow. He was wearing a branded trouser with a branded t-shirt. His handsomeness rating would be at 87. With his bulky body, it was obvious that he was building it by visiting a gym. He was Ismail Cruz, a member of the Cruz family in Inchoate City. The Cruz family was one of the 5 biggest families found in Inchoate City. In Inchoate City, there were 6 families that led in business and assets in the city. The first 5 were Cruz, Radvon, Faro, Jeter and Sapona. These 5 families had almost the same assets and their competition was intense. Of course, although they were competing, it wasn't to the extent that they were enemies. Although they were competing, their younger generation were always hanging out together. Then, there was a family that, just like Alfonso family in Crystal City, had the most influence in Inchoate City.
It was the Raymond family.
Most of the time, it was referred to as the Overlord of Inchoate City. Currently, all the members of the 5 big families were present.
There were others from smaller families as compared to the big 5, but they had assets worth at least 100 million.
From how Jack could see, it seemed that George and this Ismael had a history.
But he wasn't going to get involved as long as nothing overboard happened.
I'm not here to race. It's my boss that's here to participate in the race,
George replied with a proud voice. Even as he spoke, his nose was pointed to the sky subconsciously. The group of youths immediately stared at Jack and began scrutinizing him.
From Jack's casual clothes, they couldn't find anything special about him apart from his handsome face.
But they knew that he wasn't someone simple considering the fact that he could afford to purchase the Bentley Continental GT. It was worth close to 10 million.
Hello,
I am William Farrow, a handsome youth stepped forward and stretched his hand to greet Jack.
Hello, I'm Jack, Jack greeted back.
His introduction simply mentioned his name and didn't mention what family he came from. William's intention of mentioning his family name was so that Jack could introduce his family, so that they could know where he came from.
But, since Jack didn't introduce his background, William was forced to ask. What family are you from? Jack knew that this would happen.
But all the same, he wouldn't use the name of the family that never treated him as part of them. So, he simply shook his head and said, I'm sorry but I can say anything about that. Upon hearing this, the crowd of youths immediately had their brows raised with interest.
If a person could afford the car and couldn't mention his background, could he be a member of one of those hidden families?
They were immediately interested with Jack's background.
But, since he couldn't say anything about it, they decided not to ask for now.
After all, they thought that as long as they got his trust, they would know.
Okay then.
George said that you're here to race.
I guess that you're a professional. William immediately changed the topic.
Nah, I'm just a beginner, Jack replied. This answer made George, who was standing beside him proudly while seeing the rich second gen of the city greeting his boss respectfully, nearly rolled his eyes.
What beginner?
If you're a beginner, then there are no drivers in the world, he thought to himself.
Well, William was stumped on what to say next. Hello Jack, I'm Anderson Jeter.
You're here just at the right time, we're going to have our weekly race.
The final prize is 5 million. You want to join?
Upon seeing that William couldn't speak anymore, a youth with brown eyes, shoulder-length black hair and handsomeness rating of 90 spoke. When Jack heard about the prize, he was immediately excited. With the system's multiplier, he would get 500 million, just enough for him to stabilize the grocery department. He was just about to reply when an arrogant voice came from the side, there's no need for him to participate. He has never participated in a race before. All those present turned their gazes towards the source of the voice. There, they saw a young man and woman heading their way.
All the youths here were from the top families of Inchoate.
With Inchoate being closer to Crystal City, they had of course been able to see these two figures. They were well known and this group of people also respected and admired them. These two newcomers were none other than Steve and Brenda, Jack's half-siblings. They had been staying in Inchoate City in the past 3 days.
Their aim was finding who in Inchoate City helped Jack.
But, even after staying here for such a long time, they hadn't
found a single clue about it.
Furthermore, Jack's moves were erratic that they couldn't follow them at all. Today, they had been invited by the second generation of Inchoate City to participate in the racing competition. This was a weekly major event after all. They had accepted and that was why they were here. But, they had never expected that their brother Jack would also be here. And from what they could see, they found that he was just getting to know these second generation. Now, they knew that he'd no relationship with them.
Then, where was he getting the money to buy a sports car?
In just a minute,
the duo had arrived before the group. As soon as they arrived, the youths immediately began flattering them, wanting to build connections with them. After all, with the help of Alfonso family, it wouldn't be hard for their families to develop. "Young Master Steve, young Miss Brenda, welcome," William said with a smile. He stretched his hand for a handshake, but the duo ignored him, causing him to retrieve his hand awkwardly. The others also went ahead to greet them, but after learning from William, none of them stretched their hands forward. After the greetings were over, the group from the top families in Inchoate City were kind of flustered, not knowing what to do next in accordance to Steve's previous words of Jack not participating in the race. "You guys don't worry that much. We're here to participate in the race. We'll up the race's prizes." Brenda spoke with a smile on her face. Then, she turned her gaze towards Jack, who was standing there indifferently, and said, "Jack, I don't think you should participate in the racing. After all, you're not good at racing. You'll only embarrass yourself, and that's not a good thing." The group of youths were surprised by the fact that it seemed that Jack and the duo knew each other. And from what they could tell, the relationship between them wasn't that good. In fact, it seemed that the two didn't like Jack. On the other hand, Jack seemed not to care about them. Jack glanced at her for a moment before shifting his gaze towards Steve, who was glancing at him with a disdainful gaze. "I already told you that you don't have to worry about me. I can handle myself. Furthermore, my reputation doesn't concern you." Jack's voice was quite cold rather than his usual indifferent one. Alex's words caused the atmosphere to tense. The rich second generation didn't know what to do about this situation. Furthermore, they knew that they were not allowed to interrupt the duo, Steve and Brenda, as the moment that they made them dislike them, the families behind them would surely suffer. "Come on, lil bro, don't be like that. I've known you since you're young and you've never participated in a race before. So, I'm doing this for your own good." Brenda spoke, ignoring Jack's previous words. The youth's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. They finally found something that linked the three. It seemed that they were siblings. And they had an argument. Since this was a family issue, they won't dare to put in their noses. On the other hand, they were quite surprised that Jack was a member of Crystal City's Alfonso family. Even George, who was beside Alex, finally had some understanding. He'd previously seen Jack's name being Jackson Alfonso. This was the name on his ID and the contract that they'd signed when he took him in as his new employee. Jack frowned. "It seems that these two are here to cause trouble for me. But there's no way that I'm going to let that happen. I have to participate in the race and I'll have to win. Otherwise, I won't have enough time to find another place to race before the time that I was given by the system ends. Jack, why don't you just get lost from here? I am not sure where you got this car from, but I think that you shouldn't participate in this race," Steve arrogantly spoke. Jack looked at him and said, "Why don't we make a bet?" "A bet? Why will we make a bet with a loser like you?" Steve laughed out loud as he looked at Jack funnily. "I know why you guys have been staying in Inchoate City lately. If you win the bet, I'll tell you. If you lose, then you'll have to disappear from Inchoate City tonight," Jack stated. Upon hearing Jack's words, the two turned and gazed at each other. Then, they saw the same glint in each other's eyes. They turned towards Jack and Steve said, "It seems that your brain is still working well. But, what do you want us to bet on? The stakes are already out. We're betting on the race. Whoever wins the race wins the bet," Jack said. After a moment of silence, Steve burst in a fit of laughter while Brenda chuckled coquettishly, causing the boys around to fix their gazes on her with their faces flushed. "Racing? I thought that you had something else that you wanted us to compete in. Never thought that you would choose the department that you're worse in." After laughing for a while, Steve finally couldn't hold it anymore as he mocked Jack. George frowned as he thought of Jack's superb driving skills. He then wondered to himself, if Jack's driving skills were said to be amateurish, then, didn't that mean that this Steve guy was far better in driving? He couldn't help but wonder. "You betting on it or not?" Jack asked indifferently. He wasn't going to prove anything in words. Only his actions could prove his true capabilities. Okay. Let's bet then. Steve laughed again before calming down to reply. After that, George took Jack to the registration area. Although the rich second generation of Inchoate City were sponsoring the race, they weren't the owners of the competition. So, even they had to register to race, this was the rule. After registering, Jack then shifted his focus to his half-siblings. He knew them too well. Even if he won the bet, he was sure that they would go back in their words and there was nothing that Jack would do them, or so they thought. So, just in case, Jack made a proposal, why don't we sign a contract? In this way, none of us will go back on our words. The duo stared at him for a moment. Then, Brenda raised her brows and asked, "You don't trust your family?" "Oh no, I forgot that we're no longer a family." As soon as these words were spoken, the youths were surprised. They stared at Jack, wondering why he would be expelled from the family. But at the same time, they stared at Brenda and the same thought ran through their minds, what a black-bellied lady. "I know you too well." Jack's reply was simple. Brenda could already guess that Jack was talking about the taxi fare. "Jack, you don't have to be that way. Maybe that guy wanted to have more money. I paid him but he asked you for more. Furthermore, it's not like you cannot afford such a small amount of taxi fare, right?" As she spoke, she showed Jack the bank message that showed that she'd transferred $5,000 to the driver. Although Jack didn't know the driver's name, from the date and time, he could already guess that what she said about transferring the money was true. But the purpose, he already knew that it was different. As for her exposing that Jack couldn't afford such a small amount of fare, it was obvious that she was trying to make sure that he was embarrassed. But Jack wasn't going to be embarrassed at all. "I don't care about that. Let's just sign the contract, to be on the safe side, for me of course," Jack said as he decisively headed towards the area where there was a printing machine. It was a small office. This was the office that was in charge of registration and administration of the racing rewards. After telling them what he wanted, a staff member typed and printed a simple contract. The contents of the contract was simple. The loser of tonight's race, between the two sides, will have to fulfill their end of their bet. If not, they would be banned from participating in a racing competition for 3 years. The organizers of this racing competition had the ability to do that. After all, they were not just based in a single city, but multiple of them, Crystal City included. After signing the contract, it was time to increase the prizes of the race. Steve forked out $3 million while Brenda gave out $2 million, totaling it to $5 million. On the other hand, Jack gave $3 million as well. This made the duo frown, wondering just how much money Jack had in his pockets. But they didn't ask as they knew that Jack wouldn't tell them even if they asked. They would have to wait till he lost the race. The first position would receive a total of $8 million. The second position would receive $5 million. The third place would get $2.5 million. Now that all the stakes had been placed, each and every one of them that wanted to participate in the racing competition got into their respective cars. Jack got into the driver's seat and George took the co-driver's seat. Then, they waited for the last few minutes to pass so that the race could start. Author's note. Hello guys. I was thinking about starting to release the chapters once a week. But, the release would be in bulk of at least 15 chapters. Please, leave your comment on what you think about it. Inside the Bentley Continental GT, George looked at Jack with a serious expression. Although he didn't know what had brought Jack's siblings in Inchoate, it seemed important in that even after staying here with their influence, they could still figure nothing out. On the other hand, what Jack wanted was for them to scram and leave Inchoate City. Just from this, he could tell that the relationship between the siblings wasn't good at all. Steve had said that Jack's driving skills were at the amateur level. George himself had seen how well Jack was in driving. But, if that was considered amateur, then that Steve was supposed to be a professional racer. If his boss lost, not only would his reputation be stained, after all, he was the one that had initiated the bet, but also, the other second generation from Inchoate City would likely go against him to please Brenda and Steve. "Boss, are you sure about winning this race?" he asked when he saw that Jack's face didn't have any hint of nervousness at all. In fact, he'd only seen his boss smile twice, and that was just for an instant. As for getting angry, he'd never seen him get angry at all. The only thing that was usually etched on his handsome face was indifference. "Don't worry about that. If I couldn't win, then why would I want to bet with them? I might as well tell them what they wanted to know, or I might as well say nothing and leave," Jack replied while his hands held the steering wheel. George nodded upon hearing this. After all, with the current law, there was absolutely no way that the duo could force Jack to say what he didn't want to say. So, he decided to keep quiet and wait for the time. Just like that, they stayed in the car playing with their phones, for Jack and chatting for George. At exactly 6:45 p.m., the engines of the cars roared. And with the roars of the cars, the mountain area was lit up. The lights that had already been set up before were lit, illuminating the racing tracks, of course, just the normal tarmac mountain road. The spectators immediately began cheering for those that they were supporting. There were several discussions on who was going to win the race and so on. As the cars drove towards the starting line, the crowd cheered even louder. After all, that was a lineup of sports cars. There were Aston Martins, Nissan, McLaren, Bentleys, and other brands of sports cars. There were some that had a hobby of collecting the images of sports cars. And this was the right place. Jack drove his Bentley Continental GT to the starting line. He could see that all the cars present were worth at least $1 million and above. Furthermore, the Big Five all had cars worth at least $5 million. By coincidence or not, on Jack's left side of the starting line, Steve stopped there. Brenda winded down the car window as she looked at Jack curiously. Jack hadn't closed the car window, and as a result, he could be seen by the duo. "Are you sure about this, Jack?" Brenda smiled as she asked. She was sitting on the co-driver's seat inside a Lamborghini Huracan. This was the most expensive car in the lineup present today. It was worth $11 million. That included the costs of modification. Jack glanced at her before turning his gaze back to the road. He knew that she was just taunting him, nothing much. After all, he knew that she was quite anxious about Jack's source of money. All of this was so that she could make sure that he didn't have a penny on him. Seeing that Jack had ignored her, Brenda was displeased as she pursed her lips tightly. "Just you wait. After this race, I'll see where you'll hide when we beat you to the ground." She had complete confidence in Steve's driving skills plus the car that they were in. Steve had won several races back in Crystal City and could be considered a young genius racing driver. Pooh. Vroom. 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 As soon as this sound echoed in the air, all the engines of the cars present revved wildly. Their headlights shone more intensely, illuminating further the already lit path. The cheers from the crowds began echoing, although they couldn't be heard well due to the loud roaring of the engines. At this time, a large screen descended in front of the cars, on top of the pillar that was standing tall in front of the starting line. On it were the names of the cars and their drivers. At the very top of the screen, there was a countdown to the start of the race. As the 5 seconds countdown went down slowly, the engines roared even fiercely. Inside the Bentley Continental GT, Jack gripped the steering wheel tightly as he gazed at the screen. His foot was already on the accelerator and the car was ready to charge forward at a moment of notice. Currently, there were more than 15 cars that were going to participate in the race. As for the arrangement on the track, it was in the first-come first-served situation. Those that had registered first were in front and vice versa. Jack was currently closer to the back of the cars. The Bentley Continental GT had a manual and automatic gear system. Currently, Jack was using the manual one. In this way, his control over the car was higher. Vroom. Scree. As soon as the countdown reached 0, he released the brakes, released the clutch, pushed the throttle. With that, the car shot forward alongside the other sports cars. George had already put on his seatbelt. He was the one that was going to tell Jack about the road, as this was Jack's first time here. The crowd cheered as they watched the cars disappearing into the distance. There were several drones that had cameras on them. Then, there were several screens that showed the current situation of the cars that were racing. On the screens, they could see that the leading car was a Nissan GT-R. But, it wasn't long before it was overtaken by a McLaren 720s. The competition was clearly fierce. This was a one-lap race. But, this one lap wasn't short, as it would take these cars at least 30 minutes for them to complete it. One had to know that these were all sports cars and they were moving at their maximum possible speeds. The record that had been set so far was a car that had finished the lap in 00:31:52:66. Since 5 years ago, nobody had broken that record, not even the record holder, who was now a professional racer. Who do you think will win this race? William will definitely take it. Get lost. I know you have a crush on him. But, this time, Kelly will definitely win. Bah, what a shameless guy. Do you think that I didn't see you sneaking her a few glances? Humph. I bet $300 that Anderson will win this race. I bet $1,000 on that Lamborghini. Hey, so you think that just because it's fast it'll win? You don't know about racing at all. This only depends on the driver. Why do you care? It's not like I'm using your money to bet, right? I bet $5,000 on that new Bentley Continental GT. Several people placed their bets on the cars that they thought would win, while others were already daydreaming about what would happen after their idol won the race. On the racing track, Jack was shifting gears like a madman, according to George, of course. Jack's face was currently calm while his eyes were sharp as they focused on the road. His hand moved to shift the gear while the other one remained on the steering wheel. The speed of the car was already past 180 miles per hour and it was still accelerating. Boss, there's a sharp corner towards the left about 700 meters from here, George said as he wiped the cold sweat on his face. He had previously thought that Jack's driving of the Bugatti Veyron was already crazy. But now, he had to change his opinion. This corner was where the leading characters would start emerging. Currently, Steve's Lamborghini Huracan was already in front of them by about 100 meters. After all, its speed wasn't low and it was customized for racing. Jack calmly nodded his head in response as the speed of the car began increasing further. In no time, the speed was already past 200 miles per hour. This immediately frightened George to the core. Boss, did you hear me? There's a sharp corner ahead. George couldn't help but remind Jack about what he'd just said. I know, Jack replied, but he had no intention of slowing down at all. This action immediately attracted the attention of the other drivers as well as the spectators. What the heck with him? Does he want to die? This guy is not slowing down at all. Do you think he's gone crazy? This car is new and so is the driver. Maybe he doesn't know about the track. Ah, this fool. He dares to participate in the race without trying out the road? As the audience and drivers talked, the cars reached the corner. Many of them had already slowed down drastically as soon as they were a few hundred meters from the corner. On the other hand, Jack used this opportunity to surpass most of the cars until there were only 3 cars in front of him, Steve's Lamborghini Huracan being among them. They drifted at the corner at a slower speed before accelerating after getting past it. Jack could see that Steve's skills were indeed good as he did a drift. Furthermore, he was the one that led the race after the corner. On the other hand, Jack didn't slow down at all. He knew that his car had a disadvantage as it was not customized for racing. So, he would be using these corners to his advantage so that he could win the race. As soon as he was just tens of meters from the corners, Jack's professional driving skills kicked in. He stepped on the brake to transfer some weight to the front of the car and flicked the steering to initiate the drift. Maintaining the drift by lifting off the throttle to reduce drift angle, he added more throttle to increase it. He then transitioned the drift by slightly over-rotating the car towards the left just before changing the direction and then lifted off the accelerator. The car slid on the track in such a way that people thought that it was going to turn over. But to their surprise, although the left side tires got off the ground, the car didn't flip. As soon as the car got past the corner, the tires landed onto the ground. Jack then released the throttle at the correct time and eased off the steering angle. Then, he accelerated forward, easily surpassing one of the cars that was in front of him, inside which was the stunned female driver, Kelly.
Did you see that? Do you think that I am blind? I've fallen for him. You? Even Sir Isaac Newton's law of universal gravity can't allow you to do so. How can you fall for him? Anyway, he's crushing me. Alternate way of saying that Jack is his crush. Get lost, you're daydreaming. Hey, it's 7 p.m. now, it's night, how can I daydream? You ask yourself, after all, you're the one daydreaming, not me. This is a professional driver, a professional racer. Where was he hiding all this time? Maybe he's from another city. Open your dog eyes and see the registration number of the Bentley Continental GT. It's from Inchoate City. You, open your dog brain. Do you think that if I buy a car in Crystal City I'll be a resident there? The commotion caused by Jack's driving skills wasn't small, as even those that were in charge of the racing competition were greatly impressed by his driving skills. On the other hand, Steve frowned the moment that he saw that Jack's car didn't flip over at such a sharp bend. He was wondering what was going on when Brenda, who was seated in the co-driver's seat, spoke. It seems that our little brother has been hiding all these years. What do you mean? Steve asked with a frown as he turned his gaze back to the road. Since he had slowed down drastically, his speed was still accelerating. On the other hand, Jack's Bentley was catching up as it had only reduced its speed by a small amount at the corner. During the past 3 days, he's been going to the government building in charge of the stores found in the city. When we asked about it, we were told that he was purchasing a grocery store, a few of them to be precise. Brenda analyzed. On the first day that we met him here in Inchoate City, he was coming from a store. And now, that store has been turned into a grocery, although it doesn't have the stock yet. He bought a Bentley Continental GT and he has the capital that can be used to start more than 3 grocery stores. Now, he's got good driving skills. I can guess where his money is coming from. Racing. He must have been participating in racing secretly without our knowledge. And now, he's won several prizes in that, he's accumulated quite a sum of money on him. Brenda concluded. Hiss. What a cunning little man. It seems that we've underestimated him, just like his mother. Steve spoke. The car fell into momentary silence. The commotion was brought only when they heard the sound of a car engine approaching them. Looking at the side mirror, Steve could clearly see that currently, the gap between them had been reduced. Furthermore, Jack's Bentley was already closer to overtaking William's Porsche 911 that was currently in the second place. He stepped on the gas as the car accelerated furthermore. Upon noticing this, Brenda frowned and said, "You better stop fooling around. There are several corners up ahead. If you keep up with this speed, there might be an accident." Worry not. I know my limits. Even as he said that, he accelerated further, using the speed of the Lamborghini Huracan to the maximum, increasing the gap between him and Jack and William, who were now at a tie. George took a deep breath as he tried calming down. He had almost been frightened to death when the car almost flipped over. Looking at Jack's calm and indifferent expression, he couldn't help but wonder to himself, was it just a coincidence that the car didn't flip over, or was this due to Jack's professional driving skills? Jack didn't say a word as he continued accelerating. He wanted to win this race well. And winning it well meant that he'd have to give the second place a considerable gap. As for the record, he would of course break it. Ding! It was a sound that came from the car's dashboard. Jack glanced at it and found that the download of the map had been completed. He had decided to completely download the map of Inchoate City so that he could use the car's special navigation system. Now that it was done, he pressed a button that zoomed the map. There, it showed his current position, speed as well as the road that he was on. So, he marked the finishing line as the end location and navigated from his current position. In a short moment, a path was formed. This path that he could follow was one that the Bentley Continental GT would have no problem in using. You can tell me if the road that is shown on the map is the one that we're supposed to follow during the race,
Jack stated simply to the flabbergasted George. George nodded his head, still in a daze as he stared at the car's navigation system. As time moved, he could see that the map was becoming clear and clear, to the situation where it was almost looking like a satellite map. He could see the car, although not clearly. The path that they were following was currently yellow as it wasn't clear yet. This Bentley's navigation system was quite digital, he thought to himself. In the next moment, he was forced to come back to reality as he stared at the map. Unknowingly, they had already arrived before an S-shaped bend. Although it wasn't a perfect S shape, the corners were quite sharp. So, at this time, William, who was forced to reduce his speed, was already disappearing from the corner. Just like before, Jack did a drift. Unlike the last time, Jack didn't reduce the speed of the car at all on this corner. There were a total of 4 corners so far on the S-bend. And on all of these bends, Jack never slowed down. And, the car never showed any signs of flipping over as well. The reason for this was obviously due to Jack's familiarity of the road through the car's navigation system. He could already tell what shape the road was going to take next. As a result, he was able to make ample preparations. On the 3rd corner, Jack passed Steve, who was forced to slow down due to the many corners. Otherwise, he would have ran off the tracks. Jack didn't even spare their Lamborghini Huracan a glance as he overtook them. In the 4th corner, Steve could only see the Bentley Continental GT's taillights. The racing track that was chosen was full of corners. After all, the show of a driver's skills was on these corners. There was absolutely no thrill in racing on a straight racing track. After overcoming his fear, George began enjoying the way that Jack was driving. He also made sure to look at the way that Jack was switching gears. But, he was forced to give up as nothing that Jack did made sense to him. So, he put his mind to enjoying the ride. Although he couldn't see what Jack was doing to be able to easily drift on the sharp corners, he made his mind to ask him after this. Just look at it go. This is what we call driving cars professionally. Yeah, you're right. All the others are amateurs in front of him. Ah, I made the right bet. Now, I've earned big. The odds of the Bentley winning was 2.5. Too bad I didn't bet even more. Otherwise, I'd have earned bigger. Brother, remember that I was the one that told you to place the bet on him? Yeah, I remember. But you should have placed a bet as well. Haven't you won too? Well, you know, I bet on the Lamborghini. So, you were trying to make me lose money? And you're still shamelessly stretching over your claws to ask for money? Get lost, you evil creature. Although the race was only halfway, for the first person of course, the spectators already knew who the winner of this race was. But, that didn't make them lose their interest in the race as they focused all of their attention on how Jack tackled the corners. Currently, there was nobody who could see the Bentley Continental GT's taillight. Even so, Jack didn't slow down. It seemed that the management had also seen that Jack was what all the spectators were interested in, even those that had lost their bets. Although their hearts were bleeding, they could still endure it to watch the top-notch driving skills. So, all the screens but 2 were showing the Bentley Continental GT. The other 2 showed the Lamborghini Huracan and Williams Porsche 911. This was just to give them some face as they were in the 2nd and 3rd place. Vroom! The sound of a roaring engine made the eyes of the spectators to shift from the screen towards the source. And upon seeing the Bentley Continental GT, the crowd was at first stunned before they began cheering wildly. They had been staring intently on the screen and that they forgot that the finishing line was the same as the starting line. So, they had forgotten that the Bentley would still come to the starting point. As the Bentley Continental GT crossed the finishing line, the crowd erupted in cheers. In total, there were about 10,000 people gathered here to watch the race. In such a way, through loud cheers shook the night and traveled till they reached the city. This forced the people that were still outside to look towards Mount Bright. At the same time, those that were in their houses moved the curtains aside as they looked out of the window. The cause of such an eruption wasn't just because Jack had won the race. It was because he'd broken the record that had been set 5 years ago. He'd taken far less time to finish the race. Now, the new record read 00:24:39:98. Jack had finished the race in 24 minutes. This was mind-blowing. He'd broken the record by about 7 minutes. Minutes, not seconds. The crowd was cheering the name Jack crazily. The ladies, if not for the restrictions that prevented them from reaching the area where the participants were, they would have already rushed there to get his number. Driving Deity Jack. Driving Deity Jack. Driving Deity Jack. Driving Deity Jack. That was the slogan that was being shouted when the second place, Steve, arrived almost 9 minutes later, followed by William, who was 10 minutes behind, and finally Kelly, who was just 30 seconds or so behind him. When William alighted from the car, he couldn't help but stare at the calm and composed Jack. He muttered to himself, he surely deserves this title, Driving Deity Jack. With a smile, he headed towards Jack to congratulate him. But he was forced to stop when he saw that Steve and Brenda were ahead of him, as they had already arrived before Jack. "Jack, why didn't you tell us that you're good at racing?" As soon as Brenda arrived before him, she asked with a hint of frustration in her voice. They had previously taunted Jack that he was an amateur in racing, only to be badly defeated. There was a gap of more than 9 minutes. That wasn't something that an amateur could do. If Jack was an amateur, then what could Steve be called? Not like I had to tell you everything about me, right? Furthermore, you never asked. Jack shrugged his shoulders as he replied. Brenda stared at him with narrowed eyes, trying to figure something out. But in the end, she was forced to retrieve her gaze as she could see nothing on Jack's indifferent face. Humph. Steve, who was standing beside Brenda, only snorted before turning his face away from Jack. He felt that he had been embarrassed by Jack. Although he was angry, he knew that there was nothing that he could do at the moment. He had previously stated arrogantly that Jack wasn't supposed to participate in the race because he was an amateur. Who knew that he'd misspoken? It was supposed to be that Jack wasn't supposed to participate in the race because he was a driving deity. Then, did you get your money from racing? Brenda asked. This is my first time participating in a racing competition. Jack replied bluntly. Who will believe that? Brenda asked with raised brows. Jack just shrugged and said, not my problem if you believe it or not. Not like I care. Why you? For the first time, Brenda showed her anger. But all the same, Jack didn't care. The only way that this half-sister of his could cause problems for him would be by making sure that the stores that he had opened failed. But who could resist the temptations of money? Jack had money, that was something that he won't be lacking in the future. With the system, why would he be afraid? You should keep your end of the bet, Jack said before he stood up and headed towards the management office of the racing competition. All the money that was supposed to be given to the winners as the prize were all given to the management. In this way, there was no way that the winner of the race would fail to receive what she deserved. As soon as the manager in charge saw Jack approaching, he got out of the office with a smile plastered on his face. He was really enthusiastic about Jack. As a racing competition manager, he was obviously looking for talent that could be signed by his company. Mr. Jack, I am Peter Hansen, the manager of off-track racers in Coet Branch. He extended his hand to greet Jack. Jack nodded as he shook the manager's hand. Then, the manager led Jack into his office. The office was nothing special. It only had the important things like a computer and a cabinet for files, which were required for the running of the racing competition. After sitting, Peter spoke, Mr. Jack, I would like to congratulate you on winning the competition. You're a professional. How long have you engaged in racing? Thanks. As for how long I've been racing, this is my first racing competition, Jack replied sincerely. But Peter smiled meaningfully, thinking that Jack didn't want to talk about that. So, he changed the topic. As we're speaking, the transfers for the prize money is being transferred to your account. In reply, Jack simply nodded as there was nothing that could be said there. On the other hand, would you like to join us, off-track racers, as a genius racer under us? We'll provide you with all the support that you'll need to enhance your skills. As for the salary and other benefits, you'll not have to worry about them. You'll be provided with the best that our company can offer." Peter went on to try and invite Jack to join them. If Jack agreed to this, then not only would he be promoted, his salary would also be drastically increased. After all, a racing genius like Jack was rare to find. "I'm sorry, but racing is just a hobby and not something that I would like to dedicate my time to," Jack replied. What a joke! Why would he race under another person's company when he could start his own? With the system, there was no way that he was going to lack money to start a business. What's more, he would never suffer losses as the income multiplier by 100 times was already enough to cover the losses. Seeing that Jack had no intention of joining, Peter felt dejected. But he still smiled and said, "If you ever change your mind, you can contact me. Here's my business card." As he said that, he handed Jack his business card. Jack accepted the card. It wasn't bad to start forming connections. After all, money wasn't enough, as there were things that a person couldn't acquire even if he had money. Although the manager here had a low position, there was no problem starting down to climb upwards. As for changing his mind to participate in racing competitions, he would have to forget about that. At this time, he felt his phone vibrating. Taking it out, he found a bank message. Flyers Bank savings account received $10 million. Current balance is $36,790,607. You've earned $10 million. Multiplier applied. You've received $1 billion. First income. As a reward, you gain a customized Eurocopter EC-135. System task completed. Professional driving skill now permanently belongs to the host. Jack was surprised that he had received $10 million. After all, according to what he knew, he was supposed to receive $8 million. But what about the extra $2 million? As if sensing the question in his gaze, Peter smiled and said, "Since this is your first time, you may have not known this. But the first prize is $2 million. That's what our off-track racers gives out. After all, you spend $50,000 to register for the race. So, you'll have to be rewarded. As for the $8 million, that's what those rich second generation agree on. It's like a bet." Jack finally nodded in understanding. If they were just going to receive the registration fee and give back nothing to the winner, then nobody would be willing to spend so much money to race. He had also received several system prompts that he would have to check out after leaving the mountain. But for the income, he had never expected that he would receive so much money from racing. $1 billion, this was an amount of money that he'd thought that he'd earn only after a month or so. But now that he'd gotten this amount of money, he could as well increase the speed at which his foundation was being built. And the materials for building the foundation would have to be the best. First thing first, he would have to purchase a commercial building. Then, he would see if there were shares that could be bought. After all, $1 billion wasn't the last amount of money that he would be having in this lifetime. The more he invested, the more he earned. Now, he had to go back and see the Eurocopter EC-135 that he had been rewarded with by the system. Walking out of the office, Jack found that George was talking to William and the others. Of course, Ismail didn't seem to like George, but all the same, he just stood there, listening and not saying a word. When they saw him, the group walked towards him as they congratulated him. "Congratulations, Jack." William spoke. "Jack, you said that you were a beginner in racing. But we've seen the replay of your car moves. Your skills are at the professional level," Anderson complained from the side. "Anderson, just beat it. You were not even closer to the second or third place. You were in the 7th place. So, stop complaining and let us, those who were closer to him, talk." A burly guy spoke. He was from the Radvon family, Benjamin Radvon. "Heh, you're talking and you were ahead of me in just 5 seconds. Anderson sneered. "Jack, where did you train how to drive and do those drifts?" Kelly asked. She was from Sapona family. "I trained myself." But Jack's reply made the group stare at him with strange gazes. Then, they laughed at him before waving at him, telling him not to tell them if he didn't want. What's more, they even claimed that he'd signed a confidential agreement. This made Jack puzzled. What's up with these guys? Nobody believes it when I speak the truth? Guess I'll start lying as they believe lies to be the truth anyway. After interacting with the group for a period of time, Jack finally left with George. Although there were many youths there, Jack had become superficial. The group had invited him to a banquet in 2 days' time. Since he wanted to form connections, he would obviously go. He could get a chance to purchase some shares from the big wigs of Inchoate that would be attending the banquet. As for Brenda and Steve, he didn't see them after coming back from Peter's office. It seemed that they had already left. But what Jack knew was that they wouldn't give up. Although they would not be coming to Inchoate City, that didn't apply to his other half-siblings and cousins. But worried he wasn't. There were other things that he could be worried about, like the girl that was still tormenting his mind. But, all the same, one thing at a time. As he drove the Bentley Continental GT out of the mountain, the crowd of fans hadn't stopped cheering his name. Furthermore, the video of his stunts when driving were posted in the internet. The result was obviously pleasing. George, I can see that you and those 5 seem to know each other well. What's your real background? Jack asked as soon as they left Mount Bright. Jack had noticed that, although George was wearing casual clothes, the way that he was being treated by those members of the top 5 families was absolutely different. He had seen that there were several other youths that came from other big families of Inchoate. But all the same, their families couldn't compare to the Big 5. William and the others seemed not to be paying much attention to them. But George was different. The group could enthusiastically chat with him. And what's more, the way they treated him was like he was their equal, and sometimes he could feel that they had some sense of respect for him. A good example of the treatment would be Ismael. If it was another person of Inchoate that wasn't in good terms with him, he was sure that Ismael would have already looked for ways to make sure that person went down. But to George, other than throwing his mouth off, he did nothing else. So, it was obvious to Jack that George was hiding his real identity. But, what identity was it? George was stunned by Jack's question. He hadn't expected that Jack would ask something like that. But after a moment, he smiled bitterly as he thought to himself, oh, how can I forget that someone like him isn't simple? After a moment of silence, George finally spoke. To tell you the truth, I'm a member of Dante family. I'm the second son. George's reply was absolutely out of Jack's expectations. He had thought that George's identity wasn't small. Who knew that George was the second son of the largest family, the Overlord of Inchoate City, Dante family? The owners of Dante Corporation. Although Jack was startled by the answer, the only reaction that was shown on his face was raising his brows a little. This reaction made George admire him more. He kept wondering, what did Jack experience for him to have such a stable mentality? As for the reason as to why I'm out there, it's to fulfill my end of a bet. I had bet with Ismael about 5 years ago that the one that lost the bet would stop using their family's influence for 5 years. I lost the race and was banned from racing for 5 years. Upon seeing that Jack was listening, George continued. There's only a month before I can finish the price that I had to pay for losing the bet. To be exact, I only have 27 days till the end of it. George said all of this with some hint of dejection. Jack finally understood why the group could engage George. Furthermore, George was an easygoing person. He didn't put on the airs of a young master from the biggest family of a city at all. What made Jack admire him the most was the fact that he had been doing delivery work for almost 5 years. And he'd never gone back on his words. He made sure to keep his end of the bet. As for his character at work, he was truly determined to complete all the duties that had been assigned to him. So, Jack finally understood why he saw the name Dante on George's name. George was a low-profile person. So, even those that had given George the delivery work didn't know of his identity. Even Jack didn't link the two together. So, after the month is up, what are you going to do? Jack asked. I guess I'll stay with boss. I need to learn from you how to drive like a professional. Before going back to the racing competition, I'll have to improve my skills," George stated after a moment of silence. Jack turned and gazed at him for a moment before nodding. "Okay then. If there's something that you need my assistance in, ask and I'll help whenever I can." George smiled. He knew that Jack wasn't simple. As a member of Dante family, he knew all too well about Brenda and Steve. He knew that all those that had gone against them in the past had suffered a considerable loss. But now, Jack was facing the two of them at the same time. But he didn't seem like a person that was getting overwhelmed. This implied that Jack had a way to deal with them. For that reason, George decided that he was going to maintain the relationship between them. After about 40 minutes of driving, he finally arrived at the palace. The traffic on the road had caused them to arrive after a longer period of time than when they were leaving the city. The reason for this being that, currently, it was 8 p.m. At this time, traffic was quite high. So, although Jack had made use of the not-so-popular roads, he still experienced traffic at the roundabouts that connected these roads to the busy highways. Of course, Jack made sure to send George home first before returning to the palace. Although Jack knew that George was a member of the Dante family, he wasn't going to help him in going against the bet that he made. If George wanted to use his family influence to get to live a better life, he would have done so. And since he didn't, then Jack helping him because of his family influence was something that he wouldn't do. The guards opened the gate as soon as they saw the Bentley's familiar registration number. They bowed to him as they welcomed him. Jack nodded to them before he parked the car in the parking lot. After getting into the mansion, he headed straight to his bedroom. Although the Bentley was quite comfortable to sit in unlike other sports cars, but sitting inside the Bentley Continental GT for over an hour had made him feel tired. This made him think of starting to drive the SUVs instead. But that would have to wait, as currently, Jack wanted to see what rewards the system had given him. After taking a shower, he changed into his pajamas before laying on his back on the bed. Then, he stared at the system prompts that he'd received when he was on Mount Bright. Flyers Bank savings account received $10 million. Current balance is $36,790,607. You've earned $10 million. Multiplier applied. You've received $1 billion. First income. As a reward, you gain a customized Eurocopter EC-135. System task completed. Professional driving skill now permanently belongs to the host. He then took out his phone. There, he confirmed that he'd received another message. Flyers Bank savings account received $990 million. Current balance is $1,026,790,607. Looking at the huge balance, Jack decided that he needed to do something. It would be good to see some strings of zero instead of seeing so many numbers. With that thought, he decided that he would open another account. This new account would be the one that would be used by the financial department of the grocery department. Since he was still in the starting phase, he still needed more money. But, with over $1 billion, he could settle everything the following day. Then, there was something that made him more excited. That was the fact that, with the completion of the system's task, the professional driving skill was now his permanently. In other words, he was going to remain as the driving deity Jack. He wondered when he would receive another mission with a reward of skills. If he got something like business management, he would be able to ensure that his enterprise was making enough money. No, it should be maximizing the enterprise's profits and reputation. But he didn't know when the system would give him such a reward again. But he didn't lose hope, as the system was still there. He still had things that would be rewarded as the first income reward. Just like the stores that he'd recently bought, the rewards had yet to be given to him. As for the last reward, the Eurocopter EC-135. That was the reward for the first income that he'd received from racing. He was wondering if he could participate in such races in different areas so that he could get even more rewards. But it seemed impossible. The first-time income can only be repeated on the business, where you work to earn a profit, not where you receive the rewards of winning in a hobby. Is there a difference between them? Aren't they income all the same? Jack couldn't help but ask.
True, both of them are incomes, but one is a hobby and another needs skills, determination, courage, decisiveness, and connections. There are many risks involved in business that could lead to heavy losses. On the other hand, in racing competitions, other than the registration fee, nothing else is lost if you don't win the race. Jack simply sighed at the system's logic.
Then, he thought of something. What about the money that I can win after getting the first position in a race? The restriction is only applied on the first-time income reward.
But, the multiplier still applies on the money that is earned from racing. After all, this is income.
Jack shook his head helplessly.
Then, he thought of the Eurocopter.
Was it going to be delivered like the Bugatti Veyron was? As soon as this thought echoed in his mind, the system spoke.
Since it's night and the system doesn't like to delay the rewards unless the host asks for it, the Eurocopter was delivered in the palace a long time ago and the guards have already been dealt with. No worries, you can just fly your Eurocopter freely.
Jack was surprised.
After all, he'd thought that the system would deliver the Eurocopter the same way the Bugatti was.
Who knew that the system listened to his advice? After all, who does car delivery at night if there's no emergency? Where is it? I don't think there's a helipad here. Jack asked. There's one on the roof of the parking garage. Where's a parking garage? Jack asked curiously. He'd never seen one here.
Once the walls of the parking lot are raised, the parking lot would become a parking garage.
Jack was surprised again. As for the helipad, he didn't know what to say about it.
He wondered if Sabrina had forgotten about it or she didn't know of its existence at all. Jack got out of the bed, forgetting about the tiredness of his body as he rushed towards the parking lot. From a distance, he could see that there was a white Eurocopter with several streaks of blue on top of the roof. Jack hurried his steps and arrived at the parking lot not long after. He tried looking around for a way to get to the Eurocopter that had landed on the roof, but he couldn't find any.
System, why is the Eurocopter on the roof? You know, that's poor delivery service. After all, how am I supposed to fly it if I can't even reach it?
After getting frustrated from not seeing a method of getting to the roof, he could only complain to the system.
There's a way to get there. It's just that you don't know what you bought well. Just raise the walls.
Once all the walls are up, there would be a staircase that leads to the top of the garage.
Jack couldn't help but complain. How am I supposed to know everything in all of this big compound without spending some time? See, even the one that sold it to me didn't tell me about it. Maybe she didn't know that it existed there. After saying these words to the system, Jack then thought of something important. By the way, system, how did you know that there was a staircase here? Nothing in this blue planet can be hidden from this system. Jack.
After pressing the button for the walls to rise, Jack waited for about a minute before everything was in place. Looking at the garage that had been formed, Jack could only admire the designer even more. After all, when the walls were taken down, they would hide below the interlocking tiles that would take their place. But, once they were raised, the garage looked no different from a normal built one. He couldn't even see the places that the four walls joined together. If a person was seeing this for the first time, she would have thought that the walls weren't divided into four.
Jack got into the garage.
The place was well lit, just like the compound that had no black spots.
The lighting inside the garage was faint blue. He didn't know why they had chosen that color anyway.
Looking around, he tried finding the staircase that the system had spoken of.
But, no matter where he looked, he couldn't find it. He had no choice but to ask the system. You're hopeless. Looking at the door that leads to the garage's back, there should be a switch there. Once pressed, the staircase would be formed. Jack could swear that he had heard the system's robotic voice sighing. But, he still agreed that he was hopeless in this situation and could only depend on the system. After arriving at the door that led to the back of the garage, Jack saw that there was indeed a small switch. It had the word staircase written on it. After flicking the switch, there was a buzzing sound as the structure of the garage changed. All the cars were moved to the side using the tiles. It was like the ground was opening in the center of the garage. If there was a car that was parked there, it would be moved to the side or it would be placed on a top position of the other cars. These rising tiles were supported by strong steel bars. Jack was surprised that such a system was present in the garage. He couldn't help but wonder how advanced the helipad was. After the ground at the center was opened up, a rotating staircase was raised. Alongside it was a path that could be followed by a car. Just like the staircase, it was winding. The starting position was at the entrance of the garage. It fit well on the open space in that a person might think that it had always been there. Jack got out of his stupor only after seeing that the movements had stopped. He staggered towards the staircase. Looking upwards, he could see that, almost at the edge of the garage's roof, there was an opening. In fact, there were two of them. One for the bigger path and the other for the staircase. Jack climbed the staircase and arrived on top of the roof of the garage. There, he found that the place was quite big when looking at it from this point. But now, there was a customized Eurocopter that was at the center of the roof. The roof itself was well lit by ground bulbs, so, although it was night, he could see the Eurocopter very well. The helipad was just like the others. He couldn't see any difference. Looks like he had his hopes too high for nothing. Then, he wondered to himself, when coming back, he didn't notice this Eurocopter. It wasn't like there were no lights. It was clear as day in the palace. The Eurocopter was delivered only after you had entered the mansion. Finally, Jack nodded in understanding. Then, he stared at the outward appearance of the Eurocopter. The EC-135 had at least a length of 16 m, width of 4 m and a height of 8 m. The fuselage of the Eurocopter was at least 12 m long. The diameters of main and tail rotors were 11 m and 1 meter respectively. As for the roof where the helipad was, it was 40 by 45. So, although the Eurocopter was wide, it still fit well. The garage where the cars could be parked was only the size of 35 by 36. The extra space was obviously for the walls that could be raised and lowered at will. System, no introduction of the Eurocopter here? Jack asked curiously. This was his first time being closer to an aircraft. He'd left Crystal City for the first time in his life when he came here in Inchoate City. After a moment of silence, just when Jack thought that the system wouldn't reply, a pile of information was dumped into his mind while the system's voice echoed. EC-135 is a multi-mission twin-engine helicopter manufactured by Eurocopter. The helicopter offers extended range and payload capacities, while delivering low-noise operations. The EC-135 helicopter is widely operated by police forces, emergency medical services, EMS, and charter companies. The EC-135 can conduct homeland security, law enforcement, passenger and VIP transport, search and rescue, SAR, and EMS operations. The EC-135 has a length of 16.16 m, width of 4.65 m and a height of 8.51 m. The fuselage of the helicopter is 12.2 m long. The diameters of main and tail rotors are 11.2 m and 1.4 m respectively. The helicopter can be equipped with a rescue hoist, searchlight, forward-looking infrared, FLIR, camera and LOJAC tracker to support law enforcement missions. The spacious cabin has a volume of 12.9 cubic meters. It has a single level and is provided with unobstructed flat floor, providing a very high load capability of 1,400 kilograms. The wide cabin also offers outstanding visibility for observation operations. The flat floor and rails ensure the users to install medical devices or mission-specific equipment. The two wide sliding doors and the two rear-hinged clamshell doors allow the entry and exit of occupants. The cabin can accommodate 9 to 10 passengers in its standard configuration. The EC-135 is provided with two engine options, including Turbomeca Arias 2B2 and the Pratt & Whitney Kaga PW206B2. The two engines are equipped with full authority digital engine control, FADEC, fire detectors and an overspeed protection system. Each engine develops a maximum takeoff power of 953 kilowatts. The EC-135 can fly at a maximum speed of 543 kilometers per hour. The maximum operating altitude is 25,000 feet. The helicopter can climb at a rate of 5.6 meters per second. Its maximum range with standard tanks is 1,700 kilometers. The EC-135 is customized and performs better than others. It has the name of the current owner, Jack, written on either side of the tail. It has an advanced autopilot system. Accompanying this is an advanced AI that can take simple instructions from the owner. Furthermore, it can use the owner's biological data to ensure the Eurocopter's anti-theft security. Jack hadn't expected that the system would give him so much information at once. He almost felt that his head was going to burst from the overloaded information. After taking a deep breath, he felt that he was no longer feeling dizzy. Now, as he focused his gaze onto the Eurocopter, he could gain some understanding of it. Now that all that was out of the way, Jack wanted to see the interior. According to the system, this aircraft could carry 2 crew members and about 10 passengers. He got closer to the aircraft. As soon as he stretched his hand, touching the handleless door, it suddenly moved to the side before he heard a robotic voice. "Welcome, Master. I am Eco, the EC-135's AI, here at your service." Who knew that the AI was so advanced? Jack then stepped into the EC-135. The space inside was huge. And just like in the system's description, it could accommodate at least 10 people at the same time. He then entered the cockpit. There, he looked at the many buttons that were there. He took a deep breath as he muttered, "Although the Bugatti Veyron also has many buttons, but it is different from this." "Eco, can you tell me about this plane?" He shook his head before asking Eco, the plane's AI, about the plane. Eco gave a simple description of the plane. It was no different from what the system had told him. And then, now came a question: how was the plane going to fly? He didn't know how to fly the plane, this was his first time on one. "System, can I get the professional flying skill?" Jack thought of the professional driving skills and asked the system expectantly. "No. The professional driving skills were given to you because the emergency mode had been activated. For you to get skills, you'll have to work harder so that you can activate the skill rewards." "Jack, what is the use of having a car if you can't drive it? What's the use of having an aircraft if you can't fly it? What is the use of having a car if you can't drive it? What's the use of having an aircraft if you can't fly it? Just find a person who can do it." Problem solved. For real, Jack didn't know what to do next. But all the same, he decided not to think about it for now. He would think about it another time. So, he went back to the mansion and took a good rest. When he woke up the following day, he found several system notifications hanging in front of him. "You've earned $1,183,530. Multiplier applied. You've received $118,353,000. 13 new first income rewards received. In accumulation period." After removing the notifications from the front of his vision, Jack took the phone on the bedside table and looked at the bank message. Flyers Bank Savings Account received $117,169,470. Your balance is $1,143,960,077. Jack had told the managers that the income would be handed in at the end of the week. For that reason, Jack only received the bonus that came after the multiplier. Now, it was already 7 in the morning. So, he got out of bed and headed downstairs to prepare breakfast for himself. After he finished preparing the food, he headed to the gym to do some workouts. After an hour, he took a shower before going back to the kitchen for his breakfast. Since he had been in the gym for over an hour, the food had already gotten cold. With no other choice, he put them in the oven to warm them up for a while. Fried eggs, several slices of toasted bread and a cup of coffee. After that, he decided to start by visiting Homescope Properties Limited. He wanted to finish the payment for the palace. After all, how could a billionaire like him have a small debt of tens of millions? In fact, it was less than 20 million. He changed into a white shirt, a pair of navy blue pants, white sneakers, and a black leather jacket. Getting out of the mansion, he went to the garage. The walls were still raised and nothing had changed since he left the previous day. Going to the switch, he flicked it and everything went back to being normal as the staircase and pathway disappeared into the ground. In the garage, there was a Bentley Continental GT, a Suzuki, and a Bugatti Veyron. Currently, the Bentley Bentayga was being parked at the apartment that he'd gotten George, Agnes, and Charles. Even the Freightliner was there. He drove the Bentley out of the compound, heading straight towards Homescope Properties Limited. Within 30 minutes or so, he'd already gotten to the building where the Homescope Properties Limited was located. After parking the car, he headed straight in. Jack's current style, although not that much of a show of strength, showed that he could at least afford some properties, either renting or buying. So, the moment that he entered, a lady went forward to greet him. "Hi handsome, would you like to buy a house?" The lady asked with a smile. "I'm sorry. But, I'm here to complete the payment." Jack replied sincerely. He looked at the crowd and noticed that the lady that had attended to him previously wasn't present. So, he couldn't depend on her to complete the procedures. "Can I get the manager?" he asked the lady. The lady wasn't happy at all. After all, she thought that Jack was here to buy a house. In that way, she could earn a commission. Who knew that he was here to pay the money for a house that he took on installments? "I'm sorry, but the manager is busy," the girl replied plainly. Her face no longer had that smile that was on when she was welcoming him. Jack was surprised by such a drastic change in attitude. But, he wasn't here to joke, he was here to complete the payment before going to look for a building that could act like the headquarters of Jackson Enterprise. "So, how am I going to be helped here?" Jack asked. "I don't know, maybe come back tomorrow?" the lady answered, her tone getting slightly irritated. Jack raised his brows. It was currently close to 9 in the morning. How could the manager be busy as early in the morning in that she couldn't even attend to him? "Can you let her know that I'm the one here?" "I'm sure that she'll let me see her," Jack asked. "I'm sorry, but I can't do it." The lady shook her head vehemently. It seemed that the conversation between them had attracted the attention of other salesladies. Currently, there were only a few clients present in the floor on which Jack was on. 6 salesladies came and one of them asked, "What's going on, Gloria?" "Humph, this guy over here came here to pay for a small house that he'd gotten through hire purchase. Now, he says that he wants to see the manager." Gloria said all of these with her expression filled with disdain. Jack was surprised. What the heck? When did he buy a small house? He'd purchased the biggest house that they had. And now, he was being told that he had purchased a small one? "Oh, handsome, what Gloria said is right. Currently, our manager is quite busy. So, you'll have to come back next week." After hearing Gloria's words, one of the ladies spoke. Jack was stunned speechless. From a single day to a whole week. What a big difference. Just as he thought that this was it, another lady spoke. "You should come back next month. Only then will you have a higher chance of meeting the manager. No, next year will be better. So, you should leave now." "Right, you should leave now, no need to block the path." "Yes, there's too much traffic here." Jack could only stare at them without having a word to say. Next month, what work was Sabrina doing that it would keep her busy for a whole week? Blocking the path? Aren't you the ones blocking the path? Traffic? You're the ones that are gathered around me. Furthermore, the whole floor is almost empty. What do you mean by saying that this place was getting congested? Seeing that their words were getting even more weird the more they spoke, Jack had no choice but to call Sabrina. Otherwise, he wasn't sure that he could handle all of this. "Who are you calling?" a lady asked curiously. "The manager," Jack replied sincerely. The lady sneered and said, "Do you think that the manager gives her phone number to anyone? Let me see you call her. You can't just brag in front of me." Jack simply shook his head as he saw that the other ladies were about to start talking. It seemed that these ladies who always fought each other for a client were quite united. Anyway, he called Sabrina. In 2 rings, the phone was received. Then, Sabrina's surprised and excited voice came from the other side.
"Hello, Mr. Jack. Why are you calling me?" she asked.
"Well, I came here to complete the payments, but your staff members are saying that you're busy and that I'll have to come back next year." Jack said the most recent time that he was told to come back.
"What? How dare they? I'm sorry, Mr. Jack, I'll be there in a minute,"
Sabrina shouted from the other end. Jack could hear the sound of things moving and he could guess that Sabrina was rushing from her office.
Jack then hung up the call.
He decided not to say a word and wait for Sabrina to come down.
What did she say?
Right, did she say that she'll fire us?
Did you get someone to pretend to be the manager?
Jack wondered if these ladies had taken some medicine that made them irritated. So, he decided to keep his mouth shut, his face showing no changes in emotion, and at the same time, he ignored whatever they were saying. Upon seeing that Jack was ignoring them, these ladies were angered further. They began shouting and slandering him of causing trouble here. A small crowd that wanted to watch the show had already gathered. So, the show had to continue. Otherwise, they wouldn't subscribe to the channel. But all the same, Jack didn't react. The ladies were getting more and more angry when they saw this. They were just about to forget about their manners and start cursing him when hurried footsteps approached them.
Followed by that was an angry shout, "What do you think you're doing?" It was Sabrina's voice.
The ladies were surprised when they heard this voice. Their bodies trembled when they saw Sabrina approaching them with anger shown on her face.
She shoved some of them aside and approached Jack.
She then gave a slight bow and said, "Mr. Jack, I'm sorry that I've shown you this embarrassing side." The ladies were stunned. Then, they began sweating even more while trying to find what Jack's identity was. If even their manager had to apologize by bowing, then who were they, just small-time salespersons, to dare and shout in front of him? Upon seeing how sincere she was, Jack had no intention of making things difficult for her.
"So, it's okay. Nothing bad happened."
Sabrina heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing that Jack wasn't angry. She admired him even more as she had heard from afar how the ladies were slandering Jack and shouting at him. She then shifted her gaze towards the 6 ladies.
"Do you know what you've done? Do you know who he is? He's the one that bought the Prince and Princess Palace, Mr. Jack Alfonso."
Sabrina's words were like bombs in the hearts of the 6 ladies. They could only stare blankly at Jack, not knowing what to do next. In this, they weren't alone as the fence-sitting fans were left wide-eyed.
From
this moment on, you're no longer part of the staff of Homescope Properties Limited.
Pack up and leave at this moment.
Sabrina's words were stern and decisive. She knew all too well that Jack wasn't someone that could be offended. After all, purchasing a mansion for over 30 million, although it wasn't the original price, showed that he had to have assets worth 100 million in the least. To be able to take out that liquid amount of money when most of their wealth was in terms of assets, he sure had to be a wealthy person. The ladies tried to beg for forgiveness, but Sabrina had none of it. So, they could only try asking Jack for forgiveness. After all, it wasn't something easy for them to get the job as salespersons in a big real estate agency like Homescope Properties Limited. But no matter how they begged, Jack ignored them. His reasoning was clear: everyone had to bear the consequences of their actions. After all, they were salesladies and they had just tried driving out a client.
That was already out of character for a salesperson.
Not to mention the fact that they had slandered him. He could as well sue them, but he didn't have time to waste on such minor things. On seeing that Jack had no intention of forgiving them, the ladies could only leave dejectedly. But as they left, they stared daggers at Gloria.
"Gloria, didn't you say that he'd just purchased a small house on hire purchase? I didn't know that he was a big shot. He's wearing simple clothes."
"So, I guess that he wasn't rich,"
Gloria replied with a low and guilty voice. "You guessed? You were making guesses instead of asking first? You'll have to see how we're going to get food."
"I'll settle the balance in one bulk," Jack stated upon seeing that there would be nobody causing trouble again.
Sabrina was stunned once again.
One had to know that the price of Prince and Princess Palace was at least $38 million.
Jack's current balance was $18 million.
He had previously paid a deposit of $20 million.
Now, he said that he was going to complete the payment.
One had to know that Jack had given an estimate that he would finish the payment in a month, which was seen as a short period of time.
Now, not even a week had gone by and he was here to complete the payment for the mansion. Sabrina was both excited and worried.
She wondered if Jack had decided to complete the payment at once so that he could cut ties with them. "Mr. Jack, I hope you can forgive my incompetence in managing my subordinates," Sabrina said sincerely.
Jack was once again surprised. He wondered to himself, what's up with people nowadays? Have I not said that this matter is nothing big? Why is she looking at me as if I'm going to punish her? It's okay.
In fact, I wanted to buy another building. Jack waved his hand helplessly as he stated these words.
With $1 billion in his account, he could now afford to buy an office building.
In this way, the headquarters would be established. If he could get the building here, there would be no need for him to run around in the city looking for a building to buy.
Jack's words immediately elevated Sabrina's mood.
But she was even more angry at the 6 ladies. They had almost lost such a big client.
"This way, please."
Sabrina led Jack to the top floor, where her office was located in several high-end mansions, villas, and buildings models were.
Jack looked at the buildings and said, "I want the best building present in the city. It doesn't matter how much the price is, I'll take it." Sabrina smiled sweetly as she said, "We're the best real estate agency in the city. So, we have the best buildings, mansions and villas to be sold or rented out in the city." Jack nodded.
The Prince and Princess Palace was a good example of what Sabrina was saying. Sabrina gave him several recommendations before she brought him to the masterpiece. It was a 30-story building. It was known as the Business Overlord building. From the model present here, Jack could see that it was good
enough to be used as the headquarters of Jackson Enterprise. The parking space was ample enough. That was the surfaces.
Then, there was an underground parking as well. There were 2 different types of elevators present. One that could access all the floors and one that couldn't access the top floor. Furthermore, there was a smart system that was installed in the building. For example, a person would just need to say the floor that she was going to and the elevator would take them there.
The office building itself was located at the very center of the city. It was the tallest building present in Inchoate City.
The others around it, the tallest amongst them was only 23-story. The sides of the building were covered in floor-to-ceiling glass. These hardened glasses had a special feature: one could look outside from inside but not vice versa.
Jack nodded. This building was modern. This was what he needed currently.
So, he had the intention of buying it.
Currently, the Dante family has the intention of buying it.
But, I can give you a priority as they have not yet made a decision in whether to buy it or not.
Sabrina said. I'm taking it now.
What's the price? Upon hearing that there was someone already eyeing his building, Jack made a decision.
He'll buy the building before they noticed.
In this way, he could get the building that was now considered a landmark of Inchoate City.
The total cost of the building is $700 million. This is adding all the costs of processing the certificates, the deeds and licenses.
Sabrina said this as she eyed Jack expectantly. If it was another person, even if they were a member of the Big Five of Inchoate City, she wouldn't talk about the price so casually.
She would definitely talk about the price of a floor in the building. But, Jack had a mysterious identity. And, he had the surname Alfonso. So, she knew that he might be related to Inchoate City's Alfonso family. That family was far bigger than Dante family. If they wanted to purchase that building, they wouldn't have much of a trouble. Why is it so? Jack asked but was interrupted by Sabrina. Expensive? That's due to the equipment and the technology found there. Furthermore, it's the landmark of Inchoate City. Any person that will set up her business there would have her reputation boosted. Sabrina said.
though the light in her eyes dimmed slightly. "I meant to say that, it's quite cheaper than I expected," Jack corrected. The price surprised Jack a lot. He had expected that such a building would be worth at least $1 billion. Who knew that it was only slightly over $500 million? Ah! Sabrina's mouth hung open as her eyes bulged in their sockets. She didn't know how to react in this situation. One had to know that an office building was expensive than a mansion. After all, the office had more commercial value than a mansion. This was the reason as to why Prince and Princess Palace, although it wasn't expensive considering its level, but its commercial value was lower than an office building. Although it could be rented, those who could rent such a mansion were small in number in the city. Full payment for both the palace and the office building. "Here's the card," Jack said while handing over his card. Sabrina came out of her stupor as she stared at Jack incredulously. She looked at the normal card as she wondered, how rich is he in that such a large sum of money is placed in a normal card? One had to know that in a bank, there were different types of cards. There were normal cards that could be used by anyone as long as they had their savings in the bank. Then, there were VIP cards that could be given only after a certain amount of money was deposited in the account. But still, there were different levels of VIP cards. There were those for $1 million deposit, 10 million, 50 million, 100 million, 500 million being the last one. As for Jack, who was spending $718 million at once, he had to have a deposit of more than $500 million. For that, he would be given a special card by the bank. With trembling hands, Sabrina took the card. Although she trusted Jack, she still had to confirm that there was the required amount of money in the card. After all, Jack's card was a normal one. After swiping the card, she handed the machine to Jack, who then inserted his PIN before handing it back to her. Upon seeing so many figures, Sabrina's hands trembled even more. After about a minute, she completed the payment and handed the card back to Jack with both of her hands, as if afraid that the card would fall down. "Mr. Jack, I've completed the payment for the Prince and Princess Palace. But, for the office building, the amount is so high. So, we will have to go to the bank to get the transaction done, or you'll have to get a higher level card," Sabrina said after Jack received the card. Jack nodded in understanding. It seemed that he could complete what he wanted to do in the bank during this trip. He could open a separate account for the grocery department and Jackson Enterprise. "Let's head there then," Jack said as he led the way to the elevator. Sabrina followed closely, giving Jack even more respect after seeing the balance. After all, that was all in liquid state, not to mention about the assets. One could only imagine his wealth. After getting out of the building under the gazes of several salespersons and some of the customers that had seen what had happened but had yet to leave, they got into Jack's Bentley Continental GT. Although Sabrina had a car as well, it was only worth about $4 million. On the other hand, Jack's was worth $7 million. Driving the Bentley, Jack headed towards Flyers Bank. In about 15 minutes, they arrived at the bank. Unlike other businesses, the bank was quite isolated. It was like the bank building had its own space. The building was quite big and was a 7-story one. As Jack looked at the building, he couldn't help but wonder to himself, what's the use of this big building anyway? Not like they're storing all the deposited money here, right? He had opened his account in Crystal City. The bank building there was even bigger than the one here. It was a 10-story building. According to what he knew, the bulk of the deposited money was taken to the headquarters where security was higher. Jack had decided on this bank when opening his account. The reason for this was simple: he knew that with the level of this bank, it wasn't something that the Alfonso family could put their hands in. After all, Flyers Bank was a national-level bank. Its reputation was far too high for the Alfonso family to have an influence on it. In other words, no matter what Alfonso family did, they couldn't freeze his accounts like they could do if he had opened an account with smaller banks. Do you know why they used such a big building when they are a service industry? Jack asked Sabrina as they headed into the bank building. Sabrina stared at Jack for a moment before replying, most of it is to showcase their reputation as a big bank. After all, How could such a big bank have a branch that shares a floor with a smaller company? Jack nodded in understanding.
After all, he wouldn't allow his enterprise to own a floor.
No, he would buy a whole building.
But each department would have a floor of their own.
But compared to him who was going to venture into different industries, the Flyers Bank was exaggerating too much. Why not get a 3 or maybe 4-story building?
Anyway, that wasn't going to affect the reason for his presence here. After getting inside the lobby area of the bank, he could see that the bank was already busy. It was already 9 in the morning and the businesses had been opened already. Looking at the long lines at the teller's windows and the already filled-up lobby area, Jack shook his head. These guys sure have business, he thought to himself.
Then, he led Sabrina towards the elevator.
After pressing the button, he found that it wasn't opening. Then, he noticed that it was moving, so he decided to wait.
Ding! Not long after, the elevator door opened. Jack and Sabrina were ready to enter after the person inside came out.
But, as Jack stared inside the open elevator, his blue eyes met with a pair of green eyes. And then, it was as if time had frozen. Jack was drawn into the familiar green eyes that he'd always been thinking or dreaming about. Now, as he stared into them, his heart skipped a beat for a moment. As others got out of the elevator and others entered, Jack stayed rooted on the spot as he stared at the beauty. This was the lady that he'd met at the government building before. He could still remember the feeling of holding her in his hands, he could still remember the special scent that she emitted back then. Jack wasn't the only one who had stopped all his actions to stare at the other. The girl was also staring at him.
She wasn't moving at all. Celine POV. Today, we came to Flyers Bank to open a business account.
I was going to help a friend of mine in setting up a business before she came back from abroad. On this day, after we were done with the procedures, it was time to leave. With the business account being a VIP one, I was assured that there would be no delays in the business transactions. After getting into the elevator, there were 5 other people inside. I looked at Faith, my personal secretary. She was a few years older than me and had been working before I entered into business. She had worked under my mother and had learnt a lot from her. When I began managing some of our family businesses, my mother asked Faith to be my personal secretary so that she could assist me in the line of work as I tried putting into action all that I had learned from my parents since being young.
Faith, do you think that the business will succeed? I asked. This was the first time that I was starting a business from scratch.
Although I was using some of the family connections, but most of it depended on one's hard work.
Don't worry about it, young miss. Everything is okay. I've checked it all too well. The fashion and textiles industry has been doing quite well recently. Furthermore, we're starting one here in Inchoate City.
So, it's a sure bet that there would be no competition here considering the family's strength and connections.
Faith replied with a confident voice. I felt assured.
So, I took a deep breath to suppress the nervousness in my heart. Although I was domineering and cold in front of my subordinates, I knew that I was a girl after all. But, I had to put a tough front in front of my subordinates so that I could gain their respect. Of course, our talk was in whispers. Looking at the number as the elevator descended, I prepared myself to get out of the elevator. We still had a lot of things to do as the business was just starting.
Ding! Ground floor.
The elevator reached the ground floor as a robotic voice said the floor that we were on, which was the ground floor. As the doors moved to either side, I was about to step out of the elevator when my body froze.
My eyes had met with blue eyes. The same blue eyes as a few days ago. The ones that made my heart beat faster and make me lose my composure.
For some reason, I didn't move and could only stare at the blue eyes that stared back into mine with deep emotions. From his eyes I could see curiosity, confusion, stubbornness and other emotions. I didn't know what to do in this situation as my mind was blank.
Everything but these eyes faded away. For some reason, these blue eyes were familiar.
I'm sure that, other than in the government building, I've never met this unique and handsome man somewhere before. Well, I wasn't sure if he was a man or a youth. From his appearance, he should be the same age as me.
Just as I continued staring into his eyes, I felt someone shaking me. When I came back to my senses and averted my gaze from his eyes, I looked at Faith, who was staring at me with eyes full of worry and suspicion. I could see that she was pointing towards the impatient people in the elevator. We were supposed to get off the elevator, so Faith had stopped the doors from closing. The elevator could only move after the doors were closed. Since almost every person that came to Flyers Bank was a busy person, they were getting impatient waiting. Before I could speak, I was pulled out by Faith. By coincidence or not, as Faith was pulling me out of the elevator, I bumped onto him again. Before I could fall, I felt his arm wrap around my waist. If it were another person, another man, holding my waist, I would have already lashed out. But, in his strong arms, all resistance was smashed away. I couldn't react at all, and all I could do was to stare into his deep blue eyes. I was just about to get drowned into those eyes when Faith pulled me, pulling me from his arms and out of my trance. I shook my head as I was pulled by Faith, who was looking at me worriedly. I couldn't help but glance at the closing elevator as we left. After getting to the parking lot inside my pink Chevrolet Corvette, Faith looked at me and asked, "What's going on, young miss?" "I don't know." For some reason, that person, I don't know why I lose my composure in front of him, I replied sincerely. Faith stared at me suspiciously. She asked, "Are you sure that you've never met him before? After all, this isn't the first time that you reacted in such a way. Last time we met, you stared into each other's eyes in a daze." "Last time?" I asked subconsciously as I remembered what had happened on that day. We were going to the government building to get a license for the business that we were going to start. I had gotten out of the meeting late on that day. So, I hurried to the office before they closed it. By coincidence or accident, we bumped into each other. If he hadn't held me, I would have fallen onto the ground. Faith stared at me for a while. But, I didn't even notice that my mind had already wandered away. Feeling my body being shaken, I looked at Faith, who was staring at me worriedly with tensed-up brows. After all, this was the first time that I was acting in such a way. I could have given him a beating in there. It was just that, he didn't do it intentionally and he didn't speak to. Otherwise, I would have said that he was creating a scene to chase after you. Faith this with gritted teeth as she spoke like a big sister. I could only chuckle as her expression looked funny to me. Of course, this side of me was only shown to her and my parents. "Let's get going. We still have a lot to do," I said to Faith before driving the Chevrolet Corvette away. Author's note. Hello, I know that there were some that were getting impatient that the romance part wasn't present in the previous chapters. Well, here we are. Romance is here, get ready for more interesting parts on the later chapters. By the way, don't forget to support the book. If we get a good position in ranking, I'll be sure to give out extra bonus chapters. After Jack got into the elevator, his thoughts were still out of place. And this was noticed by Sabrina. But she didn't say a word. Though, this didn't imply that she wasn't curious about it. This was the first time that she'd seen him have such a change in expression. Not even the Prince and Princess Palace made him have such a drastic change. Although he was pleased by the mansions when she was showing him around, she didn't see him smiling happily. But what made her curious the most was that the reaction of the both of them were the same. They stopped so as they could stare at the other. According to what she could see, the two of them had to have a history in the very least. According to the way none of them was angry nor was happy, then, something that had happened before had to be something ambiguous in that they didn't know whether to be angry or to be happy about it. As her thoughts took her further and further, they arrived at the top floor of the 7-story building. Of course, the elevator had stopped at some floors to let out those that were going to that specific floor. Ding! 7th floor. The sound of the elevator's sound system brought the duo out of their thoughts. They were the only ones left in the elevator at that moment. As they stepped out of the elevator, they were greeted by the setting that was quite uncommon. There was an open space and a lobby. At the very end of it, there was a desk where there was a lady who seemed to be in her mid-20s. In front of the desk was a plaque that had the word secretary written on. Behind her, there was a door that led to an office. The door was currently closed. Besides that, there was nothing else that they could see other than the normal decorations and the water dispenser. After reaching the front desk, Jack went straight to the point. "Hello, I would like to upgrade my card." As he said that, he took out his card and handed it over to the lady behind the desk. The lady looked at the card before shifting her attention back to Jack. Jack's clothing had no brand at all. This implied that the clothes that he was wearing were from stalls. Although she was skeptical about it, she decided to confirm first. After all, these rich people had different tastes. As for the lady beside him, although she was having branded clothes, they weren't that expensive. This indicated that she wasn't that rich. But what made her take Jack somehow serious was the fact that the lady that was wearing branded clothes was respectful to him just from her expression. After typing on her computer's keyboard for a while, she asked for Jack's ID. After taking it, she continued typing down without saying another word. After a minute or so, she raised her head as she stared at Jack incredulously. This was the first time that she was seeing such a long string of numbers in a normal bank card. "Credit card, of course." "Is there something wrong?" Jack asked after seeing that the lady was simply staring and saying nothing else. Sabrina stifled her chuckling after seeing the secretary's expression. She knew how shocking this was. After all, this was $1 billion in liquidity. Such a huge amount of money would usually be found in VIP level cards. But here it was. In the lowest level card found in the Flyers Bank. "Ahem, I'm sorry for that," the secretary apologized quickly as her attitude shifted almost 180 degrees. She was now more respectful to Jack than before. "I'll complete the procedures in a minute or so. Please, you can fill this form while I inform the manager about this," she said as she handed a form to Jack. Jack received the form before retreating to the lobby area of the floor. Taking the pen that was on the table, he removed the cap before he began filling in the details on the form. As he was filling the form, the secretary rushed into the office behind her desk. She even forgot about the etiquette of knocking before entering. Inside the gigantic office, there was a luxurious desk, 2 chairs in front of it and another behind it where a man was seated on it. Behind the desk, there was another door leading to another room. As soon as the man heard the door opening and the rushing sound of footsteps, he raised his head that was currently staring fixedly on the computer screen. He frowned upon seeing the agitated secretary. "What's wrong, Ms. Ivy?" he asked with a deep voice that was laced with discontent. Upon hearing the voice and the tone, the secretary, Ivy, realized her mistake. She quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, Mr. Heyman. I was quite agitated there that I forgot about my etiquette." Heyman was a man in his late 40s, nearing his 50s. But one could already see that there were small streaks of gray hair in his short black hair that was combed backwards. His aura was authoritative. He was someone that was used to being in power. He asked, "Calm down and tell me what's wrong." "Mr. Heyman, there's a youth out there with a bank card that has over $1 billion deposit," she replied hastily, making sure to emphasize on the word billion. "What's there to be so agitated about? It's just $1 million. How many millions are deposited daily?" Heyman casually waved his hand as he returned his gaze to the screen. Ivy was stunned speechless. She then wondered to herself, have I not stressed the word billion enough? Or, is the manager not paying attention? Just as she was about to correct him, Heyman's expression changed drastically as the words that Ivy had just said finally registered themselves in his mind. He jumped onto his feet staring Ivy silly. This was the second time that Heyman had reacted out of his normal. The first time wasn't that long, just about 5 or so minutes before when that lady and her assistant came in. They were from a big background. So, for them to actually visit their branch here, it was an honor to them. Now, here was another person that caused such a big reaction from the manager. She wondered to herself what day it was. After thinking things through, it was Saturday. On this day, there were a few people that visited the bank, or most of those that visited weren't big clients. Although it could be said that the bank was quite full, that was only on the lower floor, where those with normal accounts received services. Heyman got from behind his desk and grabbed Ivy by her shoulders before shaking her while asking, "Where is he? Why haven't you welcomed him inside? Go and bring him in." "No, I'll go and greet him myself." The volley of questions gave Ivy no time to react before Heyman dashed out of the office. Ivy was lost in thoughts for a moment, thinking about how her boss had lost his composure. Then, she hurriedly followed him out. After filling the form, Jack was just about to place it on the counter when the office door swung open and a man in his late 40s rushed out hurriedly. He looked around, completely ignoring Jack and Sabrina. He frowned. He was just about to talk when Ivy rushed out from the wide-open door. "Where's he?" Agitatedly, Heyman asked Ivy. Ivy was stunned again. Then, she shifted her gaze towards Jack, who was looking at them blankly. But she didn't speak a word. Her reaction caused Heyman to frown. But he followed her gaze and turned towards Jack. Just from the expression on her face as she looked at Jack, he could tell that it was Jack who had such a balance. But this had stunned him. He was expecting to see a middle-aged man like him, or maybe an old man. Who knew that the super rich person was a young man? Of course, super rich for Inchoate City. His expression changed to that of slight embarrassment as he strode towards Jack. He had just ignored Jack not long ago. After reaching before Jack, he stretched his hand out for a handshake while introducing himself. "Hello, I'm Heyman Baiko, the manager of Flyers Bank, Inchoate City branch." "Hello," Jack shook his hand and replied simply. Ahem. Heyman knew that this was due to his previous attitude when he was trying to find the super rich middle-aged or old man. He'd completely forgotten that Ivy had said that there was a youth out there. It was only now that her words were fully registering into his mind after being stirred by the word billion. "Mr." He was just about to invite Jack into the office when he remembered that he didn't know Jack's name. So, he could only awkwardly stammer as he looked at Jack. Jack shook his head helplessly as he introduced himself. "You can call me Jack." "Yes, Mr. Jack. Please, welcome into my office and have a cup of tea or coffee." He said this while eyeing Ivy. Ivy immediately understood what he meant and was ready to begin preparing both so that Jack could choose. "Okay," Jack nodded before turning his gaze towards Sabrina, who was still seated on the sofa in the lobby area. "Come with me." Sabrina was at first stunned before she got ecstatic. She knew that no matter what, she wasn't qualified to enter the manager's office of Flyers Bank. But now, Jack was giving her a chance. So, she quickly nodded and followed them into the office. Jack observed the simple but elegant furnishing of the office and nodded to himself in appreciation. After seating on the chair alongside Sabrina, who sat only after Jack sat down, Jack went into business. "I'd like to upgrade the level of my bank card, after which, I'd like to do a transfer," Jack said. Upon seeing that Jack was such a straightforward person, Heyman didn't try flattering him and nodded before he began typing in Jack's details on the form on his computer's keyboard. "According to the amount of money in your account, you have the right to claim a black card from our bank." Heyman's words made Sabrina's expression change to that of shock. What was a black card? This could be said to be a VVIP level card. Those who held this type of card were all super rich. This was a big bank in the country. In other words, the threshold for a person to receive a card here was higher than in other small banks. Below the black card, there was a bronze card, silver card, and gold card. Bronze for $1 million, silver for $50 million, and gold for $100 million. In other words, the black card was a representation of wealth. But, after thinking things through, she thought that it was only right for Jack to receive this card. After all, his current balance was over $1 billion, not to talk about the fixed assets that he had on him. What privileges comes with this type of card? Jack asked. It was not that he was ignorant, it was just that being in the rich Alfonso family had limited his contact with the rich. Till now, although he'd heard of this type of card, he didn't know that much about it. Furthermore, most of the things that he heard were rumors that tend to be exaggerated. Heyman looked at Jack's calm expression and was impressed. Then, he thought to himself, it seems that he's used to handling this size of money. Now that he's our client, I'm sure that we can benefit. This card is only given to those that have a $500 million to $1 billion deposit with our bank. It is a credit card. In other words, once you're given this card, it's like you have $2 billion on you. It's just that, the billion that you've deposited will remain in the bank. Heyman began explaining about the black card. At this time, Jack caught something and couldn't help but ask, if the black card is for those that have a deposit of $500 million to $1 billion, does that mean that there are higher level cards? Yes, Mr. Jack. There's a black gold card. This is a card for those that have a deposit of $10 billion to $49 billion. There's a diamond card. This one is for those that have $50 billion to $100 billion in their accounts. Then, there's a platinum card for those that have over $100 billion in their accounts. Of course, our bank is of a higher level than the others in the country. So, our black card is that for account holders with at least $500 million. But, if you go to other banks, it starts at $100 million. Heyman explained. Jack and Sabrina nodded. Back to the privileges, with the card in your hand, you can spend $1 billion from it. But, once you start going above $1 billion, or in other words, your current deposit, it will be an overdraft. So, it can be considered that you're taking a loan. But, the loan will have to be repaid within the stated time with zero interest. Furthermore, as long as your money is saved with our bank, it will be earning interest as time goes. As for your current amount that you've deposited, we can give you a 3% annual interest. Jack nodded after hearing this. What caught his attention was the 3% annual interest in his deposit. He thought of it and asked, System, does the interest count as income? Can it be multiplied? Correct. Saving hard-earned money can be said to be working. After all, it's like you're investing on the bank as they will be using your money to give loans and whatever. In that way, it's like they're helping you with work. So, what you earn is considered as income by the system. But, you have to know that, if you just save the money and stay idle, that money will not be multiplied. In other words, this system is to encourage hard working. If you laze around, then, you'll be going against the system's purpose. As a result, it won't multiply anything if you're idle. Jack sighed within his head. This system and its logic again. Anyway, it wasn't like he could stay idle. He'll be working hard to earn more. Apart from that, you'll be able to carry out large transactions as long as they don't exceed the $5 billion threshold. In other words, the transactions can be completed without inconveniencing you to come to the bank. Heyman continued, pulling Jack's mind from the system. Then, there's a VIP service. Your accounts won't be frozen without notice. Again, you can easily transfer the money at any moment. Heyman went on to talk about several things like loans and whatever. The more he spoke, the more Sabrina's mouth gaped. She then thought to herself, the rich surely have privileges. In between somewhere, Ivy brought tea. Of course, she brought both coffee and tea, but Jack chose tea, the same as Sabrina. After all, it was almost noon. Who drank coffee in the afternoon? Well, there were some that did that, but Jack didn't like that. After about an hour, Jack and Sabrina walked out of the office together with Heyman, who had come to send them off. After all, Jack was a big client. For him, a branch manager, to be able to make an acquaintance with him was an honor. Mr. Jack, you're welcome to visit any time. It'll be my honor to help you if there's anything that you need, within my capacity, of course. Heyman stated with a smile. Of course, Mr. Heyman. Jack replied with a faint smile on his lips. Though, Heyman didn't mind that Jack wasn't that enthusiastic, as he'd already seen the way that Jack behaved. But, you should be prepared to do a few more upgrades, Jack stated as he and Sabrina entered the elevator. After which, the doors closed, leaving the confused Heyman on the 7th floor together with his secretary. After a few seconds, the confusion on his face faded away and was replaced by a broad smile. He was a smart person and immediately understood what Jack meant. After getting out of the bank, Jack drove in the Bentley Continental GT as they headed towards the business Overlord building. Jack decided to check it out first. Although he trusted Sabrina, but what he'd experienced back at the Prince and Princess Palace was something that made him want to make sure that everything was okay before paying. After all, a Eurocopter on top of a garage with no means of reaching it? Jack wanted to make sure that nothing like that happened, as the system seemed not to care about where to pack things. No, it never asked where he wanted them to be packed, apart from the Bugatti Veyron, of course. Along the way, Jack thought of the Prince and Princess Palace. He then turned his attention to the still-dazed Sabrina and asked, "Is there a helipad in the Prince and Princess Palace?" "Huh?" Sabrina, who had yet to take in what had happened in the bank, was surprised by Jack's question. But after a moment, she regained her composure and answered, "And no. I don't think I've seen it before." "Why are you asking? Do you want to buy a helicopter?" Sabrina's answer was within Jack's expectations. Although it was only in the lower probability, he still thought that Sabrina had forgotten about it. But looking at her clueless expression, Jack felt that it was a little strange. After a moment of silence, Jack spoke, "Not at this moment. But I just wanted to know. After all, that place is big." "Then, do you know about the history of that palace?" Sabrina thought for a moment and replied, "According to what I know, there was a person that used to live here in Inchoate City. He had a son who had a successful career. In the end, this son of his wanted to build a smart home for him in secret to surprise him on his birthday. But, before the construction reached in the middle, the old man found about it. So, now that it was no longer a surprise, the son asked his father if he wanted the smart home. In the end, the old man said that a city wasn't a good place for him to relax in his old age. So, he told his son to build it in another piece of land that he'd bought. The son wanted to demolish the foundation that he'd already built. In the end, the old man stopped him. He had been staying in Inchoate City for long, and he was the reason for a big part of its development. So, he decided that the foundation would be left, but in the end, normal luxurious mansions were to be built there. As of that time, the advanced garage had already been finished. And after the construction was done, the old man decided that the house was going to be sold at a price of $38 million. This price, for a mansion, although the mansion was quite luxurious, it was high for the residents of the city. After all, the mansion had no commercial value, as the old man prohibited that the palace couldn't be sold after being bought for a profit. The old man's aim of setting such a low price for such luxurious mansions, although it was a loss, was to attract another person to Inchoate City, one that could help develop Inchoate in his place. Sabrina finished her narration at this point. Then, she looked at Jack, who was still processing what he'd heard, and said with a beautiful smile, "And it seems that the old man's wish has been fulfilled by your presence, Mr. Jack." In response, Jack said, "I guess so." But he didn't talk about the garage and the helipad, as he'd found the reason as to why they were more advanced. Not long after that, they arrived closer to the center of the city. Even from a distance, Jack could clearly see the tallest building. He'd seen it in his previous trips in the heart of the city, but he'd paid no attention to it. After all, he'd seen taller buildings in Crystal City. Vroom! The Bentley Continental GT sped up before entering the underground parking of the building. Immediately after, Jack and Sabrina alighted from the car. A security guard came a few seconds later. He knew Sabrina, as he was there when the building was being handed over to her after the developer was done. He was the current captain of the current team that was on the day shift. "Greetings, Mrs. Sabrina." After a bow, he greeted her before greeting Jack. But it was obvious that he was treating Sabrina with more respect than he did with Jack. Nobody could blame him. Jack was just 19 years old and his clothes were nothing flashy. So, the captain thought that Sabrina had come to inspect the building, while at the same time bringing this youth to broaden his horizon. Jack, on the other hand, didn't mind at all. It wasn't like being feared or being revered would give him more money. But what he noticed was that it seemed that Homescope Properties Limited had a cooperation with Good Vision Security Limited. Or maybe he was just overthinking things, as Good Vision Security Limited was amongst the best security companies present in the country and the most reputable one in Inchoate. As a landmark building of Inchoate City, it had to receive the best security. "Captain Tim, this is Mr. Jack. Here's here to check out the building, he's going to buy it. Mr. Jack, this is Tim, the captain of the guards of the day shift. Sabrina smiled as she introduced the two. Sabrina's words immediately made Tim flustered. After all, he'd been superficial with Jack not long ago. Who knew that this was going to be the new employer of his? So, he immediately gave a deep bow to Jack and said, Mr. Jack, I'm sorry for my ignorance right now. Tim knew very well that a person that could purchase a floor of the building was of a higher status than Sabrina. For him to treat Sabrina more respectfully than the other party, it was the same as stepping on the other person's reputation. Don't mind, Jack said before turning to Sabrina, let's check the building out. Okay, Sabrina replied before looking at Tim, we're going to check it out. You can come with us. Tim nodded before the trio took the elevator that was present in the underground parking lot and headed to the first floor. Jack looked around and was impressed by the level of the building. The first floor was well designed and the layout wasn't messy. This was an office building. So, the whole first floor was a closed office layout. The offices were as big as 300 square meters. Then, there was one office that overlooked the northern part of the city. From there, although one couldn't see clearly due to the other buildings, at least, one could see the night lights. After going to the second floor and the third, Jack found that the layout was different from the other. But, one thing remained the same. It was that, the lobby area was the same size and same design. The only difference would be the colors and decorations. After seeing that everything was good in the first 5 floors, Jack decided to go to the 15th floor. He knew all too well that, going to all the floors would surely tire them out. After all, each floor spanned for thousands of meters. Just like that, Jack and the duo finally arrived on the topmost floor. Of course, they had used the elevator, that according to Sabrina had access to all floors. Well, even Jack could see that from the numbers that were written on the buttons. The 30th floor was completely different. The eastern and western sides of the horizon could be seen clearly. The desk and seat of the big boss was stationed in the eastern side, facing the west. According to what anybody could see about the layout here was that, the one using this office could bath in the morning sun and enjoy the setting sun in the evening. Well, the waiting area was in the western part of the floor. As for the northern side of the office, there was the meeting hall. Jack looked at it and found that it was quite big and that 150 people could fit in. On the southern part of the floor, there was a living area. Once one entered through the door, he would enter the living room. There were 2 bedrooms, a kitchen, and finally, there was a washroom and a bathroom. Things here were quite advanced and the room looked no different from the palace. Jack was satisfied with this setting. After all, if he was at work and got tired, there would be no need for him to drive back home. He could just stay here. After seeing that everything was okay, Jack then paid the $700 million in full, no balance. After that, the group finally decided to leave the building. After all, it was already lunchtime. On this, Jack decided that he was going to treat the duo to a good meal. On reaching the ground floor, Jack found that it was a big open space that was filled with different types of things that could help people relax or entertain them. There was a place where children could play as well. In other words, the ground floor was present for those working to relax or entertainment. Of course, the activities were separated from each other and there was no space for games like soccer or cricket. After getting out of the building via the front door, they found that there was a commotion. It seemed that there was a person that was trying to enter but was being prevented from accessing the building. What do you mean that I cannot enter? We're going to buy this building. So, I have to check it out first. A man said to the 2 guards that were blocking his way. I'm sorry, sir. It's not that we don't want you to enter. It's just that you can't enter without the manager of Homescope Properties Limited. After all, she's the one in charge of the building. One of the guards replied. Do you know who I am? I'm Frank Dante. Dante. You got that? If you continue trying to stop me from entering, I'll make sure that you won't get even janitor's job in this city. The man spoke in a deep voice laced with anger and threat. Please, sir, don't make things hard for us. We're only guards here. According to the rules, we cannot let you into the building unless you're the owner or you're here with the real estate agency manager. The other guard replied. Although they were scared, they still won't allow him to enter. Now that you know that you're a guard, you should know your place. You're nothing but a dog. If you continue this, Humph, I'm going to make sure that you're going to suffer. Yes, sir, I'm sorry, but we can't let you in. What do you mean? Isn't Mrs. Sabrina inside here? I was told that she left in the morning. I've tried contacting her, but she's not picking up the phone. Just as the guard was about to respond to the aggressive man, the door to the building opened and 3 people stepped out. The captain had already heard about how his subordinate was having it hard, so he rushed ahead. The person that was dishing out threats was a middle-aged man with a black suit. He had short black hair that shone in the noon sun. Currently, he was putting on dark glasses. Hello, sir, please don't make things hard. I know that you also know the rules here. So please, don't make things hard for us, Tim said. Who are you? Frank frowned as he stared at Tim. I'm Tim, the day shift captain. Even before Tim could finish introducing himself, he was pushed to the side as Frank had already seen Sabrina. He rushed towards her and began barking. Mrs. Sabrina, what's the meaning of this? Look at what is happening here. I've tried calling you all this time, but you didn't receive any of my calls. If I hadn't tried here, I wouldn't have gotten a chance to meet you today. I was sent by the head of the Dante family to come and look at the building before the decision is made. Now, I'm starting to have second thoughts about this. A barrage of words were thrown at Sabrina. And Jack, who was standing next to Sabrina, couldn't take it anymore. This guy was behaving arrogantly as if he owned the place. Having just bought the place, there was no way that Jack could allow a dog to bark wildly at the entrance. Hey, can you have a little bit of self-respect and act like a grown-up? You're wearing a suit, but you're not acting with any type of etiquette at all. Jack said with a frown. Frank gazed at Jack ferociously and said, Do you know who you're talking to, young man? Frank hadn't expected that there was someone that would try lecturing him. Furthermore, the person that did so was only a youth. What does your identity matter to me? Just behave like a civilized person and stop making noise here like a rabid dog. Jack didn't care about the identity of this person. After all, no matter what, he was just a member of a big family in a small city. It was not like he was from a big family that could threaten Jack. Anger could be seen in Frank's eyes as he stared at Jack coldly. It was as if he was going to eat him the next second. But Jack didn't care and remained calm. Frank pointed at Jack as he looked at Sabrina and reprimanded, See here. If you can't teach your son or brother, I'll help you in educating him. How dare a small brat like him tell arg? However, before he finished whatever he was going to do next, he screamed in pain as he tried retracting the hand that was pointed towards Jack. I don't like some nobodies pointing their fingers at me. At this moment, Jack's cold voice echoed. And with that, Jack dislocated the finger that was pointing at him. Arg! You bastard, I'm going to kill you. Neither Frank nor Sabrina had expected that Jack would go physical here. But Sabrina felt happy but at the same time, worried. After all, Frank was a member of Dante family. But, after a while, the worries disappeared as she looked at the building behind her. Even the Dante family had to discuss before buying it. On the other hand, Jack bought the whole building the moment that he set his eyes on it. There's no way and nobody had a balance of over $1 billion in his account. Better get lost right now. Jack stated calmly, as if he hadn't heard Frank's threats. You dare? I'm going to make sure that you'll disappear from this world today. Not even your family will be spared. Frank roared after hearing Jack's words. You're more than welcome to go and destroy my family. But, I'm not sure that you have the ability to do that. Jack spoke coldly. Frank was immediately furious. This was like Jack telling him that Dante family was inferior to his. He was just about to pounce on him when Tim and the other 2 guards held him. Tim knew that Jack was his new employer. After all, they had signed the contract inside there, in his presence. And he'd seen Jack transferring the money. Seeing that he was being held back, Frank pointed at Sabrina and yelled, "You're just standing there while looking at these dogs holding me and that brat over there talking to me as if I'm his mate? Be sure that I'm going to cancel the deal. We wanted to purchase a few floors, but now we're canceling the deal." With that, Frank showed his intention to leave. Thus, under the escort of the guards alongside Tim, Frank left the building's compound. Sabrina had wanted to tell him that she'd already sold the building. But, upon seeing Frank's furious face, she decided against it and thought that she would just call the family butler and inform him of this. As Frank left the place, he furiously thought to himself, "You just wait. You're just a small real estate agency manager. See if you won't come begging me to purchase the floors of that building. Humph. As for that brat, I'm going to make sure that he gets through a lot more." After taking a few steps, he suddenly remembered that he didn't even know Jack's name. He stopped and looked at the three that were escorting him out. "What's that brat's name?" "I'm sorry, sir, but I cannot tell you any information about him," Tim replied. Among the three, he was the only one that knew Jack's name. From the way that Frank was behaving, he was sure that he was planning something sinister. But Jack was going to be his boss. No, he was now his boss. How could he, a person in charge of security, give out information that could compromise his boss's security? Upon hearing Tim's reply, Frank's expression darkened further. He looked at Tim ferociously and said, "You know that I'm from the Dante family, the Overlord of Inchoate City. In other words, I can cause you more problems that you can imagine. So, if you don't tell me his name, I'm going to get a group of people to cause you problems here every day." Upon hearing this, Tim's expression wasn't good. He also knew the power of Dante family in Inchoate City. If they decided to make things hard for him, there would be many complications. If this was another person, Tim would have surely thrown him out of here by now. But, since he was from the Dante family, he could only escort him out, making sure not to be rough on him. After thinking things through, he felt that, just a name wasn't that important information, right? Furthermore, a person that could purchase such a building wasn't someone small. So, he was sure that after Frank investigated this, he would give up, not trying to offend such a big shot. He is Mr. Jack. That's all that he knew. After all, he wasn't allowed to peep on the contents of the contract. That was something that involved the two parties. Frank, who was still smugly waiting for more information, was stumped on not hearing another word from Tim. He looked at him. And upon seeing that he had no intention of saying another word, he asked furiously, "What? That's all? You must be joking with me." Helplessly, Tim shook his head and said, "Mr. Frank, it's not that I want to hide anything. No, actually, that's all that I know about him. And, even if I knew more about him, I wouldn't tell you a thing about him." Upon seeing Tim's expression, the suspicion in Frank's eyes reduced. But, he asked another question: what were they here to do? Inspecting the building. Tim replied simply. He didn't say anything about the purchase of the building. He was sure that Frank was a smart person and could already guess the reason for the inspection. Who knew that he wasn't? How dare that be *TCH brings her cousin or brother here to dirty the floors that our Dante family wanted to buy? Just you wait. And with that, he strode towards the Mercedes-AMG. After getting inside, he drove away, heading towards the Dante family mansion that was located in Happy Residential Area, one of the luxury residential area in the city. On the way, he took out his phone before making a call. After a while, a male voice came from the other side. "Yes, Frank?" This was the family's butler. "I would like you to help me investigate a boy called Jack. He's got some involvement in the business Overlord building. I've been trying to reach out to Sabrina, but that lady has been making things hard for me. I think that this might be related to this young man." Frank's tone this time wasn't arrogant as the one he used to talk to Jack and the others. "Are you sure about this? You know how important that building is, don't you?" The old voice was filled with suspicion. "Yes, I know. That's why I was asking for that kid to be investigated. After all, he'd gained access to the building." Frank hurriedly replied. "Okay, I know what to do. the old voice replied before hanging up. Seeing that the phone had already been hanged up, Frank's expression darkened. But he could do nothing but curse at that old man. After seeing that the nuisance was gone, Jack went back to the underground parking lot and drove his Bentley Continental GT out. Since he had promised her a meal, he took her to a well-known five-star hotel present in Inchoate City, Glaze Hotel. This was just a branch of this popular hotel. The Glaze Hotel was a well-known five-star hotel in the country. So, the dishes served here were top-notch. And the total cost of the meal was $78,950. Then, he took Sabrina back to Homescope Properties Limited. There, he received the keys and the certificates of each floor. After placing them in the car, he drove away, leaving behind Sabrina. Sabrina then went to her office under the gazes of her juniors. After getting into her office, she looked at the phone that was on the desk. After seeing that Jack had a balance of over $1 billion, she'd been flustered in that she completely forgot about taking her phone along when they were going to the bank. Picking up the phone, she saw that there were more than 14 missed calls and about 10 messages. As for the calls, most of them were from Frank. He was the one in charge of negotiating the deal of the building. After some thought, she decided to make a call to the butler of Dante family and inform them that the building had been sold already. But, before she could call, her phone rang. Upon closer look, she found that it was an unfamiliar caller ID. After some thought, she picked the call. "Hello, may I know who you are?" "Mrs. Sabrina, I'm Kevin Dante, the current head of Dante family," a male voice introduced itself. The voice was quite deep and was filled with majesty and authority. Sabrina's heart skipped a beat when she heard of the other party's identity. She'd never expected that the family head would call her. After calming down, she replied politely and respectfully, "Oh, it's Mr. Kevin. Forgive me for my rudeness." "It's okay," Kevin replied. "May I know why you called?" Sabrina asked. Though, she could already link it to the business Overlord building in Jack. "I wanted to talk about the issue concerning the business Overlord building," Kevin replied calmly. "Just as I thought," Sabrina thought to herself. "Oh, I see. But there's something that I wanted to tell you first," Sabrina replied. "No need to worry about that. Let me speak first," Kevin interrupted. And upon getting Sabrina's consent, he continued, "We have already discussed the issue concerning the building. We've decided that we're going to purchase the 15 top floors first. Then, we are going to purchase the others at the start of next year." Upon hearing his words, Sabrina could only tap her head as she nervously replied, "I'm sorry, Mr. Kevin. But, the business Overlord building has already been sold." She knew that this was going to cause a big commotion in the city. After all, many people knew that the Dante family was planning to purchase the building. But now, Jack came and paid for everything at a single go. As a real estate agency manager, her role was to sell the buildings to those who wanted to buy them. The Dante family was delaying so much on that, after seeing that Jack was interested in the building, she agreed to sell it to him. "What?" As expected, Kevin immediately lost his composure. Kevin couldn't remain calm at all. They had planned to purchase the building for a month now. They were taking things at their own pace while thinking that there would be nobody that would be able to purchase it. After all, even they, the overlords of Inchoate City, had to take a certain period of time to collect the current $350 million. It wasn't that they couldn't afford to pay the $700 million at once. It was just that, it would affect the cash flow of the Dante Corporation. Such a big corporation needed money. There was no way that they could leave their accounts empty. After all, in the case of emergency, they might fall due to lack of money. And, the big corporations could easily fall. The reason, with no money, they were sure that, the 5 families that had been beneath them all this while would surely unite to make sure that they would suffer greatly. In this way, they would either collapse or they would be on the same level as the other 5 families if they depended on their connections and foundation to survive. Today, when Frank called, he was present when the butler received the call. So, he had heard what Frank said. And from what he knew, there was no way that Sabrina would ignore them. So, he felt that something was wrong. That was why he called after a period of time. He wanted to confirm some things, and that was the reason as to why he asked Sabrina to let him speak first. It was to make sure that she knew that they were serious about buying the building. But now, he'd just heard that there was someone that had bought it. What floor was bought? Who is the one that bought it? Kevin asked immediately. Not floors, Mr. Kevin. He bought the whole building at a go and made full payment. Sabrina replied. For some reason, she felt happy bragging about Jack to these rich men of Inchoate City. What did you just say? He bought the whole building? Are you kidding me? This is no time to joke. Who bought it? Kevin sent a barrage of words to Sabrina. And at this moment, she could feel that he was quite anxious. Well, she wasn't sure of it. But, she replied honestly, Mr. Kevin, you know that I cannot dare to joke with you concerning such a serious matter. The purchase was done today, about an hour ago. Upon hearing the seriousness in Sabrina's voice, Kevin finally understood that she wasn't joking and that the building had been bought by someone. Now, more than anything, he wanted to know who bought the building. He then thought to himself, did the five cooperate to buy the building? Or, did they know about my plan? As he thought of this, he asked, who is the one that bought it? You know that we had come to an agreement, but at the end of the day, you still sold it to someone else? Sabrina could easily feel the anger in Kevin's voice. Though he was trying to conceal it, there was no way that he could hide something like that. It could already be felt in the voice. She trembled a little before replying. It's not that I'm against the Dante family. It's just that, as you know, I look for those that want to buy the building. When he came to purchase the building, you still hadn't made a decision in whether you were going to buy it or not. She then continued, Mr. Jack came here to look for an office building. In the end, he found the business Overlord building and fancied it. Then, he offered to pay for it in full. As you know, I had to accept such a deal. Kevin was silent for a moment before asking, Mr. Jack, is he the one that bought it? Sabrina felt that there was something wrong. But, she couldn't put her finger on it. In the end, she nodded and replied, yes, he's the one that bought it. Okay, I got it. And with that, Kevin hung up the phone, leaving the uncertain Sabrina standing in her office, unsure of what to do. Happy residential area. Inside a big and majestic mansion, inside a study room. Kevin dropped the phone on the table and looked at the old man with white hair beside him and said, Uncle Reuben, help me investigate who this Jack is. I want to know if any of the five families have a hand in this. And if they are involved, they would have to suffer. Looking at Kevin's angry and malicious gaze, Reuben sighed and said, don't worry about that. I'll be sure to get all information about him. But, what should we do about that building? Find out who's involved in this first. As for the building, we have to get it by all means possible. Either rough or smooth, we cannot afford to lose that building at all. Kevin replied as he sat on the couch that was present in the room. Okay, with that, Reuben left the study room, leaving Kevin behind. Jack didn't know that buying the business Overlord building would attract so much attention from the Dante family. Furthermore, it seemed that they wanted to get the building by all means. But, even if he knew about it, he wouldn't care about it at all. After all, what could they do to him? Nothing. So, what was there to get worried about? Currently, Jack was preparing himself for the banquet that would be held tomorrow evening. He wasn't sure who was holding the banquet, but he was going to get acquainted to some people so that his development here would be faster. After looking at his wardrobe for a period of time, he found that there was nothing that he could use in the occasion. All the clothes that he had were casual. Although he was from Alfonso family, he'd never gone to a banquet that involved the big bosses. But, he still knew that he had to put on official clothing so that he could show some respect for the one that had organized the banquet. After thinking things through, he got out of the mansion, got into the Bentley Continental GT and drove towards Delight Mall. In Inchoate City, there were 3 big malls. They were the Delight Mall, Pride Mall, and finally, Tinko Mall. Amongst the 3, Pride Mall could be said to be leading. But, Jack went to Delight Mall because it was closer. After parking the car alongside the other luxurious cars, he got into the mall under the envious gazes of the boys and infatuated gazes of young beauties. This time, he didn't go to Terran designers. After all, they were good in customized clothing and he was looking for ones that were ready. The banquet was tomorrow and there was no time for him to wait for the suit to be completed. He looked at the clothing brands that were located on the second floor. Finding that none of them matched his taste, he went to the fourth floor where men's brands could be found. Here, he could see the stores for Louis Vuitton, Gucci, Giorgio Armani, Balenciaga, H&M, Versace, Hermes, Prada, and several others. After thinking, he decided on the one that was closer to him. It was the Louis Vuitton store. This was a top luxury clothing brand. After entering the store, he was welcomed by an enthusiastic sales lady. "Welcome, sir, what type of clothes would you like?" Jack nodded to himself. As expected of the service of a top brand. Although Jack wasn't wearing anything special, the sales lady didn't look at him in contempt, but welcomed him well. "I would like a suit that can be used for a banquet. An official banquet to be precise. I don't know if you can recommend any to me?" Jack asked. The lady looked at Jack for a moment before replying, "There are several of them that can match you. I think they suit you well. Here, check this one out." As the lady spoke, she showed Jack a two-piece white suit. The suit was made of cotton and thus was quite comfortable as he touched it. After a thought, Jack entered the changing room to test it out. Wow! When he came out of the changing room, he immediately caught the attention of the ladies that were here with their husbands or boyfriends. "What a handsome man. He sure gives a rich vibe. Get lost, you gold digger. Only if my boyfriend was 10% as handsome, I could have accepted losing 10 years of my life." "What do you mean? Am I not handsome enough?" Humph, of course you're not. Look at your big nose. Look at how your head is shaped like a bean seed. Look at how big your eyes are dash. We're done for. You be *tch. Humph, never let me not see your face again. What? I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. Jack's appearance had caused the infatuation and appreciation to flood towards him from the ladies. But it had also attracted the envy and hatred from the men whose women were attracted to him. Jack looked at the mirror and found that, although the suit was good, he found that it was quite tight for him. It didn't seem that much comfortable as the casual clothes that he usually wore. After thinking things through, he asked, "Do you have suits that are made from cashmere?" After waiting for a moment and receiving no reply, Jack looked at the sales lady and noticed that she was staring at him in a daze. He touched his face before looking at his reflection in the mirror. He noticed that there was nothing wrong. Then, he looked at the lady and waved his hand in front of her. "Hello lady, are you there?" Oh, I'm sorry sir, I was lost there," the lady blushed as she replied with her head lowered. "It's okay. Do you have suits made from cashmere?" He repeated the question once again. When Jack mentioned the word cashmere, it caused a commotion among the crowd. One had to know the fact that cashmere was the most expensive material used in making clothes. And now, Jack was asking for a suit that was made from this material. The result here would be pretty much obvious. The price of the suit would be sky high. If one was seen wearing a clothing that was made from this material, it was an indicator of her wealth. But of course, Jack was only doing this because the clothes made from this material were much more comfortable. "Are you sure about that, sir? The price will be higher," the sales lady reminded. Although Jack had confidence, the lady wasn't that confident that Jack could afford the clothes made from that material. She couldn't be blamed. After all, that clothing material was one that only the rich could afford. In fact, that material was one that many of those that wanted to show off would buy, as there were those that wouldn't buy it although it was comfortable. After all, they would just say, "Cotton and linen are also fine with me. Why should I buy that one? Worry not about money. You can just bring me all those that fit me here. I'll be taking all of them," Jack stated, making the minds of all those around buzz. There were some that couldn't hold it anymore and went forward to remind him. Young man, you should know that cashmere is the most expensive material used in making clothes. So, if you decide to take all the clothes made from this material as long as they fit you, I'm sure that you'll end up spending tens of millions.
Yeah, you better not ask for that. It's better if you can just take the ones that you can afford. There's no need for you to try showing off in front of us. Right.
Boy, there's no need to embarrass yourself by not having enough money to pay for the clothes after they pack them for you.
Thank you for the reminder. But, I know what I'm doing. Jack replied calmly. Young men nowadays. They're so hot-blooded. We're trying to advise him out of goodwill and he thinks that we're nosy.
Humph, continue being arrogant and let me see how you pay for the clothes. Jack was left stunned by this barrage of words.
He then wondered to himself, have I not just meant that I can afford the clothes? Where and when did I say that you're being nosy? When and how did I become arrogant?
Of course, Jack had no idea that all these guys were targeting him because their girls had been impressed by his handsome face. They could already see that the way that the girls were looking at them had changed. Now, they were using this chance to completely suppress Jack so as to make sure that their women would see that he had no ability at all.
But, who would have thought that the girls wouldn't give up on him?
Upon seeing that many people were against Jack, they began refuting them.
What do you mean? Do you know about his pocket steps? Yeah, right.
You guys are just jealous.
Stop spouting nonsense. If you can't afford it, that doesn't mean that he can't afford it too.
You guys are envious of his handsome face. Now that you see that he's also rich, you're trying to suppress him. Those whose girlfriends or wives spoke up for Jack were left speechless.
They then thought to themselves, is she my girl or his? Jack on the other hand seemed to have gotten an idea on what was going on.
But, since it was nothing important, he decided to turn a blind eye to the tricks and plans. He looked at the still-dazed sales lady and shook his head helplessly. He was just about to remind her when someone asked, "What's going on here?"
The crowd parted, revealing a mature lady in an official business suit.
She had a mature vibe and was quite a beauty in her mid-30s. The sales lady hurried towards the woman in the red dress and explained what had just happened. The lady raised her brows when she heard this. Then, she scanned Jack up and down before saying, "Hello, I'm Jessica, the manager of Louis Vuitton.
Are you sure about the clothes made from cashmere?" Jack could only let out an exasperated sigh.
Then, he spread his hands and said, the same question again and again.
I've already said that I'm going to take them. I know that the price for the clothes that are made from cashmere is high. But, I still said that I want them. Doesn't that mean that I know what I'm talking about?
Jack's words made the manager slightly embarrassed. After all, a customer had asked for the same thing several times already, but they were still asking if he was sure about it. So, to make up for this, I'm sorry for that. I'll bring them for you. And as she said that, she left with the sales lady and headed towards another room. The clothes that were made from cashmere were rarely sold. So, they were usually kept inside the store's warehouse. Jack then waited for about a minute before Jessica came out with several clothes. Even the sales lady was carrying some. But, even from afar, Jack could already tell that there weren't that many of them. It seemed that since there was no market for the clothes made from the material in the small cities, they're mainly found in the big cities. Jack didn't say another word. He simply took a look at the clothes and could see that there were 2 pairs of suits, one blue and another was black. As for the others, Jack didn't care at all. Since all of these were the ones that could fit him, he was going to take them all. As for the others, he'll check them out after he got home.
Pack all of them. Here's the card, you can just swipe, Jack stated as he took out his black card. And the moment that the black card was taken out, the commotion rose again.
But of course, this time, there were those that hurried to leave the store.
They were the ones that were trying to suppress Jack. Oh my God. That's a black card. Wait, it seems to be from Flyers Bank. Hey, what can a black card do? Ain't it just a difference in colors? You country bumpkin, what are you doing in this store if you don't know something simple? What has that have to do with that black card?
It has everything to do with it. That's a black card that is given to the bank VIPs. Only those that have a deposit of 100 million in their accounts can receive it. What? 100 million? Maybe you don't know as you're a country bumpkin. But, I'll be magnanimous and tell you this. You see that card? That's a black card from Flyers Bank. For one to have it, you must have a deposit of at least $500 million. Hiss. That much? So, that guy over there is a nouveau riche? Hee hee, I heard someone saying that he can't afford the clothes. Someone with liquid cash of at least 500 million, do you think that he's the same as you? That's not adding his fixed assets just yet. Humph, you may not know this, but it may be a fake one. Right, there are some idiots who try faking cards just to show off. Hey, shut that big trap of yours. Do you know where we are? This is Louis Vuitton, a top brand. Who dares to play fraudulent here? Even Jessica was surprised to see this card. It was not that she'd never dealt with a person with a black card. But, this was different. This was a black card from Flyers Bank. To get the black card of Flyers Bank, one had to have at least $500 million. She received the card respectfully. Then, she swiped the card. After Jack entered his PIN, the ding sound of payment success rang. The crowd was immediately amazed. After all, Jack hadn't even asked about the price and had paid it immediately. No bargaining, no request for discounts and so on. Where's that guy? Can a fraudster pay that using a fake card? Hey, I'm envious. That guy is not only handsome, but he's rich as well. Why? Why can't I be rich as him? Not even handsome? Hey, take your big mouth outside. Do you think that you're qualified to make comparison with him? Man, buying without asking for the price and discounts. How cool that is. Yeah, that's the world of the rich. After confirming that everything was okay, Jessica took the receipt and handed it to Jack while saying, a total of $6.4 million. We didn't have that much stock of the clothes that are your size. At the same time, the sales lady hurriedly packed the clothes in a good package before placing them inside 3 Louis Vuitton bags. Hiss. Did I hear things right? Did she just say that the clothes were $64,000? Hey, sleepyhead. Sleeping while standing. She said $6.4 million. Hiss. And he paid without questions. Don't you see the black card? It has hundreds of millions in it. What can a small $6.4 million be big? What nonsense are you spouting? $6.4 million is a small amount? Can you afford? I wasn't talking about myself, I was talking about him. You're a man, not his girlfriend, how can you brag in his stead? The crowd went on and on about this and that. In the end, the commotion attracted the salespersons from the other stores. They crowded the entrance to the Louis Vuitton store while trying to attract Jack's attention. After all, if a super rich person was here, how could they miss on a chance of getting more money from him? The higher the amount of money that he'll spend, the higher their commission would be. Although Jack wanted to buy clothes, that didn't mean that he was just going to mindlessly spend money to buy clothes that at the end of the day, he wouldn't wear. So, after getting out of the Louis Vuitton store, he only accepted the offer of the ones in charge of the watch and jewelry store. He went into a Vacheron Constantin shop. There, he looked at the watches present. After spending some time looking at the watches presented to him by the manager, Jack finally made his decision. He bought the most expensive watch that was present in the shop. He didn't buy it because of the high price, but because he was attracted by the watch. After all, men went for sports cars and watches. The watch that he'd chosen was a Vacheron Constantin Traditionnel. This was a limited edition with only 4 pieces in the world. Since there were only 4 pieces in the world, that meant that what they had in this shop at the moment was a replica, a model if you would like. So, Jack would have to wait for it to be delivered to him. The price of this watch was $8 million. Jack paid for it immediately after he came to an agreement. He was given the receipt that he would use to claim the watch once it was delivered. Jack's way of spending money had bewildered many of those that had gathered around to watch him spending money. Since the Vacheron Constantin Traditionnel wasn't present, Jack had to look for another watch. So, he turned towards the crowd at the entrance of the store and asked, "Is there a good watch present in any of your stores?" As soon as Jack said these words, the crowd piped up. After all, this was a tycoon who wanted to spend. Those that were in charge of the watch's shop immediately came forward. "We have the limited edition Rolex. Leave that aside, we have a Patek Philippe. Our Cartier has one too." All of the managers present were trying to pull on this rich man. Jack waved his hand to the noisy crowd and stated, "I want a readily available one. The one that I can wear tomorrow." Upon hearing Jack's words, most of them were dejected. Although there were still a few good watches, they weren't at a level of those limited editions. From the way that Jack was asking, it was obvious that he wanted the limited edition watches. As they retreated, a lady walked forward and said to Jack, "Handsome, we do have one with us. I guess you're really lucky. It was going to be shipped off today when we close in the evening." Jack looked at the lady and asked curiously, "What brand is it?" The lady straightened her posture and said, "I am from Patek Philippe." Jack nodded. It wasn't a bad brand and the watches that they made were good to suit his taste. So, he followed the lady back to her store. The others could only moan at their misfortune. At the same time, they could only blame the higher-ups for letting them keep a model on this day. After all, this was money, but they could only watch it walk away. After getting into the store, the crowd followed and stood at the entrance. And, when others that had just arrived on this floor saw the scene here, they would immediately join them. So, the whole floor became crowded. In the end, the mall's management was alerted and was forced to come and see what was happening here. They were both surprised and delighted that they could get a rich customer that could spend over 10 million in a single go. Jack looked at the watch that was presented to him. Before he could say a word, the manager began introducing the watch. This watch is called Patek Philippe Nautilus 5719/10G. There are only 7 pieces in the world as we speak. 4 of them have already been bought. It has self-winding mechanical movement. Its caliber is 26330 SC. The dial is fully set with 255 diamonds, 1.36 CT, and 3 baguette diamond hour markers, 0.01 CT, and 18K gold dial plate. The case is white gold. Has a screw-down crown. There is a sapphire crystal caseback. It is water-resistant to 120 m. It has a diameter, 4 o'clock, 40 mm and a height of 8.7 mm. The case has 100 diamonds, 0.69 CT and 32 baguette diamonds, 5.51 CT. The dial is fully set with 255 diamonds, 1.36 CT, and 3 baguette diamond hour markers, 0.01 CT. The bracelet has 803 diamonds, 3.55 CT and 150 baguette diamonds, 7.52 CT. In total, there are 1,343 diamonds, 18.73 CT. As fit the strap, it is a Nautilus fold-over clasp. The lady finished the introduction of the watch and the result was that a commotion rose among the crowd. Did you hear that? What a noble and luxurious watch. Right, Patek Philippe has overdone itself. What overdone? That's a limited edition. Of course, it has to be better than your normal watches. My, did you hear how many diamonds are embedded on the watch? Yeah, 1,343 diamonds. That's a lot. Only if my boyfriend can get me a diamond ring. Forget it, your boyfriend is as broke as hell. Do you think I have a chance of hooking up with such a handsome and rich young man? Hey, forget it. Have you ever looked at yourself in the mirror? Only a dog can accept to be your boyfriend. Hey, I have a boyfriend already. That's because he's a dog. In other words, he behaves like a dog, going around with several girls, not even sure who's his girlfriend. Jack didn't care about what these people were talking about. He simply strapped the watch to his wrist. It fit him well. Feeling the weight of the watch on his left hand, Jack immediately felt that he was complete. After that, he turned towards the manager and gave her the card to complete the payment. As she had already seen the scene of Jack paying without asking for a price, the lady was quite prepared. So, she swiped the card and completed the payment. Then, immediately after that, she handed Jack the receipt. The total is $11 million. Jack nodded and received the receipt. Then, he turned around and left. The manager was about to tell him that there was a free gift that accompanied the watch and the packaging wasn't done yet. In the end, Jack was fast and had already walked out of the shop and entered the clamoring crowd. Even if Jack knew that there was something like packaging, he wouldn't care at all. After all, he bought the watch to wear and not to keep it hidden inside a box. The crowd parted, allowing Jack, who was currently carrying the bags from Louis Vuitton's store, to pass. He was just about to leave the site after refusing several girls that were trying to exchange contacts with him. But, he was stopped by a pot-bellied man. The man was sweating. He had obviously rushed over here after hearing the news of Jack's spending spree. After greeting and introducing himself as the general manager of the Delight Mall, he handed Jack a golden card. "What? Did you see that? It's the golden card. What do you know? He just spent over $25 million just now." "Yes. A golden card is given to those that have spent over $10 million in the mall." "What about the silver and bronze ones? I saw someone using them to easily shop here." "Humph, a bronze one is for those that have spent $500,000. The silver card is for those that have spent over $1 million. As for the golden one, it's for the ones that have spent over $10 million. Hey, don't you dare to abuse me. Do you even have a bronze card?" "Ah, you. It doesn't matter, humph." Jack received the card without much of an issue. Currently, he'd already spent more than $30 million in Delight Mall. After all, Terran Designers was located in Delight Mall. Now, he'd spent over $5 million for the uniforms orders. After leaving the mall, Jack entered his Bentley Continental GT and headed back to the mansion. He had to rest well. That night, he received a total of $2,750,548. In the end, his account received a total of $272,304,252, bringing his total to $672,785,379. Jack now didn't care about this money for now. All that he cared for was the stabilization of the grocery department. So, he decided that he would let the management of the grocery department go to the business Overlord building on Monday. In this way, the foundation would be built. The following evening, Jack wore the blue three-piece suit that was made from cashmere. Accompanying this was a pair of shoes that he'd bought when he was still in the Alfonso family mansion. His silver hair was combed backwards, giving him an elegant look and at the same time, a dashing and domineering CEO vibe. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, Jack couldn't help but praise himself for being handsome. Now that all of this was done, it was time for him to go to the banquet. Looking at the invitation cards in his hand, Jack didn't know what to do. After all, he was only a single person, but Anderson had given him 2 of them. At that time, he hadn't checked it. But now, he could see that there were 2 cards. Sighing, he decided to take the extra card with him. This time, he decided to drive the Bugatti Veyron. After all, he wasn't rewarded the car so that it could remain in the garage. P Alpha and D Alpha, no one bow. Today's event was being held in the Glaze Hotel. As the biggest hotel present in the city, it was obvious that such a big event that involved the big shots of the city had to be held in a place where it matched their reputation. Of course, till this moment, Jack only knew that the event involved the big shots of Inchoate City, but he didn't know what the event was for. Well, not that anything matters, as what he was going to do there was to make connections that could help him in the future. In other words, he had already begun building the foundations of his Jackson enterprise. After all, no matter the amount of money that he had in his hands, he still needed the connections to get whatever he needed. This was considering the fact that there were things that could not be bought by money alone. After all, there were things that were special in such a way that the seller could only sell them to the person that he or she knew. The banquet was going to begin at around 6 p.m. So, Jack wasn't worried so much about the speed at which he was driving the Bugatti Veyron. But, although Jack didn't care about this, that didn't mean that the others didn't care about it. The appearance of the Bugatti Veyron on the road had already caused a commotion among those that saw it. After all, this was a car worth several tens of millions of dollars. On the road, drivers took the initiative to clear the way for him, so that they could avoid any accident that could occur in such a way that they would be forced to pay if they scratched the Bugatti Veyron. Of course, Jack had never expected that driving the Bugatti Veyron would cause such a sensation. He was out driving the car that he was given by the system as everyone and not to show off. But the result was that he had attracted the attention of many people. By the time that he got to the hotel, Jack had already gotten used to people getting out of his way or some pointing at his car. Since today was when the banquet was being held, the whole hotel had been reserved by the one that was holding the banquet. This showed that the host wasn't a small person to begin with. So, on this very day, only those with the invitation letters could access the Glaze Hotel. If a person didn't have the invitation, they would be turned around no matter who they were. But, as soon as Jack's Bugatti Veyron showed up, the guards didn't dare to stop him and ask for the invitation card. Although Jack was quite startled by this, he shrugged his shoulders as this was to his convenience. He wanted to get the attention of all those that was staring at him away. The parking lot of the Glaze Hotel was underground. The Glaze Hotel itself was an 8-story building. The ground floor was the reception hall. It was well just in case the dining place was full, the customers could wait for the tables to be freed. As for the first floor of the hotel, that was where the general public could take their meals. The second floor was where there were private rooms. These private rooms were nothing special other than privacy that they offered. On the third, fourth, and fifth floors, that was where the lodging rooms were located. On the sixth floor, that was where there were VIP level rooms. The seventh floor was a huge hall where meetings and conferences were held. It was big enough in that some of the ceremonies such as their banquet that was being held on this day could be carried inside. As for the 8th floor, that was the presidential suite area. There are only 4 rooms on the 6th floor. In other words, in the whole Glaze Hotel, there were only 4 presidential suites. Taking the elevator to the ground floor, Jack found that this floor didn't have as much congestion as it was the previous day when he was here to treat Sabrina to a meal. As soon as he came out of the elevator, he was welcomed by the enthusiastic Anderson. "Jack, you're already here. For a while I thought that you weren't coming," Anderson said as he put his hands around Jack's shoulder. "Of course I had to come. After all, you guys had invited me here. And by the way, I thought that there's still an hour before the banquet begins," Jack replied while looking at Anderson with a strange gaze. Ignoring Jack's gaze and words, Anderson looked around as if trying to find someone. After looking around for a while, he looked at Jack and asked, "Where's your partner?" Jack wasn't expecting such a question at all. The only person that Jack could be said to be close to in Inchoate City would be George. But Anderson knew very well that George could not come to this event because of the bet that he had made with Ismail. He could only ask, "What partner?" "I don't think I have a partner." Jack's reply made Anderson's brows to twitch slightly. He then looked at Jack as if he was looking at a strange species that has yet to be recognized. After a moment of staring, he asked, "You don't have a partner for the dance tonight? You got 2 invitation cards. One for you and the other for your female companion. What dance are you talking about? Isn't this an occasion that the big wigs of the city will be attending?" Jack asked confusedly. After all, when he received the invitation, he hadn't expected that there will be something like dancing and whatever. He had a thought that it was just a normal banquet where people would be meeting and discussing business most of the time. Furthermore, he only noticed that there were 2 cards when he was about to leave the mansion. But, even after seeing that there were 2 cards, he had thought that they had given him an extra card by mistake. Who knew that they had given out 2? But even so, Jack didn't have a lady that could accompany him to such an event. He was a solo man after all. Anderson palmed his forehead as he spoke. "I forgot to give you the schedule of events here. How bad of me. Anyway, I can tell you now that there would be a performance, then it will be followed by a meal. Then, there would be introductions about the host of the event. After that, there would be a dance, and finally the main topic that had brought all the people here. One more thing that I can tell you is that the host of the event has a special identity in that even the Dante family has to pay respects. So, you better be cautious while inside there and not to offend the host of the occasion. If the two of you are enemies, I can assure you that you cannot survive in this country. Anderson's words were quite solemn and Jack could sense the seriousness in his voice. He then wondered to himself, who is this person with such a special identity in Inchoate City? But, all those thoughts were thrown at the back of his mind when Anderson asked again about his dancing partner. Jack shook his head as he said that he would not participate in the dance. The reason for this being that, although he had been trained in dancing, since he had never attended any banquet, he had never experienced dancing in front of many people. Now that he had no dancing partner, it will make things easier for him as he could just sit down and watch the show in progress. Seeing that Jack was being serious about not having a partner, Anderson patted his shoulder and said, "Worry not, I'm sure that you will get a good girl inside there. What do you think of Kelly?" "Buzz off." Jack's reply was simple. "Ah, I was joking. Let's get in." Anderson laughed as he said these words. It was obvious that he had become quite at ease in Jack's presence as compared to Friday night. And as he said these words, he pulled Jack towards the elevator that led to the 7th floor of the building. When they reached there, Jack found that many people had already arrived. Even William, Kelly and the others had already arrived. When they saw Jack coming in with Anderson, they came over to greet him. The hall this time was arranged in such a way that there were several tables and chairs forming a semicircle. At the end of the semicircle, there was a small stage on which he assumed that the host of the event or those who were going to speak in the event were going to stand on. At the center of the semicircle was the dancing area. The hall was well decorated and lit. The luxury of the hall was at a level that Jack had only seen when there was a banquet back at the Alfonso family mansion. At that time, he was only passing by and he saw the scene of how the hall was decorated. Now, he could finally experience how a banquet was. Jack sat alongside the young masters of Inchoate City. But of course, the sitting area that he was in was different from where the other big shots of the city sat. Since he was seated with the young masters of the Big Five, he was obviously close to the stage. As more and more people came in, the hall was completely filled. And during this time that they were waiting, Jack used it to familiarize himself with these youngsters. He got to know the traits and characters alongside their relationship. Although they were competing, the relationship between them was pretty good. But that didn't mean that they weren't competing. If there was an occasion that needed one of the five to take advantage, they would surely compete so that their family could gain the advantage. Just as it was stated, the banquet began on time. Music echoed inside the hall. Then, the MC began by introducing why the banquet was held. According to him, it was to welcome a new person into Inchoate City. But, he didn't speak too much as the banquet went on. Jack was quite focused on the big shots that were being introduced by William and the others. He noticed that, although the banquet was held here, there were some people that came here from other cities, obviously here to curry favor. Well, what do we have here? Just as Jack thought that things are going quite well, an arrogant voice made him and the group to turn around and look behind them. Kelly frowned when she saw who had spoken. "Young Master Ben? I saw that you were having a good time here. So, I decided to join you guys, what do you think?" As he spoke, Ben made his way to them and sat on a chair that had been vacated by one of the youths. Jack could see that the mood wasn't that good as soon as this person arrived. From their expressions, Jack already guessed that the relationship between them wasn't that good. But what he knew was that, if there was a person that could make these five people frown, then that person must have a background that supported him. "Oh, I see that you have another friend that has already joined your circle," Ben said as he looked at Jack. But from this gaze, Jack could already see that this person was looking down on him. He frowned. This person must have come here to cause problems. And from the way that he was gazing at him, he was sure that he was going to try using him and find a way to cause trouble. But one question remained lingering in his mind: who on earth was this youth that had come to cause trouble for the young masters of the Big Five of Inchoate City?
As if sensing what Jack was thinking, William, who was sitting on Jack's left, whispered to him, "That is Benson Tawal, the young master of Tawal family of Blue City.
His family is the
Overlord of Blue City.
Although the Blue City is on the same level as Inchoate City, their family assets are slightly lower than the Dante family.
But this level is already higher as compared to us.
But once he comes to Inchoate City, he obviously doesn't have that much of an influence.
So, the only way that he can use to suppress us is in racing. Nobody in the younger generation of our city can defeat him."
Jack was quite surprised after hearing about the young man's background. He couldn't hold himself back anymore and asked, "Is he that amazing?"
"Of course, he is. But that only applies to amateurs like us.
For a professional like you, he definitely cannot compare."
William chuckled as he replied. At this time, Ben, who was arguing with the others, turned his attention back to Jack. He then arrogantly spoke, "Guys, you haven't introduced me to this friend of yours that has recently joined your circle."
"I am pretty sure that whoever joins your circle must have capabilities, am I right?"
When William heard this, although he frowned for a moment, his expression relaxed the next moment. With a sly smile, he spoke, "Young Master Ben surely knows us too well.
He's Jack. And of course he has abilities that not even you can compare to."
Ben, who was smiling smugly just a moment ago, frowned when he heard William's words. He gave Jack a scrutinizing gaze before shifting his attention back to William and asked, "Can you please enlighten me on what he does best?" From this, it showed that he didn't put Jack in his eyes at all. In other words, he thought that Jack wasn't worthy enough to speak to him.
This time, William didn't reply as he looked at Jack for confirmation.
In reply, Jack simply shrugged his shoulders to show that he didn't mind. It wasn't like William had any kind of information that could hurt him. Upon receiving Jack's consent, William stared at Ben with a teasing smile.
"Don't you always feel proud that you are good at racing?
Now, even our own city has its own master in racing.
And I can assure you that you are not his match."
When Ben heard these words, he frowned for a moment before chuckling. If it were not for the fact that they were in an ongoing banquet, he would have surely laughed loudly.
He gazed at Jack contemptuously before sneering, "Him?
There's no one in the surrounding cities that can match me in terms of racing.
Not even in Crystal City." Anderson and the others shook their heads in pity.
They themselves had experienced Jack's driving skills. As compared to Ben's, Jack's level was like heaven while Ben's was like mud.
Seeing their expressions, Ben frowned and said, "Why don't we have a competition tonight? We can decide on the stake after the banquet is over."
When they heard his words, Anderson, alongside those that had been present during the race or had seen the replay in the internet, smiled. At the same time, they thought to themselves, "Here comes a chance to earn big." Jack, on the other hand, frowned a little. From the way things were, it seems that this guy would not stop pestering him until he had been proven to be inferior when it comes to racing. At the same time, he thought of the 10 million that he had earned the previous time he raced. He then thought to himself, this might actually be a good chance for him to gain more money that could be used for investment. Currently, the money that came from the grocery department could already ensure the stability of the grocery department in the city. But, when Jackson Enterprise was involved, this was actually a very tiny amount of money.
So he thought to himself, why not compete and earn a few more dollars that could be used in developing the enterprise?
With that thought in mind, he agreed to Ben's words. When he saw that Jack had agreed, Ben sneered even more. Just as the group was about to continue chatting, their attention was captured by the performance on the stage. On this day, they had invited a famous singer.
He was an R&B popular star.
His name was Josh. He had already released several albums and he was well known in the internet and had millions of fans. For him to be present here, it could already show the power of the host of the event. After all, inviting such a big shot in the entertainment industry not only required money, but also needed reputation and connections. After all, celebrities were always busy with this or that. For them to make time in their busy schedule would need a person that had more than money to get them to reschedule.
Jack was also an R&B lover, so he shifted his attention to the performance on the stage while ignoring whatever Ben was going to say next. The songs that Josh chose for the occasion were not only entertaining, but were also very well matched with today's setup. From this, one could already see that Josh was a person that had attended several banquets that involved big shots. But this was to be expected as he was currently a big celebrity in the music industry. The songs that he sang were not only according to the morals that most of the people liked, but also had some of the lessons that could be learned from. This was the exact reason as to why, although there were several old men or middle-aged men and women present, none of them complained about the choice of the artist. But even so, who would dare to complain about the host's choices? After the performance, food was served. The delicious smell that was emitted by the food immediately made their stomachs of some of the guests present to grumble a little. Although some of them had already eaten before they came here, they could not resist the temptation of such a delicious meal. From the food, one could already see that the hotel's kitchen staff had put in more effort when preparing this meal. Even the way that it was served was an indication of both art and skills. This was truly a definition of a 5-star hotel. There was seafood like chapino, crab cakes, oysters Rockefeller and clam chowder. As for the other types of foods, there were several foods that were made from chicken, meat, or pork. Salad and vegetables were also served. There are several other types of foods that a person could think of, including different types of drinks. During this period of time, people would serve themselves. No, to be precise about it, it was that they would eat what they chose. There were waiters who were doing the serving. One just had to mention what he or she wanted and the food would be served and brought to them. When it came to meals, Jack was not a gentleman at all. He ate according to what he liked or what had impressed him. He had never tested several of the foods that were present here before, so he decided to take this chance and test some of them. But of course, he wouldn't dare to mix some of the foods that would end up messing up his stomach. Furthermore, he knew his own limit and didn't dare to embarrass himself in front of all of these people present. After all, if it was just about food, he could come back to the hotel and get more. During the meal, he sat alongside William and the rest. Ben had already left and was somewhere looking for girls to hook up with them. That's the life of a playboy like him. After all, his family dominated Blue City. As a result, he ended up being arrogant and got used to getting what he wanted. But here he was much more restrained because not only was this not his home ground, but the host of the banquet was a big shot with a big background. When they were eating, they gradually began discussing about what they would get from Ben after he lost the bet. According to them, this was a sure bet. During the meal, Jack was looking around casually when his gaze froze for a moment, as he stared at a figure close to the door that led to the stage. Although he had only seen her 2 times, he could still remember her figure. Looking at that back that was facing him, Jack was once again entranced. He then wondered to himself, was it fate that was bringing them together, or was it just a coincidence that they were meeting again and again? As if sensing his gaze, the lady turned around and stared directly into his eyes. And just like that, the duo stared at each other, each one of them having their own thoughts running in their minds. Jack's mind raced. This was getting more and more weird. He was now wondering why he would get some kind of emotions that he'd never experienced when he faced this lady. It wasn't that Jack hadn't met with beautiful women. Not at all. Kelly, who was seated not far from him, was considered a beauty. So, he wondered to himself what was so special about this lady, and that, every time that he met her, his mind and heart raced. Jack was still staring at her intently when he was forced to change his gaze due to Anderson's question. "Hey, Jack, what or who are you staring at?" Jack looked at him for a moment before turning his gaze back towards the door. In the end, he found that the lady had already left. "So, to make this guy to stop spouting nonsense," he replied, "I was looking at someone by the door there. But she's gone. So, there's no need for you to worry about anything." "What do you mean by not worry?" "I have to worry that you may fail to get a partner for tonight's dance. That won't look good for you, considering that Benson is here. He would surely try getting into your head if you don't find a partner." Anderson refuted as he placed his plate on the table. Then, he looked at the others that were busy eating while chatting. He shook his head and said, "Everyone here has a partner. Look at that fatty over there, look at that beautiful girl, she's his partner tonight. Look at that stick man over there, you see that plump lady? That's his wife. So, if you don't get a partner and everyone goes onto the dance floor, you would be the odd one out. Furthermore, if everyone is on the dance floor, then everyone can see you, who's seated while others are dancing." Anderson continued talking while ignoring Jack's strange gaze. "I had previously thought that there would be a nice lady that didn't come here with a partner. In the end, it seems that they all agreed to come in pairs. Whoops, I forgot. We agreed to come in pairs." Anderson showed a smile as he said these words. Jack wondered to himself if this guy was here to help him or he was here to tease him. But at the end of the day, he had no words to say about this. "What are you guys talking about?" William, who had somehow sneaked on them, asked curiously. "Jack doesn't have a partner for tonight's dance." Anderson replied with a chuckle. "He doesn't have a partner? I thought that we gave him 2 cards. William asked as he stared at Jack incredulously. "Did you see someone sitting beside him all this while?" Ismail asked. He wasn't someone that liked to speak too much because he was a short-tempered person. And looking at how the group had suddenly began grouping up, Jack couldn't help but feel speechlessness striking him. He then thought to himself, is not having a partner in a banquet a sin? Oh, now that you mention it, I didn't see anyone beside Jack. All this while, I had forgotten about that. William scratched the back of his head as he said these words. Of course you would forget about others when thinking about the time that you and your girl will be twisting your bodies on the dance floor. Kelly snorted. William could only cough in embarrassment because he knew whatever Kelly said was true. But, he wasn't to blame. The girl that had accompanied him here tonight was definitely a beauty. Anyway, Jack was looking at a lady. He said that she was standing at that door over there, Anderson said after he felt that there was nobody that was going to talk. You mean that Jack has taken a fancy to a girl here? If so, I can help him get her, even if she's married. She'll just have to divorce her husband. The burly guy, Luke Radvon, spoke with a smile. What are you guys talking about? Do you know who's allowed to use that door? It's obviously the hosts of the banquet. So, better not think about that lady if she was from behind that door. At this time, Ismail reminded. This brought everyone's thoughts back in line. As they thought of the scene where they wanted to connect Jack with the person that was related to the host of the event, they sweated a little. Come on, if even Ben has the guts to chase after a girl that's in the group of today's banquet hosts, how can Jack not qualify? I'm sure that even if it was a beautiful lady hosting this banquet, Jack can match her. At this time, William said with a smile. Yeah. The group agreed, making Jack even more speechless. These people were talking about him as if he wasn't there at all. By the way, my father told me that the host of today's banquet was a beauty. He told me that, with our family's current position, I cannot afford to offend her. Not even the Dante family can dare to do that. Anderson spoke. She's a beauty? Hee, right on time. She surely must be Jack's woman. Hey Jack, we'll have your back as you get that lady. William smiled brightly as he said jokingly. Upon seeing Jack's darkening handsome face, for some reason, the group got excited and decided to tease Jack even further. For today, the host would have the first dance before the others join in. So, Jack, better get ready to have the floor first. Right. By the way, the hotel was reserved. I'm sure that you can afford a presidential suite here. So, you can simply get her to a room in here. Hee, Jack, I can help you get engaged in this banquet. What engagement? They should get married straight away. What woman can resist Jack's charm? Jack felt that he should just get onto his feet and give these guys a few punches on their heads so that they can start thinking well. He was just about to speak when the MC spoke. Well, then, you guys should be ready as today's host. No, the hostess of the banquet today will be on stage in 5 minutes. Not more than that by a second. Upon hearing these words, people in the hall began moving. Jack and the others went back to their position. They immediately set aside the matter about Jack's partner and began thinking about the hostess. They wanted to see her in person. A beauty, a rich beauty, a woman with a business mind. That was a good lady, a good wife that could help the family rise instead of falling. As soon as they got to their seats, Ben came once again. This time, he sat on a chair that was on Jack's right. On Jack's left, there was Anderson. Obviously, he was here to look for trouble with Jack. When he heard the praises that Jack had received from the others, he wanted to find a way that could suppress him. But of course, he wouldn't go straight to the point. Instead, he decided to start from another angle. "Hey Jack, who's your dancing partner tonight?" Jack was now getting sick of this. Why was everyone so obsessed with the dance? Wasn't it just a dance? But all the same, he still replied honestly. "I don't have a partner for tonight." Ben looked at him as he thought that he was joking. But upon seeing Jack's serious face, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Then, he couldn't help but chuckle. "Are you serious? You came here today without a dancing partner? Are you going to play a third wheel?" Ben said with disdain. Jack didn't reply. After all, what could he say about this? Upon seeing that Jack wasn't speaking, he said, "You are a man. The whole of you. You can't even hook up with a girl? How bad that is. I thought that you were so cool and that you could get a beautiful girl, a beauty that surpasses mine." William and the others frowned when they heard this. Kelly spoke up, "Young Master Ben, what has Jack's personal life got to do with you?" He, not that much. I just wanted to know more about my rival in racing tonight. Turns out that he's nothing special. Just a person that hangs out with a group that are as him. True, birds of the same feathers flock together. Ben replied. "Young Master Ben, are you insulting us?" Ismael, the short-tempered guy, asked with a darkened expression on his face. The others also didn't look good. On the other hand, Jack didn't say much, but he wasn't impressed at all. This guy seemed to be one that was used to getting things done his way. Only that, his target tonight was wrong. So, he frowned as he spoke, "Young Master Ben or whoever you're. I agreed to have a race with you, but I don't remember saying that you're allowed to speak about my personal life. So, as long as it doesn't concern you, you better stay out of it." Jack was used to being angered back in Alfonso Mansion. He had handled himself well. Thus, his voice was calm, not showing a trace of anger at all. But, the look in his eyes was enough to say that he didn't like how things were. Ben and the others were stunned for a moment. Then, Ben laughed disdainfully and said, "So what? Is there anything that you can do to me? As for your personal life, I'm not interested. It's just that, my partner tonight is the hostess. In other words, it's like I'm the host of the event. In my banquet, I don't want some stray dogs." Author's note. Hello guys, thanks for the support till this point. I hope we'll continue this way. By the way, yesterday I was quite held up. So, I failed to update the chapters. But, today, there will be 4 chapters to make up for yesterday's missing update. Hope you'll like it. Ben's words immediately made the crowd agitated. Previously, he had clearly stated that Jack and William and the others were the same, birds of the same feathers. Now that he was referring to Jack as a stray dog, it was obvious that he was insulting the whole group as a group were stray dogs. Anderson and the others were from the prestigious Big Five families of Inchoate City. When they were fooling around, they would usually gain the respect of their peers. Even George, who was from the Dante family, the family that was far bigger than the Tawal family, never treated them the way that Ben doing right now. As for his words that his partner for tonight was the hostess was ignored by the group the moment that he stated that Jack was a stray dog. Although Jack's tolerance was high, there was always a limit to how much he could endure. Even back at the Alfonso mansion, his half-siblings knew their own limit. They knew Jack's character very well as he had been in the Alfonso mansion since his childhood. He was the youngest of them all and as a result, they had seen him growing up. So, although they were against him, they never did something that could make Jack angry in an open manner. They would usually do this in secret and then wait for Jack to speculate who was the one behind it. At the end of the day, as long as Jack had no evidence that they were the culprits, there was no way that he could name them. But now, there was someone who had straight to his face said that he was a stray dog. And this made him angry. He could accept being teased, but he could not accept a direct insult. The temperature around him dropped drastically. Those around couldn't help but shiver the moment that they noticed that Jack's mood wasn't that good. Even Ben felt a chill running down his spine the moment that he noticed that Jack wasn't looking good. He didn't know the reason as to why he was scared by Jack's angry expression, but this was the fear that he experienced without knowing the reason. As a young master of Blue City, he had obviously seen many angry faces. But this time, it was the first time seeing an expressionless face, but cold eyes. After regaining his composure, he was just about to speak when a commotion rose among the crowd. Everyone in the group immediately shifted their attention towards the stage. The MC was already there, as there are only a few seconds to the 5 minutes timeline that he had given. Now, let us welcome the host of today's banquet, Mrs. Faith. As soon as these words flew out of the MC's mouth, the door behind the stage was opened and a very familiar lady to Jack stepped onto the stage. Jack could still remember this lady because she was there the 2 times that he had seen the lady who he thought that they shared some kind of link or fate. She was always by her side apart from today when he saw her alone by the door. As for the type of relationship that they shared, Jack was not sure about it now. Previously she had called that girl, Madam. But now, she was hosting an event in her presence. Jack could not understand at all. Humph. Whom do they think they can cheat? She's not the host at all, please adjust the hostess's assistant. At this time, Ben's grumpy voice was heard. Upon hearing his words, Jack could already guess who the hostess was. It had to be her. From Faith's attitude towards that girl, Jack could tell that she was in a lower position. And she seemed not to be hosting the event. As he looked at her, Jack could see that Faith was quite a beauty. In rating, she could be a 90 rated beauty. But this was not obviously the exaggerated beauty that Anderson had mentioned before. As if sensing Jack's question gaze, Anderson simply shrugged his shoulders. He had never seen the lady before. So, how could he know who was who? It was also at this time that Jack noticed something among the big wigs attending. Their faces had frowns. It was obvious that they weren't expecting this at all. That told Jack immediately that the hostess had changed and wasn't going to show up. But, for some reason, Jack felt his heart tighten and anger filled him the moment that he thought about Ben saying that his partner was the hostess. If Faith was the assistant, it implied that the girl, the one that Jack had met thrice, was the one that Ben was talking about. Faith's words immediately made Jack control his anger at this moment. Thank you all for coming to today's banquet. I know that most of you know that I'm not the host of the event, but just a stand-in. The young miss was having an emergency for a moment and would be here for the first dance, so you would be able to see her. The moment that Faith said the words "the first dance," the crowd began clamoring. They wondered who was going to be her partner this time. Ben was already smug after hearing that the young miss would be coming for the first dance. Previously, he had used his connections to meet up with her. When he heard that she was going to hold a banquet on this day, he had asked for the first dance. In the end, she didn't give him a positive reply. She had obviously refused the request. Even the moment that he was talking about her being his partner, that was all bluff. He wanted to use this to suppress Jack. In the end, who knew that the moment she noticed my presence in the hall, she immediately agreed to it. TSK, it seems that I'm still as charming as ever. Ben thought to himself. On the other hand, Jack couldn't understand his feelings at all. He had only met her 3 times. Neither of the times had they spoken a word to the other. But why was he getting angered the moment that he heard that Ben, such a playboy, was going to have a first dance with her? He took a deep breath and calmed himself. He was afraid that he would end up strangling Ben to death. After all, this guy had already made him angry before, and now he was getting angry for the reasons that he didn't know. But this was a world where the law ruled. If he dared to go physical on Ben with so many witnesses around, it was obvious that he would end up in court. this banquet wasn't prepared for my young miss, as the most of you know. But, it's to open a company here in Inchoate City. This company wants to join the Inchoate City economy and community. So, this banquet is being held in regards to that. But, I won't speak that much. I'll let the banquet continue. After the dance, I'm sure that we can finally talk about business. Thank you. With that, Faith left the stage under the applause of the crowd. As soon as she disappeared, music rang in the hall. The lights in the entire hall immediately dimmed down as just above the dance floor, starlights lit up. The floor of the dance floor also lit up pale blue. The light was quite dim. In the entire hall, the multicolored starlight that came from the ceiling of the hall, directly landing on the dance floor, was breathtaking. The music that was ringing currently was a slow one. It was one that wouldn't need people to put in much effort when dancing. It was chosen due to those with old age. As for the younger generation, this was a romantic music, time to enjoy their time with their specific partners on the dance floor. The hostess was going to get onto the dance floor after this song reached the end. As the song went on, this was the time given to the attendees to prepare themselves for the dance. At the table that Jack was seated with the others, the atmosphere wasn't looking that good. William and the others could feel it. Even their own moods weren't good at all. After all, they had just joked about matching Jack with the hostess. In the next moment, it was said that she was going to dance with another person. Had it been someone else, they could at least accept it. But, it was Ben, the scumbag, the one that was their enemy. Extremely arrogant and disdainful. A playboy and a troublemaker. They couldn't believe that this was happening just after he'd made them angry. But at the same time, they thought of something that made them somehow relax. This person had obviously made Jack angry. Who was Jack? He was previously a member of Alfonso family. One that, even Steve and Brenda couldn't handle hurriedly. What did this mean? It meant that Jack wasn't someone simple. Now, Ben had offended him and had already made him angry. It was obvious that there would be consequences for his actions. As myriad of thoughts ran through their minds, a figure walked from the door behind the stage as she headed towards the dance floor. The curvaceous figure made some people swallow hard. Since the lights in the hall were dimmed, they couldn't see the figure's face. But, they could already guess the extent of her beauty depending on her figure, her enchanting movements and confident steps. The crowd was forced to shut their mouths as they watched her approaching the dance floor. When she got onto the dance floor, from time to time, as some starlights landed on her face, they could already see the beautiful face. According to the traditions in the country, the person that was hosting an event, no matter if it was a man or a woman, they would be the ones to invite their partners if there was a first dance that was required. Now, as the music ended, everyone apart from the ones in Jack's group, waited excitedly for the hostess to mention who the partner was. As soon as the music ended, Jack became nervous all of a sudden. There was a feeling that, if he wasn't the one that was chosen, he would surely kill someone here. But, he managed to suppress this feeling. On the other hand, Benson did not wait for the lady in the middle of the dance floor to mention who her partner was going to be. He immediately got onto his feet and began heading towards the dance floor. His current expression was quite smug. He turned around and gazed at the group behind him. After giving them a contemptuous smile, he turned around and began walking again. Jack, on the other hand, looked at Ben's back with rage fuming inside his heart. His emotions were quite getting out of control. But at the end of it all, he managed to make himself to calm down. In his mind, he made himself believe that Benson was just bluffing them. Since the hostess had not yet mentioned the partner, he decided to keep calm and wait. But not long after that, his heart skipped a beat the moment that he saw the lady glancing towards their direction. Currently, Ben was directly in front of him. As she gazed towards him or Ben, Jack couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. They were currently seated some distance from the dance floor. As a result, it would take a few seconds for Ben to reach the floor. Anderson and the others were emotionally unstable due to the fact that their enemy was going to take the first dance on the floor of the banquet that had been held their own home ground. This was absolutely no good feeling at all. They were just about to start talking about this and that so that they could pull their attention from Ben, when Jack suddenly stood up. They were quite surprised at first, but they thought that he wanted to see how the first dance was going to be performed. In the end, Jack did something that they were not expecting. After standing up, without saying a single word, he strode towards the dance floor. Anderson and the others were immediately flustered. They were present when Ben had insulted him. And not just him, but all of them. In their minds right now, they thought that Jack was going to compete with Ben to get the first dance of the banquet. "Jack, it is better if you don't go. You can simply go after the first dance is over." William immediately tried to persuade him to stay. "Yeah, it is just a first dance, there's no need to get flustered at this moment and suffer worse consequences at the end of it all." Even Kelly could not hold it anymore and tried to persuade him not to go. During the chats that they had been having, they found that although Jack was quite cold, he wasn't someone who put on airs of a superior. In fact, he was an easygoing person. It was just that, his face was not used to smiling. Thus, they hadn't seen his smile yet. Jack completely ignored what they were trying to tell him and headed towards the dance floor. He had his own reasons for heading there instead of staying and being an audience to the first dance of the night. As he walked towards the dance floor, Ben felt that the world was his. After all, he knew a little about Celine's background. Although not by a large margin, at least he knew that, not only was she beautiful, but she was capable in managing businesses. Although he was a playboy, that did not mean that he was an idiot. He was just enjoying his youth. But at the end of it all, he knew that the responsibility that he carried as the only heir of the Tawal family wasn't something small. He was the one that was supposed to lead their family to another level and not to make it drop by a level or two. So, when it came to issues concerning marriage, he had decided to find a capable and rich girl that could be married into his family. In this way, he would be able to improve the family condition and influence. After all, if his family and the girl's family had a good relationship, the connections that he would have gotten would help him in carrying out many business projects. The best candidate that he had found so far was Celine. Not only was she a beauty, but her family wasn't poor as well. In fact, the word poor wasn't supposed to be mentioned when talking about her or her family. Her capabilities could not be doubted when one looked at the present issue. She was the one that was starting a company. While he was in his thoughts, he arrived before the dance floor. He looked at the beautiful Celine and smiled. Although her face could not be seen clearly, he could still see her. As he smiled, he said, "Thank you, Miss Gravy, for accepting my request of the first dance." Even as he said these words, the smugness and arrogance within them could be easily detected. Celine frowned the moment that she had his words. She then looked at him as if she was looking at a fool. She then wondered to herself, what type of medicine did young Master Ben take on this day? Benson didn't see the change in expression on Celine's face. So, he continued rambling about this and that. It was only after a minute that he noticed that something was not right. He was not the only one, as all those that had attended the banquet were currently looking at Celine with confused gazes. According to what they knew, the dance should have already begun a minute ago, the moment that the chosen partner arrived on the dance floor. But now, a minute had already gone by, but Celine showed no movements at all. She was the hostess, so she had to point out who her partner was. So, although Ben guessed that he was the one, he didn't step on the dance floor without being pointed at. Just as they were about to question what was going on, Faith's voice echoed. And the words that were said were quite stunning. "I am sorry, young Master Ben. But, you are not the partner that has been selected for the first dance." Ben was stunned the moment that he heard these words. He was confused for a moment before looking directly into Celine's eyes and asked, "Not me? Are you sure that you are not mistaken? After all, amongst the young generation that have attended today, I am the best of them all. Furthermore, I was the one that asked for this opportunity the last time that we met last week." Ben had folded his hands in front of his chest as he looked at Faith. "If I am right, I do remember that young Miss had rejected your invitation previously." Faith said these words coldly. She knew that there must be a reason as to why Celine decided to participate in the first dance of the banquet. But, the partner that she had chosen was obviously not Ben. If it was not for the fact that she was quite curious about him, she would definitely not participate in the dancing. After all, it was already enough face for her to be present on this particular day. She was from the Gravy family. It was a family that none of the ones present in Incoat could compete with. "If it is not me, then tell me, who is it that can compete with me?" Ben asked as his face darkened. When he was coming towards the dance floor, he hadn't expected that he would be rejected before stepping onto the dance floor. Currently, his anger was already simmering. He wanted to know just who had the guts to compete with him. Celine's expression was currently cold. She looked behind Ben and said slowly, "The one behind you." Benson immediately turned around, ready to see who was so unique or special that he could attract the attention of the lady that he was chasing after. His movements immediately froze the moment that he met the cold and indifferent blue eyes. This was the second time that he was seeing these kind of eyes. The first time was obviously the moment that he had completely angered Jack. And now, as these eyes stared at him, he felt his body trembling a little. In Jack's presence, his usually arrogant expression was forced to disappear. "Why are you here?" After regaining his composure, Ben immediately asked aggressively. For a lifetime, he had never expected that the person that he was busy humiliating previously, the one that he had boasted to about being the hostess's partner, was actually the real partner. He was indeed angry. But as there were many eyes that were currently observing him, he dared not to threaten nor insult Jack. After all, if he did that, his already stained reputation would be soaked into the mud again. Of course, Jack had no obligation of replying to this question. So, he just passed by the side and stepped onto the dance floor. There, his blue eyes that were originally cold and indifferent immediately changed. All the coldness immediately disappeared, and what replaced it was complicated emotions. The two stared at each other for a moment of time, and were only brought back to the present by the sound of music. Since the music had already begun, it was obvious that the dance had to begin as well. They each stepped closer to each other. Then, as Celine placed her hands around his neck, he wrapped his hands around her slim waist. And bit by bit, they began moving their bodies according to the flow of the music. Jack's actions were well within the vision of William and the group. As he approached the stage, they were filled with trepidation. They had thought that Jack was going mad at that moment. And, the moment that he stopped behind Ben, they thought that Jack was going to make his move then. But, in the end, the news that they received almost made their minds buzz. It was so mind-blowing. The person that had just been bragging about being the hostess's partner was rejected. It turned out that he had previously asked for the chance, but was turned down. But now, as they thought about this, they couldn't help but wonder what had given him the confidence to say that he was going to have the first dance in front of them. But all the same, they were quite pleased seeing the dark expression on his usually arrogant face. For the first time, they could see him losing. Furthermore, they were quite waiting for the race that would take place this night, where he would lose once again. But what they were wondering about was the fact that, how had Jack known that Ben would be rejected? That was the question that was in their mind at that moment. But, in the next second, a bomb was detonated in their minds the moment that they heard Celine's words. "The one behind you." The person that was standing behind Ben at that moment was obviously Jack. The others were quite a distance away from the dance floor. The group looked at each other with funny expressions. It was obvious that none of them believed what they were seeing. "Ouch. Why did you pinch me? I wanted to confirm that I wasn't dreaming. Although it's only 8, I don't trust myself to be awake at this moment." "Then, why not pinch yourself?" "I already said that I don't trust myself." "Was Jack messing with us before?" "I don't know. But, I think that's true." After all, he stood up and headed towards the dance floor without being called. "I see now. That's the reason as to why he came without a partner." It turned that his partner was the organizer of the banquet. Yeah, no wonder he was staring at the door that led behind the stage previously during the meals. Did we just invite someone to his own banquet? Ha ha ha, this is a new record that we've made. By the way, they're quite a couple, right? Sure, they match each other. I like seeing Ben's current expression. By the way, that lady, I heard that she's from the Gravy family? You mean the one that's from the capital? I think so. After all, to be able to invite all these bigwigs here, she must have some kind of reputation. But I don't think that's true. After all, if she's a member of such a prestigious family, why would she need to start a small company in our small inchoate city? Yeah, you're right. As they talked, Jack and Celine had already begun dancing with the other's arm around the other's body. Their moves were trained, showing that they had both learnt about dancing, and they weren't noobs. Previously, Jack had looked into her eyes when she was looking at his direction. At first, he had thought that she was looking at Ben. In the end, even after Ben moved, he saw that the eyes were still looking at him. The moment that he saw the very same expression as he had seen 3 times before, he immediately understood that she wanted him to be her partner. Jack was also full of questions that he would like to ask her about. This was going to be a good chance for him to ask that question. After all, their meetings before had no exchange of words. Now, as he felt her arms around his neck, as well as the softness in his hands as he held her slim waist, Jack could still feel that there was quite a big difference. During his practice in dancing, he'd obviously held a girl the same way. But in the end, the feeling that he was getting right now was completely different. Jack was someone that did things to the perfection. When he was learning about dancing, he was around 6 years old. He had put in a lot of effort. To learn, all of this was to impress his mother. In the end, when he was 15, he had stopped training as his mother had died. I can see that you didn't want to participate in this dance previously? Jack took the initiative to ask. Celine stared at him for a moment before she replied with a question of her own. How did you know? You stood at the door. The meal was just before the dance, about 10 minutes. But, you appeared there. It was obvious that you didn't even want to show your face on the stage at all. Jack said all this as they continued moving according to the beats. You're quite perceptive, I see. Anyway, that was the truth. I didn't want to participate in this at all. But, when I saw you, I had to participate. After all, I'm quite curious about you. Celine said as she followed his movements as he led the dance. After all, the 2 times that we've met in the same week, you always got to hold me. As you're the first man to hold me like that other than my father, I of course had to be curious about you. Celine continued. Jack was silent for a moment before saying, You're not the only one. After all, the moment that I see you, I can detect some sense of familiarity. I was wondering if I had ever met you before. Celine raised her brows at Jack's words. She could already tell that he was telling the truth from his current expression. But, what had made her have that reaction was simply because, she too, had sensed some kind of familiarity from Jack. But, no matter how much she tried to remember, she couldn't tell if they had ever met before. This was quite strange. But, to think that they had met before and none of them could remember, wasn't that absurd? That was unless all their memories about the other were wiped out. And for that, it was impossible. Nobody had the ability to change or delete their memories about the other, right? What do you say that we have a simple chat after the dance? Jack asked. He wanted to know more about this girl, a girl that had made his nights sometimes sleepless and sometimes so sweet that he didn't want to wake up. Celine looked at him and smiled. That will depend on how you perform in this dance. As she smiled, Jack, who was standing right next to her, in front of her, her face close to his, he could see how beautiful that smile was. The 2 dimples immediately made her look like a different person. This was the first time that he was seeing her enchanting smile. Not knowing why, but it seemed that he had been affected by her smile, as he returned the gesture. Unlike the previous shallow smiles, this was one that was full of his true thoughts at the moment. This smile was sincere. When Celine saw that smile etched on his face, she couldn't help but be dazed for a moment. That smile was indeed filled with a male's charm. Coupled with the handsome face, she thought that Jack was like a prince right from a painting. And because of this, her smile became even brighter. The spectating crowd was amazed by the 2. Not only were their dance moves well coordinated, as if they had practiced together before, but their moves completely matched the rhythm of the music. When Celine smiled, it was like a blooming flower. And then Jack's smile in return, it was like the cold moon giving a sense of warmth. The two smiles immediately attracted the appreciation of the spectators. Even Ben, who was watching the duo dance angrily, was forced to admit defeat. After all, the two smiles really complemented each other. But what he and the others were wondering about was, what are they talking about and that they're smiling like that? Even Faith was stunned by the smile that erupted from Celine's face. This was the first time that she'd seen that kind of carefree smile on her face. Even when facing her, who was like her sister, the smile was different from this. Even to her parents, it was always a smile that was different. In other words, this smile was quite unique. As for Jack, she didn't know why, but she nodded her head as she looked at him. But the show wasn't over at all. The reason for that being that the music had reached the part that would need fast movements. This was Celine's request to the one that was in charge of music. Back to the couple. You ready to have a competition on this dance? Jack asked with a smile. This was the smile that he had only shown to his mother. Ever since her death about 4 years ago, he had never shown it to another person. But now, he was showing it to a person that he didn't even know. Currently, it was as if all the people in the hall didn't exist at all. All that was there was, the two of them, the music and the dance floor. If there was a person that knew these two well was present, she would be completely stunned by this scene. Why was that? It was because Jack's smiles were rare and shallow. Although they were sincere, they were never that much enthusiastic. On the other hand, Celine's smiles were only seen by her parents, grandparents, and finally, Faith, who was like her sister. In front of her subordinates and strangers, she was like a beautiful sculpture made of ice. Her expression was always cold. No matter if she was praising someone or talking about punishment, her expression remained the same. The only thing that changed was her tone. But now, these two people, who always had no smiles on their faces or were rare to smile, were brightly smiling at each other. Without them noticing it, the ice in their hearts had began melting. With a competitive spirit and eyes that were filled with determination, Celine replied, "Let's do it then." Her words were like a signal as the tempo of the music immediately shot upwards, and so was the movement of the two. Their first competition immediately began. As for the results, that would have to wait till the song ended. Author's note. Huff. Finally done. Thanks for your patience. Luckily, I've managed the 4 chapters today. I hope that you'll like it. Oh, before I forget, please, remember to support this book through Power Stones, comments, and reviews. And if you like fantasy, you can check out my other book, The Golden Star. Thanks, let's meet up tomorrow for the update. As the music echoed in the hall, the crowd present in the hall dared not to make a sound. Well, not that way though. The truth was that they were both watching a captivating scene in a daze. They had formed a circle. In the middle of the circle, there was a dance floor on which 2 people were dancing. The starlight that came from the ceiling of the hall illuminated the faces of the duo that were dancing. Although the light wasn't bright enough to allow them to see the faces of the two clearly, they could at least see that the duo were either beautiful or handsome. The way that they were dancing was brought to a level that they couldn't think about. Their every move and the beats of the song that was currently echoing in the hall were well matched. The movements of the two were well synced. It was as if they were sharing the same mind. After all, there was no collision nor was there any kind of mistake that would disrupt the flow of the dance. But what all these people didn't know was the fact that the two on the dance floor were actually competing. This was a competition between 2 people that were good at dancing. As the crowd watched, they were all amazed. More so the younger generation. After all, the ones that were on the dance floor were either younger than them or were of the same age as them. Jack and Celine didn't care about those that were watching them. All that was in their minds at this moment was to win the competition. They dared not to make a mistake and made sure to give it their all. Currently, the music was already at its peak. Thus, their movements were fast. And as they moved and bent into some weird angles, they still made sure that they were according to the flow of the music. As the song came towards the end, the tempo reduced. They fell in step, letting the rhythm control their movements. All the scenery and people around them had already dissolved. It was the two of them, alone, in their own world. Celine's emerald green eyes glistened, and a smile spread across her beautiful face. It truly was enchanting that it made Jack smile brighter. Uncontrollable feelings surged through Jack's body, and his fingers tingled in delight. His hand brushed across her cheek. His body was acting on its own, no chains to hold him back from this pure paradise, where he could let go of all the restraints that had held him. This was the only time in a long time that he could ignore everything else and enjoy himself. Forget about the family, forget about saving money, forget about what he would do after leaving the family mansion. Forget everything but her. He drew her close to his chest, and she wrapped her arms around his neck. Her loosened black hair fell over her eyes, like a curtain blocking out the starlight. But he desired to see those emerald eyes. She began to withdraw her hand to brush away her hair, but his hand clutched onto hers. He carefully laid her thin hand on his shoulder. Then, he delicately tucked her loose hair behind her ear, and her emerald eyes twinkled back at him in greeting. Celine stared at Jack for a moment. Even now, she had completely forgotten about the business and companies that she had to manage. She forgot about her reputation as a cold boss lady. She wanted to be free and fly into the skies. Forget about the issues concerning contracts and decision-making. Forget about making profits or minimizing losses. But, just focus on being free and unrestrained. She set her head on his shoulder. They continued to dance, too lost in the music to halt. Time passed as their feet moved in sync. The moment that Jack's foot stepped left, Celine's would also land at that exact moment. During the finishing moves, Celine and Jack separated from each other but still had their hands connected. Then, Jack twirled Celine around for a moment before pulling her back towards him. The moment that Celine fell into his embrace, her hands rested on his shoulders and he held her by her waist. At that very moment, the music ended with the blue and green eyes staring into each other. When the music ended, there was silence in the hall. Nobody spoke at all, everyone was still drowned in the amazing performance of the two. It was only after a minute, when William couldn't wait to get his girl onto the dance floor and imitate the duo's moves, clapped, forcing the audience to applause. This was a performance that they had only watched on TV. Those that were performing on the screens were all professionals in dancing and had trained for a long period of time. Now, they could see such a dance with their own eyes. This was a blessing indeed. So, they made sure to clap vigorously. But, on seeing that the duo were not separating, they increased the intensity of clapping till their hands began aching. When the song ended, Celine and Jack had been staring at each other intensely. They could feel that the tempo of their heartbeats had changed. The connection and familiarity that was quite vague had been strengthened at this moment. When they heard the applause of the crowd, they came back from their own world. But, at the end of it all, they still didn't want to part from each other. But, it seemed that the audience couldn't take the scene of them staring at each other with ambiguous emotions in their eyes anymore. They clapped so vigorously in that, they felt that the hall was shaking from the vibrations of the claps of more than 100 attendees. So, they smiled before returning to their usual cold demeanors as they retreated. They decided to treat what had happened as nothing had happened. Right, they had lost their composure in front of many people, exposing their cheerful sides. But now, they immediately hid that side of theirs, waiting for the right moment that it would be revealed. Well, not just the right time, but the right person that deserved to see this side of theirs. Ben had been observing the dance from the beginning. Since he was closer to the dance floor, it was obvious that he had seen how beautiful Celine's smiles were. He was drowned in the smiles as he watched. But, in the end, his heart tightened as he clenched his fists in fury. After all, although he could see that smile, it was not directed towards him. It was directed towards another person. Apart from being embarrassed on this day, was he going to lose the girl that he had the intention to marry just like that? He couldn't accept such a fact. He was beginning to think of what to do when the tempo of the music rose. From here, he could see how delicate and fluid Celine's moves were. So, the thoughts about taking action against Jack were temporarily thrown at the back of his mind. When the music ended, he found himself clapping alongside the crowd. When they were not parting, he had unconsciously led the hard claps raining in the hall. It was only after the others joined him in the hard clapping that he realized what he was doing. What the F***ck? I'm trying to make them part from each other only for it to be mistaken as a form of appreciation? Wait, why was I clapping in the first place? I guess I was clapping for her. Yes, I was clapping for her. For the next dancing session, I'll be her partner and I'll experience her moves. Then, after that, I'll make sure to punish that guy well. Ben continued consoling and lying to himself. He only regained his senses of the surroundings when he heard that the crowd was no longer clapping. He was just about to go ahead and ask Celine for a dance when he noticed that Jack and Celine had actually disappeared from the dance floor. He looked around, trying to find their traces, only to notice none. At this time, the others also went onto the dance floor. Their blood was already boiling from experiencing such a dance. So, they were hyped up to try it too. Ben grabbed one of his flunkies that happened to be passing by with his girl and asked, "Where has Mrs. Gravy gone to?" The guy looked at Ben with a weird expression. He thought to himself, this guy was the closest to the stage. But, at the end of it all, he didn't see her moving away? No, that can't be. So, he must be testing me, right? After a moment of silence and upon seeing Ben's impatient look, he replied, "She left via the stage door with that silver-haired guy." On hearing these words, Ben's face showed his anger. He turned towards the door that led behind the set-up stage. But, with the large crowd, he couldn't see what was happening there. So, he could only suppress his emotions for now while thinking, "Humph, we're going to have a race not long from now. I'll make sure to trample you under my feet. Just you wait." On the other hand, Faith looked at the screen of her phone. Currently, she was looking at the video that she'd recorded. In between somewhere, she had decided to record this video to preserve that smile that Celine had showed. At the same moment, she was having her own doubts. She wondered, did Celine lie to me? If they had never met before, then how come they can dance in sync as if they had trained together? And that smile, that's a smile that she has never shown to a man other than her grandfather and father, not even her uncles or cousins have seen it. What is the mystery behind these two? She muttered to herself in the end. After seeing that the audience was quite eager to try the dance floor, Jack looked at Celine and said, "Let's have a chat, MMH?" Celine looked back at him as she shrugged her shoulders. "Not a problem at all. But, where did you train those moves? After all, I found that they are exactly the same as mine, though they are the masculine part of it. I've been training back at home. But, I stopped about 5 years ago. As to why the moves are the same, I'm not sure about that." Jack replied honestly. "I see." She was just about to say another word when she noticed that they were still in the middle of the dancing floor. She threw Jack a gaze before leaving. Jack followed her. He was quite curious about this girl. How could he just let her go without satisfying his curiosity? The two walked out of the hall and took an elevator to the roof. That's a good place to relax and enjoy the cool night breeze. It's summer after all, Celine explained. Jack nodded as he noticed that his body was sweating slightly. But, the good thing was the fact that his suit was made of cashmere material. So, it was breathable. He could now understand why this suit was expensive. It was flexible, not a type that would lead to a person's movements being constrained. At this time, Jack took the opportunity of the lights being on in the elevator to observe Celine. Currently, her black hair, that was previously tied into a ponytail and had been let free during the dance, was quite messily lying on her back. Although it was messy, it didn't diminish her beauty at all. Instead, this added with her current stone expression, it gave her a certain type of charm. She was wearing no makeup on her face. As for the dress, she was wearing a yellow long-sleeved ballroom waltz evening gown. The gown was a reserved one as it only showed part of her neckline. The gown showed the upper body figure, from the petite waist upwards. As for the lower part of the gown, it was enlarged and had a black helm. Celine noticed Jack's gaze on her. But this gaze was unlike those gazes that always fell on her, the gazes full of lust, full of obsession, full of greed. This gaze was filled with appreciation. So, instead of feeling repulsive as usual, she welcomed such a gaze. After all, what was wrong if a person genuinely appreciated her beauty? Jack didn't know about Celine's thoughts at the moment. After looking at her for a moment, he realized that he had been staring for a while. He knew that it was quite inappropriate to do so. Thus, he turned his gaze away. A smile appeared at the corner of Celine's lips without even her noticing it. In her heart, she thought to herself, at least he's a gentleman. Ding! With that sound, the elevator opened. After getting out of it, they could see that there was a helipad on top of this 8-story building. The duo didn't have the intention of appreciating the helipad. Celine switched off the lights of the roof. Jack stared at her before noticing the reason why she did that after looking at the sky. They went and sat on one of the benches that was placed on the roof. Of course, these benches were connected to the roof, just in case the winds from a helicopter's propeller would have the intention of blowing them away. After sitting, they remained silent as the moonlight shone upon them. Today, the sky was cloudless. Thus, although the lights on the roof had been switched off, there was still 100 or so meters visibility due to the full moon in the sky. After a moment of silence, Jack took the initiative to speak. "What's that background of yours that brings all the big wigs of the city here with your invitation?" "I can guess it's nothing small." Celine smiled and replied, "Leave that aside. I have no intention of using my family's influence here in Inchoate City. So, I can only talk about myself, just a little of course." Jack nodded. They were talking for the first time. So, it was obvious that she wouldn't tell him things that weren't important for him to know. They had to have reservations. "Yeah, you're right. I came here this week, on Monday. Today's the last day of my first week here. I'm planning to start something here," Jack stated after a moment. Celine stared at him with a surprised gaze. After all, she hadn't thought that Jack wasn't a resident of this city. After all, she had seen him with the young masters of this city. And from the way that they treated him, she could tell that they respected him. From this, she could infer that he was from a good background. But, from the way that Jack carried himself, he didn't look like a prodigal young master. He looked independent, responsible and charming? And, from his expression, she could tell that he wasn't a person that smiled so often. But, today, she had experienced his smile. So, she was quite proud of herself, forgetting that she too had revealed her most dazzling smile. "What do you want to start in such a small city?" Celine asked curiously. "I'm just trying to build my foundation. I know that I can't start this in a big city. After all, the competition there is quite high. But, at the end of it all, I'm sure that I'll expand to other big cities. As for what I'm starting, it's my enterprise." Celine was quite surprised that Jack was starting an enterprise all by himself. Considering the fact that he was starting this in a small city, it was obvious that he was depending on himself and not his background. "You're quite ambitious, I see," she muttered. "No man lacks an ambition. If there's one, then he's an incomplete one. Even if your ambition is not towards getting rich, succeeding in business and whatever, a man must have an ambition. Maybe, going to the moon, being the first person to live on another planet and so on." Jack replied calmly. Celine smiled at his words. "Well, I wish you luck. On my part, I'm starting a small company in the fashion and textiles industry. But, this company is not mine. It belongs to a friend of mine that's currently abroad. She should be back in about 2 months. She had capital to start. But, if she had to come back and start things by herself, it would take a long time. So, she asked me to help her in starting one here in Inchoate City. In this way, when she's back, she can have something to do while at the same time, have a source of income," Celine said. Jack could hear that, in her tone, there was some kind of yearning. Jack was wondering, What was she yearning for? Going abroad? Starting a company of her own? Being independent? Although he was curious, he didn't ask about that. Well, starting a company surely needs dedication, capital, and decisiveness, Jack stated. Even he, had it not been for the fact that he had the system, he surely wouldn't have dreamt of starting an enterprise at this moment. He would have struggled to gain both connections and capital before trying that. After all, an enterprise would surely not lack competition. He, who was targeted by his half-siblings as well as facing some veterans in the business sector, he would surely fall. So, that was the reason you were in the government building? Celine asked curiously. Well, that can be considered as a reason. But, I was mainly there to acquire a few stores, Jack replied. Celine chuckled when she heard this. She then asked, You want to start an enterprise that's made of stores? You can say that. In fact, they're grocery stores. But of course, if I'm starting an enterprise, I would do my best. So, the first thing that I'm starting with is the grocery department. It will be in the form of chain stores. But, their level would be higher than normal, Jack stated. Oh, I see. When are you starting? Celine nodded before asking. The grocery department will be open tomorrow, Jack stated. That fast? Celine was surprised. After all, Jack had only been here for a week. But, he'd already established a department. One had to know that a department of an enterprise couldn't have a weak foundation. After all, if it was a weakness, there would surely be people that would exploit it to make sure that the enterprise falls. You can come and observe tomorrow. I'm not good when it comes to business. But, I hope that with you present, maybe you can give me some pointers, Jack said as he looked at the moon. He was wondering if the income that came from the grocery store through the enterprise would have a monthly, season, semi-annually or annual multiplication. Is that an invitation? Celine asked with raised brows. You can say so, Jack replied as he turned his gaze from the moon back towards her. Then, where's my invitation card? She asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Jack was stunned for a moment. Then, he thought of how a banquet had been held today, to welcome a company to Inchoate City. He had not made such an arrangement at all. So, on this question, Jack could only scratch the back of his head while responding. Well, I never prepared anything like that. I wasn't going to make a grand entrance into the industry. Are you serious? You know, when you invite some people from the upper echelons of the city during the opening, they would surely boost the popularity and reputation of your company, Celine said seriously. Well, it's not like I'm starting something big, right? They're just grocery stores, Jack replied. How much capital have you invested in the grocery department? Celine asked. How much capital have you invested in the grocery department? Celine asked. Jack began calculating in his mind. From buying the stores to signing the supply contracts, to the salaries and vehicles that he had bought. The amount that he'd spent for the grocery department to be stabilized was over 100 million. Since they were talking here, there was no need for him to hide anything. I spent over 150 million, Jack said. All of this was said calmly, as if it was normal for him to spend that amount of money. But, who could blame him? He wanted his grocery to dominate the city. In other words, he wanted to monopolize the grocery market here in Inchoate. So, he had to spend. When Celine heard Jack's words, her eyes immediately revealed shock as she stared at Jack. It was true that Celine was shocked by the amount of money that Jack had invested in the grocery department. 150 million, that wasn't a small amount of money. Although she had seen far big figures of money, she still thought that this was a big amount to start a grocery in such a small city. There were several cities that were far bigger than Inchoate. And, if this 150 million was used as capital, the groceries would definitely develop well. Even though there would be tougher competition in the big cities, at least, the income would be higher. Are you serious about that? Celine asked Jack while looking at him incredulously. Jack was confused by her expression at this moment. He wondered if what he had just said was magical. So, he could only reply by saying, I had to get the stores, get someone that could supply me with the groceries, get the vehicles that can be used for delivery, warehouses that have conditions that would ensure that the groceries would remain fresh. Jack went on to say what he'd bought. The more Celine heard his words, the more shocked she became. How rich is he? And, is he sure that he's not a prodigal? Is all of this depending on himself? As thoughts ran through her mind, she couldn't help but spit out some of them. Jack, is that just the grocery department? Considering the fact that they are just beginning and they don't have any influence, if they collapse, you'll end up losing everything. Upon hearing Celine's words, Jack smiled to himself. He couldn't help but think about the fact that he had the system. With it, although he would gain less profit, he wouldn't be able to make a loss. That was unless all his stores were robbed or burnt on the same day that he opened them. Otherwise, just a single week was enough for him to get all the money that he'd spent over 100 times. But, although he had the system, there was no way that he was going to agree running a business that was full of losses. After all, he was doing a business and not a charity. And for that reason, he had made sure that all the things that he did were according to quality and not just about quantity. All the stores that he'd bought were located in good positions and their performance before he bought them were good. I've spent money to buy the already existing groceries. So, at the end of the day, I won't be adding competition for them, I'm going to reduce the number of competitors. I've bought the groceries all over the city. They would retain the competitors, but if that competitor happened to be bought by me, then the competition would be reduced. Jack explained. When Celine heard his explanation, she finally understood why he was so sure about what he was doing. He made sure not to create new competitors. As for the original ones, he made up for that by improving the quality of his stores, making them the best. After chatting for a while, Jack came to know that the company that was started by Celine for her friend used a starting capital of 100 million. By now, all the arrangements were completed. So, from next month, the company would start its operations. After that, Jack asked Celine if she knew where he could find a reliable manager or if she had a recommendation. Celine had been in business since she was about 16. Although at that time she was only handling small things, that didn't mean that she was idle. She knew many people in the almost 4 years that she's been in business. Yeah, I can recommend you to someone. But, she's quite strict when it comes to handling things. Sometimes, she forgets that she's the one that has been employed the moment that the employer makes a bad decision. Celine said with a chuckle. For this very reason, she's been fired 3 times. The recent reason for her dismissal was that the owner of the company that she was managing had decided to suddenly increase the price of items that they were selling. At that time, they had suffered some losses and he wanted to recover. In the end, she refuted and said that, if he dared to do that, the business will close down. In the end, after a round of argument, the owner of the company was furious that he immediately dismissed her. When Jack heard her words, his eyes shone brightly. That was the person that he wanted. A decisive person that only thought of the company and not some people who only thought of flattering their bosses. She's perfect. Can you introduce her to me? Jack asked. She will be here in about 3 days. Then, I'll let you meet her so that you can discuss about this. Celine replied. Jack had 8 managers if Agnes was counted as one. He now wanted to get a manager that could manage all the business operations. This manager had to get those that could deal with sales, finance, and so on. Only in this way would the big burden that was on him be reduced or removed completely. Looking at the time, he found that it was nearing 9. But, since he had made a decision to race with Ben, there was no way that he could keep him hanging. He still had some more money to win. As for the issues of buying shares, he decided against it for now. He would just use the stock market to do the purchase. Then, he would make sure to have 100% ownership, which would in turn make him the sole decision maker. Only in this way could he agree to pour his money into the company. After all, how could he allow some shareholders to enjoy profits that they haven't worked hard for? They exchanged contact information and agreed that Jack would come and pick her up from the hotel the following day at 10 in the morning. When they got back to the banquet hall, they found that Faith was finalizing talking about the company. Of course, the duo only looked into the hall from the door but didn't enter. After a few minutes, Faith finished whatever she was saying and thus ending the banquet. The big wigs inside began interacting with each other as there were those that had come from other cities. On the other hand, the young masters began flirting with the ladies in the hall. After all, although they had come with a partner, that didn't necessarily imply that they were in a romantic relationship. Some were of course angry when they saw that someone was trying to seduce their partner while others were I don't cares. If not for the fact that they were inside Glaze Hotel, Jack was sure that there would have been a fight amongst these youths. As he watched the commotion, a group of people approached them. And upon seeing this, Celine immediately bid Jack goodbye and left together with Faith, heading to the 8th floor. It was obvious that they were staying in a presidential suite. The group that was approaching Jack had a young man leading them. This guy had a dark face that stated that he was ready to slaughter someone. But Jack completely ignored Ben's expression, considering that he was still angry with him calling him a dog, a stray one at that. He still had to make sure that this young master was going to suffer so that the arrogance that he'd accumulated would be dispelled. "You've got some guts on you, kid." Ben started the moment that he arrived in front of Jack. His expression was like that of an aggressive gangster. Jack completely ignored his words as he looked at William and the others that were following behind Ben. "You guys ready for a spin?" "Yeah, we're ready to win the race," William replied while looking at Ben's darkened face. He could even see that veins had already began popping up on Ben's face and neck. He could tell that Ben was really angry. And for this reason, he was happy that he could make a comeback. Ben didn't like the way that he was ignored. He went from being angry to being enraged. But he controlled his temper when he thought that there was still a race. When he thought of this, he smiled coldly as he stared at Jack and the others. He said, "Let's not waste our time. Let's get to the tracks and race. I want to end this as soon as possible." And with that, he left alongside his flunkies. William and the others snickered the moment that they heard these words. They couldn't wait for the show. Jack led the way as they headed towards the underground parking lot. Each and every one of them had their own cars parked down there. "Jack, you are so amazing. You told us that you didn't come with a partner today. So it turned out that your partner was actually the hostess of the banquet?" "Yeah, this is not good, Jack. Look how you make us spend much time trying to think who would be your partner for the dance. In the end, you already had your partner here. Now we look as clowns. How we were just talking about matching him and her. Not just that, we even invited him to his own banquet. How amazing we are. Guys, actually, this is the third time that we are meeting. In fact, this is the first time that I'm talking to her." When Jack heard the nonsense that the group was spouting, he couldn't help but refute. But as usual, Jack's words were ignored. Actually, the group thought that he was just trying to lie his way out. So, they continued spouting more nonsense. "Jack, who are you trying to kid here? The way that the two of you interacted doesn't look like two people who are trying to know each other, but as if the two of you knew each other long ago. Yeah, no matter what you say, we can't believe anything that you are going to use to escape from explaining to us. And what's more is that the two of you left the banquet hall and went to discuss something in private. You tell us, if the two of you have never spoken before, how could the hostess accept having a chat with you?" At this point, Jack could only shake his head helplessly as he thought to himself, it seems that these people only believe when they are lied to. After all, this wasn't the first time that he had said the truth and they thought that he was lying to them. A good example would be the previous time that he participated in the race at Mount Bright. Although that wasn't the first time that he was driving a car, it was the first time that he participated in a race. And were it not for the fact that the system had granted him the professional driving skill, he would not have been able to beat both Steve and William's group. He would have been defeated thoroughly. By the way, I enjoyed seeing Ben's current face. Yeah. That guy is used to being so arrogant in that, Whenever he sees us, he looks for a way to make sure that he can show his strength in front of us. Now, after all the boasting that he did about being the hostess's partner, he ended up not even participating in the dance. Ah, you guys are right. As he bragged, he never thought that he was a monkey performing in front of Jack. I can't wait to see him losing again once he competes with Jack. That's right, let's hurry up so that we can see him lose, apart from making him go back to his own city broke. By using the elevator, they arrived at the ground floor. From there, they took the elevator that led to the underground parking lot. This was the specialization that most of the buildings had in this era. This was just another security measure that they had implemented. After all, this would prevent people from sneaking in. As soon as they got to the underground parking lot, each and everyone in the group immediately went into his or her car. All those that had attended the banquet on this day were from rich families. Although they were not at the same level, as their family background differ from each other. But at the end of the day, all those that had attended the banquet had a car that was worth at least $1 million. Of course, this did not imply that they had bought the cars on a single day. There were some that had saved the money that they were being given for at least half a year or maybe a year before they could afford the cars that they were currently driving. This time, William and the others thought that Jack had come with his Bentley Continental GT. But, the moment that they saw him walking towards the Bugatti Veyron that had been parked not so far from their position, they were completely stunned. When they got to the underground parking lot before, each and every one of them had their minds fixed on how much they were going to earn after Jack won the race. So, the moment that they got to the underground parking lot, they had impatiently got into their cars, ready to drive towards Mount Bright. It was only William and the other 4 from the big 5 families of Inchoate City that remained. Seriously, Jack, how many secrets are you hiding? William could not help but blurt out this question. Not many at all. Jack replied with a shallow smile as he opened the doors of the Bugatti Veyron. The doors were like wings or a bird that was soaring in the sky. The moment that those who had already entered their cars noticed the commotion outside, they immediately rushed towards William and the others. They too were greatly shocked the moments that they set their eyes on the Bugatti Veyron. An ordinary Bugatti Veyron would have its price ranging $30 to $40 million. And from the way that Jack's Bugatti Veyron looked like, it was pretty obvious that it was a customized one. So, it was only obvious that it would cost a lot more. Jack, can I take a look at its interior? William immediately released the girl that he was holding in his hand and rushed towards the Bugatti Veyron like a maniac. It was kind of understandable because all those present really enjoyed racing. So, seeing a sports car really ignited their passion. Jack assented William's request. Upon Jack's agreement, not only William, but the entire group rushed towards the Bugatti Veyron to admire it. It was only when Jack reminded them that they were going to get late for the race that they came back to their senses. How much did you spend on getting this car? Anderson asked. Not that much, it should cost about $73 million. Jack replied nonchalantly. Although $73 million was a big amount of money, Jack was not the one that had paid this money. This was just a reward from the system after the qualitative increase of all the rewards that he had received from 7 stores. But of course, the reaction of the group was completely different. The moment that they heard that the Bugatti Veyron cost almost $100 million, they were stunned speechless. As for Jack's words of the car not costing that much, they completely disregarded them. How could spending over $50 million for a luxury car not be a lot of money? If this was spent on buying a plot of land, they could accept it. But now, all this money was spent on buying a Bugatti Veyron, a sports car. According to their thoughts, this car could only be used for showing off. After about another 5 minutes of chattering, the group left the hotel as they headed towards Mount Bright. It took them more than 30 minutes to get there. Upon arrival, they found that Ben and his flunkies had already arrived. And from their impatient look, it was obvious that they had arrived a long time ago and they were waiting for them. But, the group did not care about his feelings at all. After all, they considered this race won already. Humph, I thought that you had chickened out. Ben stated the moment that he saw Jack and the others arriving at the management office, in charge of the racing competition. I was worried that you would have ran away the moment that we arrived. Turns out that you are not afraid of losing." Ismail snorted in return. "Ha, just you wait until the competition is over." Ben laughed in anger before entering the management office. William and the others snickered to themselves as they followed him. Peter had already been informed by Ben about what was going to happen today. Previously, Peter had thought that there would be no big racing when he heard about the banquet that was being held in the city. But who would have thought that these young masters would still come to compete? But all of this was fine for him as he was going to earn more. The moment that he knew who were going to compete, he looked at Ben with pity in his eyes. But all of this was just momentarily as his gaze shifted towards Jack. "Mr. Jack, have you thought about my proposal?" he asked with a smile. "My answer still remains the same," Jack replied. Peter, on the other hand, could only shake his head helplessly. But he had to focus on the essence of today's issue. He already knew everyone present as they had already been here several times. Ben had been here to compete with William and the others. His skills were quite good. But when compared to who he was going to compete with, he was just a child. "Go ahead and make your bets, I will record them down for you," Peter stated after taking out a book. Ben glared at Jack for a moment before revealing a cold smile. With his eyes still set on Jack, he stated word by word. "If I win this race, I want you, Jack, to stay away from Miss Gravy. And another thing, I want you to kneel down at the center of the city and apologize to me." The moment that these words were stated, the crowd that was listening took a deep cold breath. The conditions that Ben had stated clearly made sure that Jack had no reputation left after he lost. On the other hand, the moment that Jack heard Ben mention Celine, his eyes turned cold. But he still remained calm and stated, "No problem at all." The moment that Ben saw that Jack had accepted, he became ecstatic. The moment that he would have won the race, he would not only make sure that Jack would stay away from Celine, but would also have repaid the debt of embarrassment that he had suffered tonight. "How many shares are in your hands?" Jack asked. Ben frowned the moment that he heard this question. "What about my shares?" he asked. "Since if I lose the race I will have my reputation stained, you have to pay something that is worth my reputation. So, for my bet, if you lose I want you to give me all the shares that you have in your hands plus $100 million. The moment that Jack stated his conditions, a thought ran through the minds of all present, isn't this betting too exaggerated? The moment that Jack's words were heard by Ben, his expression darkened. Whatever Jack wanted was far higher. If he lost this bet, he would surely lose more than just a few dollars. Currently, he was holding a few shares in his father's companies. He was given these shares so that he could attend meetings and hold a good position in these companies. Then, at the end of the day, he would start learning the ropes before his father retires. The more benefits he brings to the company, the more shares his father entrusted him to. So, for him to give away the shares, he surely would make a big loss that would surely make his father angry. No, not just angry, he would be disappointed with him. While thinking, he thought to himself, is it worth it all to lose all these for a woman? But, before his thoughts could wander far away, Jack's voice interrupted. "Do you think that it's too much? Maybe you have no confidence in winning? If I were like you, I would have surely made you crawl around the city on your knees while apologizing. But, that won't help me in any way. After all, your reputation and dignity doesn't concern me. So, I want to get something that can be of use to me," Jack stated as he looked at Ben. "Currently, I lack some connections. These shares would surely help me in that. As for that $100 million, that would be used for maintaining my car," he continued. Ben's expression darkened further. Jack's words had just made him even more furious. But, he still maintained his sense of mind. He knew that it wasn't worth it making this bet. Although he was arrogant, that didn't mean that he was an idiot. If you're not confident enough, then you can get lost, no need to waste our time. After all, I'm doing you a favor by racing with you. For Mrs. Gravy, I don't think I owe you an explanation. If you can't make her like you, then don't blame others for being better than you. So, I don't owe you a cent or explanation to bet with you. With that said, Jack turned around to leave. Although he really wanted to bet with this guy to earn a few bucks, there was no way that he was going to try persuading him to race if he had no guts. For Jack to kneel and apologize at the center of the city, that was a loss of his dignity and reputation. He was going to start a big enterprise. If he had such a dark history, then it won't be good for the reputation of his enterprise in the future. So, if Ben wanted him to bet on that, he surely would have to pay more. Even what Jack asked for was something very small. After all, with a decrease in his reputation, the profits that he would be earning would be lower and he may even suffer losses. His reputation was worth more. The reason as to why he agreed to the bet was obviously due to how confident he was in winning the race. Hey, who are you calling not good enough? You think that I'm afraid of you? Then it's agreed on. I will give you all the shares in my hands and $150 million. Consider that $50 million a charity. Ben roared without care. At this moment, he remembered that he was good at racing. So, why should he be afraid that he would lose? Humph, he can even add more to this. That $50 million was just a means of making sure that Jack didn't back down when he saw how confident he was. He was tempting him. Jack halted his steps and looked at Ben with raised brows. He wondered to himself, had he asked for little money? If he knew that this guy could give out so much money, he surely would have made him spit out a few more $1 million. To Ben and the others, $50 million was just $50 million. But, to him, as long as he got them through a rightful means, he would have it multiplied by 100 times. At the end of it, he would have $5 billion. So, he accepted it. With a few $1 billion in his account, he would surely have his foothold faster. That was not to mention the fact that he would get shares in Ben's hands. Okay then. Let's sign a contract. The one that goes against it will have to pay 3 times what was originally supposed to be paid before. Jack stated as he looked at Peter. Not only Peter, but everyone present immediately had their eyes widening in disbelief. Wasn't this Jack a profiteer? He was looking for ways to make sure that Ben paid more. It was also at this moment that Ben noticed that Jack was taking advantage of him. But, since he had agreed, he wouldn't go back on his words. Furthermore, with his own confidence in driving, why should he be afraid of such a thing as losing? Okay. Let's sign the contract. And, I want the condition of one violating the contract to be that, if one is asked to pay and there's a more than 10 seconds of hesitation, it would be seen as violation of the contract. Ben stated. He knew that, since Jack had a good relationship with Celine, he surely wouldn't want his image to be destroyed in her presence. So, it was likely that he would hesitate. That hesitation was what he wanted. When Jack heard his words, he immediately revealed a shallow cold smile. He then thought to himself, maybe I'm not the only one who thinks that the price paid for my reputation is so small after all. Okay. But, I have a question here. Triple your current shares. If you will give me all the shares in your hands after losing the bet, how are you going to triple it after violating the contract? Jack asked curiously. Ben was surprised as he hadn't thought of this. But, after a moment of thinking, he said, I'll just compensate you with my property. You sure are confident that your fixed assets are worth double the price of the shares in your hands? Jack asked with raised brows. He could already see that this guy was trying to look for a loophole here. If the shares in his hands were worth $1 billion, he would have to have assets worth at least $2 billion. Was that possible? Considering that he owned no company at all, he only had shares, it was obvious that there was no way that the assets in his hands would reach such a big amount. Seeing that he was caught, Ben frowned for a moment. He gritted his teeth and said, I will ask part of the shares from my father. Jack wasn't the only one that was surprised by Ben's courage. William and the others were also surprised. After a moment, they smiled, thinking how this guy was going to be reduced to nothing in half an hour at most. Okay then. But, your old man has to give his word. Otherwise, there's no way that the condition is valid. Jack reminded. Upon hearing this, even Ben became flustered. He knew that there was no way that his father would agree to this. So, he only gritted his teeth and said venomously, "You're going too far." Then, remove this condition. A person has to pay up according to the agreement. If not, he would be sued by the legal department of off-track racers. Ben had seen that he was falling into a disadvantage. At the end of it all, he decided to take back his words. Anyway, they hadn't signed a contract yet. Jack's impression of Ben improved by 0.0001%. It seemed that this guy knew when to give up when things went too far for him to manage. So, he didn't try taunting him. What he was going to lose was already enough to make him suffer for a good while. But, if he dared to come and look for trouble, Jack would surely not let him off the hook. So, his and Ben's bets were out of the way. But, there were others that needed to benefit from this, right? Can you make a bet with us? We don't want that much. Just $5 million for each of us if you lose the race. We're only 16, that would bring a total of $80 million. That amount is only pocket change to young Master Ben, right? William quipped. Ben frowned. He then thought to himself, why were these people due? Confident? But, I can't lose. It won't hurt to have a few people kneeling at the center of the city. So, he immediately agreed to the bet. This made the group so ecstatic. They were looking forward to earning some dollars, free dollars. All they had to do was sit there, wait for Jack to win the race before receiving their money. Although they were all from big families, their monthly allowance was only in hundred thousands, while William and the four was about $1 million in 2 months, which was the same as $500,000 a month. Of course, this money was monitored. If they spent it recklessly, their allowance for the next month would be reduced. If they earned $5 million each, they would end up with enough money to spend on better sports cars. Once they added the amount that they were saving, they would be driving better cars. Just this thought made their blood boil as they hungrily stared at Ben. Their gazes intimidated Ben. He wondered what had gotten into these guys in that they looked like they wanted to swallow him. "Boss, you have to see this." A flunky hurried towards Ben and showed him a video. Looking at the video, Ben's expression changed drastically. The video was one that showed Jack's car during the race on Friday. Although it was recorded, since Jack didn't allow for his image to be posted, it only showed his back and not his face. Looking at the back that looked familiar, Ben looked at Jack for a moment and wondered to himself, am I being played here? Author's note. Hello guys, thanks for the support so far. Please, let's keep this up. By the way, I will do this. With every 100 power stones that the book receives, there would be an extra chapter. So, if you give me 1,000 power stones a day, I surely won't mind working overnight to give you 10 extra chapters. See you in the next chapter. Ben felt that there was something fishy here. After all, from the way that these guys were confident and the way that there was a sense of familiarity coming from Jack after he had watched the video, he began being skeptical about this race. He wondered where their confidence was coming from. But, after a moment of thinking, he couldn't find a single clue about it. In the end, he could only bite the bullet as they had already signed the contract. Let's get going, he said to his flunkies after returning the phone to its owner. And with that, he headed towards the area where those that were participating in racing parked their cars. Jack and the others had nothing to do at the office. So, they too headed towards the parking lot. The race would be a one-on-one. So, the preparations would be completed in at most 10 minutes. At this moment, a crowd had already formed at the spectators' stands. These people had rushed here upon hearing that the young masters of Inchoate were going to race. So, there was a big crowd. However, most of them were wondering if the driving deity Jack would be present on this day. They had watched the videos. Although they didn't show his face, just from the fact that he was with the young masters, it was obvious that they knew each other. Do you know who organized this race? Yeah. I heard that this is a race between the younger generation of Blue City and Inchoate City. What? You mean that Ben is here again? That bastard is always looking for a way to embarrass our young masters. Humph, you guys don't know a thing. This time, the one that is racing with him is not William and the others. Are you sure? If they're not going to race, then who's going to? I think that you're new to racing competitions, right? You haven't heard that our inchoate city has an expert in driving? Really? Why haven't I heard about him yet? Maybe because you are deaf? Hey, since when did I become deaf? If I were deaf, how would I be hearing you? Maybe you don't understand what I'm trying to say? Of course, how am I supposed to understand the rubbish that you're talking? You better get back to kindergarten so that you can learn how to speak well. You, how dare you insult me? When did I insult you? I'm saying the truth. Of course, Jack and the others didn't know what was going on among the crowd of spectators. But, even if they knew, they wouldn't care at all. When they got to the parking lot, Ben's movements stiffened. He looked at the parked Bugatti Veyron with a frown on his face. Previously, he had seen this Bugatti Veyron in the parking lot of the Glaze Hotel. Although he admired it, he thought that it belonged to some big shot in the banquet. At that time, he'd said that some old men had began having youthful tastes. But, on seeing the Bugatti Veyron here, he could guess that the owner of this car wasn't an old man but a youngster. Now, he wondered what youngster owned this car. According to his memories, there was no youngster from Blue City or Inchoate City that could afford the car. So, he turned to one of his flunkies and said, "Go around and ask who the owner of this car is." Even he was interested in such a car. He may make a request to drive it. He was sure that the owner of the cat wouldn't dare to deny him, right? Just as he was expecting his flunky to rush out and ask about the owner of the car, he heard William's excited voice. "Jack, are you going to drive the Bugatti Veyron? Ain't that going to be an overkill?" He frowned. This car belonged to Jack? At this moment, his heart skipped a beat. He knew that this car wasn't like those that were priced at 10 million and below. This was a car of at least 30 million. The price wasn't just for show. This car had a good engine, better acceleration, higher maximum speed and so on. If he could drive this car, he was sure that nobody would manage to beat him. But now, his opponent was the owner of this car. But at the same time, he began being skeptical about Jack's background. Not only did he know Celine, whose background was deep, but his own car was a customized version of Bugatti Veyron. According to what he could see, it should cost at least $50 million. Had he just said that he was giving out $50 million to Jack for charity? No wonder he said that the $100 million that he was asking for were to be used for maintaining the car. This implied that he was going to use this car in racing. He sensed danger. So, before Jack could reply, he shouted, "That won't happen. If you use this car, that would be cheating. We have to use the same type of car so that we can compete on our driving skills." Ha ha, look at you, young Master Ben. How's this cheating? This is Jack using his own money to get a good car for racing. He used his own abilities here. How can that be called cheating? Luke laughed out. Young Master Ben, I'm pretty sure that if this Bugatti Veyron was your car, you would have insisted on how right it was for you to use it in racing, right? William asked with a sly smile. Ben almost wanted to nod. Not only did he wish that this car was his, but also thought that he was the only one with the right to own such a car. But at the last moment, he managed to rein in his impulse and snorted while looking at Jack. "There's no need for you to stare at me like that. You can choose whatever car you want us to use in racing," Jack stated. His skills were good enough to deal with this amateur as long as the difference between the cars wasn't big. Ben's expression lightened a little. He thought, if this was where you got your confidence from, now that it's out of the way, let me see what you'll do after I defeat you in the race. Ben decided that they would use Ferrari cars. There were 3 Mansory Ferrari Roma. These cars were worth at least $2 million if the customization costs were added. Ben took a red one and Jack took a blue one before driving to the starting line. They were going to wait for 5 minutes before the race began. Upon seeing the cars, the crowd immediately began cheering. But of course, they mostly cheered for Inchoate City. The moment that they heard that the blue Ferrari Roma was the one that represented Incoat City, they cheered even louder. In 5 minutes, the screen dropped as usual. The countdown began as the engines of the two cars began revving madly. Jack was seated with William this time. Although he had been here before, he had yet to memorize the patterns of the road. So, he needed someone that could help him in the issue of guiding him on what Ben came next. If he had come with his Bentley Continental GT, he wouldn't have to go through all this trouble considering the fact that his Bentley Continental GT had a map. William was ecstatic to have volunteered first. After all, he had seen the replay on how Jack drove the car. In turn, this time, he was going to experience it firsthand. For the first time, he was glad that George wasn't present. Otherwise, he surely would have lost the chance. The moment that the countdown ended, both vehicles rushed forward. Since there were only two cars racing this time, they had the same starting point. The cars only differed when it came to customization. But, in terms of speed of acceleration, they were all the same. So, they began by matching each other. Inside his car, Jack narrowed his eyes. Since this guy had insulted him, it was good for him to repay at this moment. So, he decided to make sure that he took the lead from the very start. Although he couldn't remember the roads well, he had at least gotten familiar with the road here. So, he was going to maximize his driving skills here. Switching the gears, his car began accelerating even faster than Ben's. Even William was stunned upon noticing this fact. Although the difference wasn't that big, the fact remained to be that Jack's car was faster than Ben's. Ben also noticed this. He floored the accelerator, trying to catch up. But in the end, he found that there was no difference at all. Jack's car was gaining distance and so was the gap between them. It had already began expanding. When they reached a corner, Ben was expecting to overtake Jack here due to his good driving skills. In the end, Jack's car didn't reduce its speed at all. It made a drift and the tires on one side were lifted off the ground by a few centimeters. Compared to the previous time, Jack could be said to have made a better drift. After all, last time, the tires rose in such a way that it seemed that the car was about to be overturned. Ben on the other hand was forced to reduce his speed by a lot to get past this sharp bend. By the time that he accelerated, he found that the gap between them had already been enlarged to over 150 meters. And that was just the beginning. For the first time, Ben experienced what was called professional driving. As, just after a few corners, he couldn't see Jack's taillights at all. With that, the pride that he'd been having all these years about being the best driver of the current younger generation was crushed into smithereens. His eyes lost light as he drove. He had tried catching up but was forced to give up racing. Now, he was only going to complete the race, nothing else. On the other hand, he could already see the shares in his hands slipping away. No, it wasn't slipping away. He had given it away with both hands. After all, by now, he already knew who Jack was. He had actually decided to compete with a person that was given a title in racing. He decided to compete with the driving deity Jack. Author's note. Guys, it's still the same. 100 PS equals 1 extra chapter. 200 PS equals 2 extra chapters. 300 PS equals. Remember, it's extra chapters. That means that the usual 2 chapters a day will remain. But if the book receives 100 Power Stones, there will be 3 chapters the following day and so on. So, let's keep this up. Cheer me up, guys. This time, Jack spent 30 minutes and 23 seconds to complete the race. Although it wasn't the same as the record that he'd set before, that was due to the fact that the car that he'd used this time was inferior in terms of speed. Had the maximum speed of the car been higher, it was a sure bet that he would have broken the record that he'd previously set. The more familiar he got with the road, the more tactics he could use to make sure that he used the shortest time possible to reach the finish line. The crowd cheered even more. For the first time, ever since Ben began racing against the younger generation of Incoat City, he'd been defeated. Furthermore, he'd been badly defeated. After all, they could see on the screen that Ben had already given up on the race. He was driving at a normal speed and it was estimated that he would reach the finish line in about 20 minutes. The moment that the crowd saw how the car was turning at the bends, they immediately knew who the driver was. It was their driving deity Jack. After all, there was nobody that had ever been here that had dared to do something crazy like that other than Jack. Most of the people present, if not 99% of them, were all residents of Inchoate City. This time, the roars and shouts of praise echoed on Mount Bright again. This time, it was even louder considering the fact that the spectators were more than happy as the reputation of their city had been saved. What's more, there were at least 40% more people than there were on Friday night. There were some that didn't have a place to seat at all. On this day, Peter surely made a good amount of money. After all those that attended had to pay a little fee. This money was what was used for maintenance of the equipment that was used here, as well as prize money and salaries for those that were working here. The more races were held, the higher the amount of money that the off-track racers received. After parking the Ferrari Roma, Jack got out accompanied by a panting William. This guy was scared silly when he experienced how the car turned and drifted firsthand. Those looking from the side would obviously not have the feeling of drifting or being inside a car that threatened to overturn. So, although William thought that it was fun, this time, he was forced to respect George as he had managed to stay in a car that was driven a higher speed. "William, tell me, how is it?" Andrew asked the moment the duo came out of the car. "You better not wish to try it out." "I was almost scared to sing myself," William said as he took a few deep breaths. "Is it that scary? Or are you playing a prank on us so that you can be the only one to experience Jack's driving?" Ismail asked as he eyed William suspiciously. The others also had the same thought in their minds. You guys can try it out yourselves if you get a chance. But I won't dare to do that ever again. Jack is a freak when it comes to driving." William waved the group off the moment that he saw that they weren't believing his words. The group looked at William before shifting their gazes towards Jack. They were quite curious about Jack's driving. Upon observing Jack, he looked normal. They wondered if the two had been in the same car or not. Jack didn't know the reason for the strange gazes. But he ignored them and decided to wait for Ben to finish the race. Currently, it was already 11 in the night. Since he had an appointment the following day, he had to make sure that he slept well. Otherwise, how was he going to hold a meeting of the upper management of the grocery department? So, he wanted this guy to finish the race faster so that he could receive the rewards that he was supposed to get. He found a place and sat alongside the group. About 20 minutes later, Ben finally arrived. After parking the car, he didn't alight from it. Instead, he continued sitting inside it. Just as they were thinking that he won't come down from the car, the door opened and Ben got out. His current expression was completely opposite of what it was just an hour ago. The arrogance had completely disappeared. His eyes seemed lost, but deep inside, if a person observed keenly, he would see that there was sadness as well as anger. Though sadness dominated the emotion that was deep inside his eyes. William and the others didn't care about his feelings at all. After all, he never cared about theirs after he'd won the race against them. He would always taunt them and say that they should quit racing considering the fact that their skills weren't on par. Young Master Ben, what happened there? TSK. I thought that young master was a pro. It turned out that he couldn't even compete at all. A 20 minutes range, that's too much. Right. Even when he defeated us back then, it was always a range of at most a minute. Young Master Ben, you claimed to be the best driver not long ago. Now, here's a real pro, can you even compare? Hey guys, don't make our young Master Ben so agitated. He may fail to fulfill his end of the bet. Now that you remind me of that, I almost forgot that he owes me $5 million. The group kept on taunting Ben, making sure that all the anger that they had accumulated over the years that Ben had been suppressing them was vented out. Of course, it wasn't just William's group that was making a commotion. Ben's flunkies couldn't hold it back anymore and began attacking with words. You better stop throwing your mouth there. Why are you so smug as if you're the one that won the race? That's right. Do you think that you're so awesome? If not for Jack, do you think that your Inchoate City can compare to our Blue City? Humph, you guys are cheating. You knew all too well that Jack is an expert. Yet, you still planned the race. Right, that's cheating. We don't agree to this. William and the others were also fierce. But, they became even more fierce the moment that they heard the flunkies talking about Jack. What did you just say right now? Can you repeat it again? I want to hear you clearly. Did you just say that we're only depending on Jack? Ben aside, all of you, come and race with me. We depend on Jack and you depend on Ben, everything is fair and square. Who's that idiot saying that we're cheating? If I remember correctly, this race was proposed by your young master Ben. So, stop shifting blames. You don't accept the results? Then talk to off-track racers about that. Your young master already signed a contract. The videos of Jack's racing were all over the internet since Friday. If you didn't see them, that's your own fault. That's right. Even the name was there. It was stated clearly that the driver was named Riding Deity Jack. Were your eyes blind or were your ears deaf? Maybe both? Hey, I think that Ben saw the video before the race. I think that sharp-nosed guy is the one that showed him the video. The commotion was so big in that, it was only a little away from fighting. All of them knew that fighting here was prohibited. Furthermore, if they dared to fight here, the police would surely do their job well, as there were some that were stationed here for cases like this. Stop it, all of you. At this time, Ben, who had been standing there listlessly, finally spoke. He looked at his flunkies and they immediately shrank their necks. On the other hand, when he glared at William and the others, they returned the glare with their own. After taking a deep breath, Ben walked towards Jack step by step. He looked calm now, but the veins that were popping up on his forehead as well as his red eyes showed how angry he was. As he faced the enraged Ben, Jack didn't have a change in expression. Apart from the fact that fighting here was prohibited, he himself was not a weakling. Although he hadn't practiced fighting techniques, his body was fit enough. He went to the gym on a daily basis. So, it was obvious that he was strong. His training was balanced, making his muscles proportionate. So, he was not afraid of some young master that didn't practice at all. You got me this time, kid. I never thought that a professional in racing like you would try bullying someone like me. Ben said, his tone was cold. Jack raised his brows and said, Young Master Ben, if I remember correctly, this race was proposed by you, right? As for why I accepted, although I knew that you won't be able to defeat me? Isn't the answer in the open? You provoked me first. You know, at first, I just wanted a race with a small bet. But, the moment that you insulted me, that was the moment that you made me decide to punish you a little. Jack finished. A little? Are all the shares in my hand plus $150 million that small to you? Ben shouted. Yeah. Something like, you'll hand over all of your family assets is considered big, don't you think so? Jack asked in return. Ben gritted his teeth in anger. After a moment, he took a deep breath as he tried calming down. He didn't want to start going physical only to suffer more than he'd already. At this moment, the two sides were facing each other. Those that didn't participate in the race were only observing from the side without saying a word. I'll fulfill one end of my bet today. As for the other one, transferring shares needs time. In 3 days, I'll transfer them over. Ben said as he headed towards the management office. He then stopped for a moment and looked at Jack before saying coldly, You've won this time. But, better not be proud of it. This is not over. Jack didn't take Ben's threats seriously at all. There was law in the country. And, if he dared to play underhanded tricks on him, he won't let him off at all. After all, how could he just remain silent when someone was attacking him? This time, he had targeted Ben himself. But, if he dared to continue trying to look for trouble with him, he would ensure that he would take his backing down. In just a month, as long as he put in some effort, he was sure that he would reach that level soon. Currently, he can earn at least $1 million from the stores a day. If it was multiplied, he would end up earning more than $100 million a day. As he thought to this point, he decided to start a security company next. It won't be a small one at all. It would have to be big. If possible, he wanted to make sure that he bought one that was already running. The reason for this was considering the fact that hiring a new management team and trying to enter the market would be somehow difficult. So, it would be better to get one that was already running. Furthermore, if there was a problem with the management, he would just make a few changes and that would be it. He nodded to himself before turning his attention to the group. William and the others nodded and followed him towards the management office. They each had a smile on their faces, ready to receive their own small incomes. The moment that they arrived in the management office, they found that Ben had just finished making a call. He hung up and stared at them. Without another word, he turned around and left. Jack raised a brow, but he did nothing. After all, what could he do in this kind of situation? So, he immediately entered the office. Peter saw them coming inside. He smiled at Jack. Even today, although the car that Jack had driven was inferior to the one before, he had seen that his performance was better than previous time that he was here. "Mr. Jack, any considerations?" Peter asked as he motioned for Jack to sit. There were only 2 chairs inside Peter's office. So, Jack sat and the other one was left for the lady, Kelly, to sit on it. "That's my decision for now. But, maybe I may change my mind in the future." Jack shook his head. He would just buy this off-track racers in the future if he wanted to participate in racing. As for why he wasn't being direct and saying that he won't be participating in the racing as their genius? It was obvious that a person wasn't supposed to burn bridges. He might need Peter's help in the future after all. Okay then, I'll wait for that future. Peter smiled bitterly as he shook his head. After a moment, he began typing on the computer on his desk. "So, the accounts remain the same?" he asked with his head still lowered. "Yes," everyone replied in unison. Peter was asking if the money was going to be transferred into the same accounts as the ones that they had used to pay for registration. After about a minute, Jack felt the phone in his pocket vibrate. Even without taking it out, he knew the reason behind the vibration as he had already received a system prompt. "You've earned $102 million. Multiplier applied. You've received $10.2 billion. Now, his account had enough money for him to solidify the grocery department as well as get a good security company. He already knew why he received the $2 million. It was from the off-track racers, reward for the winner. William and the other 15 received their own $5 million one by one. Their expressions right now was like that of a small child that had received what he wanted. After confirming that everything was in position, they left the office. Jack drove back to the Prince and Princess Palace. It was already 11:30 at night. The road was almost empty, so the Bugatti Veyron buzzed through the roads at high speeds. Of course, he made sure to be careful on the road. Although it was almost midnight, he knew that the roads wouldn't be empty. As for the traffic police, he made sure to avoid them by using the less congested roads. But his speed on the road wasn't the same as the one during the race. Here, he maintained a lower speed of about 130 miles per hour. He slowed down whenever necessary. After getting to the palace, he took a shower before sleeping. After all, there was much work for him to do the following day. The following morning, he woke up at around 7. He went into the gym and did a few warm-up exercises before taking a shower and preparing himself a sumptuous breakfast. By the time that he got out of the mansion, it was already 3 minutes past 9. The sun wasn't that hot yet. But he was in no mood to enjoy it. He took out his phone and made a call. After waiting for a few breaths, the call connected and a male voice came through. "Good morning, Mr. Jack." "Morning, Chris. Has everything been arranged?" Jack asked as he headed towards the Bentley Continental GT. "Yes, Mr. Jack. Everything is in position. We're only awaiting for your arrival," Chris replied. "That's good. I'll be there by 10:40. Oh, by the way, prepare an extra seat as there's someone else coming with me. Jack said a few more words before hanging up. After getting into the Bentley Continental GT, he was just about to drive away when he thought of something. The Flyers bank manager. He was sure that this guy had some connections. So, he was sure that he could help him in getting a good security company for him to buy. At the thought of this, he decided that he would go to the bank after he was done with the issue of the grocery department. Without wasting more time, he immediately drove towards the Glaze Hotel. Happy residential area, Dante family main mansion, inside a study room. Kevin looked at the report in his hands with a frown on his face. He had been holding this file for over 5 minutes now. But, his gaze remained lingering on a single page. On this page, there was an image that Jack would surely find it familiar. It was his image. Below the portrait, there were a few details about him. None of them was wrong. It stated his full names, his age, his educational background, when he arrived here in Inchoate City, and a few more pieces of information about him. Kevin's gaze was currently fixated on Jack's full name. Jackson Alfonso. They didn't manage to find the details of where he was born and what his family background was. Uncle Reuben, are you sure that this young man is not from Crystal City's Alfonso family? Kevin asked as he looked at Reuben, who was standing not far from his position. Kevin himself was a middle-aged man with a few strands of gray hair on his head. Though, one had to be keen to be able to see them. Actually, I'm not too sure about it myself. According to what I know, any member of Alfonso family has a good position in the family business. But Jack, on the other hand, doesn't hold any position. Reuben stated with a frown on his old face. After a moment of pause, he continued, but, for him to be able to pay for that building, this implies that he has money. But, we know money alone isn't enough to protect someone. But, what makes me a little worried is the fact that according to the information, he seemed to be familiar with the young lady of Gravy family. The moment that Kevin heard these words, his facial expression tightened for a moment. Then, he let out a sigh as he placed the file on the desk. He rubbed his forehead for a moment as he sighed again. After a moment, he looked at Reuben and said, "It seems that we'll have to be careful. Since the building is gone, let's change the plan if necessary. But, we have to make sure that another plan is ready within a month at most. As for that Jack, continue investigating his movements. If possible, check his accounts. I want to know his depths." Kevin instructed. "Yes, master," Reuben replied before leaving the study room. Back to Jack. After more than 20 minutes of driving, he arrived in front of the Glaze Hotel. He parked the car in the underground parking lot and decided to wait for Celine on the first floor. Unexpectedly, the moment that he arrived there, he found that Celine was there together with Faith. He raised his brows. He had thought that they would be meeting at 10. Unexpectedly, he found that she was here already. Well, not that it was bad. It would be good if he could finish all the projects at hand as fast as possible. After all, why would he want to delay his development? "Good morning." The moment that he got to the two ladies, Jack greeted like a gentleman that he was. "Morning," Celine and Faith replied. Now that they had gotten acquainted to each other, there were no more standoffs like the previous times that they had met. Jack couldn't help but be impressed by Celine's beauty. This time, her black hair was tied into a ponytail. Her face had a shallow layer of makeup. The dress that she was wearing this time was a short-sleeved green dress that matched the color of her eyes. This dress reached below her knees. Jack could only appreciate the beauty of this lady in this outfit. As, although it was an official dress, it still accentuated her features. "I thought that you were going to pick me up at 10? Celine asked amusedly. "I had to get here earlier just in case there would be traffic," Jack replied. "Can we go now?" Celine asked as she stood up from the couch. "Well, are the both of you going?" "If so, we'll have to get another car as mine can only carry a single passenger," Jack stated. Jack's words caused the two ladies to raise their brows. Celine looked at his with a smile that had a hint of teasing. She asked, "Between the two of us, who would you like to be in your car? Jack hadn't seen that question coming at all. Now that he was asked, he thought to himself, ain't it obvious? I came here to pick you up. So, I would want you to be in my car. But, he didn't say that out loud. He had interacted with several girls previously. Although none of the interaction was romantic or such, he at least knew something basic. If he chose Celine, he was sure that Faith would be offended. If he chose Faith, Celine would be offended. If he chose none of them, he was sure that both of them would be offended. Such a situation needed serious consideration. On the other hand, Faith was looking at Celine weirdly. She thought to herself, since when did this young lady start teasing men? Then, she looked at Jack with squinted eyes. These two must be trying to play me here. They must have known each other a long time ago but are trying to fool me here. After a few seconds of consideration, Jack came to an appropriate decision. Can your car accommodate 4 people at the same time? He asked while looking at Celine. Not really. Just like yours, mine can only carry 2 people, it's a sports car. Celine replied as her smile became wider. She wanted to see how Jack's thinking process was. Although she was thinking on this way, in her heart, she wanted him to choose her. Since we're both heading to the same destination, and our cars can only accommodate 2 people, let's take a cab. It can carry all of us, Jack said. Celine and Faith went agape the moment that they heard Jack's solution. They had thought that he would be forced to pick one of them or none now that neither his nor Celine's car couldn't carry them both. Who would have thought that Jack would suggest that they leave their cars here and take a cab instead? They were both amazed, but at the same time, Celine had some grievance in her heart. Can't you just pick me? After a moment of silence, Celine waved her hand and said, there's no need for a cab. Faith is still going to the new company to do something. So, there's no need to take a cab. I'll just take your car while Faith takes mine. It was also at this moment that Jack noticed that she was teasing him. He then thought to himself that he must return this debt. How could he, a man, accept someone to tease him easily? Faith didn't have a disagreement at all. Although she had some doubts about the two, Jack's answer had made her to be at ease with him. If he had instantly decided on taking Celine with him, she would have a bad impression of him. They both left the hotel in the 2 cars. Jack was driving while Celine was on the passenger seat. He didn't put on any stunts while driving this time. On the way, they talked about this and that, getting familiar with each other. Not long after, they arrived at the business Overlord building. Celine wasn't expecting that Jack's new business would be located here. Although she'd seen taller than this, when you see a taller dwarf, you will be surprised, right? After parking the car, he saw that Tim had already arrived. It seemed that he'd never forgotten this car that was owned by Jack. The moment that the duo got out of the car, he stepped forward and greeted. Morning, boss, madam. The moment that Tim called Celine madam, Celine blushed. After all, the way that Tim had referred to her was the same as calling her as Jack's girlfriend or maybe wife. Hey! I'm not his wife. We've only met a few times and we began talking yesterday. Celine wanted to shout out these words, but for some reason, she held back while looking at Jack. Jack on the other hand didn't say a word and just nodded at Tim. Morning, on what floor is Chris and the others? Jack asked. They are on the 7th floor. Tim replied. I got it, thanks. Jack said to Tim before turning to Celine and said, let's go. Celine was wondering what Jack was thinking by not clarifying the fact that they had no such of relationship that Tim was thinking. But what made her frown a little was the fact that Jack didn't know what floor the meeting was located. You don't know what floor your office is located? She couldn't help but ask. I just told them to pick a floor and set up an office there. Today is when the grocery department will start running by management centralization. Jack said. Pick a floor? Are they free? Why didn't I know about that? If I did, I surely would have brought my friend's company here. Celine said with a sad look on her face. For some reason, Jack smiled and said, you can choose one too. They're free. Are you kidding me? If it was free, then there would be many people picking their own floors. Celine asked. Well, why don't you try it? There's a person in charge of the building on the ground floor. Or, you can ask the receptionist. Jack stated. Celine looked at Jack suspiciously. She couldn't accept this fact that there was someone who would spend his own money to build an office building only to give it out for free. Without a word, they arrived on the ground floor. This floor had been set up in such a way that it was a reception area and a lobby. This was the renovation that Sabrina had arranged after Jack made the request. There was nothing much to do. It was just placing the receptionist desk as well as the couches for the guests in waiting. After getting to the front desk, Jack looked at Celine and gave her a go-ahead. At the same time, he sent a message to Chris to come down. Although he had bought this building, the new employees here didn't know him. A good example would be the gentleman working as a receptionist. After sending the text, he turned his attention to the conversation between the two. Are you serious, miss? How can this building be free? This building has already been bought and isn't in the market. Even if it was, there's nobody that would offer such a building for free, right? The man said with a frown on his face. Since the building had only the ones in charge of cleaning and security, but was almost empty. On this ground floor, there was only the receptionist and a security guard. Are you sure about that? I've been told by someone that it is free. Celine said as she squinted her eyes at Jack. On seeing her expression, Jack felt like laughing out loud, but in the end, he suppressed his laughter and just smiled. Upon seeing this, Celine knew that she had been duped. Her face blushed in both shame and embarrassment. At this moment, she felt some resentment towards Jack. The reason behind this was due to him making a fool out of her. Jack, how dare you lie to me? Celine asked angrily as she stumped her foot onto the ground. Noticing that he seemed to have gone a little far, Jack could only smile and say, I'm sorry about that. But, that's a comeback for teasing me back in the hotel. Celine took deep breaths as she tried to contain her anger. This was the first time that a person had made a fool out of her. But, in the end, she didn't know why she couldn't slap that smiling face of his. But it's true that you can get a floor here for free. Do you want it? Jack asked. Humph. Whom are you trying to tease again? I'm not that gullible to fall for the same trick twice. Celine said as she turned her face away from him. I'm serious this time. I'm not lying. Jack said seriously. Celine looked at his serious expression for a moment before shifting her gaze towards the receptionist. The receptionist, although he was kind and easygoing to those that visited the building, he couldn't take it anymore when he saw that Jack kept on saying that the building was offering a floor for free. Who does he think he is? Does he think that he can joke around with other people's property? The receptionist thought to himself. Sir, I don't think that it's appropriate for you to start lying to others about serious things. You know you can be sued for fraud. He stated with a serious expression on his face. According to what he could think of, Jack was here with the intention of pleasing this girl. It seemed that he wanted her to be his girl, and that was why he was formulating lies. Jack looked at the receptionist but didn't reply. He just looked at Celine, waiting for her decision. This was his building and he could make a decision to give out floors for free. But, currently, the only thing that he needed was to know that she was serious about moving her company here. Celine didn't know what to do. The receptionist said that there were no free floors, while on the other hand, Jack seemed serious about what he was saying. Just as she was about to reply, the elevator opened and a middle-aged man in a black suit rushed out of it. The moment that he saw Jack, he rushed towards him. Mr. Jack, you've already arrived? Chris said as soon as he arrived in front of Jack. Jack had said that he would be here at about 10:30. Who would have known that Jack would be here by 10, over 30 minutes earlier? But, it wasn't like there was a problem. Everything was already in position. Unexpectedly, I arrived earlier. Jack replied. He then turned towards Celine and said, if you want a floor here, just tell me which one it is as long as it's not among the top 5. Although he could agree to give her a floor as a sign of friendship, there was a limit to how much he could do. There was no way that he could offer the whole building to show his sincerity, right? So, for now, he could only offer her a single floor. There was no way that he would allow the building that was going to be his enterprise's headquarters to have several other companies that are not subsidiaries under his enterprise. And, all the subsidiary companies under him had to be fully owned by his enterprise. Although Celine still had some doubts about what Jack was saying, upon seeing that Chris didn't seem to disagree, she tended to believe him. At this time, the receptionist looked at Chris and said, "Mr. Chris, this sir here is claiming that we're giving free floors here. Can you please let him know that there are no free floors here?" Chris was surprised for a moment before he hurriedly said to Jack, "Mr. Jack, I'm sorry that I haven't introduced you to some of the employees here. Dennis, this is Mr. Jack, the owner of this building." The moment that Dennis heard that Jack was the owner of the building, he was shocked. He then thought to himself, "Why am I so stupid? Anyone who can say something like there are free floors here would definitely have to be the owner. After all, how can the guards allow him to enter when nobody other than members of the management department can come in other than the hygiene department?" As he thought to this point, his back was drenched in sweat. He bowed to Jack and said, "I'm sorry, sir, for my ignorance." "No need to sweat about it. You didn't know about me, so you don't need to worry. Just do your work well," Jack said. "Thank you, boss." Dennis nodded before going back to his desk. Celine, on the other hand, was surprised. According to what Jack had told her previously, he had invested more than $150 million in the grocery department. But now, if this building was added, considering the location as well as the design, it should cost more than $500 million. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but wonder what Jack's real background was. To be able to afford such a building, Jack had to have enough money in stock to make sure that the company had money to ensure that the business was running. After getting into the elevator, they headed towards the 7th floor. As soon as they got out of the elevator, Celine pulled Jack aside and asked, "You bought the whole building?" "Yeah, I bought it on Saturday," Jack replied calmly. After a moment, he continued, "Interested in relocating the office here?" Till this moment, Celine still found it hard to believe that Jack was solely depending on himself. And if it was true, from what family was he from to be able to get that amount of money? He had to come from a prominent one. But, in the capital where her family was based, she didn't hear of his name. Someone like Jack, with amazing looks and ambition, she was sure that she would have heard about him. But, she never heard of him. Thinking to this point, she noticed that till this moment, Jack had never given away his surname. After a moment of thinking, Celine shook her head and said, "Not for now. I have to stabilize the condition of the company first. Once the company is on track, I can see if it's possible to transfer it." "All right then. You can just choose a floor and I'll reserve it for you," Jack said. "Okay then." Celine nodded as they followed Chris into a meeting room. The room was quite big in that it could accommodate almost 50 people at the same time. There was a long table that was covered in a white cloth. There were chairs surrounding the rectangular table. The main seat was placed on one end of the table. Then, on its right, there was another chair that was slightly to the side. Then, the other chairs followed. Currently, in the room, there were 8 people in the room including Agnes. Although Agnes wasn't a manager yet, she would be holding the position as soon as she moves to the newly bought shop in Yellow City and hires some people to do the work that she was doing. Alongside Chris, it could be said that there were 9 managers, each zone having a manager of its own. Chris was in charge of all these managers. But, there would be another manager coming in soon who would be in charge of everyone including Chris. Maybe in the future, he may make her the general manager of several departments in Jackson Enterprise. But that would obviously have to depend on her performance. Otherwise, why would he just promote someone if they didn't put on an effort in their work? After sitting on the main seat, Celine sat to his right while Chris to his left. Although this could have been considered as a meeting that only involved the core members of the department, Jack didn't mind Celine's presence at all. There was nothing that much important that they were discussing and could be used against him in the future. Furthermore, he believed that since the two of them were not enemies, she wouldn't attack him, right? The discussion was mainly on how to ensure that all the groceries in the town were run accordingly. Upon seeing the ideas that they were giving, he felt that there was nothing wrong for now. Celine would also occasionally point out a few things that she felt would be good. At the end of the meeting, it was decided that advertisement would be carried out. Jack wanted to make sure that he would begin accumulating the reputation for the enterprise before it went public in the future. He then left Chris an instruction to open the department's bank account. He had previously forgotten about it, but now, he could let Chris handle it. After the meeting was over, Jack left with Celine. After leaving the building, he asked, "Where are you going to next?" "I want to go back to the company. There's so much to handle at the moment and I'm afraid that Faith might be overwhelmed. The company will start operating next month and there are still a few more things that need handling," Celine replied. Jack nodded. He too knew that starting a company from scratch required both time and dedication. It wasn't a simple thing as starting a stall by the roadside. "Where are you heading to now?" Celine asked curiously. "I'm going to the bank. I have something to discuss with the manager, Mr. Heyman," Jack replied. Celine nodded. She didn't ask what the discussion was about as the level of trust between them hadn't reached that level yet. After getting to Glaze Hotel, it was already noon. So, they took their lunch together before Jack sent Celine to the company. The company was called Eminent Beauty. After dropping her off, Jack drove the Bentley Continental GT towards the bank building. After parking, he stepped into the bank's lobby area. Just as he had thought, the bank was almost full to the brink. Although the seats were all occupied, there were still some people that had decided to wait while standing. Jack just sighed as he stepped into the elevator. If his business had so many customers, he surely would benefit greatly. Not long after that, the elevator opened on the 7th floor. The moment that he stepped onto this floor, he found that there were two people who seemed to be waiting for their turn to arrive. Jack wasn't sure if there was a person inside or not. But what he knew was that what he wanted to talk to Heyman about wasn't going to take long. So, he walked towards the reception. Ivy was still there, doing her job as a secretary. The moment that he arrived in front of her desk, he found that she was quite busy with something on her computer. Upon noticing that there was someone in front of her desk, without even raising her head, she said, "Can you please wait for a moment? In 5 minutes, I'll be done here. You can wait at the lobby area." According to the way that she was saying these words, Jack could see that it seemed that she was used to saying them. "Miss Ivy, I've got an issue to discuss with Mr. Heyman." "I don't know if that's possible?" Jack asked. The moment that Ivy heard the familiar voice, she raised her head hurriedly and looked at Jack. The moment that she confirmed that he was the one, she greeted, "Hello, Mr. Jack. I didn't know that you were the one here." Author's note. Hello guys, thanks for the support for the book so far. I really appreciate your support. And, just as I had promised, every 100 chapters will lead to me giving out an extra chapter. So, if you want more chapters, vote more. Next chapter will be on in a minute. Just a small thing brought me here. Jack replied with a smile. I will tell Mr. Heyman immediately, Ivy said as she went towards the door that led to Heyman's office. Thanks in advance, Jack said as he went to seat alongside the two that were waiting for their turn. Currently, these people's expressions were not looking good. After all, they had come here and were told to wait. They didn't know what was going on, but the moment that Jack arrived, they saw that the attitude of the secretary was better when she spoke to Jack as compared to them. They were veterans in business and they knew very well that all those that came here were big shots. And although Jack looked young, his temperament didn't look like the wastrel young masters. From the way that he carried himself around and the way that he spoke, it was obvious that he was from a good background. But, how could a young master compare to them, big wigs in the real estate industry? Now, they were seeing how a junior that had just arrived after them was being given a priority. This obviously displeased them. Hey kid, what's the deal with that secretary? The big-eyed man asked Jack with a displeased tone. What are you talking about? Jack was confused by what this man was trying to imply. Kid, what do you want to do in there that they can give you a priority? A thin man asked. I don't think that's something that I'm supposed to tell you, right? Jack frowned as he replied. Don't be too uptight here. We're all here to do the same thing. Aren't you here to upgrade your card? Or get one? The big-eyed man asked. Although the main reason as to why he was here was to ask for a company that he could buy, Jack would also take this opportunity to upgrade his card as well. Yeah, I guess so. Jack nodded. Then why are you being given much priority when compared to us? We came here over half an hour ago, but we still haven't been allowed to enter. Now that you're here, the secretary has decided to let you in. The thin man asked. I don't know. All I know is the fact that I'm here for the upgrade. As for the reason as to why I'm being given priority, that's a question that you can ask the secretary. Jack replied as he decided to ignore them. The thin man and the big-eyed man frowned as their expressions darkened. Jack was obviously younger than them, and for one thing that they knew was the fact that they were big shots. They were rich, and there was nobody in the younger generation that had ever dared to talk to them in such a manner. This was obviously the first time that this had happened. How could they tolerate this? So, the big-eyed man immediately retorted, Kid, I don't care who you are, but let me tell you something. If you dare mess with me, I'll make sure that your life becomes a loving hell in this city. Jack completely ignored him as he wondered, why is it that almost everyone that is from this city, as long as he is giving out a threat, he will say that my life won't be good here? Is there something with my life here, or is this the word that is often used to scare off children? Jack thought that this guy wasn't serious. If it was the Alfonso family that was making trouble for him, he would surely have to go through some trouble before he could firmly establish himself. But, the small families like Dante family as well as this guy that he didn't know, he had no worries at all. They only had their connections in this city. But, outside this city, their connections were poor. This was what differentiated them from Alfonso family that had its influence running deep in more than 3 cities with Crystal City as the main ground. Seeing that Jack didn't take his threats seriously, the man was about to start cursing him when the door that led to Heyman's office opened as Heyman rushed out with an excited expression. He looked around before his eyes locked onto Jack. The moment that he saw him, he rushed forward before extending his hand in greeting. Mr. Jack, you're here. I was kind of expecting you to come back, but I never thought that it would be this soon. Jack stood up as he received Heyman's hand. Although Heyman was enthusiastic, Jack had a calm composure. He replied, Mr. Heyman, I already told you that you had to prepare yourself to carry out upgrades a few more times. Jack replied politely. Although he had over $10 billion in his account, he didn't become arrogant. He knew that he would need other people's help in the future, a good example being on this day where he wanted Heyman to recommend to him a good company to purchase. Although he could have asked Celine about it as she seemed to have a good background, he didn't want to depend on a woman to increase his influence if not necessary. What's more, they had only gotten acquainted to each other the previous night. He had already asked for a manager. If he asked for other things again, he was sure that things would get somehow complicated. On the other hand, Heyman was someone that had a cooperation with him in the area of business. He was using his bank and there was no problem asking for a little favor to repay in the future, right? Ha, you're right. You were only here on Saturday. I thought that you would be coming here after half a year in the least. Who knew that you would be here in 2 days? Heyman chuckled as he released Jack's hand. The more that Jack saved, the better his working report would be. Furthermore, Jack was using his branch to upgrade his account. This will all be seen by the higher-ups, and at the end of it all, they would see that he had retained a good customer. So, his salary would be increased or he might even be promoted. The 2 people that were waiting were surprised upon seeing Heyman charging out of his office. They were even more shocked the moment that they saw how enthusiastic he was towards Jack. At this moment, their backs were getting drenched in sweat thinking of how they were treating Jack not long ago. For Jack to be treated in such a manner by the manager of Flyers Bank, although it was just a branch, showed that he was someone that they could not afford to offend. After all, Heyman had never treated them in such a manner, it was the other way round. They had to fawn upon Heyman. But, they couldn't accept the fact that Heyman gave them a different treatment as compared to Jack. After all, they were here first and Heyman had been cooped up in his office for over half an hour without responding to them. But the moment that he heard that Jack was here, he rushed out enthusiastically. They could even feel that he had some respect for Jack, which P** set them off. "Hello, Mr. Heyman. Can you help us first? After all, we came here first." Failing to hold back, with a low voice, the big-eyed man spoke. Heyman was just about to invite Jack into the office when he was interrupted. Obviously, he didn't like it when he was interrupted while doing something important. He looked at the big-eyed man and the thin one beside him, and said with a frown, "The two of you have been disturbing me for the past few days already. You all know the rules of the bank. There's no way that I can upgrade your card without your accounts having enough deposit. Furthermore, you only want the upgrade so that you can borrow a loan. That won't work." Heyman said before turning towards Jack and said, "Mr. Jack, let's talk inside the office." "Mr. Heyman, aren't we just going to have an agreement? You know about the real estate industry. It's doing well recently as the prices of the houses have began rising. Once we get the money, we will obviously be able to pay off the loan with the highest interest." The thin man spoke hurriedly when he saw that Heyman was leaving. These guys wanted Heyman to help them acquire a higher level of card here, a black card. After getting it, they would immediately borrow a loan from the bank. Since all of this would be under Heyman's approval, it would surely bring him trouble in the future if the higher-ups found out about this and the duo failed to repay the loan on time. He would have to suffer the consequences. Now that there was Jack, why would he have to care about some of the things that would risk his career? "Miss Ivy, please send the guests away," Heyman said to Ivy, who had just returned to her desk. "Yes, Mr. Heyman," Ivy replied. After getting into the office, Jack was invited to take a seat. After that, Heyman thanked him for depositing the $10 billion the night before. After that, he immediately handed the prepared upgrade card as Jack returned the black card. There was also an update on the privileges that he would be receiving. They were better than the previous ones. The maximum amount of the overdrawn was set at $10 billion. "By the way, Mr. Heyman, I wanted to enter the security industry. Today, the main reason for coming here was to see if you can recommend one to me. I want to fully buy it," Jack stated after the matter of the card was put aside. Heyman was startled by Jack's request. He hadn't thought that Jack thought so highly of him. But, now that he was given the opportunity, he would grab it with both arms to make sure that the relationship between them would be better in the future. "Ah, I see. That's not a problem at all. I happen to have a friend of mine that owns a security company. Coincidentally, he wants to sell it off. The performance is good. It's just that he wants to change the industry and lacks capital. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sold it," Heyman replied with a wide smile. When Jack heard these words, he was both relieved and excited. This was perfect. Good performance, and at the same time, the owner was going to sell it. So, he smiled sincerely as he said, "Thank you in advance, Mr. Heyman. May I know what company it is?" "It is called Safety Enforcers," Heyman replied with a smile. Author's note. That's it for the day. Let's meet tomorrow for the next update. If the Power Stones reach 200, I'll be sure to give the extra chapter during tomorrow's update. The moment that Jack heard the name Safety Enforcers, he was quite surprised. He had not expected that. The friend that Heyman was talking about was the owner of Safety Enforcers. Safety Enforcers wasn't a small company. It was a middle-sized security company in the country. It had spread into several cities already. In total, its influence had spread to over 7 cities. This was already enough to state that it was not a small company. Although Jack was surprised, he was not surprised by the fact that Heyman had connections with such a big shot. He was a manager of the bank after all. So, it was quite obvious that he would interact with several big shots present in the country as long as they visited the bank. There is absolutely no problem at all. If he is willing to sell it, then I am willing to buy it, Jack stated after a moment of silence. Heyman, on the other hand, immediately revealed a happy expression. In this situation, he was like a broker. His friend had stated that he was going to sell his company so that he could get more capital for the new industry that he was joining. Of course, for such a person to make a decision to change the industry in which he was focused on wasn't something that was decided on a spur of a moment. If he was that kind of a person, then the current security company would have surely failed. If Heyman managed to make Jack to buy the company, he not only would have done his friend a favor, he would have done Jack a favor as well. In this way, he was getting double profits. That was the exact reason as to why he revealed the excited expression. Although he was not usually a scheming person, he wouldn't dare to let a chance of getting benefits that had presented itself in front of him go. If he could snatch it without creating enemies, why would he hesitate? Okay then, Mr. Jack. I'll give you the contact details so that you can contact him at your free time. But you'll have to make sure that it is as early as possible so that you can get the company before he sells it. I will call him in advance to tell him about you, Heyman said as he stared at Jack. Although Jack was quite young, upon seeing the excited Heyman, he knew that he was going to benefit from this deal. But he didn't care because there was nothing that he was going to lose. So, he immediately agreed and took the contact details from Heyman. After chatting for a while, Alex finally decided to leave. He would contact the owner of the security company after getting back home. It was already afternoon and he still had other things to do. After being escorted out of the office by the enthusiastic Heyman, Jack entered the elevator and headed towards the ground floor. Upon reaching there, he found that the floor was busy just like how it was when he entered. Looking at the large number of customers that were waiting in line, Jack's eyes shone with a hint of greed. He wondered when his grocery department would have such a large number of people wanting to buy things from them. Each and every person present represented at least $100. In other words, as long as the people who visited his groceries spent at least $1, with the system, it would be multiplied to $100. Although personally, he didn't care much about money as currently in his account there are more than $10 billion, that didn't imply that the enterprise that he was starting didn't require much more money. An international brand wasn't something that could be built with just a little bit of money. Even the $10 billion in his account was nothing at all if he really wanted to create an international brand. Shaking his head, Jack walked out of the building before driving away. He wanted to get back to the Prince and Princess Palace so that he could start organizing and arranging what to do next. On the way, his phone suddenly rang. Looking at the familiar number, he immediately received the call. Hello, Mr. Jack. Evans's voice came from the other side of the phone. Although Jack wasn't sure why Evans had called him, he still greeted back the other party. After that, he asked for the reason of the call. Mr. Jack, the cars that you had ordered previously have all arrived. I was asking for the delivery location. Should I deliver them to the mansion or should I deliver them somewhere else? If there is somewhere that I am supposed to deliver them to, you can send me the location, Evans said. Jack's brows rose a little bit the moment that he heard that the cars that he had ordered before were about to be delivered. He had thought that it would take a little more time. It turned out that the Bentley company was quite fast in its actions. They had already repainted and added the logo that Jack had sent them. All the cars that he had ordered and been repainted and all of them had a logo with the additional G.D on them. Jack had decided that all the things that were related to the grocery department would be painted green. After thinking for a moment, Jack decided to have all the cars to be delivered at the palace. After all, the palace had a larger parking area that could accommodate all the cars that he had bought. Although the enterprise had already begun to run, it currently comprised of only one department. As such, all the cars that had been bought would not be used. Even if he decided to give the upper management of the grocery department a car, more than 10 of them would still remain. As he thought of this, he immediately decided that, once everything was in position in this city, he would let the general manager of the grocery department to expand the influence to another city. Although he could do this by himself, he still had other things to do. As such, if he could use the upper management of the grocery department to expand, he would do so without hesitation. From Celine's words, Jack knew that the general manager that he was going to hire would definitely have the capabilities of expanding the business without much supervision. After all, she was recommended by Celine. Not long after hanging up, Jack arrived at the palace. He found that there were several trucks that had lined up in front of his gate. And from the logo, he could already tell that they were from Bentley. Jack immediately slapped his forehead at the thought of not informing the guards to let the trucks into the compound. According to the policy of the security company, they would not let anybody into the compound unless they were allowed by the owner. That was the exact reason as to why, although the trucks outside were from Bentley, the guards had not allowed them in. Jack drove towards the gate, and before he could reach it, the gate was opened. As he entered, he signaled for the guards to let the trucks into the compound. After parking the Bentley Continental GT into the garage, he got down and looked at the trucks that had entered the compound. Evans alighted from one of the trucks and headed towards him. Jack nodded at him, signaling for him to unload the cars from the trucks. One had to know that Jack had bought more than 20 cars and they were both being delivered at this moment. So, there were currently more than 5 trucks in his compound. To be exact, there were 8 trucks present. Each truck carried 3 cars, except for one that had one. One by one, the staff members of the Bentley shop began unloading the cars. Jack pointed towards the garage, and the cars that were being unloaded were parked there. Of course, the garage could not accommodate over 20 cars at the same time. So, the other cars were parked out of the garage. The good thing was that the compound of the palace was far bigger. There was a big space that had interlocking tiles. So, although the cars were parked outside the garage, they did not ruin the vegetation of the palace. All the cars were painted lime green. As they were parked in rows, they gave a picturesque scene. Jack could not help but admire them. After all, not only were the cars new, shining in the afternoon sun, but their green color matched the green of the vegetation in the palace compound. After all the cars were unloaded, Evans handed over the receipt to Jack. Jack looked at the receipt in his hand and then stared at the 23 cars that had been parked. He nodded the moment that he noticed that there was nothing wrong with the cars. Since he had bought 24 Bentley Bentegas, he was done with the grocery department. He took out his phone to contact George. The other Bentley had to be delivered here so that Evans could take it back for the repainting and the logo. Author's note. Hello guys, it's time to continue from where we left. I'll be updating a few more chapters to make up for the past few days that I missed. Thanks. After making the call, Jack welcomed Evans and the others into the mansion. These guys had worked hard unloading over 20 cars. So, they needed to rest. For that reason, they could rest while waiting for George. Of course, since he had no maid, Jack entered the kitchen and prepared coffee for Evans and the others. As they took sips of the coffee, they chatted about this and that. During this period of time, Jack mostly listened to what they were saying. He had gotten used to not speaking too much. After all, back at the Alfonso mansion, even if he wanted to speak to others, who would talk to him after all, they ostracized him. As a result, he was used to speaking only when necessary. About 20 minutes later, George arrived. He was dazzled by the rows of cars that were parked in Palace's compound. The moment that he saw them, he immediately knew that they were the ones that Jack had ordered previously. After all, he could see the same logo on the cars as the ones that were painted on the stores. He was mesmerized by Jack's way of thinking. After all, there were not many people who could decide to buy so many vehicles for their subordinates when they were just at starting phase of the company. Even their Dante Corporation only had a few cars that were used by the topmost management of the company. It was not that they were poor, it was just that they thought that it wasn't necessary. On the other hand, Jack had bought an apartment where the staff members in Yellow Street as well as Alpine Street could reside in. Although the stores at the apartment that he had bought weren't far away from each other, Jack allowed them to use the Bentley Bentayga to move around. Getting out of his thoughts, George immediately rushed towards the mansion. He had almost forgotten that there were people that were waiting for him. Although this was not the first time that he had been here, he still could not help but be impressed by the mansions. "Oh, George is here," Jack stated the moment that he saw George entering the mansion. Evans, who was chatting with some of his subordinates, immediately stopped. He rose to his feet as he bid goodbye to Jack. With that, he left alongside his subordinates. After the two of them remained, it seemed that George had something to say to Jack. "What is it?" "Just say it out loud, there's no need to hide anything," Jack said. After a moment of arranging his thoughts, George finally spoke. "Boss, there's someone who's trying to cause trouble for the stores. If I am not wrong, it should be my third uncle." Jack frowned the moment that he heard that there was someone who was trying to cause trouble for the stores that he had just opened. A week was only going to end on this day, yet there was someone causing trouble. And the moment that he heard that it might be George's third uncle, his frown deepened even further. He began thinking if there was a time that he had offended someone from the Dante family. "Who is your third uncle?" Jack asked after thinking for a long time without getting any result. "My third uncle is called Frank," George replied honestly. Although he was not using the family's influence during the past 5 years, he still had someone who informed him of what is happening in the family. Thus, although the gangsters that had began causing trouble were not that much obvious, he was sure they would start being active in about a week. According to the information that he gotten, this group of gangsters was hired by his third uncle. But the only problem till this moment was that he did not know what was the reason behind it. The moment that George mentioned Frank, it was the moment that Jack suddenly remembered the incident that had occurred on Saturday. On that day, he had gone to check out the building when he met with Frank, who was barking threats and curses. The guy had pointed his finger at him and Jack had dislocated it. Thinking of this, he wondered if this was the reason as to why he had began causing problems for him, or if it was related to him buying the building. If George hadn't mentioned about that guy, Jack would have already forgotten about him. After thinking things through, he thought that it seemed that he couldn't get answers at this moment. So, he decided to set this matter aside for the moment. Since this guy was from the Dante family, it wasn't a surprise that he could investigate Jack's identity. As for how much information he had gotten, Jack wasn't worried at all. Since he was a member of Alfonso family not more than a week ago, only the information that he had revealed here in Incoat could be found. Now that they had began sending gangsters to his store, it was obvious that this guy wanted to play underhanded tricks. Jack wasn't going to let this slide. He was going to hurry up the issue of getting the security company. In this way, he would have people to deploy to deal with such cases. So, he made a decision to call the other party as early as possible. With that thought in mind, he turned his gaze to George and said, "Worry not about that. As long as he doesn't cross the line, we can deal with the little gangsters." George nodded. After all, he knew that this matter concerned his family as well. Frank was a member of the Dante family. If Jack decided to get back at him, he would obviously attack the companies that were under him. But, the position that Frank was holding was the CEO of one of the companies under Dante Corporation. If Jack attacked the company, he would surely be attacking the Dante family. In the end, this would evolve to a war between the Dante family and Jack. Although Jack wasn't in a good relationship with his family currently, with his actions during the past week, it was obvious that he had a big background that wasn't Alfonso family. After all, how else would he get the money, millions of dollars, to do things the way that he was? It was obvious that it was impossible for him to be a prodigal, considering that everything that he was doing had its own role in the long run. Although he had bought so many cars at the same time, it still didn't seem to affect his money flow at all. After talking for a little while longer, George left with one of the cars that had been parked here. Jack then decided that he would call Chris to come with the other managers to pick a car that would be used by them. He was just about to call when his phone rang. Looking at the unfamiliar number, Jack frowned for a moment. He wondered who it was that was calling him. But anyway, he received the call. The moment that it connected, a female voice came over. "Hello, is this Mr. Jack?" "Yes, it is." "May I know who I'm speaking to?" Jack inquired. "I'm Grace. Mrs. Gravy gave me your phone number and told me that you needed a manager." The lady replied. From the voice, Jack could feel the confidence as well as expectation. But what had surprised him was the fact that the other party had called him. He had thought that they would talk about the issue on the following day. Who knew that she would call in advance? "Oh, hello, Mrs. Grace. It's true that I wanted a manager. The position is the general manager of a department. It is already stabilized, but there are some of the things that still need to be adjusted." Jack spoke. "Oh, I see. Is there any requirement that I need to fulfill?" Grace asked. There was a hint of joy in her voice as well. "Well, since it was Celine that recommended you, I assume that your performance is good. As a result, I won't trouble you that much. So, I can say that you can start working after we sign a contract." Jack replied. According to the descriptions that he had gotten from Celine about Grace, he felt that she was good. That was the trait of the person that could manage a department. After all, there was no way that he was going to take an indecisive person to manage a business for him. But if she performs poorly, there was still the issue of him sacking her. He didn't want to suffer unwanted losses for nothing. "Okay then. I'll be there on time. So, at what time can we discuss the issue about the contract?" Grace asked. "Tomorrow at around 9. I assume that you're coming to Inchoate City. So, let's meet at the Business Overlord building, 7th floor." Jack said. "Okay. I'll be there on time," Grace replied before Jack hung up the call. Now that one of the issues was out of the way, it was time for him to look at the security company. Scrolling through his contact list, he found the contact that Heyman had given him. The owner of Safety Enforcers was called Edwin. So, Jack immediately made a call. Not long after that, the call was received and an inquiring heavy male voice came through. "Hello, who's this?" "Hello, I'm Jack. Mr. Edwin, I was referred to you by Mr. Heyman," Jack replied. Jack immediately made a call. Not long after that, the call was received and an inquiring heavy male voice came through. "Hello, who's this?" "Hello, I'm Jack. Mr. Edwin, I was referred to you by Mr. Heyman," Jack replied. "Oh, that guy? Anyway, he told me about you. Are you sure that you're interested in my company?" Edwin asked. Although Heyman had already told him about Jack not long ago, he still had some doubts about it. After all, the owner of the voice that he was talking to was so young. Although his company was only a middle-sized one, that didn't imply that it was cheap. After all, one had to consider the fact that he was selling the company alongside the assets, the employees, and the contracts that they had already signed. In other words, as long as Jack took over the company, he would continue running it the way it was. He could decide to make changes on it, but that wouldn't affect the company that much as long as the changes weren't major. "To be honest with you, it's not that I'm interested in your company. The truth is that I wanted to enter the security industry and was looking for a company that I could buy. In the end, yours was the one that was recommended to me by Mr. Heyman," Jack replied honestly. Inside an office, Edwin's brows furrowed the moment that he heard Jack's words. Then, he thought to himself, if you're not interested, then why are you calling me? Aren't you interested in buying it? That's called interest, all right. After calming himself down, he immediately replied, "It's good that you're sincere, Mr. Jack. So, are you sure that you want to buy it, or is it that you're just asking?" On the other side, Jack could hear that there was a hint of impatience in the other party's voice. He wondered to himself about what he'd said wrong to make the other party's impression of him to drop. Leaving that aside, he replied, "I want to buy it. And, I mean buy it. So, I think that we can discuss the contract, right?" Jack asked. Upon hearing Jack's words, Edwin's expression eased for a moment. But, the issue concerning a big company like his wasn't something that could be discussed on the phone. So, it would be good if they could meet face to face. In this way, they could come to an agreement and sign the transfer contract at that exact moment. So, he asked, "Can we meet to discuss about this?" "Where can we meet?" "You can decide on the location as well as time," Jack asked in reply. After thinking for a moment, Edwin replied, "Can you come to Venture City?" Jack thought for a moment and agreed to it. He had a Eurocopter that was in parking. He could use it to get there. Although he could not fly it, he could still get someone that could do that. After agreeing on the time of the meeting, Jack ended the call. He then sat there while thinking to himself, wondering what he was going to do next. After a moment of thinking, he decided to check out the data concerning this security company. He had no laptop at all. The one that he had been having before broke down. Of course, there was no way that it would simply break down, right? This was the handiwork of his half-siblings. The good thing was that there was nothing important that was saved in the laptop. But even if there was, he would have a backup. Since the laptop stopped working, he decided not to buy another one to save money. After all, at the end of the day, back then, there was no use of the laptop at all. But now that he was going to have an enterprise, it would be important to have one. So, he entered an online shop and placed an order for the best laptop that he could find. Of course, the best that he knew was the most expensive one. That was his only method of finding the best product. After placing the order, he was informed that it would be delivered by evening. After that, he entered the internet and began searching for information about safety enforcers. Although it was not a listed company, it was obvious that the information concerning it would be found in the internet considering the fact that it was a middle-sized security company. After searching, there were several results that were revealed. There was the information about the date that it was started and so on. But Jack wasn't interested in that at all. He looked at its net worth currently. This would make him know what amount of money he had to prepare when he went to meet with Edwin the following day. While looking at the information that was given, Jack frowned for a moment. According to what he could see, this company was worth $2 billion. If they discussed about the purchasing price and so on, he was sure that he would end up spending more than that. But, he thought to himself, are the companies this cheap nowadays? Of course, that was simply due to the fact that he had money in his account. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to say that. Furthermore, such a company that was started from scratch didn't start with it being worth billions. This company had began over a decade ago. It had been growing ever since for it to reach its current level. After all, not everyone had a system with him. It was just that Jack had a system, and that was the reason as to why he wasn't afraid of risks in business. Others would have to consider all the factors that could be considered before they could invest into something. Just like Edwin, although he was changing from one industry to another, it wasn't that he was going to start from scratch. He had already joined the industry, but it was just that he wasn't focusing on it. But now, he wanted money so that he could put all of his efforts there. In other words, he had already tested the industry for a period of time before deciding to expand. But even so, he still maintained his cautiousness. After checking the information about the security company, Jack was impressed by it. Although it wasn't that big, it still was good, as even he had heard of it before today. Now that he knew all the basic information that he needed to know, Jack decided to check if there was another company that could interest him. After looking through the security companies for a period of time, Jack lost his interest. It wasn't that there were no companies that could be bought by him. It was just that these companies were either expensive for the current him, not for sale, or maybe they were at a lower level as compared to safety enforcers. He thought if there was anything that he needed to do at the moment. After thinking for a long moment, he felt that although he had many things to do, they all had a specific day that could be done. Grace, the following day. Edwin, the following day. Ben, he wasn't sure about the specific date, as Ben had said that it would be done in 3 days. Oh, there was something that he had almost forgot about after surfing in the internet for a period of time. That was, finding a pilot that could fly the Eurocopter. Although the Eurocopter that was given to him by the system was customized and differed from the others, with Eco, the Eurocopter's AI, he was sure that as long as one was a professional pilot, he would be able to fly it. He immediately looked for a company from where he could hire a pilot. He found one that was called Skyflight Charters. This organization was well known as it had a good reputation. Of course, all of this was known to Jack through the internet. Otherwise, how was he supposed to interact with pilots before today? After looking at the information, he found one pilot that was to his liking. It was a middle-aged man with 5 years of experience. According to the information about him, it was said that he was good in flying helicopters the most, as most of the people that hired helicopters or pilots were mainly for helicopters. If one had a private plane or jet, why would he hire a pilot for a short period of time? He would simply find one that would be permanent. The reason for choosing this man was simple. Apart from his experience, he thought that the middle-aged man wouldn't be too chatty, or so he hoped. After confirming everything, Jack immediately made a call. In the Alfonso mansion, the atmosphere was quite lively. The reason behind this was due to the fact that there was a member of a big family that was visiting them on this day. The other family was far bigger than Alfonso family and was situated in the capital. So, of course, the members of Alfonso family had to be meticulous in their preparations to receive them. At this moment, not just the current CEO of Alfonso Group was standing at the entrance, even Jack's grandfather, Victor Alfonso, was also present. They were not the only ones there, as there were several others that were present here as well. In other words, all the members of Alfonso family, as long as they were nearby, they had been called back, with the exception of Jack, to welcome the special guests. "Dad, do you know why they are talking about engagement all of a sudden?" Jack's father, Dalton, asked Victor. "What's there to be worried about? This is a good thing for our family. Maybe we may rise and be able to compete with some families in the capital." Victor replied with a smile plastered on his face. "Dad, do you know why they are talking about engagement all of a sudden?" Jack's father, Dalton, asked Victor. "What's there to be worried about? This is a good thing for our family. Maybe we may rise and be able to compete with some families in the capital." Victor replied with a smile plastered on his face. The moment that Dalton heard his father's words, he was at first surprised, then the next moment he was ecstatic. This was a great opportunity for his Alfonso family. After all, a member of a big family wanted to marry one of the sons or daughters of Alfonso family. Even if it won't be one of his children, or even if it was his brother's child, he would still benefit at the end of it, as he was the current family head. With the support of such a big family, he could start influencing the capital city. Furthermore, with such a connection, he could start expanding the influence of the Alfonso Group. As such, the competition that he would be experiencing from other families from other cities would be greatly diminished if not removed. As he thought of this, a smile gradually appeared on his face. He could not wait to know who was going to get married or being married. The other party had just stated that they were coming for an engagement. But till this moment, they didn't know if the one that was coming with the old man was a boy or a girl. It was at this moment that Dalton finally understood why his father Victor had summoned all the members of Alfonso family to come back. Furthermore, he had made sure to summon back even those that had gone to other cities, as long as they had not married or been married. That's right, only those that were in marriage were spared from this. Although there were some of the family members that had been engaged already, the old man didn't care about it. Engagements could be broken as long as that person was selected by the old man that was coming. "Are you sure that all the preparations are in position?" Victor suddenly asked, bringing Dalton out of his thoughts. "Yes, father, I have already made all the arrangements that are necessary. I know how important this occasion is, so I won't mess up," Dalton replied confidently. Victor nodded in satisfaction while looking at the members of the Alfonso family that were standing with him at the entrance. He suddenly frowned as he looked into the crowd. Upon noticing the frown on Victor's face, Dalton asked, "Father, is something wrong?" At this moment, Victor shifted his gaze towards Dalton as he asked with confusion, "Where is that little brat, Jack?" Upon hearing this question, Dalton's heart skipped a beat. When he made a decision to expel Jack from the Alfonso family, he hadn't asked his father about his opinion. His father was away at that time and only came back the previous night with the news about the engagement. He had planned to tell him later, but he had forgotten about it with the news of the engagement coming in. It was only at this moment that he was reminded about it. After hesitating for a moment, he replied without hiding a thing. He told the old man about everything that had happened since Jack's departure. The more the old man listened, the colder his expression became. It was a sure bet that his anger was soaring at the moment. "Why did you come to such a decision without consulting me?" Victor roared at this moment. This roar immediately attracted the attention of the other members of the Alfonso family. But although their attention was attracted by the shout, it had successfully repelled them as their bodies tried to move as far away as possible from the old man. None of them didn't know about the old man's temper. As long as he was angered, he would turn the house upside down till the moment that his anger would cool down. Facing the angry old man, even Dalton was flustered. He took a deep breath, but he didn't dare to speak a word. He knew that the more he spoke, the more he would anger the old man. After ranting for a while, Victor calmed down. This was not just because of his anger had calmed down at the moment, it was simply because there were visitors, very important ones as a matter of fact, that were coming not long from that moment. "Let us receive the guests first. After they leave, we will talk about this," Victor stated as he tried to retain his composure. Although he didn't like Jack, that didn't mean that it was to the extent of expelling him from the family. He was an Alfonso at the end of the day. And no matter what they did, if they took a DNA test, they would still find that he had the Alfonso bloodline. I want to see how he gets out of this now. He decisively expelled his own son out of the family just to maintain his reputation. Now that the old man is back, he sure is going to suffer. "Oh, I can't wait for the time that the visitors will be leaving. At that time, there will be a good show to watch." At the side, those that were competing for the CEO position or they didn't like Dalton, began murmuring to each other. It was only when Victor glared at them that they shrunk their necks and kept quiet. But the look of contempt, as well as a look of expectation, didn't disappear from their faces. After all, this was one of the rare chances when the old man was angry at Dalton. So, they would make sure that they used it to the maximum possible. Just as the old man was about to berate them, a car's honking sound made him shift his attention towards the road that led towards the highway. There was a convoy of luxury cars coming towards the entrance of the Alfonso mansion. The old man immediately led the members of Alfonso family to go out and welcome the guests. They escorted the cars to the parking lot. There was a total of 6 cars, with the leading car being a Maybach GLS 600. The others were all Volkswagen Arteon. The moment that the doors of the Volkswagen Arteon opened, several bulky men in black suits and black glasses got out. There were about 20 of them present. 2 of them went forward and opened the doors of the back seat on each side, while the others stood in attention while observing the surroundings. Soon after that, an old man with gray hair alighted with his walking cane. The walking cane was exquisite as it had a raven head. The handle was silver in color while the body was bronze. Just from a glance, one could tell that this walking cane was made from a special material. The old man's face showed that he was in his mid-70s in the least. But, his walking posture, although slightly bent, was still energetic and domineering. The aura that was emitted by the old man would make all those that were looking at him feel both respect and fear towards him. Currently, the old man was wearing a white suit. He had a pair of brown shoes on. As he walked forward, the walking stick would occasionally knock onto the ground, making people tense, and sometimes, their hearts would skip a beat. On the other side of the car, a young lady that seemed to be 18 or 19 years old alighted. She was a beauty with a rating of 91. Green hair that dropped to her shoulders, gray eyes that matched the old man's, as well as a good figure. As soon as she alighted, most of the males couldn't help but swallow their saliva loudly. The purple dress that she was wearing accentuated her figure so well in that, even those that were nearing their 30s were mesmerized by her. Steve was amongst those that couldn't help but stare at her. But, he knew his limits and managed to shift his gaze towards the side. After all, this wasn't a simple girl that he could hit on. But, he thought of something. That was the fact that, the two were here for an engagement. If they chose him, he would have this beauty to himself as his wife in the future. He straightened his posture and tried to make sure that he would stand out among the crowd of the youths that were waiting and watching with hints of greed in their eyes. The young lady walked towards the old man and held one of his arms as support. Although the old man was energetic, the lady seemed to be more concerned about him. The old man simply smiled as he rubbed her head. He really doted on this granddaughter of his. "Welcome, Master Alton, and young miss." Victor went forward as he gave the old man a bow. The other members of Alfonso family immediately followed the gesture as they greeted the duo. Alton nodded in satisfaction at the attitude that the family was showing. He rubbed the beard on his chin as he revealed a smile. He then waved his hand at Victor and the others. "No need to be so polite, no need to be so polite. You all can rise up." Victor and the others immediately rose, their upper bodies that were slightly bent. After that, they welcomed the old man and his granddaughter into the well-decorated mansion. After serving them with a cup of tea with a few snacks, Victor and the others waited patiently for the old man to speak. The boys were already looking at the old man with expectation in their eyes. Since there was only the old man and the girl, it was obvious that the one that was here for the engagement was the girl. So, the young men in the family were excited, waiting for the old man to say who she was getting engaged to. Upon seeing the expectant look of the crowd, Alton put the cup of tea on the table and spoke. "I guess you all know the reason for my visit today. So, I don't think that I need to repeat myself. As you can see, my granddaughter here is the one that is going to get engaged." Although the engagement was a decision made by Alton, none of the members of Alfonso family refuted, as they lost nothing at all. In fact, they would benefit a lot from this. "So, Master Alton, can you tell me to whom you wanted your granddaughter to be betrothed to?" Victor asked after the old man finished speaking. He too was quite expectant to see which of his grandchildren was going to be selected. Alton shifted his gaze to Dalton as he spoke with a smile on his face. "Your youngest son." Author's note. Thanks for the day. Today's update ends here. Note that the romance part has already started, so don't miss out. Alton shifted his gaze to Dalton as he spoke with a smile on his face. "Your youngest son." Alton's words were like an explosive in the hearts of all those present. There was not a single person among them that didn't know the fact that Jack had been expelled from the family almost a week ago. And now, surprisingly, the person that was supposed to be engaged was the same person that they didn't like or had no impression about whatsoever. This came like a huge tide that swept away all the happiness and expectation that they had within them. They were currently in a dilemma on what to do now. Jack had already been expelled and was no longer considered a member of Alfonso family. If they said this to the old man, he would probably be furious with them and end up punishing this family of theirs by suppressing them. Or, he might as well give up on the fact that he'd come here for an engagement. If he left, the easy path to success that was waving at them excitedly a moment ago would wave goodbye at them the next moment. This was something that they absolutely couldn't accept at all. On the other hand, if Jack came back and was engaged to the young lady here, he would definitely have power, and be stronger than his father in terms of authority. And, it would be no surprise that he would be the future family head of Alfonso family. In that case, all those that had been suppressing and mistreating him since childhood would surely face the music. After all, it was true that they had made his life difficult. At his age, all the young generation of the family had been given something to do. But, Jack on the other hand was left alone. After graduation the previous 3 months, he was just there, idle or doing whatever he wanted. Of course, the whatever he wanted never included anything that involved Alfonso family's influence. In other words, whatever he was doing never concerned them. Now, if Jack really got engaged, he surely would be able to get back at them. Just this thought made them shiver. Alton and his granddaughter immediately noticed that something wasn't right with everyone's expression. This made them confused. Was there a problem with Jack, or had what he had just said not been heard? Victor panicked for a moment and stared at Dalton with a murderous gaze. Dalton on the other hand was already drenched in cold sweat. He had never cared about this son of his. He was the only one in the entire family that had suffered in the hands of fellow family members. Even during his childhood, he was never there for him. Jack had depended on his mother till he matured early. Now, as he left the family, Dalton decided to use this chance to expel him from the family to clear his image off of the dark spot. Who knew that this was going to be his biggest mistake as well as regret? The black spot was actually a big opportunity for him? Now, not only would he have to face his father's wrath, but he had to look for a method to bring Jack back to the family. What's going on here? Where's Jack? Alton couldn't help but ask at this moment. His expression didn't look that good at all. After all, according to what he had thought, the moment that he mentioned that it was Jack who would have his granddaughter as his fiancée, not only would Jack get excited, but his father would be extremely happy and proud. In the end, everyone's expression was completely opposite of how it was supposed to be. How could he not be furious considering the fact that even the one that was getting engaged with his granddaughter wasn't present at the scene? I'm sorry about that, Master Alton. The truth is that currently, Jack is out of the city. Victor managed to squeeze out a smile on his wrinkled old face that made him look ugly. Alton frowned the moment that he heard this. Even the lady beside him showed a disappointed expression at this moment. Alton wasn't from a big family for nothing. He had experienced a lot more to be able to maintain his family's position as one of the top families. So, he could tell at a glance that things were not that simple. Furthermore, he had already investigated about Jack the moment that his granddaughter mentioned about him. He found that the boy had good looks, a strong will, and was quite hardworking and smart. Apart from the issue of him not being treated well in the family, there was nothing that was wrong about Jack in the old man's eyes. The information that he had on him was till Sunday, the day before Jack left Crystal City. At that time, he thought that he had gathered enough information and decided to stop investigating him. Can he get here at a short time? Alton asked after noticing the disappointment on his granddaughter's face. He wanted to fulfill his granddaughter's wish, which was to marry Jack. He hadn't come to this decision without thinking things through. His granddaughter, whom he doted on so much, told him that she liked a young man that she had encountered before. She was serious about being married to him. As a result, he tried advising her not to be rash. In the end, due to her stubborn nature, he had no choice but to investigate Jack. After finding out that he wasn't bad, he decided to come on this day when he was free. So, there was no way that he could accept the fact that he had wasted his time for nothing. He had to make sure that his granddaughter was happy. As for Jack, as long as he accepted, no, there was no need for him to accept. He had already decided that he was the one going to marry his granddaughter. He was going to give him support to develop himself. With his brilliance, he was sure that he would be able to develop faster. Furthermore, he would have to be the family head of Alfonso family to have a status that could barely qualify to be matched to his granddaughter. Alton's question made Victor almost helpless. After all, they had already expelled Jack from the family. But, after thinking about the things that would happen if this engagement was successful, he gritted his teeth and looked at Dalton, who was seated beside him. Hurry up and go and fetch that son of yours right at this moment. You better hurry up and bring him back as soon as possible. Don't you keep Master Alton waiting or I won't forgive you. Victor spoke with a low voice. But, his voice contained undeniable command. Dalton nodded his head repeatedly before standing up. After bowing to Alton and the young lady, he rushed out of the mansion. He headed towards the helipad where the helicopter that was used for emergency situations was. He brought alongside him 3 men and the stunned and pale Steve. He was in a hurry as sweat continued trickling on his forehead as if he had just finished toiling a whole acre of land. After getting into the helicopter, he immediately shouted, "Get us to Incoat City as soon as possible." "Yes, boss." The pilot responded before starting the helicopter that flew towards Incoat City at the highest possible speed. Jack had no idea about what had just occurred at the Alfonso mansion, nor did he know that he was about to get engaged to someone. Furthermore, his father was coming for him personally. He just sat there on the couch while waiting for his call to connect. Not long after, a feminine voice came through. "Skyflight Charters here. May I know to whom am I speaking to and what kind of assistance would you like?" The lady asked. "Hello, my name is Jackson. I wanted to hire a pilot of your organization. His name is Gabriel Waddy." Jack stated. "From when do you want him?" the lady asked. "From tomorrow," Jack replied. "A moment please," the lady said, and a moment later, Jack could hear the sound of a person tapping the keys of a keyboard. Jack didn't have to wait for long as the lady spoke again. "I'm sorry sir, but pilot Gabriel Waddy has already been booked for tomorrow. He will only be available next week." Can you choose another person or may I recommend one to you? Jack frowned the moment that he heard this. He had been to Skyflight Charter's website and hadn't found anyone that impressed him as Gabriel. But now, he was going to fly another person's plane? No way, he had to get this person to be his personal pilot. At the thought of this, he said, no matter what the price, I want him to fly me tomorrow. Just name it. The lady seemed surprised by the fact that Jack wanted only this person to fly his aircraft. She thought to herself, what's the difference between Pilot Gabriel and the other experienced pilots? There's even an experienced pilot than him that's available. Anyway, she didn't dare to say these words out loud as it may sound rude to a customer. In return, if the person filed a complaint about her, she surely would be punished by the upper management. Mr. Jack, you'll have to understand the situation. It's not that we don't want to have Pilot Gabriel Wadi flying you, it's just that he was booked last month for tomorrow. So, it's impossible for us to cancel it. The lady said helplessly. Even Jack knew that it might not be possible for such a big helicopter charter company to cancel bookings that had been made by other customers. But, he was just too stubborn for this. Why don't you just change the pilot for the one that did a booking? There are other pilots that are free at the moment, right? Jack asked. The lady was really helpless here. So, she could only reply by saying, I'll have to consult my manager first. Please, don't hang up. Okay, Jack nodded and decided to wait for her to do the consultation. I'll have to consult my manager first. Please, don't hang up. Okay, Jack nodded and decided to wait for her to do the consultation. After about 3 minutes of waiting, the lady on the other end of the phone finally spoke. Well, Mr. Jack. I guess you have great luck as the one that had booked Pilot Gabriel Wadi has just said that the trip has been cancelled. So, Pilot Gabriel Wadi is available now. Jack couldn't help but be suspicious. He wondered if it was true that the person had cancelled the order, or it was just that a certain pot-bellied manager had heard that there was extra money somewhere and decided to change the pilot for the other person. Anyway, he didn't care as long as he got what he wanted. He smiled and asked, so, how much am I supposed to pay to hire him for a whole year? The lady was immediately stunned by Jack's question. Hiring a pilot for a whole year? Wasn't that insanely expensive? Furthermore, the other party seemed serious and at the same time joking. After thinking for a moment, the lady related Jack to being a young man that was just trying to tease her. So, she could only ask for confirmation. Are you serious, sir? Of course I'm. How else would I call if I wasn't serious about it? Jack asked back with raised brows. The lady sensed the seriousness in Jack's voice and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Then, she replied, the pilot is paid according to the number of times that he will have to fly the aircraft. Furthermore, there's a guaranteed payment that has to be made. This is the one that if you hire a pilot for a long period of time, even if he doesn't fly you anywhere, he has to receive it. Jack nodded in understanding. After all, if he took the other party in for a whole year and only flied the aircraft once, he surely would be a joker. Furthermore, the longer that the pilot stayed with him, the more the chances that he would be missing if there were others that wanted to book him. This was the exact reason for the guaranteed payment. Not a problem at all. Just tell me the price and I will sign the contract after we come to an agreement. Jack replied. Okay then. The pilot is paid according to the distance that he's going to fly the aircraft. Then, there's also the duration of which he's hired. The payment has to be made in advance. In case you want to withdraw, the advance payment would be refunded after subtracting the payment of the period of time that the pilot has been on duty. As for the total remainder of the balance, the refund will be 20% less. The lady stated. Jack could also understand what this implied, being refunded 20% less of the money that he'd paid previously. After all, if he made an appointment that they would have a trip in 3 days, the schedule of the pilot on that specific day would be filled up. So, if there was a person that wanted to get him, he wouldn't be able to as long as it was on that day. In other words, as long as booking was done, it would make the person stop receiving the other offers. In the end, if the one that did the booking decided to cancel it, the pilot would have lost a lot. 15% of the 20% was the one that was given to the pilot as compensation, while the other 5% was for the organization. I want him to be my pilot for a year. As for the number of times that he would be flying the aircraft, just assume that it's 10 days every month with the longest distance. So, can you calculate for me what the price is? Jack said. The lady on the other side typed on the computer's keyboard for a while before replying, for a year of hire, you'll have to pay $72 million in advance. On the other hand, I'll assume the 10 longest flight a month would be within the country. So, for each flight, it will cost $300,000. The total cost should be $1.152 billion. Of course, once you pay this, the service and fuel of the aircraft would be on us. The lady's calculations were quite precise. Jack could understand that the reason for the high price was definitely for the fuel and service. After all, an aircraft's fuel wasn't like that of cars that could be easily accessed. This fuel was restricted, and as a result, for a person to get access to it, he must be authorized by the government officials, as it was the country's government that controlled the flow of this fuel. No problem at all. Just send me the contract via the email and I will sign it immediately. I'll transfer the money immediately after we sign the contract. Jack said. The lady never thought that Jack was such a rich person. She had thought that he would try reducing the period that he would be hiring the pilot. In the end, Jack was pretty serious about it and even agreed to complete the payment at this moment. Okay then. Send me your details through your email. I'll send you a text of the email that you're supposed to send your details to, after the call. The lady said enthusiastically. She was one of the people that offered online services. Although there were several that did it personally, there were those that operated through calls or online in the website. She was amongst them. Since Jack had placed such a big order, once it was completed, her commission this time would surely be high. So, the moment that the call ended, she sent over the email that Jack had to send his details to so that the contract could be drafted. After receiving the message, Jack immediately entered the mailbox present on his phone. He uploaded the scanned copies of his identity card and a few other required documents. After that, he decided to wait for them to draft the contract for him. As for the money, he could just transfer it via his phone, a privilege of his current black gold card. He was just thinking of leaving to get a printer and so on when his phone rang. On the screen, it was an unfamiliar number that Jack didn't know. He then wondered to himself, what's up with these calls today? So many calls. He wondered if the person calling him was a delivery person who had come to deliver his laptop. Looking at the time on the wristwatch, he found that it was only 5 minutes to 3 in the afternoon. Jack simply shook his head as he thought that it would be impossible for the delivery to be done at this time, as they said that it would be delivered in the evening. After hesitating for a moment, he received the call. Hello, who's this? Jack, where exactly in Incoat City are you right now? A familiar but somehow unfamiliar voice reached Jack's ears. Jack frowned when he heard how rude the other party was. Not only had he not even greeted him nor had he introduced himself, he went straight to asking for his location. Even if Jack was a retard, why would he give his location to a stranger? Of course he wouldn't do that. So, he coldly asked again, who are you? And why do you want to know of my location? Jack's question seemed to have stunned the other party, as there was absolutely no reply for almost a minute. Just when he was about to hang up, the other party finally replied, I'm your father. Then I'm your grandpa. How dare you just come from nowhere and claim to be my father? Jack was furious at this moment at the mention of the word father and couldn't help but curse at the other party. Father was the word that he had never liked to hear ever since he was at the Alfonso family, and this hadn't changed even at this moment. After all, he and his mother had gone through a lot, and as a result, he hated the fact that his father never cared about him and his mother. His mother always secretly shed her tears as she looked at a photo of her and the person that was supposedly to be his father. From that moment, he hated the person who dared to claim to be his father. As such, he hated the word father as long as it was related to him. So, the moment that he heard the other party claiming to be his father, his always suppressed anger and resentment burst out all at once. He threw several profanities that he had never done before at this moment, all of it just to vent his anger. After cursing for almost 10 minutes, it was at this time that his head cooled down for a moment. It was also now that the words that the other party said finally sank into his brain and were processed. Jack had never expected that the reason as to why he found the voice familiar was due to the fact that the other party was his father. Father? Jack muttered to himself at this moment, his eyes gazed at the void as he was in a daze. Just as Jack's mind was about to wander around, Angel, the system's guide, spoke accompanied by a system prompt. Emergency mission program activated. Advance reward, professional combatant. Accompanying task that you'll have to complete so that you can permanently have the reward is as follows. Task, earn money by participating in winning a fighting competition. Time limit, 7 days. Jack. Emergency mission program activated. Advance reward, professional combatant. Accompanying task that you'll have to complete so that you can permanently have the reward is as follows. Task, earn money by participating in winning a fighting competition. Time limit, 7 days. Jack. Jack was surprised by the system. What the heck with the mission? Although he liked having even more skills that were offered by the system, he really was stunned by the fact that the system just offered him an ability or skill, without even there being some trigger. If he remembered everything well, the time that he was offered the professional driving skill, it was a moment that, if he didn't even know how to drive the car that he'd bought, he surely was going to get embarrassed. In such a situation, the emergency mission program was activated and he was given the skill that allowed him to not embarrass himself. Now, he was being offered the professional combatant skill or ability? He wondered if he was in danger or if he was supposed to fight someone. But, according to how things were, since he was inside his own mansion and there were several guards, it meant that he was supposed to be safe as long as a person with a gun didn't show up. System, what's up with this mission? Jack took a deep breath before asking. He was quite tensed at this moment as he felt some kind of premonition. It was as if there was some kind of danger that was looming around him. The system can see what the host needs at a specific time. So, it offers what is needed at the right moment. Since the emergency program has been activated, then it implies that there is a risk of someone beating you up or forcing you to do something. Since that is the case, you should accept the mission as soon as possible or you might as well look for other countermeasures. Upon hearing the system's reply, Jack was now sure that there was something wrong. After all, according to the introduction about the system, it was one that came out of the blue planet. In other words, it was an alien. But all the same, it was useful. It had already proven its abilities by multiplying his income by 100 times or giving him several rewards after he received his first income. With its ability to make the guards ignore the presence of the Eurocopter that wasn't there previously was already a show of its strength. Now that it had stated that he was in some kind of danger, he immediately decided to take action by accepting the mission. I accept the mission. Jack stated. Mission accepted. Advance mission reward granted. Task, earn money by participating in winning a fighting competition. Time limit, 7 days. Failure to complete the task would lead to the host losing the ability as well as receiving the system's punishment. Till this moment, Jack wasn't sure what type of punishment the system administered to a person if he failed to complete the task on time. But, he wasn't interested to test it on himself. Furthermore, he wasn't willing to lose the reward that he'd just received. Just as he was about to get immersed in his thoughts, he was forced out of that state by the warm current that ran through his body. Followed by that, some unfamiliar memories entered his mind and merged with his current ones. At this moment, he felt that his body contained unimaginable strength. He felt that he could shatter a wall with a single punch. But, all of this was an illusion as he hadn't tested the limit of his strength yet. After a moment, he felt that there was something in his right hand. Looking at it, he found that he still had his phone. And, the call was still ongoing and at the same time, there was a male voice coming through. Jack, are you there? This is an emergency. Tell me where you're right now. Dalton yelled. He had been trying to talk to him and ask for his current location, but at the end of it all, Jack didn't reply to any of his questions since he stopped cursing him. Jack got irritated by the other party's commanding tone. "Who are you trying to command? Do you even know me? You better get lost at this moment." As these thoughts passed through his mind, he hung up the call. There was nothing that could be spoken between the two of them, as they were no different from strangers. After that, he immediately added this contact to the blacklist. After all, he didn't want someone to disturb his current life. After that, he began thinking of how things were. The system had given an emergency mission. On the other hand, Dalton was asking for his location. This implied that there was no coincidence at all. It implied that the danger that was coming was obviously related to Alfonso family in one way or the other. He sighed before going to the basement where there was a gym. Whirl! 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 At this time, inside a helicopter, Dalton's face darkened the moment that Jack hung up on him. He tried calling once again but found that he was blocked. He took a deep breath before turning to Steve as he asked, "Have they tracked his location?" Dalton wasn't an idiot. He knew that since Jack left the mansion on his own and was later informed that he had been expelled from the family, it was obvious that he wouldn't agree to go back with him. So, he decided to track his location during the call. But of course, the one that was tracking his location wasn't on the helicopter with them. Instead, he was back at the mansion. So, he had Steve call that hacker while he called Jack. The good thing was the fact that, although Jack had at a point stopped talking, he hadn't hung up yet. In other words, the duration should be enough for the hacker to get Jack's current location via the call. Why, yes. But, I'm not sure if the location that has been stated is the real one. Steve stammered the moment that Dalton asked. Although he was quite angry at the fact that his useless half-sibling was the one that had been selected, he knew that he would have to give in at the moment. But, the reason for stammering wasn't because he was afraid of Jack's counterattack. Not at all. It was absolutely something different. "What's wrong with the location?" Upon seeing Steve's expression, Dalton frowned as he asked. "And not at all. It's just that the location doesn't seem like somewhere that Jack should be at." Steve replied. "Let me see." Dalton frown deepened as he took the phone from Steve's hand. He looked at the location that had been sent over to them. There was a statement first, Inchoate City, Windhill Residential Area, Prince and Princess Palace. Immediately below that was an attached screenshot of the locator. It showed that the call came from one of the two mansions. When Dalton saw this, he immediately frowned even more. Just like Steve, he didn't think that Jack could afford to live in such a place. After all, although they were not living in Inchoate City, as a neighboring city, they could easily get the information about this special palace. After thinking things through, he gave the pilot the location and asked him to fly over there. He had to get Jack back to Crystal City at all costs. If he failed, not only would the opportunity to have his family rise disappear, it might as well invite a calamity. Furthermore, there was still his father who would surely not let him go. After all, he made the decision behind his father's back. Jack didn't know that his current location was already exposed. Otherwise, he would have surely gotten out of the mansion to welcome them warmly. Anyway, currently, he was busy trying his strength inside the gym. The results were mind-blowing. Not only had his strength greatly increased, even his speed as well as reaction speed increased. The control of his own body had also heightened in such a way that there were no wasteful movements. His strength, speed, reaction speed as well as other parameters that were related to his body were 5 times that of a healthy adult man. In other words, if an adult's strength was about 100 kilograms, his was 500. There was no need to talk about speed and whatever. After all, the improvement that Jack had just experienced wasn't like 1 + 4 = 5. No, this was more than that. If he threw a punch, instead of it weighing 100 kilograms, it would be 500 kilograms. It was completely opposite of the 100 kilograms punches hitting a person 5 times. After testing his strength, Jack immediately went back to the loving room. He found that there was a missed call there. Upon checking it, he found that it was from the charter organization. He also saw that he still had one unread mail. So, he guessed that this was the contract that had been sent by the lady that was on charge of helping him. He clicked onto the mail and opened it. But just before he could start reading it, he heard a shout coming from outside his mansion. "I'm sorry, sir, but you cannot get in there without permission." "What do you mean that I cannot enter?" "My son is here, are you trying to say that I can't see him?" "What do you mean that I cannot enter?" "My son is here, are you trying to say that I can't see him?" Jack felt that the voice was somehow familiar. It was only after a moment that he suddenly remembered that that was Dalton's voice. After all, he had talked to him not long ago. But what made him frown was the fact that Dalton had somehow known where he was staying. If he remembered correctly, the only person that knew where he lived was Evans as well as Sabrina. As for George, there was no need for him to be mentioned considering the fact that he was always low-key. In other words, Dalton might have gotten his information from either Evans or Sabrina. But there was also another option: they had tracked his location the moment that he lost his focus about the phone after he received the advance reward from the system. With the current technology level, it wasn't hard for them to track his location as long as his call was connected. According to what he could remember, he had forgotten that he was holding a phone in his hand for about 5 minutes. With the resources that Alfonso family possessed, it was not hard for them to find his location in just 2 minutes, let alone 5. But the thing that made him mostly unhappy was the fact, even after Dalton knew that Jack was not in a mood to meet with him, he still came. Furthermore, he was not following the normal procedures that one should when he's going to visit another person. Although he didn't like his father, he was still quite curious about what made him to come all the way from Crystal City, just to look for him. He stepped out of the mansion and found that the security guards were busy trying to prevent Dalton from entering the mansion. The moment that he got out of the mansion, the guards noticed him. The commotion also stopped at this moment. Everyone present looked at Jack waiting for his decision. Jack was in no hurry at all. He walked step by step till he arrived in front of Dalton. With a frown on his face, he asked, "What do you want?" Dalton wasn't surprised by Jack's attitude towards him. He knew that this son of his didn't like him just like he didn't like him at all. But at this moment, the situation that they were in didn't allow him to care whether he liked his son or not, or vice versa. He looked at Jack and stated calmly, "I am here to take you back home." The moment that Jack heard these words, the frown on his face deepened further. "I'm home already, what home are you talking about? Furthermore, why should I come with you?" he asked as he looked at Steve, who was standing just behind Dalton. Dalton didn't expect that Jack would ask such a question. According to what he had thought, Jack would readily accept to go back with him to the Alfonso mansion. But after thinking things through, considering what had happened from the moment that Jack stepped out of the family mansion, it was normal for him to behave in such a way. After all, the treatment that he got from the family wasn't good at all. Furthermore, he was expelled from the family not long ago. Additionally, his condition wasn't that pathetic to make him wish to go back with him. He could already see this from the conditions that Jack was living in. Taking a deep breath, Dalton spoke, "I know that I had expelled you from the family. But I have changed my mind and I have decided to take you back. Just to show you my sincerity, I came here in person." Dalton wasn't a family head for nothing. He was a person who thought forward and knew how to use the circumstances to his advantage. If he wasn't smart, Victor would not have handed over the position of the family head to him. Of course, Jack was not a gullible child to believe such an obvious lie. He knew that there must be a reason behind why they wanted him to go back. So, he wanted to know the reason. But no matter what the reason was, he had already made up his mind not to go back to that place. "I am not a little child that you can lie to that easily," Jack stated as he stared directly into Dalton's eyes. There was nothing to hide at this moment. He never liked this father of his, and that will not change even now. The respect that he was giving him currently was not throwing him out of his compound. After all, this can be considered trespassing into another person's property. If Jack called the police, they would stand on his side. Dalton sighed and decided to tell part of the truth. "You are getting engaged today. So I am here to take you back home." The moment that Jack heard these words, his expression shifted considerably. Slowly, anger began surfacing on his face as the rage that was already inside his heart was threatening to burst out again. He looked at Dalton and asked curiously, "Who is that girl that I'm getting engaged to?" Dalton's expression eased the moment that he heard Jack's words. He slowly thought to himself, "Looks like I should have said these words from the beginning. Who knew that it would have saved me a lot of time?" He chuckled as he said, "The lady that you are getting engaged to is not only beautiful but she comes from a bigger background, far bigger than our Alfonso family." Dalton's words were filled with pride as well as eagerness and greed. He was proud that even the big families would still come to his family for marriage. As for eagerness and greed, that was for wealth and the benefits that he would get from having a relationship with such a big family. Unfortunately, his dreams and hopes were shattered by Jack's next words. "You can go back and have Steve engaged to her. I don't care who she is, but I hope that you won't interfere with my personal life. After all, I am not a member of Alfonso family anymore." Jack's words were cold. Even if the one that was getting engaged to him was the daughter of the president, there was no way that he was going to agree to that engagement, considering the fact that even the two of them had never met before. How could he, a man, accept such a choice to be made for him? There was no way that he was going to agree to marry a person that he had never met before. Furthermore, considering that she was coming from a bigger family, it was obvious that she was proud. He wasn't ready to deal with a proud and arrogant wife. "What did you just say?" Dalton seemed not to believe what his ears had heard. "I said that I don't want to get engaged to anyone I don't know. Furthermore, this is my personal life and I don't want anyone unrelated to interfere with it. So, if you want to make a connection between your Alfonso family and some other big family, you better get one of your sons to do that because I'm not one." Jack stated his words one by one. Steve, who was standing just behind Dalton, felt like he was going to burst from anger. Although he wanted to be the one that was going to be engaged to the lady, they had not chosen him. And for that, he was quite angry already. Now that Jack kept on mentioning that he was to be engaged to the other party, his anger continued to soar the more that Jack spoke. It was like Jack was having food while he on the other hand was starving. Instead of eating his food quietly, Jack kept on describing to him the taste of the food. How could he not be angry in such a situation? But before he could erupt, Dalton spoke. "Your personal life? I have to be concerned about it and I will interfere because I am your father." Dalton was just about to continue talking about how he was qualified to get Jack engaged to someone, when Jack interrupted him. "What qualifications do you have to claim to be my father? From childhood to this moment, I want to believe that this is the longest conversation that we have ever had. As a father, what did you do that proves that I am your son? Mother and I have always gone through a lot in that mansion, but you never cared. The moment that mother died, you never showed up during her funeral. Even after she died, I was left to survive alone in that mansion. Now that an opportunity has appeared, you are trying to tell me that you are my father? Do you think that you are qualified?" Dalton wasn't the only person that was stunned by Jack's words. Nobody in the surrounding had expected that Jack could erupt in such a way. But even so, all the men around except for Dalton and Steve showed a change in their expression. After all, what was the use of trying to have a son if you are not ready to take care of him? Even if he wasn't ready to take care of him, he should have at least shown his support. Living a rough life in his own home, that was something that he could have prevented. But at the end of the day, he did nothing about it. "You better get lost from here right now. I don't want to see your face in this compound ever again." Before that one could speak again, Jack said these words as he turned around with the intention of going back into the mansion. Dalton was not ready to let an opportunity for his future rise go away under his watch. He looked at the three bulky men behind him and signaled them to go and capture Jack. There was no hesitation in their movements at all. The moment that they received the order, they immediately pounced towards Jack. The movements of the three wasn't slow at all. In fact, they were fast as they were professionals and had undergone vigorous training. The reason as to why they moved forward together was due to the fact that they wanted to subdue Jack and not to beat him up. So, to make sure that he suffered no injuries, they had to move together. Although Jack had some muscles on him, they didn't think too much about it. After all, What could a little teenage brat like him do? They didn't know how mistaken they were when they underestimated Jack. If this was before, they could have indeed subdued him easily with the combined effort of the three of them. But now that Jack was a professional combatant, they were absolutely no match against him. The moment that they made a move, Jack narrowed his eyes. Currently, not only had his strength increased, but the strength of his five senses had been drastically improved as well as his sense of danger. One of the bulky men stepped forward at a fast speed as he stretched his hand towards Jack's shoulder. On the other hand, the other two moved towards the sides, ensuring that they blocked Jack's escape route. Their movements were abrupt and the guards of the mansion failed to react on time. Furthermore, Jack was closer to the bulky men than he was to them. So, they knew that by the moment that they arrived before Jack, they would be too late. But even so, they made a move. The moment that he noticed the hand that was coming towards him, Jack didn't act rashly. He calmly leaned to the side, evading the hand that was trying to grab his shoulder. Then, he stretched his hand forward and grabbed the hand that was trying to be retracted. His motions were swift and fast. Every move of his was precise and accurate. The moment that he grabbed the hand, he immediately pulled the stunned bulky guy towards him before using his shoulder to bang onto his chest. The moment that they connected, Jack released his hand and let the guy fly a few feet backwards from the force. But of course, Jack had made sure not to use his full strength at this moment. Otherwise, he would have broken some bones in that guy's body. The reason for going easy on him was obviously due to the fact that this guy was just doing someone else's will. Otherwise, Jack wouldn't have been so polite. The moment that the guy went for the grab to the moment that he was sent flying happened in just a matter of seconds. Nobody had foreseen such a result the moment that the three made a move. The two that were just about to grab Jack from the sides immediately paused their movements as they stared at Jack cautiously. They were people who had experienced fights many times and they didn't dare to be careless when facing someone like Jack. At this moment, they could tell that Jack wasn't an average youth. He was someone that had strength to compete against them. Although they were stunned, they still maintained their attentive postures, ready to make a move as long as Jack made one. On the other hand, the guards that were charging forward madly and angrily immediately paused for a moment. They stared at Jack with wide eyes, not knowing what to do. As for Dalton and Steve, they were motionless as they stared at Jack as if they didn't know him. Well, that could be said to be true considering the fact that they never interacted with him with the intention of knowing him at all. Their mouths were agape at this moment as they stared at Jack. According to what they knew about Jack, although he trained in the gym, they never thought that he was a master when it came to fighting. After all, only a master when it came to fighting would have the capability of throwing back a strong person like the one that Jack had just thrown. After a moment, Dalton regained his senses. The moment that he thought of what was waiting for him, the moment that he went back without Jack, he immediately roared to the two that were still standing at the side while looking at Jack. "What are you two waiting for? Grab him! Attack at once! How can a little boy make the both of you so afraid? Aren't you paid for such works?" This shout immediately made the two move forward. They knew that Dalton wouldn't accept a failure. They knew that there was an important guest back at the mansion. So, for Dalton to come here personally for Jack, that meant that this was important. Furthermore, they had already heard the conversation between the two of them. They knew that Jack was supposed to be engaged. Since that was the case, they had to make sure that they grabbed him even if they had to be a little forceful. They attacked without hesitation. This time, they were attacking with the intention of immobilizing him. But, they made sure to avoid the vital areas as they threw their punches. Jack's reaction wasn't slow at all. The moment that one of the punches reached closer to his face, he used his right hand to push the fist to the side, before throwing a kick towards the one that threw the punch. Thwack! The moment that the kick connected, the guy flew backwards just like the guy before. He landed almost a dozen feet away from Jack's position. Immediately after kicking away one of them, Jack bent backwards, evading the other punch. The moment that he evaded the punch, he leaned back forward and threw a fist towards the other party's chest. This one didn't idle as well. He raised his left arm to block the fist. But, just before they connected, Jack changed the angle of his fist as it brushed past the raised arm and landed on his chest. Just like the others, this guy was also thrown back. But Jack had made sure that he didn't use too much strength to make sure that they didn't get too hurt. But it seemed that he had made a miscalculation. The moment that these guys realized that their injuries were shallow, they thought that Jack's forte was agility and not strength. And that was the reason as to why his punches were not that strong. They were just about to rush up for the second round when the more than a dozen guards arrived. The guards weren't weak as well. Furthermore, they had divided themselves, 4 for each person. The guards weren't polite at all. These guys had just attacked their client in their presence. This was akin to provocation. How could they take it lightly? So, at that moment, punches, kicks, stomps and headbutts rained on the 3 poor guys. They hadn't thought that the guards would make a move on them. Furthermore, there were 12 of them. So, although they were stronger than them, they weren't a match for 4 of them at the same time. Dalton, too, hadn't expected that Jack would be so fierce. Furthermore, he hadn't counted on the fact that the guards would also attack the moment that the 3 men that he brought with him made a move. He looked at them and shouted, "How dare you make a move on my men? Do you know who I am? Do you not want your lives again?" The moment that he shouted these words, the person that was on charge amongst the guards stopped beating the person beneath him as he looked at Dalton. Then, he said coldly, "Sir, you made the first move here. And, you were not welcomed here, you trespassed. Furthermore, you're trying to use force to attack our client. It's our duty to protect him." The moment that he said this, Dalton was infuriated further. At this moment, Steve, who was stunned, finally spoke. "What do you know? This is a family matter. He's my younger brother, so don't get involved here." "Hey, I'm not your brother. And, if I remember correctly, according to our bet, you're not supposed to step your foot here in Inchoate. But surprisingly, here you are, in my own compound." Jack sneered. Then, he continued without waiting for Steve to speak, "Furthermore, even if this is a family matter, I don't think that these 3 are Alfonso's, right?" Jack's words made Steve turn pale. The moment that Dalton took him along, he had completely forgotten about the bet, as at that time, all that was in his mind was about the engagement. Now that Jack had reminded him, he immediately knew that he was surely going to receive the attack from off-track racers. After all, they were the ones that were in charge of making sure that all the bets that were made under their supervision were followed to the latter. Before he could say another word, Dalton interrupted. "What do you mean that they cannot be involved? They are part of our Alfonso family as they work for our family." His voice was stunned as he looked at Jack. Jack simply gave him a look and looked at the dozen guards as he said, "They work for me, so they're part of my family. On the other hand, you're not part of my family. So, you shouldn't be here at this moment." Jack wasn't polite at all. There was no need for him to be polite with someone like Dalton. Dalton didn't understand politeness, all that he knew was benefits. Dalton was stunned for a moment before speaking. "Jack, if you don't want things to go to the extent that you can't handle, you better come back with me at this moment." Upon noticing that force wasn't working, he decided to try blackmail and coercion. "I don't think that you should be concerned about me. So, you can just roll out of my place now. If anything happens, I'll take care of it on my own." Jack's words made Dalton frown. Then, the moment that they registered in his mind, he looked at Jack wide-eyed as he asked, "This is your place? Where did you get the money to buy this mansion? It's over 30 million. Furthermore, what about those cars? Are they yours as well? You, tell me where you got all this money right now." Dalton gave Jack no chance to reply at all as he began asking even more questions. He remembered that the moment that they had arrived, he had been attracted by the rows of cars that had been parked here. He thought that they belonged to the owner of the palace, but he didn't think that Jack was the owner. Furthermore, at that time, his mind was still thinking about how to get Jack back to Crystal City with him. So, things like observing the logos on the cars and whatsoever was not in his mind at all. Even now, he completely ignored the logos as he looked at Jack, awaiting for his answers. Jack stared at him coldly before snorting, "I don't think that I have to give you an explanation about my personal life. So, you better not try asking me about anything because I won't tell you a thing. Furthermore, I think we're done here. So, you better leave. Immediately after that, he shifted his gaze to the guards and said, "You guys should send them away. If they cause more trouble, just call the police and report that there's someone that is trespassing here." The guards nodded their heads vigorously at Jack's words. They knew that they had already failed theory duty before the moment that they failed to react on time when the three men that came with Dalton attacked Jack. So, to make up for that, they immediately beat up the three to a pulp. Now that Jack had instructed that they had to send these uninvited guests away, there was no way that they were going to delay at all. They turned towards the duo father and son and the three on the ground. At this moment, they put on the expressions that showed that they would attack if Dalton and the rest did not leave at this moment. Dalton saw their determined expressions and knew that there was nothing that they could do at this moment. It was just that he'd brought a few men. If he had brought even more men, he would have taken Jack with him. Although his mind was filled with anger and at the same time many questions, he decided to put the matters away at the moment. He knew all too well that he had to look for a better explanation that would satisfy Alton, otherwise, there was going to be a problem. After taking a deep breath, he looked at the men that he'd brought alongside him and said, "You pieces of trash, get off the ground right now. We're leaving." And as he said those words, he immediately began walking towards the helicopter that had landed not far from the garage. But, he didn't forget to give the guards a cold glare before looking at the mansion that Jack had just entered. And with that, he left alongside his men. Steve also followed behind them. But, he was walking as if his soul had just flown away from his body at this moment. After all, he had just broken his end of the bet. As a result, he would be banned from participating in the races as long as off-track racers were involved. He himself used racing to show off on front of his peers. Now that he was going to be banned from his favorite hobby, he really wanted to cry at this moment. He wondered why he had forgotten about such an important thing. After getting back into the mansion, Jack's mood was quite low. Of course, this wasn't related to Dalton by a bigger margin. The reason for his low mood at the moment was due to the fact that he'd been reminded about his mother. At this moment, tears threatened to fall from his eyes as he remembered the time that he'd caught her crying. But, at the end of it all, he managed to hold it in and didn't shed a tear. He was trying to bury those hurtful memories in the deepest parts of his heart. After a long period, Jack finally calmed himself down and got a grip of his emotions. He headed upstairs and entered the bathroom. The moment that he removed his clothes, his expression changed. He could see that his muscles were now well defined. He could see the 8 packs that could be seen even from a distance. His biceps and triceps had become slightly more muscular than before. But, the main change that he could feel was definitely that, his muscles had been compacted. Although they were not that big, but they had unimaginable strength in them. After freshening up, he slept till he was awoken by the ringing of his phone. Upon checking who it was that was calling him, he found that it was an unfamiliar number. After a moment of hesitation, he received the call. "Hello sir, your package has arrived." A young male voice reached his ears at that moment. Jack immediately sat up and the sleepiness that was still in his eyes was swept away. He said, "Can you give one of the guards a phone?" "Okay," the other party replied. And before long, a familiar voice reached his ears. "Hello boss." It was the voice of the leader of the guards here, the captain. "Let him in," Jack stated simply. "Okay." The guard replied before he ended the call. Jack headed downstairs to wait for the delivery guy to arrive. Not long after, a young man arrived at the mansion's entrance under the guidance of one of the guards. The moment that he appeared, Jack received the invoice from him. After confirming the details, he signed it before paying for the laptop through his phone. He then took the box that had the laptop inside it before walking back into the mansion. He opened it and found the laptop that he'd just ordered. The laptop that he just ordered happened to be the most expensive laptop that he could find in the website. It was MJ Swarovski and diamond-studded notebook. This laptop could be said to be covered in diamonds. Maybe that was where the name came from? He wasn't sure about that. But it was quite expensive for a laptop. It cost him a total of $35 million to get it. But, according to the description about it, its performance was top-notch. It was just good for his use here as he was going to start the enterprise. After looking at it for a while, he powered it on. The screen lit up. After a moment of settings and connecting the laptop to a power source, Jack was finally done with the testing. It was also at this moment that he remembered that he still had some documents that he had to take care of. So, he immediately entered the mailbox on his phone and downloaded the contract that had been sent to him. After that, he downloaded an app that could be used for signing documents. After making that everything about the contract was okay, Jack immediately signed it before mailing it back. Currently, it was already 5 in the evening. He had forgotten about this issue after dealing with Dalton. Now, he wasn't sure if the lady was still there or if she had already signed off for the day. Just as he was waiting, he immediately received a confirmation that the contract had been approved. The moment that he noticed this, Jack immediately completed the payment. Jack's balance was $11,149,985,379 after yesterday's earnings. That included the one that came from Ben as well as the one from the stores. On this day, he spent a little bit of the money. He spent $35 million for the laptop as well as the one that he just sent at this moment. In total, he'd spent $1.187 billion. This brought his current balance to $9,962,985,379. This was just enough to get the security company as well as expand it. As Jack was busy with his laptop and calculating balances, he didn't know what had happened back at the Alfonso mansion while he was sleeping. The moment that Dalton got back, he found that Alton was getting impatient. But, the moment that Alton saw him, his expression eased a lot. The lady that had come with him was also visibly excited, although she tried containing her emotions. They watched as Dalton entered the living room alongside Steve, who was following from behind with almost dead eyes. They were waiting for Jack to step into the room when they were surprised that nobody entered after the duo. Alton was just about to ask about it when Dalton spoke. "I'm sorry for the long wait, Master Alton. I'm just from Inchoate City, but I wasn't able to bring Jack along with me." He spoke with sweat already beginning to accumulate on his forehead. His heart was beating rapidly at this moment as he tried to find his way out of the situation. "What do you mean?" Alton frowned. He had waited for over 2 hours only to be told that the one that he had been waiting for wasn't coming? He was immediately displeased. Dalton hurriedly explained, "It's not that he doesn't want to come. It's just that the moment that I arrived in Inchoate City, he had already left and headed to Tulsan City. So, even if we want to get him here, it would take more than 6 hours and nighttime would have already arrived." Of course, this was just something that he'd thought of and decided to use it. Then, he would make sure that he brought Jack back to the family at all costs and by all means necessary. Alton's eyes were sharp as he observed Dalton's expression. Although Dalton hid it so well, there was no way that he could hide from Alton that there was something that he was hiding. But, Alton didn't want to waste so much time on this issue. So, he looked at Victor and asked, "Can we finalize this engagement without him?" "Yes, yes, yes." Dalton hurriedly nodded his head in agreement. His excitement could be seen as his smile was so wide at that moment. "Just to make sure that things are okay, we'll sign an agreement that Jack will marry my granddaughter here when they're 21 years old," Alton stated. When they heard this, both Victor and Dalton were excited and agreed to sign the agreement. Not long after, they agreed on the exact date of the wedding, which was stated to be a week after the birthday of the youngest of the two. Poor Jack, he was busy with his own things, not knowing that although he hadn't accepted the engagement, his date of marriage had already been planned for and preparations were being made already. The following morning, Jack woke up as usual. There was no need for him to hurry anything at all. Now that his body had become strong, there was no need for him to go to the gym. The gym was like a place for children. If he went there, it would be no different from an adult going to a kindergarten playground. After breakfast, Jack took one of the Bentegas in the compound and drove it towards the business Overlord building. He was going to meet up with Grace on this day. After that, he would be heading to Venture City. By the time that he would be done with the meeting and signing the contract with Grace, he was sure that Gabriel Wadi, the pilot that he had just hired, would have arrived. And with that, he could head to Venture City for the issue concerning the Safety Enforcers Security Company. Not long after, Jack arrived at the Overlord building. Tim greeted him as usual. Jack liked this guy as he was quite diligent in his duties. He decided that if Tim wanted to change the company that he was working with, he surely would take him in. The business Overlord building was as desolate as before. Since only one department was here at this moment, there were not that many people. Furthermore, it was only the management of the grocery department that was here and not all the employees of the department. After taking the elevator, Jack arrived on the 30th floor. He went ahead and placed the newly bought laptop on his desk before taking a seat. Currently, it was slightly 30 minutes past 8 in the morning. The sun was still warm on the skin as it shone on him through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. Jack relaxed for a moment as he enjoyed the sun. After about 10 minutes, he called Grace. After a moment, the call connected. "Hello, Mr. Jack. Good morning." "Morning, Ms. Grace. When you reach the building, you can find me on the 30th floor." Jack greeted back before stating the reason for calling. "Oh, I have already arrived. I'll be there in 2 minutes." Grace stated. "Okay then." Jack nodded before ending the call. He then thought that this Grace was really meticulous in her dealings. It was just around 8:45, the appointment time, but she had already arrived. It seemed that this was one of the traits of the employees that were serious about time management. Jack didn't have to wait for long before he heard a knock on the door. On this floor, once a person reached it, they would arrive at a corridor first before entering his office. A lady then walked into the office. Her temperament showed that she was both capable and decisive. There was confidence in each and every step of hers. Just from the outlook, Jack could tell that she seemed to be in her late 20s. She was wearing an official brown business suit that completely matched her cold face. Although she was a beauty, her face gave the vibe that she didn't want to be disturbed. On the other hand, although she had expected that Jack would be young just from his voice, she never thought that he would be this young. From the way that he looked, it was as if he was just entering his second decade. Apart from that, his silver hair and blue eyes were quite unique and gave a majestic vibe. Just from the way that he was seated there, she could feel some kind of oppression from him, the kind that she had only felt from the big bosses. No, it seemed to be even more powerful than what she had felt from the big bosses. She couldn't help but wonder what kind of background Jack had for him to have such a temperament at such a young age. Just from his sharp blue eyes accompanied with his handsome face that had no emotions currently, she felt her evaluation of him rising. Of course, Jack didn't know that his temperament and the way that he carried himself had changed after receiving the professional combatant ability. His muscle memory seemed the same, but this was in fact due to the merging of the pieces of memories that had come alongside the reward. After arriving in front of the desk, Jack immediately motioned for her to seat. And after seating, without waiting for Jack to speak, she took out a few documents and handed them over to Jack. Jack received them and took a look. He read through them one by one and was impressed. Grace had graduated from a good university in the country, Achievers University. It was amongst the best 10 universities in the country and was ranked 9th. She had performed well and currently, she had already gotten her master's degree, the PhD was the one that was missing. But overall, her educational background could be considered to be excellent. As for her performance, that would depend on how she performed here. If she did well, Jack might as well promote her in the future once the enterprise expanded. After placing the documents back on the desk, Jack said, "You can send me these documents to my email later. As for the contract, what conditions do you think will ensure that your performance is at its peak?" Grace was startled for a moment by that question. She thought that the employees were the ones being given the conditions that they needed to fulfill so that they could be employed. Now, here Jack was asking her if there was a condition that she needed for her performance to be at the peak. Although she was somehow stunned, she regained her composure in a few breaths as she replied. The thing that I mainly want is support in the decisions that I make for the department. After all, before making a decision, I always make sure to have done enough research about it first." Jack nodded. He wasn't planning to get involved in the management himself. He would only be involved if necessary. Otherwise, he would just relax while trying to find other opportunities to invest in. Secondly, it could be good if I can get enough financial support. There are some activities that might need money. So, it would be good if money is readily available. In this way, in case of emergencies, I can easily deal with them without having to go around just to get the money. Finally, that would be the authority to evaluate the subordinates by introducing some of the methods that I myself know. If they perform poorly, I can be allowed to dismiss one and hire another. Jack looked at her and said simply, "You don't have to worry about that. In fact, the moment that you're going to take over your post, I will be leaving everything to you. So, you'll be making the decisions concerning the department. I will only get myself involved if necessary. As for finances, you don't need to worry about that. There should be enough capital to ensure the stability of the department as well as expand. So, that's the least problem. And finally, you can evaluate the ones below you. If their performance is average, you can as well dismiss them. In other words, I'm giving you power over the entire department. So, you can do whatever you want as long as the results are good. But if they're not good, you know what will happen." Grace had her mouth agape the moment that Jack finished speaking. She never thought that she would be given this kind of freedom. She had thought that she would need to ask for permission to do almost everything. But it turned out that this boss was so generous and he knew her character so well. She couldn't help but thank Celine in her heart for recommending her to Jack. "Thank you, boss." Grace stood up and gave Jack a slight bow. "I will make sure to do my best here." Jack nodded. Then, he sent Chris a message to come to the 30th floor. And not long after, he arrived. "Good morning, boss, Ms. Grace," Chris greeted. The moment that he entered the office. He had already met with Grace downstairs when she was about to come in. Furthermore, Jack had already informed him about her. Jack nodded and motioned for him to take a seat. After that, he said, "Chris, this is Ms. Grace. She will be the one in charge of the department. You'll be her vice. But, if your performance doesn't match with her target, she has the authority to dismiss you. In other words, she has full authority over the department." Although Chris had expected that he wouldn't be the one at the top, he never thought that he would drop in less than a week. But, if the boss said so, what could he do? He could only obey and do whatever Jack wanted. So, he nodded his head in agreement. Furthermore, he looked at Grace with a hint of respect. He knew that Jack didn't just take in anyone to manage a business for him. And since he had chosen Grace as the head of the entire department, Grace must have abilities to make him make this decision. "By the way, did you open the account that I asked you to?" Jack asked. "Yes, boss." Chris nodded in agreement. Jack nodded and asked for the account number. Immediately after that, he transferred $1,159,520,179 to that account. This was his decision, wanting to remove the many figures and remain with a string of zeros. After his expenditure the previous day, he had a balance of $9,962,985,379. Then, that night, another $196,534,800 entered the account after being multiplied by the system, bringing his balance to $10,159,520,179. Now, his balance was at $9 billion. He looked at Grace as he handed her the card and said, "There's slightly over $1 billion in the card. I believe it should be enough to dominate the city when it comes to groceries, right?" Chris, W, degree O degree, W. Grace, degree O degree. The expression of the two became funny and somehow weird in that Jack himself wondered if there was something strange that he'd just said. What's wrong with that look on your faces? Have I not just stated that there's $1 billion in the card for the operations of the department? Why are you looking at me in such a way? Jack thought to himself. It was only after about a minute, when Jack was almost getting tired of holding his hand in the air, that the duo came out of their shock. Of course, the tiredness that Jack felt was simply the impatience, nothing more. Grace hurriedly stood up on her feet as she received the card with trembling hands. After all, this card contained over $1 billion in it. This was an amount that she'd never had a chance to get a hold of at once. Although if the money that had passed through her hands was added, it could reach it, it was different to have all of this amount in her hands at the same time. Her heart trembled a little as she looked at Jack. This guy had not only trusted her by entrusting the entire department to her, he was even giving her $1 billion funds. This in itself made her determined to ensure that the department succeeded, just like how Jack wanted. She gave Jack another bow as she said, "Thank you, boss, for your trust. I won't fail you." Determination could be felt from her voice. This accompanied by the look in her eyes, Jack knew that she was serious about what she had said. Although Jack was handing over everything in the department to be under her management, it was not that he trusted her. After all, who could trust another person when they had met in less than an hour? It was just that he decided to put his faith in her character and Celine's choice. As for Celine, he wasn't sure why he himself trusted Celine, although they had only recently met. But, even if his faith failed him and Grace eloped with all the money, he wasn't worried at all. He would just have to invest another amount of money, and at the same time, there would be no way that he would let her leave just like that. In the future, once his connections were big enough, he was sure that he would be able to find her no matter where she was hiding. And then, he would make sure that he punished her. After all, how could he accept someone messing with him? As for now, since she thought that he trusted her, he wouldn't change her mind at all. It would be good for her to think that he trusted her so that she could reveal her real character if the present one was a facade. No need for that. Just do your work well. And by the way, don't be afraid of spending the money that I've given out. Spend it to ensure that the department soars. Jack said. After seeing that the duo were in agreement, he added, "All the income that comes from the daily sales, you don't need to send them to me. Just reinvest them back into the department to support the development. All that I'll want to see would be the monthly reports, that's all." Grace and Chris nodded in unison. They could feel that their boss was quite generous. They were about to leave when Jack stated, "Grace, stay behind first." Grace nodded before sitting back on the chair. Chris, on the other hand, left after giving Jack a bow. He felt that Jack had done him a great favor. As a manager, his biggest pride would be to see the business that was under his management reaching the sky. Now that he'd gotten a good boss that wasn't afraid of spending, he had already began looking forward to the future where he would be known as a manager of a big brand. After Chris left, Jack stated, "You'll start with a monthly salary of $150,000. When the department develops further, you'll get an increase. What do you think?" Grace wasn't expecting that she would receive such a big salary. After all, according to what she knew, this was just the start in a small city. If the department grew further, she surely would have a bigger income and reputation. "Thank you, boss." For now, Grace could only say these words. But in her heart, she swore that she would ensure that she did her best to make sure that the department that she was in charge of reached higher lengths. "Another thing, there are two of my first employees in Yellow Street. They are Agnes and Charles. These two, I promised them that I would promote them. So, they should be in charge of the specific department in Yellow and Alpine Streets. But of course, in the future, if their performance is poor, you can do what needs to be done," Jack said. As for George, after knowing his background, he needed some reconsiderations about what to do when his period of the bet agreement came to an end. At first, Grace's expression changed to that of uncertainty. But, when she heard Jack's last statement, her expression eased a lot. She had almost thought that Jack preferred relationships to performance. Turns out that she was thinking too much. So, she nodded in agreement. "There's a car that I've come with. It's a Bentley Bentayga. There are several of them where I live. They belong to your department. So, you can see how they are going to be distributed. Furthermore, there are others that are going to be in charge of the deliveries, Cascadia Freightliners. The ones that I ordered would be coming within this week.
After a few more instructions, Jack drafted a contract and they signed before Grace left. Jack had also made sure to inform her that the subordinates of the Enterprise would have the bonuses as long as they performed well. This was a decision that he'd come with to make sure that none of his subordinates decided to give up after seeing that their efforts were not appreciated. Looking at the time, it was already more than 20 minutes past 10. So, he decided to go out as Gabriel Wadi was arriving on this specific day. He still had a trip to make to Venture City. The earlier that he left, the better it would be. So, he took out his phone and contacted Pilot Gabriel.
"Hello, Mr. Jackson?" An uncertain male voice resounded in his ears from the phone. "Yes. Pilot Gabriel, I wonder where you're now?" Jack asked. "I'm just about to enter Inchoate City." Gabriel replied. "You're using a taxi or are you driving?" Jack asked again. "Oh, I'm in a taxi." Gabriel replied, wondering what was wrong. "Okay then. Tell the driver to take you to Windhill Residential Area, and bring you to the Prince and Princess Palace. After getting there, you can call me," Jack said. "Okay then," Gabriel replied. After the call ended, Jack called the captain of the guards back at the mansion and instructed him that he should let Gabriel in when he arrived there. After that, he wondered what to do next. After thinking things through, he decided to just go back to the palace and change the clothes that he was wearing. After all, currently, he was only wearing casual clothes. Since he was going to discuss a business deal, he thought that it wouldn't hurt to wear official clothing. So, he got out of the office and drove the Bentayga towards the palace. When he arrived, he found that Gabriel had already arrived. In fact, he had just arrived and entered the palace about a minute before Jack arrived. As expected, his phone rang not long after. "Hello, Mr. Jackson, I've already arrived," Gabriel said. "I'll be there in about a minute," Jack replied as he drove the car into the compound. The moment that he approached the garage, he found that Gabriel was busy staring at the Eurocopter that was on the garage's roof. The moment that he noticed that a car was approaching, he turned his gaze towards it. Jack alighted after parking the car next to the others. After that, he headed towards Gabriel and shook his hand as he asked, "What do you think about that machine?" "It looks good. It should be new, right?" Gabriel's eyes when it came to aircrafts was quite good. He had already noticed that the Eurocopter was new. Jack wondered what he would think after seeing that the Eurocopter had traveled 0 miles. Jack then led the way to the garage and opened the staircase that led to the roof. Just like on Friday night, the floor shifted as the cars were moved to the side, revealing the staircase and the pathway that extended from the ground to the ceiling. Gabriel was amazed by the level of technology here. This was a level that could be found in the big cities the size of the capital city or in the cities of those giant countries. After that, the two went up to the roof. After seeing the Eurocopter from such a short distance, Gabriel was even more amazed by it. He could already tell that it was a customized one. This Eurocopter should be worth at least $150 million. Gabriel exclaimed in shock after Jack did the introduction about the Eurocopter. Gabriel shouted these words the moment that he heard about Eco and what it could do. Jack, on the other hand, was quite surprised that the system had given his such an expensive aircraft. After all, the first-time reward of the stores was only a bike worth about $170,000. But now, this reward was worth more than 2 Bugatti Veyron sports cars that he had received from the system. Jack of course tried ignoring Gabriel's fanatic gaze as he looked at the Eurocopter. He simply left him there to get familiar with it and went back to the mansion to change into the white suit that was made from cashmere. When he came back, he found that Gabriel had already gotten familiar with the aircraft with the help of Eco. Furthermore, he had already changed from his casual clothes to his pilot uniform. After Jack got into the Eurocopter, he sat next to Gabriel with the intention of learning from him how to fly a plane. After a series of buttons that looked like a riddle to Jack, the plane flew into the air as it left the palace grounds. But, at that moment, Jack noticed something strange. He seemed to be capable of remembering each and every action and button that Gabriel had taken and pressed. Author's note: Hello guys, thanks for the support there. This is the last chapter of the day. I'm currently having a blackout and there's no way that I can write the other 2 chapters for today. But, I'll make up for it tomorrow. Another thing, the first volume of our novel ends here. The first volume was mainly about the changes in Jack's life, in terms of lifestyle, attitude and feelings. Anyway, starting the next chapter, we'll be entering the second volume. Be prepared for it. Thanks a lot. Jack wasn't sure about the reason behind this. But there was one thing that he was sure about on his mind, that was that his memory was better than before. As he tried thinking, he suddenly found that he could clearly remember almost everything that had happened since the moment that he received the advance reward. Although it wasn't to the extent of having a photographic memory, he could still remember most of the important details. Now, he couldn't hold his curiosity anymore and asked, "Angel, do you know why I can suddenly remember almost everything that happened yesterday from the moment that I received the advance reward?" That's normal. Being a professional combatant, you need to have such a memory. In fact, this is developed as long as you improve. The more you improve, the better your senses, your physical quality, and so is the enhancement of the internal body organs. The brain was improved due to this. Angel's reply made Jack somehow surprised. He then wondered if he could get photographic memory as long as he trained further and become far stronger than he was now. Forget about that. You don't even know how strong you're right now, how can you improve? What are you improving? You don't know what weaknesses there on your body, but you're already dreaming about becoming even stronger? How's that possible? The system's guardian never minced its words at all and gave Jack a jab to the jaw. As a result, Jack held his chin as he fell into deep thoughts. He was just thinking of how to know his current maximum strength when he suddenly remembered something. He was supposed to pay attention to how Gabriel was flying the Eurocopter. He might as well know a thing or two so that he could fly it in times of emergencies. After all, he wasn't expecting that Gabriel would always be present the moment that he wanted to go somewhere. As he observed how he was operating, Jack could clearly remember everything that Gabriel was doing. But at the end of the day, he didn't understand why such a button was pressed or why a certain switch was flicked. So, at the end of it all, he decided to give up on it as he rested while enjoying the scenery on the way. He had never toured his own country in the 19 years of his life. In fact, they were all spent in Crystal City and in Inchoate City. This would be the first time that he could observe the landscape of the country. Inchoate City as well as Crystal City were located in the Western Province. In Azima country, there were 5 provinces. The 4 cardinal points as well as the Central Province. Jack was in the Western Province. The capital of Azima country was found in the Central Province. When it came to the difference in terms of development, Central Province was like a giant city while the Western Province was like a small town. All of this was something that Jack had learnt during the days that he was still in school. As he looked at the lush trees, hills and streams as the Eurocopter flew forward, Jack suddenly remembered that there was something that he hadn't done yet. That was booking a place that he would be staying for the night. After all, Venture City was located at the far end of the Western Province, closer to the Central Province. So, the distance was long and even when flying, he would take at least 4 hours to reach it. They had left at around 11. They would arrive at around 3 p.m. in the very least. As Jack thought of this, he suddenly had an idea. Why not simply stay in the hotel that he would be meeting with Edwin? With that thought, he decided to send him a message through TM, or in full, text me. This was the most famous chatting platform in Azima country and several other neighboring countries. Hello Mr. Edwin. Where are we meeting? Not long after he sent the text, there was a reply from Edwin. Let's meet at the Cloudy restaurant. I wonder at what time you're arriving. Jack read the text and replied. I'll be there by 3:45 p.m. if there are no accidents. I'll be waiting. And with that, the chatting ended. Jack relaxed as he thought to himself how long he was going to spend at Venture City. According to his thought process, it wouldn't be bad to spread his wings in Venture City as well. Currently, it can be said that in Inchoate City, things have been stabilized. Now, what remained would be to ensure that the grocery department was well known there in Inchoate City by creating a good reputation for it. If there was a competition, he had his own means of defeating them. If the normal means failed, he would just lower the price and sell them at the exact price that he'd bought. He was sure that none of those that wanted to compete with him would be able to reduce the price. After all, the moment that they did that, their income won't be able to make up for their losses. Of course, such means could only be applied to those that tried provoking him. If not, he would just follow the normal means by competing in terms of quality of the products as well as service. Just at this moment, he thought of another thing. That's right, Blue City was just along the way to Venture City. So, by the time that he would be coming back, he would just pass by and collect all the shares that were in Ben's hands. Of course, he knew that by the time that he came back, he would be late by a few days, but that wouldn't stop him from collecting the debt that others owed him. Furthermore, he was quite curious about how the system was going to multiply the shares, considering the fact that the shares were also part of the income that he'd earned from betting with Ben. As Jack's thoughts drifted, hours flashed by. It was only when they were closing in on Venture City that Jack suddenly remembered that he hadn't eaten yet. It seemed that he wasn't the only one that had forgotten about the food. After all, Gabriel left Inchoate City a few minutes after arriving. At that time, he was quite curious about the Eurocopter and was impatient in that he wanted to fly it right away. On the other hand, Jack was quite looking forward on the new company that he was going to take over. As such, the two excited men flew out of the city, forgetting that the journey that they were going on was going to be long. Furthermore, other than the water that was in the helicopter, none of them carried food with them. Jack could only sigh at how careless he was. He had forgotten even the basic thing that a human body needed. Furthermore, now that his physique had been enhanced, his appetite had greatly been increased. He decided that he would just make sure that he ate all that could be eaten the moment that he arrived in the restaurant till he satiated his hunger. Not long after, he saw high-rise buildings appearing in the horizon. He could already tell that they were approaching Venture City. You can just land wherever we are allowed to land. After that, we can simply take a cab to the location, the Cloudy Restaurant. Jack spoke as he saw the tall buildings getting bigger the closer they got. Got it. Gabriel replied. He had been here several times when he was flying some clients of Skyflight charters. So, he was quite familiar with this city. Not long after they arrived at the city, Jack could clearly see that the buildings here were by far bigger and longer than those that were found in Crystal City, not to mention in Inchoate City. The skyscrapers had at least 100 floors. So, compared to these buildings here, Jack's business Overlord building was just like a normal cabin as compared to a mansion or a villa. Gabriel was immediately fascinated by the buildings here and decided that he would move here and make it his base. After all, not only was the population here bigger than in Inchoate City, the businesses that he could buy here were many. Gabriel flew the plane and landed it inside an airstrip. In this city, there was an airport and 2 airstrips. Of course, these airstrips were mainly for those with private aircrafts, just like Jack's Eurocopter. As long as one had money, they could land their plane here. On the other hand, Inchoate City had no airstrip, let alone an airport. Jack shook his head as he thought of how far behind Inchoate City was. After they landed, Jack got out of the plane as he asked Gabriel, "Are you coming with me for a meal?" "There's no need to disturb you since you're here for business." "I'll be okay. When you're done, you can just find me here." Gabriel shook his head as he replied. Jack nodded and didn't force him. After all, it seemed that Gabriel had fallen in love with the Eurocopter and wanted to continue playing with it. Since Gabriel was familiar with the people here, they arranged Jack's means of transportation and Jack hurried towards Cloudy Hotel. Of course, since this was his first time, he didn't know where it was located unless he looked at the map. As the driver of the Lamborghini Urus pointed as he talked about the streets that they were passing, Jack listened carefully, and not long after that, he decided that he would make himself familiar with this city. Not long after, the car arrived in front of a magnificent building. The name Cloudy Restaurant was very eye-catching. Author's note. Hello guys, thanks for the support. Just to let you know, this is the chapter that was supposed to be published yesterday. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed it. The following chapter was also supposed to be published yesterday. Jack didn't wait for the driver to park the car in the specified parking lot area of the restaurant. Instead, since he was here for a deal, he decided to bid goodbye to this driver that had brought him here. After entering the restaurant, Jack was welcomed by a beautiful waitress. "Hello, sir, do you have any reservations?" the lady asked. "Not really, but I'm supposed to meet with someone in private room number 5. Jack replied. When the lady heard Jack's words, he was stunned for a moment before she smiled brightly at Jack and welcomed him. "You must be Mr. Jack. Mr. Edwin told me to take you there the moment that you arrive," the lady said. According to the agreement with Edwin, they were going to meet in the private room number 5. Not only were the services for those who occupied private rooms good, but they also had some privacy when discussing business matters. The waitress led the way to the private room number 5 that was located on the second floor. Jack could see how magnificent the restaurant was just from the luxurious decorations of the restaurant. Not long after, they arrived in front of the private room. The lady knocked the door before opening it, then ushered Jack in. Jack didn't stand in ceremony and entered the room. The private room was quite spacious as compared to the floor where the general diners took their meals. Inside the spacious room, there was a man who seemed to be in his late 40s. He was seated there with some documents that he was going through. As soon as the door was opened, he looked up and faced the door. Upon seeing Jack, who was following behind the waitress, Edwin's brows raised a little bit. Even though Jack's voice was young, he had not expected that Jack was this young. Although he was quite suspicious about Jack's abilities, he still stood up to welcome him. After all, they were going to carry out a business transaction, and it would be rude if he treated the other party as a junior, and not as an equal. So, Edward stretched his hand for a handshake as he said with a smile, "Welcome, Mr. Jack. I hope the journey wasn't so harsh on you." Jack revealed his usual shallow smile as he replied, "Not at all, Mr. Edwin. I hope you haven't waited for so long." "Not at all, I arrived about 5 minutes ago." Edwin shook his head as he replied. He then motioned for Jack to have a seat. The moment that the two sat down, the waitress left the room so that she could prepare the meal that Edwin had already ordered. He was the host here, and as a result, he had to treat Jack to a meal. As the two chatted with each other, the food was served. The food was made from high-quality ingredients. From the way that Jack could see, the level of this restaurant was not below Glaze Hotel. In fact, it was a top-notch higher as compared to the branch that the Glaze Hotel had opened in Inchoate City. The only branches that could compare to the level of this restaurant were those that had been set up in bigger cities. Since Jack was already hungry, he stuffed himself till he was full. He didn't care about Edwin, who was looking at him weirdly. He was hungry. What was there to talk about when there was food in front of him? Even he himself was surprised by his own appetite, as he hadn't expected that such a huge amount of food could enter his stomach. It took him about 20 minutes to have his fill. It was only then that he began discussing the issue about the company transfer with Edwin. Although Edwin was quite stunned by Jack's behavior, he didn't say anything considering that Jack had just gotten here from the far end of the western province. "So are you sure about taking over the company?" Edwin asked to confirm again. "Just name the price." "I have already done my research about the company. I'm impressed with it. So, I am going to acquire it," Jack replied nonchalantly. When Edwin had his words, his heart buzzed with excitement. He wanted to sell this company off so that he could get enough capital to venture into another industry. According to his previous estimations, it would have taken a period of at least 3 months for him to get a buyer as well as come to an agreement about the price at which he was going to sell the company. But now, Jack had clearly stated that he was going to take over the company no matter what price it was. But of course, the range of the price of a company had to be within a reasonable range. After all, although his company was worth at least $2 billion, there was no way that a person could buy it at a price of $10 billion. This person could as well start another one that would be bigger than the one that he was selling. At this moment, he realized that Heyman had done him a favor by recommending his company to Jack. He decided that he would pay back this favor to Heyman when given an opportunity. "Since you already are determined to acquire the company, I will offer you the company at the price of $4 billion. This will include all the assets plus the contracts that have already been signed by the company. Of course, the buildings are amongst the assets that are being offered," Edwin stated enthusiastically. Jack nodded. This price was quite reasonable considering that the company already has a good reputation. With the reputation plus his own funds, it would not be long before the company reached higher levels. "Do I do the transfer right now after signing the contract, or are there any procedures that we have to follow?" Jack asked. Although Edwin was expecting such an answer, he was shocked that Jack could give out that amount of money immediately. After all, although there were many billionaires out there, they were mainly considered as billionaires due to their assets. Furthermore, not many of them could fork out billions of dollars easily. Now he was trying to think about Jack's real background. And although he was quite excited, he didn't show his emotions so openly. He showed a smile as he said, "I have long prepared the documents that are required for the transfer. So, we can complete the procedure right now as I carried it with me." The moment that Jack heard these words, he smiled because he wanted to spend as less time as possible in acquiring a company. In this way, the amount of income that he would be receiving would be exponentially increased earlier. This added to the fact that Jack had a system, with the 100 times multiplier, it won't be long before he recovered the amount of money that he had spent. Furthermore, he was quite curious about the first income reward that he was going to receive. So, he hurried to ask the system guardian, according to the income of the company, what period would the income be multiplied? That solely depends on how the business operates. If it is one that brings in income on a monthly basis, then the multiplier effect would be carried out during the end of the month. On the other hand, if it is something that is paid once in a year, then that income would be multiplied either at the beginning of the year, or at the end of the year. Since Safety Enforcers is one that works with contracts, the multiplier effect will be carried out on a monthly basis. Jack let out a sigh of relief the moment that he heard these words. He was still at the starting phase of the enterprise and the funds that were needed were humongous. As such, he preferred his income being multiplied on a short period basis. After Jack's agreement, Edwin took out the transfer agreement. The agreement stated that he was transferring the full ownership rights of the company to Jack. After reading through the agreement and making sure that there was no loophole in it, Jack immediately put his signature on the agreement. After that, Edwin gave the account number to Jack and Jack did the transfer. The moment that he saw the bank message showing that he had received the money, he couldn't help but smile gleefully. This deal was done and he now had enough money to invest somewhere else. As such, he was in a very good mood. He took 2 glasses and poured red wine in them. Then, he offered Jack one of them with the intention of toasting him. On the other hand, Jack didn't drink wine. As a result, he could only replace it with juice. Even so, Edwin didn't mind considering that it was true that he hadn't seen Jack taking a sip of wine, although they had several expensive bottles here. Furthermore, Jack was indeed still young. After that, the two talked a lot as Jack asked about Venture City. Since the headquarters of Safety Enforcers was situated here, Jack would have to stay here for a while to make sure that things were on the right track before leaving. But of course, he was going to make sure that he would start investing in anything that he could, so that he could earn more. It was also at this moment that Jack thought of something. "Mr. Edwin, do you happen to know where there are fighting competitions? Mr. Edwin, do you happen to know where there are fighting competitions?" Edwin wasn't expecting such a question from Jack at this moment. But all the same, he still asked curiously, "Do you also like participating in the betting?" "Not at all. I'm just curious about the competition. In fact, I wanted to try out my abilities there," Jack responded honestly. In fact, although there were several fights back in Crystal City, he had never attended to any. After all, he wasn't someone that was so much focused on things like betting or fighting for entertainment. He was busy looking for ways to save more money and not to go around risking losing even more money. Edwin raised his brows a little. He didn't expect that Jack had a hobby of fighting. But anyway, everyone had their own preference. Although Jack was rich and that he could pay $4 billion all at once, that didn't imply that he wasn't a human. "I didn't know that you have such a hobby," Edwin chuckled as he said these words. On the other hand, Jack couldn't help but say to himself, "Of course you won't know because this is the first time that we're meeting. How can you know about a thing that even I myself didn't know about?" Edwin thought for a moment before saying, "I happen to know a friend of mine who likes these fights. I can ask him about that." Jack nodded in appreciation. It would be good if he could finish the system's task as soon as possible and make the fighting ability become his permanently. Edwin took his phone and made a call. "Hello Linus, I have a friend here that wants to join a fighting competition. I don't know if you can help me in making the arrangements?" "Yeah, here's right here with me. You mean that you're there already? It seems that you're really addicted to this game of yours. Don't worry about him, he intends to join, but you can ask about the details after we come there." "Alright, it won't be long before we arrive." After that, Edwin ended the call and looked at Jack with a smile. "You're really lucky, Mr. Jack. There happens to be a competition that's going to start at around 6 in the evening. As long as we get there on time, you can register and participate in it." "Is it big?" Jack asked. For the system task, he wasn't supposed to participate in something that couldn't be recognized as a competition. If it was just a sparring session, the system would definitely not recognize that as a competition. "Oh, look at me. I forgot to tell you. My friend is one of the big bosses of an arena called Ultimate Arena. Every third week of the month, there's usually a tournament called Ultimate Championship." Edwin slapped his forehead as he explained. It turned out that this was an arena set up by a few big bosses of Venture City. Although it made profits for them, they mostly used it as their source of entertainment. Every month, there was a fighting championship that lasted for 2 days. It was carried out during the third week of every month. And today, it was 21st of July, 2026. This was the second last week of the month. The first day was mainly the preliminaries and elimination matches. The following day was a time for the top 8 to fight it out. The number of people who registered for this fight didn't matter at all. What mattered was the fact that they arranged for there to only be 8 people remaining by the end of the first day of the competition. As a result, the competition went on till midnight sometimes. As Jack listened to the explanation, he nodded. It seemed to be a grand one. But, it seemed that there was another championship that only happened in December. It was the Super Ultimate Championship. This determined the real champion of the arena. Jack got interested in it. If it happened that he was here in December, he would surely participate in it to make a few dollars as well as to test out the strength of those that claimed to be the champions of the arena. Although Edwin wasn't entitled to helping Jack, he was quite free at this moment and decided to accompany him. What had made him stressed out all this while was of course the issue of selling the company. But now that it had been sold, he could relax for a while. Furthermore, he was quite curious about Jack's abilities and the reason for his confidence to ask if the competition was big. So, they left in his Mercedes-Benz AMG S63 V8. Edwin drove the car himself and took Jack towards the eastern part of the city. Not long after that, they arrived in an area that was quite compact with many buildings, and the population in this part of the city was high. Furthermore, he could already tell that this part of the city wasn't doing good. Turns out that every city has its own lesser areas. Jack thought to himself as he alighted from the car. He could already tell the reason as to why the arena was located in this part of the city. This was the side that had the poor population of the city. Most of the fighters of the arena came from this group of people. There were people that were desperate to get money and had no choice but to try their luck in the ring. Of course, this was the area that those without power stayed. So, these big bosses could easily cheat them if there was a need to do that. Or, they could eliminate them without much of a problem if they offended them. Although there was law, there was always the other side of the coin. For law enforcers to exist, those that broke the laws must be present. These bosses had their influence over the city and they had their own people in the police as well. So, it wasn't hard for them to get away with it after committing a crime. Jack followed Edwin to a path that led to a building that looked old. He raised his brows while looking at the warehouse-like building that seemed to be collapsing the next moment. He wondered if it was safe to be in there. Edwin seemed to have noticed his worries and reassured him. "Don't worry about it, Mr. Jack, this place is safe. Although it looks like it's going to collapse soon, it has been reinforced by steel bars."
Jack obviously couldn't believe such a thing. It won't collapse? This thing needs to be demolished so that it can be reconstructed.
Even though he thought that way, he still nodded to Edwin as they headed into the warehouse-like building.
When they reached the entrance, Jack could see that there were several steel bars that were holding the roof and the walls from the inside.
Furthermore, it seemed that the inside was quite steady.
But what made Jack confused was the fact that the whole warehouse seemed empty apart from a few people that were loitering around. There was no arena at all. There was one end that had a few people congested. A crowd of about 30 people seemed to be arguing about something. He was just about to ask about it when he saw that Edwin hadn't stopped but seemed to be heading towards the side of the warehouse with fewer people. Jack followed closely behind him, and not long after, they arrived at an entry that led to another room.
There were several bulky men with sinister faces standing there with metal rods in their hands. The moment that they approached, these guys moved to the side to let them pass.
They greeted Edwin enthusiastically as they entered.
From this, Jack could already infer that this wasn't the first time that Edwin was here.
After all, the way that he was familiar with the route in this small group of gangsters, it was obvious that he had been here a few times or more than that. Anyway, Jack didn't care about it. He simply followed behind Edwin, who then began explaining, "This is the path that the big bosses follow. There's another entry to the arena that the other folks use. But it's always crowded with people. There are those bosses that don't want to be seen in public. So, they usually use another entrance. But I'm in no mood to go around to enter, as I'm used to coming to this part of the city to recruit a few people into the company." As Edwin spoke, Jack finally understood why Edwin was familiar with this area. From his words, he seemed to be diligent in running the company and that he personally came out to recruit a few talents by himself. If he could find a good fighter, as long as that person received good training, it was a sure bet that he could make a good bodyguard. Furthermore, those that won the fights here had experienced the difficulties of life and weren't afraid of killing if necessary. Just this decisive side of them made them qualified to be bodyguards. They could kill an enemy as long as the enemy had the intention of killing their client. Not long after, they reached stairs that led underground. Just from this entrance, Jack could already hear the sound of a crowd. He hadn't expected that the arena was actually located underground. As they walked down the stairs, the sound of the shouts of the crowd became louder. After a while, they arrived in an open space in a well-lit underground stadium. That's right, this place was not small as compared to a stadium. Although it was underground, it was well lit. With the current level of technology, it wasn't hard for them to easily create an underground stadium. All that was required was funds. But Jack was sure that these people had already gotten back what they had invested with interest. There was an arena in the lower area, and several screens were hanging in the air, showing the ring below. Currently, they were displaying the initials of the arena UA and the championship, UC. Furthermore, there was a list of those that had registered being displayed on the list. Currently, there were more than 50 names being displayed. Jack's current area was blocked with glasses that allowed one to see the arena, but those beyond the glass couldn't see what lay behind. This was a setup for the confidentiality of the big bosses. They were just about to enter a room where registration was carried out when a cold voice reached their ears. "Oh, isn't this Mr. Edwin? I wonder if you're here for a competition, or are you here to get a few more guards?" Author's note: this is for the previous 100 Power Stones before I republished the book again. "Oh, isn't this Mr. Edwin? I wonder if you're here for a competition, or are you here to get a few more guards?" Looking behind them, they saw a group of 3 people coming their way. From what Jack could tell, just like them, they were just arriving at the arena. It seemed that they had used the other entrance that provided privacy from the public eye. Jack knew that most of people who came to such an event and were quite sneaky were sure to be malicious. They obviously must have done something and were trying to hide from the victims. But he couldn't rule out the fact that they might as well not enjoy publicity. But he simply could say that this guy was in the first category considering his sinister-looking face as well as his statement. Edwin looked at the man that had spoken.
He was wearing a blue shirt and black trousers. He could be said to be quite casually dressed. But the heavy golden chains around his neck made him look like a gangster.
"Austin, what does that have to do with you?" Edwin asked as discontentment could get detected from his voice.
Just from this interaction, it was obvious that the two of them were not in good terms. And since this had nothing to do with him, Jack didn't plan to interfere. As long as these guys didn't look for trouble with him, he wouldn't even try provoking them. He would simply ignore their presence, that's all. But it seemed that he wasn't going to be let out of this even if he didn't want to get himself involved. Of course it has something to do with me. After all, we're both here for the same purpose. So, we'll have to compete for the best of the fighters here. As Austin said these words, he stole a glance at Jack, who was standing behind Edwin, and asked, "What about that brat behind you? Are you planning on hiring him?" "I can see that he has a good figure, he seems fit enough." Jack, on the other hand, frowned the moment that he heard these words. Currently, he was wearing a white suit. Wasn't this enough to tell that guy that he had some kind of status? Furthermore, it could already be seen that although he was standing behind Edwin at this moment, it was simply because he didn't know this place. Otherwise, how could he walk behind someone that could be a lackey to him in the near future? At this moment, Jack decided to label this guy as a brainless man. So, he decided to ignore the provocation once again. After all, it wasn't too late to not get involved in the conflict between the two of them. "Austin, is your brain filled with sh*t or something? How dare you speak about Mr. Jack in that manner?" Since Edwin was the one that had brought Jack here, he had to be responsible for him. Furthermore, Jack's ability to pay $4 billion without bargaining was enough to say that Jack wasn't someone that just anybody could offend. Even he would rather have Jack as a friend rather than have him as an enemy. Now that there was someone that was trying to go against Jack, how could he stand idle? Furthermore, this was a good chance to make a good impression on Jack. In this way, they could have a mutual cooperation in the future. "Mr. Jack? Edwin. Have your standards been lowered to the extent that you'll call a small brat with such respect?" Austin sneered as he gazed at Jack. Jack's face darkened at this moment. He thought, "What the heck is wrong with you? I don't know you and you don't know me, why the hell are you targeting me every now and then? Austin, you better not get ahead of yourself if you want to survive in this city. You better know who you're talking to before you start spouting nonsense." Immediately after that, Edwin turned around and said to Jack, "Mr. Jack, let's get going lest this guy ruins our mood and delays you from getting registered." Jack nodded and the duo completely ignored Austin and the gang as they headed into a room. But they hadn't gone far when Austin's loud laughter and sarcastic question made them stop. So, that's the champion that you brought to fight for you? Your standards surely have depreciated a lot during this past month." Austin stepped forward as he said these words. Jack couldn't help it anymore. This guy was targeting him again and again. He had tried ignoring him, but it seemed that this fly won't just fly away after he had waved his hand a few times. It seemed that it was time to initiate the fly swatting plan, FSP. After all, if this fly wasn't punished, it surely won't learn a lesson. And what was a good way of punishing this kind of fly? It was in a way that not only would the fly suffer, but the fly's demise would have to benefit him. So, before Edwin could speak up, he took a step forward as he looked at Austin. His aura was revealed at this moment. Alongside the indifferent expression on his face, it gave Austin a scare. But Austin composed himself not long after. At that time when Jack was standing behind Edwin, he hadn't noticed Jack's demeanor. But now that Jack had gone forward, he could definitely feel that Jack wasn't an ordinary youth. "Do you want to bet with me?" Jack asked indifferently. Although Austin was surprised, after regaining his composure, he asked, "What's the bet about? You think that I can't perform well in the competition?" Jack deliberately lowered his standards to make sure that he wouldn't scare away the annoying fly. If that's what you're talking about, then I have to say that is indeed what I was thinking." "No, not just thinking. Looking at your body size, you should be quite strong but not strong enough." Austin laughed as he said these words. "Still, wanna bet?" Jack couldn't be bothered and asked again. After thinking for a moment, Austin decided, okay then. What stake are you going to place? You can decide what you want from me if I lose the bet. On the other hand, I want you to give me 70% of your wealth. Jack said these words confidently. Although he could have asked for more than that, he didn't want to make this person think that he was eyeing him from the start and it was his plan to catch him. Austin frowned the moment that he heard these words. From the way that Jack had accepted the stake, as well as the confidence and decisiveness that he spoke with, Austin hesitated. This was to add to the fact that Edwin respected Jack a lot. He thought things through and felt that, although Jack could be a good fighter, that didn't imply that he could win. Although he was like a gangster, his mind wasn't small as well. After all, if he was stupid, how could he be able to compete with Edwin? Jack had stated that the bet would be if he could perform well in this championship. So, if he really did well, he would win the bet even without having to win the championship. In this way, he, Austin, would lose out. So, Austin decided to change the bet. Let's bet on this. If you can win the championship, I will definitely give you 85% of all my accumulated wealth. On the other hand, you lose, and would in turn give me things worth my 85%. What do you think? The moment that Jack heard these words, excitement boomed in his heart. But, on the surface, he didn't show any of it. In fact, he showed uncertainty. Upon seeing this, Austin was pleased with his bright and fast mind. Austin, won't the bet be in your favor from the start? You'll have the best odds from the very beginning. Edwin chimed in at this moment. Austin frowned. He looked at Jack's hesitant expression and said through gritted teeth, I'll make it 90%. I'll pay 90% of my wealth. On the other hand, you only have to pay 45% of my total wealth. Although he was quite sure that he would win this bet, there was no way that it was easy to gamble away the wealth that a person had accumulated over a long period of time. After all, accidents do happen. After seeing that Jack seemed not to be budging, black lines began forming on Austin's forehead as he glared at Jack and asked, Is that not enough? Upon noticing that the fly had reached the limit of how much benefits it could spit out, Jack decided to finally seal the deal. Okay then. Let's have it like that. Austin smiled triumphantly. Edwin, on the other hand, was surprised. But at the same time, he decided not to interfere as this was Jack's decision. From the way that he had known Jack when they were chatting, he knew that Jack wasn't a careless person. Maybe he had abilities or confidence. Maybe he had a plan? Edwin didn't know but decided to wait and see. I don't want you to go back on your words. Let's get in there and make the bet official. Austin stated with a smile as he led the way into the building. The corner of Jack's lips raised a little at this moment as he thought, That's exactly what I'm afraid of about you. I don't want you to run away after I win the bet. Author's note. Hello there again. This chapter is a bonus for the current 100 Power Stones. There will be another bonus chapter tomorrow if we reach 200 Power Stones. By the way, now that all the debts have been paid, later during the day, today's chapters will be updated. So, stay tuned. Jack went into the room that was in charge of registration. There, Jack was registered for the competition. In that moment, Jack had seen a few more people coming to be registered for the fighting competition. Immediately after that, using the official betting platform officials present here, Jack and Austin placed their bets alongside their stakes. Jack realized that the big bosses that had already arrived at the scene were those that wanted to look for talents to recruit or to make a deal with the fighters before the fights began. In this way, if the fighter that they chose won, they would surely benefit a lot. At around 5:10 p.m., Jack went to the waiting room. There, he waited alongside the other fighters for the fighting competition to begin. There were a few that were warming up by throwing punches at the punching bag, or some were just punching the air. Jack was currently dressed in a pair Nike Miller t-shirt, Nike tight sports trousers as well as white Nike sports shoes. On his face, there was a silver mask that covered the upper part of his face. That's what Jack had decided on. There were several times that the fights were recorded and posted on the internet platforms. So, as a future boss, there was no way that he was going to allow people seeing him fight in such a shabby place, right? There were several people that were eyeing Jack curiously. Although Jack wasn't the first person to wear a mask in the arena, there were only a few people that did that. Most of them had a background and had come here to experience the fights, but they didn't want their identity to be exposed. Hey there. You wanna spar a little before the match starts? A man without a shirt, a muscled body with several hideous scars on it, spoke with a smile on his face. He was eyeing Jack with disdain in his eyes. Jack could already see it, as the other party didn't even try hiding it. Jack wondered what he had done wrong for people to just target him one after the other. He couldn't help but twist his head as he tried looking at his back for any target that had been placed there. Although he couldn't see his back well, but he was sure that there was nothing there. Then why is it that some people won't rest till they come to provoke me? Seeing that Jack had ignored him, the man couldn't help but frown. He stared at Jack coldly as he asked, "Hey, I'm talking to you. Do you want to spar with me or not?" This time, his voice was quite forceful. It was as if he was coercing Jack to have a spar with him. At this moment, even a fool could already tell that this guy had come here with an intention of doing something. Jack frowned as he looked at him. Then, he spoke coldly, "If you want to fight, then find me in the ring and stop being annoying here." The moment that scarred person heard this, he was immediately angered. After all, he wasn't a newbie here in the arena. Most of the people here always gave him face and respect or feared him. Now, someone said that he was annoying. Who's this guy? Who are you asking? Can't you see that he's wearing a mask? Anyway, he has guts to talk to the Scarred Tiger like that. Do you think that he can defeat Scarred Tiger in the ring? What nonsense are you spouting? Although Scarred Tiger wasn't the champion last month, he reached the semi-finals. So what if he reached the semi-finals? It's not like he was the champion. You talk too much. But, do you think that the silver mask there has a big background? What background? If he had a good background, why is he here and not being given the special treatment like Mad Lion? Hey, Mad Lion was the champion for the past 3 months. Do you think such a person can compare to him? The conversation between several fighters fed Jack, who had sharp senses, with some pieces of information. It turned out that the person in front of him was in the top 4 in the previous month's competition. So, that was why he was so arrogant, Jack finally understood. But, that didn't matter to him, as even while he was seated in front of this so-called Scarred Tiger, there was no sign of danger at all. In other words, this person was far weaker than him in that, even if he sneaked an attack at Jack at this moment, Jack wouldn't be in any kind of danger that could threaten his life. So, he completely ignored the person that was still looking smug the moment that he heard the comments of praise from the other fighters. He looked at Jack, wanting to see his current expression. But, the smug smile on his face disappeared the moment that he saw that Jack had completely ignored his presence. He couldn't help it but stretch his hand to grab at Jack's mask while saying, "I want to see what face you're hiding behind that mask. I want to see what face of yours that can be so arrogant in front of me." Pa! Just as the hand was about to grab the mask from Jack's face, Jack raised his left hand and slapped the hand away. Although he didn't use that much force, it had already made Scarred Tiger to stagger to the side. Nobody saw how it happened. They only heard the sound of something being slapped, but they didn't see the action. All they saw was Jack's body shaking a little before the sound, accompanied by Scarred Tiger staggering sideways. Scarred Tiger was surprised that he'd been pushed to the side that easily. He was better than the other fighters that were present here and had only seen Jack raising his hand. What followed was that he felt his hand being knocked to the side by a powerful force. He could already tell from the force and speed of the attack at this time that Jack was strong. If he wasn't serious, there was no way that he could win the fight. But, fights were not allowed in the changing room. There were several cameras here that were monitoring them. If he dared to fight with Jack at this moment, he would be disqualified from participating in the competition and he would have to pay penalty fee. That was an amount that he couldn't afford. The only way that the fights were allowed here was in the form of sparring. In this, that meant that both sides had agreed to this. Furthermore, the sparring session wouldn't be intense. That was what he was aiming at. He could use the sparring session to injure Jack. In this way, he would fulfill the task that he'd been given. But upon experiencing Jack's strength firsthand, he decided to make sure that if he met with Jack in the ring, he would make sure to cripple him and kill him if possible. With Jack's current strength and instincts, how could he not detect the faint killing intent that was pointed at him? He frowned as his gaze turned cold. He gazed at Scarred Tiger with a frown on his face. The moment that Scarred Tiger saw this, his heart skipped a beat. That was not only due to the surprise of the fact that Jack had detected his malicious intentions, but to the gaze that Jack had given him. This gaze made him feel a chill running down his spine. He felt the temperatures around the two of them freezing, but surprisingly, sweat began appearing on his forehead and back. It was only after Jack had retracted his gaze that Scarred Tiger regained himself. He looked at Jack and decided to make sure that he could kill Jack in the ring if they met. He snorted as he left. Humph! Let's meet in the ring then. Jack completely ignored him and decided to wait till the moment that the championship was going to begin. The other fighters on the side could already see that Jack had fallen out with Scarred Tiger. They didn't know if they had to admire Jack for his courage or pity him for his stupidity. Scarred Tiger wasn't someone simple. He was someone with a strong backing. But he himself was cruel to the opponents and himself. In the ring, he sometimes would let his opponents to attack him as he counterattacked with more force. The scars on his body were from the gang fights. After all, he was currently a member of one of the gangster groups in the city, the Wilds Gang. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to July's UA's. For those of you who are here for the first time, I will elaborate it to you. UA stands for Where You Are, Ultimate Arena. As for UC, that stands for the Ultimate Championship. At around 5:30, a man in a uniform that looked like that of a referee's went on the arena. The arena where the fights took place was as big as a basketball court. It was just that it was a square and not rectangular. It was raised by about a meter from the ground. It was currently well lit by the lights that came from the ceilings of the underground arena. The whole arena was a circle. Around the arena, there were seats that formed a major segment. The seats were arranged just like how they would be in a stadium. The area that the minor segment was, there was a room that had glass windows. These were the special glass windows that allowed people inside to look outside but not vice versa. This was where the big bosses sat as they watched the matches. The room was just above the changing room of the fighters. And the only path that led to and from the ring was located below the VIP room. Tonight, we have a total of 182 fighters that have signed up for the fight. We're going to start the preliminaries a few minutes earlier than always due to a special request from one of the big bosses. So, let the championship officially begin. The host's words called for the cheers from the crowds. They began cheering for their specific champions. Hey, do you know who's going to win? Ain't that obvious enough for everyone to see? It is obviously Mad Lion. Look there, it seems that there are a few fresh meats this time. Hee hee, I can't wait to see how they get trained in the ring. Do you think there's a newbie who can win the championship today? Stop daydreaming there. Since when had newbies win the competition? Only those that had been here a few times have a chance of winning. What daydreaming? It's already almost nighttime. Then stop night dreaming. Can people control their dreaming time? Just stop sleeping. I'm talking with you, how am I sleeping? Figure that out yourself. As the crowd was still clamoring, the host spoke again. Now, to the first part, we always talk about the rules of the championship as there are always some newbies or some with short memory. Ha ha ha. The crowd laughed at the host's words. It wasn't long before they forgot about the arguments that they were having with their friends or neighbors not long ago. Now, the first rule of the competition is that, by the end of today, there will only be 8 fighters remaining. This is to ensure that the fights tomorrow would only be epic. Another thing to take note of would be that each fighter has 3 fights. 3 wins and you'll proceed. These people will fight once again, the same thing as before, 3 fights, 3 wins and you'll proceed. Although the rules seemed harsh, at the end of the day, they only wanted the strongest fighters. So, if one was unlucky to encounter the strongest opponents in all the 3 matches, then he was bound to lose. Furthermore, there was nothing like 3 chances. Once you lost a single match, you would disappear from the competition. After all, the prerequisite of entering the next round was to win 3 matches out of 3. So, even if you win the first 2 matches, as long as you lose the last match, you would be disqualified. The rules of losing the match are simple. You lose if you stay on the ground to the count of 10, you're kicked out of the ring or knocked unconscious. Please, don't blame us if you have much vitality in your body and you have much pain tolerance and that you're beaten to death without admitting defeat. Remember, all of you who are fighting in this arena have signed the agreement contract that if you die in the ring due to your stubbornness, this has nothing to do with the ultimate arena. These rules were directed to the fighters and they could hear them clearly as the speakers in the changing room transmitted the host's voice to them. Since there are many fighters but less time, each fight will only have 10 minutes. If the 10 minutes are over and there's no winner, both the fighters will be disqualified. After talking about a few more things in 5 minutes, the host finally stopped and looked at the VIP room. The moment that he did so, a loud sound of a gong echoed in the arena. Of course, although it was loud, it wasn't deafening at all. Now, the fights are going to start at this moment. The draws are random, nothing is planned. Let me stop my big mouth from running any further and let the first draw of the matches begin. As soon as his words faded, a screen appeared at the arena's center. It was in form of a box. And, it was a projection of a screen and not a real screen. Names of the fighters began appearing one by one on the screen projection before being replaced by another. Not long after that, a name was displayed on the screen. It was none other than Dingo. The moment that the name appeared, the crowd cheered. From their chattering, it could be known that this Dingo had been here a few times already. His performance wasn't bad as he was able to make it to the last round of the preliminaries in the previous 2 months. It was just that he had met some tough guys in the last elimination matches and was eliminated. Not long after the host shouted the name that was displayed on the screen, a bald-headed man came from the changing room. His steps were quite confident as if he was going to win the match already. When he appeared, the crowd cheered a lot. They knew him and thus, he had accumulated a good number of fans already. As the names on the projection rolled, another name was displayed. This time, it was J.K. Silver. When this name was displayed, there were no loud cheers as those when Dingo had been selected. The reason behind this was that, the person this time was a newbie. What a bummer. I was expecting a good fight. It turns out that it's a newbie going to fight. How disappointing. Anyway, what's the use of the fight when we already know the results? That newbie has to surrender as fast as possible so that we can watch another match. You guys don't know a thing. There are newbies that end up winning in their first debut. Heh, that only happens in novels and TV shows where the MC is so superpowered. As the crowd talked, Jack walked out of the changing room calmly. Although he had expected to test his maximum strength here, he was quite disappointed the moment that he saw the fighters here. The way that they carried themselves already told him that they didn't know how to fight. Well, that was to a standard of a professional combatant like him. Now that there was no challenge here, he decided that his reason for participating this time would be to finish the system mission and get the good things after he won the bet. Although the crowd couldn't see his upper part of the face, they could definitely see his blue eyes as well as the special silver hair. Plus, the well-carved chin, they could already guess that Jack was handsome. But, that made their impression of him fall further. According to them, a pretty boy had decided to come to a ring where men fought. This was no different from suicide. Jack never cared about what they were thinking and stepped onto the ring after following the stairs. Although he could simply jump onto the ring, there was no need for him to be so showy. He walked forward and stood in front of Dingo. The two stood opposite each other and gave the crowd such a contrasting image. Although Jack did have a good body, in front of the bulky and tall Dingo, Jack was no different from a small boy in front of an adult. Such contrasting difference made the crowd boo at Jack. And at the same time, bets were placed and most of them were on Dingo.
Hee hee, Edwin, do you think that kid of yours can win this round? Austin laughed as he asked sarcastically. Edwin looked at him as if he was an idiot.
If Jack had agreed to bet with Austin for a stake that was worth more than $1 billion, he must have confidence in his abilities. As a result, Edwin believed that Jack would definitely be able to win this round. Although he was a little uncertain, he still believed that. To prove that, he placed a bet worth $100 million on Jack. The moment that he did this, the other big bosses that were present in the room couldn't help but look at Edwin with surprise in their eyes. After all, this was the first time that they had seen Edwin make such a bet that he was sure to lose. Now, they thought that Edwin might have made the bet because he was provoked by Austin. So, they simply shook their heads at this. There was nothing that could be done, as once a person placed a bet, there would be no refunds.
Ha, it seems that you're confident in that little chap of yours. Just look at the difference between the two. That boy is skinny while Dingo has muscles on him. Do you think that boy can compete? At this time, Austin was no longer calling Jack a brat. After all, if Jack could give out $1 billion worth of assets when he lost his bet, must have some background. But even so, he still referred to Jack as a boy.
Body size doesn't show the strength,
Edwin said indifferently. Heh, why have I not seen a situation where the thin fighters win against the bulky ones? Austin sneered.
Maybe you're blind not to know that you're an example.
You have a bigger mouth than me, but you've never won against me,
Edwin replied with a cold smile.
What are you two talking about?
At this time, a man in a green and yellow suit asked.
Just something small, Linus. This guy doesn't know when to quit and thinks that he can still change the tide even after he'd lost. Edwin smiled as he replied. You're the one that doesn't know when to quit.
Look at the two, you already know that your boy has no chance of winning and yet you still placed $100 million on him,
Austin retorted. Linus looked at the ring and smiled as he looked at Jack.
He could see that although Jack was standing in front of Dingo, he didn't seem nervous at all.
In fact, it was like he was ignoring the opponent and thought that he wasn't going to fight.
Just from this and knowing about Edwin's character, Linus smiled and placed his bet as well.
And he placed it on Jack. Jack's current odds were at 1 minute and 3.5 seconds.
When the others saw Linus place the same bet as Edwin, they were surprised. But Edwin wasn't that much surprised, as he knew that Linus wasn't someone that bet on just anybody.
He must have noticed something.
Dark lines appeared on Austin's forehead when he saw this. He was just about to speak when the sound of a gong echoed again, indicating the start of the match.
Author's note. Thanks for the day. Now that we're back on track, let's meet tomorrow for another update.
The more power stones, the more the chapters that would be updated. On the ring, Jack looked at Dingo nonchalantly, completely ignoring his provocative gaze. After all, if this guy was not as good as Scarred Tiger, how could Jack even have time to waste on him? The earlier he finished the competition, the earlier he would receive his rewards.
So, Jack was simply waiting for the bell to ring to indicate the start of the he-match?
Jack was quite doubtful about that, considering that it was going to be a one-way beating. It was not that Jack was arrogant or disdainful, it was just that it was the truth. After all, with his current capabilities, he had yet to meet his match. The 5 minutes of wait was to let those that wanted to bet to place their bets. There was data about the two in the ring being displayed on the screens in the air. Of course, the information was only the basic ones that they had given during their registration.
Dingo's information showed his performance during the past 4 months that he had been here.
On the other hand, Jack's part showed that he was a newbie and this would be his first match.